A song that breaks my heart. Where can I find a soulmate in this world? At the beginning, he traveled through time and space and became a blind man, becoming a street singer. Erquan Yingyue, LV2, 1/10,000. Function: dredge chi and blood, dredge meridians, remove dampness, and warm the body. He was a blind street singer who destroyed an entire gang for a penny. He is a drunkard who sleeps in a dilapidated temple all day long. The dynasty collapsed, warlords divided the country, and sects became independent. Gangs fought against each other, and Kyushu was in chaos. A blind performer wanders among them, composing an unknown story. Blind man plays Erhu. It was the first snow of the 10th year of Tianyuan. It came later than usual. The heavy snow was accompanied by biting cold winds. Few pedestrians could be seen on the road. Only the lingering sound of an arrow could be heard. A straw hat, a worn-out vest, and a small stool. These formed the performing group. Two springs reflecting the moon, LV1, 500/10,000. Play 5 times daily, unblock chi and blood, clear meridians, dispel dampness, and warm the body. Today's lifespan increase, 8 hours. It wasn't until the system's voice sounded in his ear that the arrow music slowly stopped. He put away the arrow, tugged at the old ox behind him. The old ox skillfully used its horns to lift the stool. One man and one ox walked through the snow, heading into the distance. Li Pingyan was 20 years old this year. He had transmigrated here 10 years ago and become blind. Other protagonists were either ordinary but more handsome than Louis Koo, or in their prime and the most beautiful man in the world. At worst, they might be illegitimate sons, but they never lacked food or drink. As for him, his eyes could only vaguely discern outlines within half a meter. He was practically blind. His only possession was an ox that had grown up with him since he was small. It used to be tiny, but now it had grown into this appearance. Not cute at all. It was strange to say, but this ox had been stolen several times. Each time, it returned to Li Pingyan unharmed. Perhaps this was a gift from heaven. But besides this, he had nothing. Starting with a bull, everything relied on snatching. Although the system had been unlocked half a year ago. The arrow system, as long as he played the arrow, he could become stronger. As for the specific effects, Li Pingyan wasn't quite sure. He only knew that as long as he followed the system's requirements. Playing the arrow on the street would earn him corresponding rewards. Name, Li Pingyan, age, 21. Lifespan, 55, bone root, mortal bone. Cultivation technique, none. Skill, 2 springs reflecting the moon. Rank, LV1, 500/10,000. Current effects: increase lifespan, unblock chi and blood, clear meridians, dispel dampness and warm the body. He hoped the system could allow him to live a normal life. Li Pingyan didn't expect to defeat the Devil King or marry a princess. Becoming an official at court? Defending the border? Protecting the world? These were too far from him. As long as he was safe and sound, healthy, that was enough. Li Pingyan held a walking stick in his hand, and the old ox ambled along behind him. "Hey, blind man!" A voice suddenly sounded. 3 blurry outlines appeared in Li Pingyan's vision. The 3, led by Erhu, stood in front of Li Pingyan. Erhu and his 2 companions had not yet come of age and were often found loitering in the market. When they had nothing to do, they liked to stir up trouble and find amusement. A blind man who played the arrow, with no family or relatives, naturally became their target for bullying. Li Pingyan ignored them, turning to leave. But Erhu was quicker, sticking out his leg and tripping Li Pingyan to the ground. Ha 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 ha! The 3 burst into unrestrained laughter. The street vendors pretended not to see, accustomed to the sight. Few dared to provoke these 3 little tyrants. Li Pingyan calmly stood up, brushing the snow from his clothes. Erhu then reached out and snatched Li Pingyan's walking stick, taunting, "Come chase me, blind man!" Li Pingyan still ignored him, preparing to walk forward on his own. "Hey! You wimp! Dehu's muscular body blocked Li Ping'an, like a small mountain. Li Ping'an sighed helplessly in his heart. If you don't leave, the street patrol will be here soon. It was Wang Gunyang, the tofu seller, who called out. She was a renowned beauty on this street, young, pretty, and with a good figure. It was said that when she was young, the men who pursued her fought every day. However, she had married early later on. But the covetous gazes still remained, which also made her tofu business particularly popular. After all, who didn't want to eat firm and large tofu? Dehu smiled lewdly. Boss lady, don't scare me, I'm just teasing him. Wang Gunyang said, teasing people when you have nothing to do, go on, get out of here. Dehu and his two companions teased Wang Gunyang with words for a while before leisurely leaving. Li Ping'an brushed the snow from his clothes, ready to leave. Have some tofu. Wang Gunyang handed him a bag of fresh, hot tofu, and 5 copper coins. Thank you. Li Ping'an nodded in thanks. Wang Gunyang smiled, patting the old ox's head. The road is slippery, walk slowly. Li Ping'an squinted his eyes, and Wang Gunyang's outline appeared in his vision. The outline was smooth, with natural undulations in her face. Although he couldn't see her appearance clearly, appearance comes from the heart. Li Ping'an led the old ox, stepping one by one onto the snowy ground. Today's harvest, 10 copper coins earned from busking, and 5 copper coins from Wang Gunyang. Additionally, he received a free piece of hot tofu. He spent 9 copper coins on a bowl of hot noodle soup at a street stall, accompanied by free pickled vegetables and tofu. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Ping'an was not in a hurry to leave. Going back meant being cold, and the owner here wouldn't chase him away. When there were many customers, Li Ping'an would consciously leave. He would never cause trouble for the owner. Occasionally, he would even play a small tune to entertain everyone. Boss, a bowl of noodles. The person who walked in was Yingyue, Wang Gunyang's husband, the tofu seller. A few years ago, he was a down-to-earth and honest person. In recent years, for some reason, he had gotten into gambling. Gambling is gambling, regardless of stakes. When the urge to gamble takes over, one disregards everything else. Once at the gambling table, whether one is a master or not, whether one has money or not, they would not stop until they lost everything. This brought no peace to Wang Gunyang's family. My luck is really terrible, Yingyue complained. The noodle shop owner advised, Yingyue, what are you after? You have property at home, and such a beautiful wife. Yingyue snorted, for the thrill of it. The owner sighed and shook his head. Moo. Moo. 2 ox moos. This was to remind Li Ping'an that it was getting late and he should go back. I say, blind man, what do you do with an ox all day? You don't even have land. Yingyue said casually. Why don't you sell this ox and get some money to spend? Li Ping'an said faintly, the ox is not for sale, it's a family heirloom. He opened the door and left into the wind and snow. It was common knowledge in the town that the blind man had an ox. The blind man regarded this ox as a treasure. It was said that in the past, ill-intentioned people tried to steal the ox, and they were almost successful. But the blind man, in a frenzy, rode the ox with a cleaver and chased them for 2 li. After this incident, no one in the town dared to covet the blind man's ox again. Even Dehu, who bullied the blind man daily, wouldn't touch that ox. Returning to the dilapidated temple, wrapped in a tattered blanket, Li Ping'an closed his eyes and circulated the qi and blood in his body, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind. Soon after, his lower abdomen gradually grew warm. His meridians began to contract, and his frozen limbs regained their warmth. There were no martial Dao cultivation techniques in the small town. Li Ping'an could only explore little by little, and he affectionately named it Warm Body Divine Cultivation Technique. It was also thanks to it that Li Ping'an was able to get through the cold nights. Another year of snow. It was another night of heavy snow. The snow was deep and thick, crunching underfoot. Early rising vendors had already set up their stalls, selling all sorts of things. fried dough sticks and soy milk, savory pancakes, and wontons. The aroma wafted through the air, whetting appetites. Li Pingyan led the old ox, flipping open his pouch. He had spent 9 copper coins yesterday and now had 6 left. He decided not to eat breakfast. Li Pingyan had long been accustomed to living from hand to mouth. As he walked to his usual spot for busking on the street, old Lu, the beggar, moved aside. "You're here," old Lu said. Li Pingyan nodded, acknowledging his colleague. The melancholic sound of the Erhu began to play. At the same time, his qi and blood surged within his body. "Have you heard? The young man from the Zheng family at the town entrance passed the imperial examination the day after tomorrow. They're holding a grand banquet," said Beggar Lu. "When the time comes, if you play a more cheerful tune, you might even be rewarded with a table full of good wine and dishes." A more cheerful tune? Li Pingyan thought for a moment. A melody of galloping across the 1,000-mile grassland surfaced in his mind. Before his transmigration, he had been a professional era player. Such tunes were naturally easy for him. On the day of the Zheng family's grand banquet, almost everyone in the town attended. The Zheng family generously set up long tents outside, with good wine and dishes on every table. The sound of firecrackers crackled incessantly. Li Pingyan moved a stool and sat in the courtyard. The cheerful melody made everyone clap their hands in delight. Because of this tune, Li Pingyan earned the opportunity to eat at a table. Sweet and sour fish, red sausages, roast goose, roasted chicken, dishes he rarely saw greatly stimulated Li Pingyan's appetite. Before the banquet even ended, a group of people eagerly pulled out pre-prepared doggy bags and started filling them with leftovers. Li Pingyan did not rush for them, not because he disdained such actions, but because he had no bag. Moreover, he was blind and couldn't compete with this crowd. So he could only take the opportunity to eat more. After he had eaten his fill, he wiped his mouth and was about to leave. Over here, someone called out to him. It was Wang Gunyang, the tofu seller. She held her child with one hand and a bag with the other, offering it to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan reached out and felt it. It was half a roasted chicken, some peanuts, and cold dishes. Wang Gunyang then handed him a tea egg, complaining, "These people are too fast. You take this first." After speaking, she squeezed back into the crowd to continue her battle. Amidst the clamor, she didn't hear Li Pingyan's soft thank you. It was another winter solstice. Li Pingyan counted on his fingers. Skill, 2 springs reflecting the moon. Rank, LV2, 5000/10,000. LV1 effect, increases lifespan, clears qi and blood, clears meridians, dispels dampness, and warms the body. LV2 effect, listening wind saber technique, 40%, turtle breathing exercise, 60%. Li Pingyan had no saber, his walking stick was his saber. He could clearly feel that as his cultivation deepened, his body had undergone tremendous changes. Especially his 5 senses, which became more refined. He could even clearly perceive the trajectory of snowflakes falling. Over the past year, Li Pingyan's life had also improved significantly. As the old saying goes, a skill in hand, the world is mine. Li Pingyan played the era well, and soon he monopolized all the joyous and solemn occasions in the town. Wherever people were willing to pay, he would play a tune, bringing a bit of joy to this lonely little town. It was also in this year that Li Pingyan learned to drink alcohol. And he taught this bad habit to the old ox. Li Pingyan's personal belongings now included a wine gourd. Whenever he picked up the wine gourd and wanted to drink, he would sniff it first. Then he would shake his head and sigh. He wished he could drink every day once he earned a lot of money. This was a beautiful wish. It was getting late. Li Pingyan, as usual, led the old ox, walking in the setting sun. Suddenly, he stopped, curiously glancing in one direction. He didn't hear the familiar sound of tofu being sold, nor did he see the familiar silhouette. Wang Gunyang, she might be sick. The next day, Wang Gunyang still didn't appear. The 3rd and 4th days were the same. On the 5th day, Li Pingyan finished his noodles and placed 1 copper coin on the table. He asked the cashier about Wang Gunyang. I heard that Nyo owes a huge amount of usury, his house is mortgaged, and he ran away, the cashier said. Li Pingyan said in a deep voice, when did we have usury in our town? Doesn't the government care? The cashier sneered, it's run by the county magistrate's nephew, which is no different from being run by the county magistrate himself. Who dares to interfere? Li Pingyan leaned on his walking stick and walked out the door. Outside, goosefeather snow began to fall, turning everything white again. Wang Gunyang's house was in the east of the town, with white walls and green tiles, a good house. It was just a pity that its feng shui was bad, raising a scoundrel like Nyo Er. He fell into a trap at the gambling table and ended up deeply in debt. He then ran away. Li Pingyan knocked on the door, but no one answered inside. Only a dog barked. Is anyone home? After a while, a trembling voice came from inside. Is that Pingyan? Only Wang Gunyang would call a blind person Pingyan. It's me. The door opened. Wang Gunyang looked at Li Pingyan with some surprise, then said, I'm not making tofu today. Come back tomorrow. Li Pingyan hesitated, then turned to leave, as if he had truly only come to buy tofu. Hey, wait. Wang Gunyang took a few steamed buns from the stove and put them in a bag. You take these. Li Pingyan wouldn't come looking for her without reason. So Wang Gunyang assumed he must be in dire straits. Wang Gunyang also gave him a bowl of corn porridge and a salted radish. Li Pingyan simply squatted at the doorway, eating with gusto. What are you going to do now? Wang Gunyang paused, realizing Li Pingyan was talking to her. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and spoke with a hint of stubbornness. It's only right to pay debts. I'll just pay them back. Li Pingyan didn't speak. If only it were as simple as just paying back the money. With interest compounding, they had her trapped. Even if she had a mountain of gold, it would be useless. He drank the bowl of cornmeal porridge to the bottom. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and 5 or 6 ruffians led by Erhu entered the courtyard. Oh, you blind man, you sure pick your timing well. Her husband just left, and you're here to offer help in her time of need? Erhu scoffed with a laugh. Scram! Don't get in my way, I don't have time for you. Erhu had latched onto the county magistrate's nephew's influence 6 months ago, and this time he had come specifically to collect debts. Trouble. Erhu pushed Li Pingyan aside and stood by the doorway. He stared at Wang Gunyang with lustful eyes and grinned. I said, has the money been collected or not? The higher-ups are pressing me hard. Wang Gunyang said with difficulty, wait a little longer. I can't get that much money out right away, but I promise to pay it back. Promise to pay it back? Erhu snorted, that'll be when pigs fly. With you selling just a few pieces of tofu every day? Are you dreaming? But I really can't get that much money. Wang Gunyang's lips trembled uncontrollably. She was clearly terrified but tried to act calm. Erhu raised his eyebrows, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Either money or a person. I really don't have money right now. Then it's simple, you still have people here, don't you? Erhu said casually. Erhu's subordinates behind him all laughed, and someone whistled teasingly. Wang Gunyang clenched her fists, her face flushed to the extreme. She wanted to do something to prevent these men from being so unrestrained. However, as an orphan and a widow, she could not make any resistance. Erhu continued, for a beauty like you, I don't know how many people in the brothel would like you, especially those who have given birth. You don't know, there are some people now who specifically like other people's wives. In their eyes, they just don't like virgins. Saying that, Erhu looked back at his brothers, does anyone here like this type? Yes. Me. Get lost, is your thing even any good? Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter erupted. Wang Gunyang bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, wishing she could just die right there. If she were really sold to such a place, it would be better to die. But what about her child? Erhu was very experienced. He knew that after the stick, it was time for the carrot. So he casually grabbed a stool and sat down. His tone changed, carrying a hint of pity. I know you're having a hard time, an orphan and a widow, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. But the higher-ups are pressing hard. What can I do? Young Master Gua said that if the money isn't paid back before the new year, it won't be me coming anymore. At that time, think about your son. He didn't continue the rest of his words. Wang Gunyang was already scared stiff. Then, what should I do? Erhu rubbed his hands, chuckled, with my relationship with young Master Gua, helping you speak up. And giving you an extension of a year or so is a small matter. Wang Gunyang looked at him suspiciously. You can help me? Of course, as long as... Erhu reached out and patted Wang Gunyang's clenched hand. The meaning was already obvious. Pft, pft. Erhu was about to reach out and touch Wang Gunyang's small face again when an unharmonious sound suddenly came from the doorway. It sounded like that pig was eating something. Erhu frowned. You can talk to young Master Gua? That's strange, I've never seen a dog talk to its master before. Erhu was startled, it took him a while to react. This was what the blind man had said to him. This guy, has he gone mad? But Erhu didn't care if he had gone mad or not. Today, he was going to chop off his tongue. Erhu's subordinate had already dragged Li Pingyan over. Erhu stood with his hands on his hips, the fat on his face jiggling with anger. Are you looking for death? This has nothing to do with him, Pingyan, you should leave first. Wang Gunyang said anxiously. Erhu pulled out a gleaming broadsword from his waist. Originally, his weapon was a short, thick wooden stick, but ever since he followed young Master Gua and joined the Fire Bear gang, he had upgraded, replacing the wooden stick with a broadsword. The cold broadsword was pressed against Li Pingyan's cheek. Blind man, instead of begging on the street, you come here to play the hero saving the beauty. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in a puddle? As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of the blade flashed past. Erhu only felt his own blade in his hand flip up and down, sinking and rising. The next moment, the edge of the blade was pressed against his neck. That Li the blind man, who he had bullied countless times, now stood before him, holding the blade. Bone-chilling cold. Erhu's eyelids twitched. A drop of cold sweat slid down Erhu's spine. I'm young Master Gua's man, if you have the guts, chop me down. Erhu didn't believe this blind man would dare to make a move. Li Pingyan jabbed his chest hard with the hilt of the blade, and a sharp pain shot through him. With a wah sound, Erhu spat out a mouthful of blood. It splattered on the ground, staining a patch red. Turtle breathing exercise, 60%. The practitioner's breathing is long and thin, and they hold their breath for a long time. It is an internal skill cultivation technique. Li Pingyan had already cultivated most of it, and his internal energy was profound. If he used a bit more force, Erhu's internal organs would be shattered on the spot. Erhu's eyes widened, unable to catch his breath. Erhu's subordinates were all stunned. These people usually only got into fights and brawls at most, they had never seen a scene like this. Looking at the blind man whom they usually bullied, they couldn't help but feel a bit unfamiliar. Get lost. Erhu was helped up by his subordinates and fled in a hurry. Li Pingyan handed the bowl to Wang Gunyang, wiping his mouth. Thank you. You should still go out and avoid the limelight. These people will come looking for trouble with you. Wang Gunyang was full of worry. Although she was very grateful to Li Pingyan for standing up for her, Erhu was now young Master Gua's man. They, as common folk, couldn't afford to provoke him. Li Pingyan pressed down on the straw hat on his head and turned to leave. However, he didn't go far, but instead hid in an alley not far away. Leaning against the wall, he pulled the old ox down to sit. Li Pingyan took out 2 flatbreads from his, gave one to the old ox, and fed the other into his mouth. Another layer of dark clouds gathered in the sky, and it gradually grew dark. The sound of cotton shoes stepping on the snow echoed in the darkness. More than 20 Hanzi, holding various weapons, came swaggering from the street. Some of them had fierce and menacing looks, and in this cold weather. Their chests were open, revealing their menacing muscles. It was the first time Erhu had suffered such a great loss, and it was at the hands of a blind man. If he didn't get his face back today, he wouldn't be able to mix in anymore. Get out! Get out! There were still many common people on the street. Seeing this, they quickly retreated to the side, not daring to breathe loudly. The leader was named Zhang Wu, a thug from young Master Guo's household. He held a gleaming wakizashi in his hand, not tall, but giving off a fierce and menacing aura. The people of Great Sui valued martial arts, and in these times of continuous warfare, adult men going out on the street always took pride in wearing a weapon at their waist. A group of people headed straight for Wang Gunyang's house, but when they passed by the alley, they suddenly stopped. Li Pingyan leaned against one side of the wall. Behind him was an old ox, blocking the alleyway. "Brother Shang, it's this kid." As soon as he saw Li Pingyan, Erhu was instantly enraged. Blind man? Fierce battle. Zhang Wu never expected that the person who could scare Erhu and his group into pissing their pants would turn out to be a blind street performer. "I'd like to talk to your leader, could you introduce me?" The blind man's low voice drifted over with the wind. Zhang Wu snorted, "Our leader is too busy to see you. You injured my brothers, and this matter needs an explanation." The blind man caressed his walking stick and murmured, "Number 3, number 6, number 12. I've taken on 3 jobs this month. That's enough to feed me for 2 months and afford a couple more good drinks." Zhang Wu sneered, "That's the price of meddling. I didn't want to meddle either, but she gives me tofu every day. You know, who can refuse a piece of tofu?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind and snow made it hard to open one's eyes. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from beside his ear. A dark figure abruptly broke through the snow curtain, bringing with it a whistling wind. Faintly, the sound of a drawn saber was also mixed in. The blind man's speed was extremely fast. Those standing far away could only see an afterimage. Those closer could only see a faint rainbow light. Puff, puff came a few muffled thuds. Several thugs groaned and fell to the ground. "Don't panic!" Zhang Wu roared. At the same time, the saber in his hand spun at his wrist, drawing an arc and slashing forward. However, his opponent easily dodged. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him and pulled him inward with force. Zhang Wu immediately fell flat on his face. Is this guy really blind? The clang of metal against metal resounded continuously. Some people's weapons were sent flying. Some were thrown several zhang away, falling unconscious. Some barely withstood an attack, but their arms could no longer hold their weapons. In the midst of the chaos, the blind man's saber was as quiet as a snowflake dancing in the air. To be precise, it wasn't a saber. It was a walking stick. Listening wins saber technique, 40%. Zhang Wu held his breath, knowing his opponent was blind. Taking advantage of his distraction, the great saber in his hand brought forth a sharp gust of wind, drawing an afterimage in the air. The blind man returned a saber strike, with the speed of the saber's momentum. A pale green saber chi, like a halo of light, drew an arc in the air. Zhang Wu rolled a few times on the ground, then fell with a bang onto the ground. There was a foot-long wound on his chest, and blood gushed out. His face was contorted, and his arms twitched. Erhu was already terrified, all the hairs on his body standing on end. He sat paralyzed in the corner, looking at Li Pingyan in horror. He never would have imagined that the blind man, whom he usually bullied, would turn out to be a top master. This is truly seeing a ghost. Good Hanzi, spare my life, good Hanzi, spare my life. We were blind and offended you, Your Excellency. Zhang Wu, who was usually so imposing, was now prostrate on the ground, completely devoid of his former prestige. The blind man said in a deep voice, "Take me to your leader." Yuanyang Tower. The largest entertainment establishment in Anqing County, it was a combination of a restaurant, a brothel, and a gambling house. Between the gambling tables, there was a curtain, and inside there was only a small table. Gamblers gathered in a circle, with chips piled in front of each person. This kind of place was not something an ordinary person could afford to open. The owner was named Guiyu, the Gui of Magistrate Gua. It was none other than Magistrate Gua's nephew. Of course, just running a brothel and a gambling house couldn't satisfy Guiyu's appetite. Underneath, he conducted human trafficking businesses, selling local women to other regions, the Western regions, the Turkic, and all corners of the world. In the corner of the gambling house, there were many guards and house servants. All were dressed in tight-fitting clothes, holding weapons, looking like members of a school. A middle-aged man with a ferocious face was embracing a seductive woman, drinking and chatting merrily. This was the owner, Guiyu. Bang! A discordant sound broke the false liveliness. The thug Zhangwu was thrown in, followed by a blind man who walked in. "I'm looking for the leader." Guiyu raised an eyebrow, giving off a feeling of disdain. How long had it been since anyone came looking for trouble at Yuanyang Tower? He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to drive away the many gamblers. Soon, the vast gambling hall was left with only Guiyu and his guards, and the blind man wearing a bamboo hat. "I want to discuss a business deal with Your Excellency." Guiyu stood on the second floor, looking down at him. "I remember your name. What was it again, Li what?" "Li Ping'an." "Li Ping'an." Guiyu nodded in sudden realization. "I didn't realize you, young man, had such great skill and such great guts." "Your Excellency flatters me, I'm just trying to make a living." "What? Coming to my territory to steal my livelihood?" Guiyu sneered. His subordinates had already silently surrounded the blind man, waiting for Guiyu's command. Judging by their precise movements, although their clothing and appearance resembled Jianghu people, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. They were all well trained, having spent a long time in the military. Especially Ai Xian, who was leading them, did not look like a Central Plains person. He also wore a pair of gleaming gold earrings below his earlobes. "Your Excellency misunderstands. I have no grudge against Your Excellency, nor am I here to steal business. Didn't no heir from East Street in the town owe you a large sum of money? I'll pay that money back. I hope Your Excellency will give me some face and no longer trouble that mother and son." Guiyu thought back and remembered. "No, that woman has caught my eye. If you like her, after I'm tired of her, you can spend some money at the brothel here, and maybe you can pick her." Guiyu's lips curved slightly. A barely audible sigh, "Why bother?" Guiyu's tone was cold, "Kill him." A burly Hanzi behind him swung a boning knife towards the blind man's head. Put! Blood splattered. "Ah!" A sharp scream rang out. Then came the sound of a steel knife falling, a bang, and someone fell. The blind man's walking stick directly poked into the man's right eye. Two more Hanzi screamed, and their massive bodies flew out. They landed with a thud 2 zhang away. Another person also screamed, taking a saber strike to the shoulder, and immediately blood gushed out. The blind man snatched a Turkic saber. Its blade was sharp, its spine thin, and its hilt curved. Ai Xian stomped forward, and a saber came down on his head. The two figures intertwined, each saber strike bringing forth a fierce gust of wind. One saber strike after another, so fast it was heart-stopping. Within a few breaths, Ai Xian was already injured and blurted out, "Good saber technique." Having left the military camp for many years, such a master was truly rare. The blind man spread his palm and shot out all the chips in his hand using the turtle breathing exercise cultivation technique. Swish, swish, swish. The targets were the open flames all around, and immediately the gambling house plunged into darkness. Figures overlapped, saber light flashed continuously. Either bright or dim, they fought in chaos, the scene extremely messy. Ai Xian roared, "Don't panic." Several personal guards positioned themselves around Ai Xian, their sabers pointing outwards. They seemed to want to stop the blind man this way. Screams continuously came from the crowd. From the moment they started doing these heinous things, their end was already sealed. The formation composed of Xian and a few others had not yet been attacked for the time being. But the screams all around were like sharp knives, piercing their hearts. A flash of saber light flickered in the air, slashing diagonally across a big Hanzi's body. The Hanzi screamed and rolled on the ground. Xian's gaze sharpened, gripping his saber with both hands. He drew a screen of sabers in the air, and with a flash of his body, he was already at the spot where the big Hanzi had fallen. The blind man flashed to the left, dodging the saber strike. His reaction was extremely fast, but he was still grazed. Seizing this opportunity, a person jumped out from behind. Saber light like snow, fast as lightning. But then the person screamed, and both head and shoulder were cleaved off with one saber strike. Blood splattered on Yuanyang Tower. Everything seemed to last a long time, but in reality, it all happened in a flash. Xian took a deep breath, knowing he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Dazzling saber light once again streaked across, the lights intertwining. By the saber light, both sides once again saw each other clearly. Pale eyes flickered before him. Over the years, Xian's heart had become hard enough, ruthless enough, accustomed to life and death. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that none of the fierce battles he had experienced in his life could compare to this thrilling one. Another saber strike came. The speed of this saber strike was indescribable. Xian raised his saber, intending to defend. But this saber strike only wove into a large, ethereal net in the void realm, flickering unsteadily. What? Put! The blind man retreated, sheathing his saber. In one fluid motion. This saber strike was like a plain, unadorned flash of saber light, slowly descending. What saber technique is this? Xian coughed up blood, his voice filled with despair. Listening Wind. Listening Wind saber technique? A good name. Thank you. Xian fell heavily to the ground. Flames reappeared, and Guiyu wanted to rush out. The blind man twisted his waist, a whirlwind-like backhand saber strike. Ah! Directly piercing through Guiyu's palm and the wooden door together. Guiyu gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as death approached step by step. Your Excellency's skill is exceptional, it was my presumption. Let's call it even today, I no longer want Nyoer's debt. Guiyu made his final, dying struggle. I still have 3,000 taels of silver notes, you can come with me to the bank to collect them. What happened today, only heaven, earth, you, and I will know. The blind man did not answer, giving his reply with his saber. The blind man touched the bloodstains all over his body, silently sighing. If you had said that earlier, wouldn't there have been no trouble? The saber was already unsheathed, where was there room for negotiation? The blind man touched a jar of wine on the table. It was his favorite strong liquor, with a rich, pungent smell. The snow outside was so heavy. Thicker than the wine, so thick it wouldn't melt. In the 12th year of Tianyuan, just after the New Year. The New Year's bells had just faded. But there was no festive atmosphere in the town. More than 10 days ago, someone shed blood in Yuanyang Tower. Including Guiyu, the nephew of Magistrate Gua, 25 people died tragically. Yuanyang Tower was engulfed in a sea of flames. Someone left a note with only 4 large characters written on it. Enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. And the perpetrator was the blind street performer, Li Ping'an. Li Ping'an's portrait spread throughout the streets and alleys, and within a radius of 10 li. The government offered a hefty reward. For a time, patrol officers and bodyguards swarmed out. A few days later, people found that Dehu, who had been loafing around the streets all day, had gone mad. This scoundrel finally met his retribution. Tofu. Tofu for sale. A familiar voice, a familiar stall. And the familiar aroma of tofu. Wang Gunyang wore a cotton coat, her small face red from the cold. In this disaster, she was lucky to survive. All those who knew the truth perished in the fire that night, and no one came to demand payment from her anymore. She looked in that direction as usual. Only, she could no longer see the person who usually led the ox. She knew why Li Pingyan killed Guiyu. But she couldn't understand, was it worth it for her? So she wanted to find him and ask him in person, and also, how could she repay such a great kindness? But now she could not get any answer, she could only wait quietly. Waiting for that person. One day, he would appear before her again. On the rugged mountain road. Li Pingyan led the old ox, stepping deep and shallow in the snow. In his hand, he held a piece of frozen tofu, covered with some ice chips. Delicious. Actually, it wasn't for any heavenly justice. It was just because when he was about to starve to death, he received a piece of warm tofu. And a brilliant smile. Taking a bite of the tofu, it felt as if the winter snow was about to melt. That was all. One day in mid-March. Suddenly, a few spring thunderbolts fell from the sky, followed by a drizzling spring rain. Spring rain is as precious as oil, sometimes as ethereal as silk, sometimes like a startled swan. It truly was a beautiful sight. Tap, tap, tap. Li Pingyan led the old ox and sat down at a tea stall. The shopkeeper brought a large teapot and a large bowl, pouring him a bowl of tea. Guest, where are you from? From where I came. The shopkeeper smiled. Li Pingyan drank half a bowl of tea, then handed it to the old ox behind him. The old ox slurped down the remaining half bowl. Li Pingyan rummaged 15 copper coins from his pocket, with only 15 left. He weighed them, letting out an almost inaudible sigh. In the past, watching TV dramas and novels, where would a hero be troubled by such trivial worldly possessions? A person's life is spent striving for money. And it is precisely because of this money that many people worry. But with money, these worries vanish like smoke. In summary, it's good to have money. Li Pingyan took out his instrument for making a living and started playing a tune. This melody slowly flowed from his fingertips, unrestrained and powerful, strong and vigorous. Skill, 2 springs reflecting the moon. Rank, LV2, 5500/10,000. LV1 effect, increases lifespan, clears chi and blood, clears meridians, dispels dampness and warms the body. LV2 effect, listening wind saber technique, 40%, turtle breathing exercise, 60%. Have you heard? Someone died again yesterday. This world is chaotic, it's no surprise for 2 people to die. I heard that Ma Sandow, who is on the wanted list, came here, attracting many bounty hunters. How much money is offered? 100 for alive, 50 for dead. The conversation of the 2 tea drinkers fell into Li Pingyan's ears. Li Pingyan pursed his lips, his heart stirred. In fact, he himself was on the wanted list. Sometimes, when he saw the amount on the wanted poster, he even had an urge to report himself. Li Pingyan put away his arrow, and a somewhat unclear scene appeared in his eyes. However, if the light was too dim, he couldn't see anything again. Luoshui City. People came and went, men busy earning a living. Homemakers went to the market to buy vegetables, and vendors gathered on the streets. This city seemed unaffected by the murders, becoming instead a topic of conversation after meals. Old man, how much for a bowl of chaos? 16 copper coins. That expensive? Li Pingyan's entire fortune combined couldn't buy a bowl of chaos. Big cities truly weren't like small towns. It's always been this price, the boss said without lifting his head, originally thinking this shabbily dressed fellow was here to beg for food. Finally, Li Pingyan only bought 2 meat buns and asked the boss for a free pot of hot water. He squatted in a corner. Li Pingyan and the old ox, 1 person and 1 ox, each had a large meat bun. The meat bun seems to be beef-filled, Li Pingyan suddenly said. The old ox, moo. Ghostwriter. Luoshui City in March still carried the lingering chill. Under the hazy sky, there was a sense of solemnity and tranquility. It was the tranquility before a storm. The blade catcher Xiao ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine. He drank wine while observing the pedestrians coming and going on the street. A blade catcher refers to someone who was issued a waste token by the government and specifically makes a living by apprehending criminals on wanted lists. Back when I was in Manantian, I, your young master, faced the 7 freaks of Lingnan alone, 1 against 7, not falling behind in the slightest. Xiao Wu was boasting to the people around him about how formidable he was. Scoffs came from the surroundings. Not old, but your bragging is certainly loud. This drew a burst of laughter. Xiao Wu snorted coldly and slammed his blade catcher's waste token onto the table. At the same time, he lifted his clothes, revealing the scar on his stomach. Ah, I know, that's from when you, kid, stole money and your dad beat you. So many years have passed, and the scar is still there. Another burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, causing Xiao Wu's small face to turn crimson. At this moment, his gaze flickered. The wanted criminal Ma Sandow walked out of the restaurant and leisurely strolled down the street. Ma Sandow? Xiao Wu rubbed his eyes, even though it was just a back. Hey! Xiao Wu, where are you going? This kid can't take a joke. Xiao Wu, carrying his blade and waste token, hurried out of the small shop. The wanted criminal Ma Sandow walked out of the restaurant and leisurely strolled down the street. His walking posture was very strange. His right foot took a step first, and only then did his left foot slowly follow, making each step seem difficult. Injured? Xiao Wu's lips curved slightly. It truly was heaven helping him. He would capture Ma Sandow and see who would dare to mock him then. Ma Sandow walked in a circle, his feet crunching on the muddy ground full of small pebbles. He finally walked down a street and turned into a small alley. Xiao Wu climbed onto the adjacent rooftop and quietly observed Ma Sandow. Hey! Come out! The cold wind carried Ma Sandow's hoarse voice. Xiao Wu couldn't help but shiver, and a look of fear appeared on his tender face. No one answered, only a mouse scurried out of a nearby small ditch, its pair of black, beady eyes darting around. Swish! Several figures flew, like ghosts rushing out of the darkness, heading straight for Ma Sandow. They abruptly pierced through the darkness, accompanied by the sound of unsheathed blades. A scream, and a long blade clattered to the ground. A figure flew several yards away, hitting the ground with a thud. Instantly, he breathed his last. The attackers were extremely fast, but Ma Sandow's blade was even faster. Too fast, so fast that one couldn't clearly see his movements, as if he had vanished into thin air. Xiao Wu held his breath, in less than 3 breaths. 4 more corpses lay in the alley. Xiao Wu's calves trembled uncontrollably. Ma Sandow spun a flying blade in his hand, his expression emotionless. Xiao Wu's heart instantly tensed, not daring to move. Suddenly, the flying blade shot out violently. It was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, reaching Xiao Wu in the blink of an eye, like a shining tail. Xiao Wu instinctively ducked, and the flying blade grazed his scalp. A blessing in disguise. Run! Xiao Wu now had only this one thought in his mind. In front of this person, he couldn't even conjure a hint of resistance. He swiftly slid down from the rooftop and leaped onto a large tree. He pushed off with both feet, directly jumping over the wall and landing outside. Just as he was about to flee for his life, his hamstrings were struck by a blade. Bang! A sound rang out. He was sent flying. Ma Sandow had already landed, standing 100 meters away. He looked playfully at the naive young man. Xiao Wu's courage to capture Ma Sandow alive had completely vanished. He was so scared he almost peed himself. Cough! Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. Ma Sandow turned his head and realized there was actually someone else crouching in the corner. Beside him lay an old ox. Li Ping'an didn't want to meddle in these affairs, so he pretended to be dead. He saw nothing, heard nothing. Ma Sandow's eyes narrowed. He certainly wouldn't let this witness go. Xiao Wu didn't know where he found the courage, but he suddenly roared. Run! He's the wanted criminal Ma Sandow. Go find the authorities, I'll hold him off. Saying this, he actually stood up, holding his blade. Ma Sandao snorted coldly, a baby who hasn't even grown hair yet, actually learning to play with blades. Li Pingyan's expression shifted slightly. Ma Sandao? He took out the crumpled wanted poster from his. 100 for alive, 50 for dead. You are Ma Sandao? Ma Sandao glanced at Li Pingyan, so, it's a blind man. Xiao Wu's newly kindled hope immediately shattered, he had actually encountered a blind man. He probably couldn't even find where the Yamen gate was. Li Pingyan took a few steps closer, but still couldn't clearly see Ma Sandao's appearance. Ma Sandao saw that he was a blind man and didn't take it seriously. He flicked his hand, and a blade flew out. Li Pingyan tilted his head, calmly dodging the flying blade. Ma Sandao was startled and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, your name?" Blind man. Only when he killed would he refer to himself as blind man. Blind man gripped his cane and took a step forward. Ma Sandao quickly retreated, raising his hand and shooting out 2 more blades. The 2 blades went straight for vital points, fast as a gale. And in the darkness, ordinary people simply couldn't handle them. The moment the blade light flashed, blind man tilted his head, avoiding another blade. At the same time, he swung his cane, blocking the other blade. He took a step, and before Ma Sandao could react, he was already in front of him. Using the moonlight, he looked at Ma Sandao up close. Li Pingyan's visibility was only within half a meter of his sight, and although blurry, he could get a general idea. Tall and thin, just like a bamboo pole. With a horse-like face, a high-nose bridge, and prominent cheekbones. He was surprisingly consistent with the person in the portrait. It was indeed Ma Sandao. "Let's make a deal," blind man suddenly spoke. Xiao Wu stared blankly at blind man. So formidable. You're a blade catcher, right? I'll catch him, you take him to the authorities for the reward, how about we split it 70-30? Blind man didn't have a blade catcher's waste token, so even if he caught Ma Sandao, it would be a waste of effort. Moreover, he himself was a wanted criminal. Xiao Wu hadn't yet fully recovered. Answer. Xiao Wu finally reacted, nodding blankly, okay. Ma Sandao's face was ashen, being traded in front of him. And the object of the transaction was himself. This made Ma Sandao feel an unprecedented insult. With a flick of his hand, 5 more flying blades appeared. All 5 blades shot out, each one incredibly vicious, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. Blind man's ears twitched, using his cane as a blade. The blade tip turned, his wrist flicked. Clean and decisive, in one smooth motion. A cold light flashed, carrying a fierce blade wind, striking Ma Sandao hard. Rich people. At the Yamen. The constable, Zhang, saw Xiao Wu. What do you want today? To collect a bounty. Constable Zhang smiled, knowing this kid was about to brag again. However, to his surprise, Xiao Wu directly brought Ma Sandao, bound with 5 flower knots, into the Yamen. Ma Sandao, alive. Constable Zhang's expression froze for 5 seconds, then became as colorful as a rainbow. Within half a day, the news of Ma Sandao's capture spread like wildfire throughout Luoxue City. As soon as the news broke, it immediately stirred up a huge commotion. Ma Sandao, this fierce bandit, had been lingering in this area for a long time. Both the Yamen and the blade catchers hated him to the bone. However, Ma Sandao's flying saber technique was unpredictable, like a ghost or a god. It was even more difficult to catch him. But today, he was captured by Xiao Wu, which brought him great fame. Xiao Wu limped to Li Pingyan and gave him all 100 taels awarded by the Yamen. We agreed on a 3-7 split. Li Pingyan took out 3 silver ingots from it. I won't take advantage of you. No, if it weren't for you, great hero, I would have already reported to King Yama. Xiao Wu didn't care much about money, what he cared about more was his reputation. Now, in every street and alley, who didn't know his name, Xiao Wu? This greatly satisfied his vanity. Li Pingyan said nothing more, took the heavy silver, and led the Olaks away. Great hero, I still don't know your esteemed name or where you live? Xiao Wu quickly called out to Li Pingyan. Just call me Blind Man, I busk on the streets of the East City, Li Pingyan said without looking back. Xiao Wu thought, what a master, so stylish. 100 taels, according to the purchasing power of this era, was equivalent to 200,000 to 400,000 in modern currency. This was no small sum, it was enough to buy a house in Luoxue City. However, Li Pingyan was currently a wanted criminal, so buying a house was out of the question for now. Old ox, we can eat well now. A rare hint of joy could be heard in Li Pingyan's voice. Moo! The old ox let out a joyful cry. 2 roasted chickens, 4 dishes and 1 soup, a pot of wine. And 2 large bowls of fragrant rice. This was the most lavish meal Li Pingyan had eaten in nearly a year. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Pingyan decided to take a day off. He drank until evening before slowly leaving. He found a tavern that stayed open all night, chose a table by the window, and sat down. He started drinking again. While drinking, he enjoyed the night view of Luoxue City. Although he couldn't see clearly, it felt as if he was immersed in it. Li Pingyan didn't know when his eyes would recover. Drinking alone was somewhat boring. With nothing else to do, he picked up his Erhu and began to play 2 springs reflecting the moon leisurely. Ding dong! 2 springs reflecting the moon LV2, 6,000/10,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prescription, Shangmai powder. It has the effects of benefiting qi and promoting fluid, nourishing origin qi, and calming the qi for mental peace. 2 springs reflecting the moon, rank 1, increased Li Pingyan's lifespan and cleared his qi and blood, which is commonly known as laying the foundation. Rank 2, on the other hand, provided various internal skills and cultivation techniques. Listening wind saber technique and turtle breathing exercise were obtained this way. The cultivation of internal skills progresses step by step, it requires gradual cultivation and relies on daily accumulation. Initially, internal skill cultivation is largely similar: how to cultivate true qi within the body, how to choose cultivation techniques in meridians, and how to defeat enemies. Taking medicinal pills that assist internal skill cultivation will yield twice the results with half the effort. Just like Li Pingyan's turtle breathing exercise cultivation technique, it firmly locks his essence, spirit, and qi blood power, preserving his own energy and strength. The stronger the explosive power, the greater the energy consumed. Generally speaking, 3 consecutive full-force attacks would exhaust him. This means Li Pingyan cannot maintain this state for a long time. Once the time is up, he will fall into a weakened state. But with Shangmai powder, he would recover quickly. Turtle breathing exercise would also make great progress. The prescription for Shangmai powder appeared in Li Pingyan's mind. 9 grams of costus root, 12 grams each of white peony root and codonopsis root, 30 grams of raw dragon bone. Several herbs, some ascending, some descending, working together, would make the body's qi circulate smoothly. Take the herbal decoction orally, 1 dose daily, boil twice and taken in 2 servings. Early the next morning, Li Pingyan led the old ox to the pharmacy to buy the materials needed for Shangmai powder. The price of 1 dose of Shangmai powder was about 20 taels, which was incredibly expensive. What was even more troublesome was that these materials could not be bought in ordinary pharmacies. After searching 4 or 5 pharmacies in a row, he found nothing. Li Pingyan shook his head, having to temporarily abandon this idea. He rented a room in an inn. It only cost 10 taels for half a year, and Li Pingyan added 2 more taels of silver to find a spot for the old ox at the inn. Food and drink were self-provided, although the conditions weren't great, it was much better than sleeping under a bridge. Old shopkeeper, we have a place to stay now. Li Pingyan poured the hay into the trough. Old ox, moo. Li Pingyan smiled and patted its head. Many things could bring Li Pingyan joy, such as eating a delicious meal, getting a good night's sleep, or simply living well. When a person's wishes are easily fulfilled, their happiness also comes easily. In a flash, more than 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, although Li Pingyan hadn't found the raw materials for Shangmai powder, through his efforts, he finally advanced the rank of 2 springs reflecting the moon to 9,000/10,000. At the same time, Li Pingyan also gained a new skill, aura lock. It was somewhat similar to thermal imaging, although he couldn't see people in the distance clearly now. With the aura lock skill, he could see their thermal images. Not just enemies, but any living creature with body temperature would show up as a thermal image. It was somewhat like a thermal imaging telescope, capable of sensing things at a greater distance. Aura lock, 30%. Can sense the thermal images of living creatures within a 10-meter radius. Furthermore, all aspects of Li Pingyan's body had been greatly improved. Name, Li Pingyan, age, 23. Lifespan, 70, bone structure, mortal bone. Cultivation technique, turtle breathing exercise, 80%, listening wind saber technique, 70%. Skill, aura lock, 30%. Status, blind. Early in the morning, Li Pingyan led the old ox to the morning market. Things were different now. Li Pingyan generously ordered 8 large meat buns and 2 bowls of lamb offal soup. Since he started cultivating, his appetite had grown daily. Great hero, I've found you. Shock. Hero, I finally found you. Li Pingyan quickly recognized the familiar voice. It was Xiaowu, the blade catcher. Hero. Li Pingyan took a bite of a large bun with thin skin and thick filling. I'm not called Hero. Xiaowu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hero, I finally found you. Looking for me? Li Pingyan stopped eating. 15 coins for funerals, 20 coins for weddings, meals included, and my ox. Xiaowu said, I'm not looking for you to sing at weddings or funerals, it's something else. It turned out that ever since everyone thought Xiaowu had caught Ma Sandao, Xiaowu's reputation among the blade catchers had soared. Both the government and private organizations now treated him as a hot commodity. More and more commissions came in. At first, Xiaowu was enveloped by vanity and felt incredibly happy. But when he looked at the tasks and the commissions, he immediately wilted. It was either apprehending notorious bandits, capturing cultists, or investigating incidents of Yao Beast attacks. These commissions would not be enough for Xiaowu even if he had 10 lives. At first, he could find excuses, but after a long time of not accepting any tasks, people would eventually discover something amiss. Helpless, he had no choice but to find Li Pingyan. Xiaowu pleaded, Hero, please help me, it won't be for nothing. I won't take a single cent of the reward money, it's all yours. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment and pulled out the Shangmai powder prescription. Can you get the medicinal ingredients in this prescription? Xiaowu took a look. Most of these medicinal ingredients are generally not available on the market, you can only buy them in the black market, but the price will be higher. Xiaowu suddenly thought of something. Oh, right, one of the clients this time is the owner of Tongrintang in Luoshui City. He must have a way to get these medicinal ingredients. Li Pingyan took a sip of the lamb offal soup, his heart slightly stirred. It would be difficult for him to buy the Shangmai powder ingredients on his own. Tongrintang was an old brand, a national chain. If he could really establish a connection with them, it would probably be much easier. Luoshui. A huge treasure ship sailed on the water, this behemoth carrying an irresistible mysterious power. Princess, the ship will soon reach Luoshui City. Lu Yun stood at the bow, looking at the water. She said nothing, but a hint of a smile had already appeared on her face. A beauty smile was truly a peerless sight. Just like a white jade soaked in water, warm and gentle as water. Like a water demon in the river, exuding a charm that captivated hearts. Her personal maid, Fangrua, whispered, Princess, I heard that Luoshui City hasn't been peaceful recently, we should be careful. We're not stopping in Luoshui City, so what's there to fear? Besides, who would dare to attack a royal treasure ship? Fangrua looked left and right, then lowered her voice even more. Princess, His Majesty is seriously ill, and the second prince's side. This servant worries they might have ill intentions. The Great Sui dynasty had gone through 8 generations, 3 of which were empresses. The current emperor was also an empress, and her favored successor had always been her long princess Lu Yun. Everyone in the court knew that, barring any accidents, Lu Yun would succeed to the throne after the empress's death. However, the current situation in the court was murky and treacherous, with various princes stirring restlessly. Court officials formed factions for personal gain, and local warlords colluded with each other, each governing their own territory. The Great Sway had long been as chaotic as a pile of loose sand. Lu Yun exhaled softly. The joy she had just felt from the riverside scenery was quickly diluted by heavy worries. These medicinal ingredients are indeed difficult to obtain, but you've come to the right person. How about this? I'll only charge you half the black market price. After you complete this commission, I'll give you a few more packets of these medicines for free. Wang Dali of Tongrintang glanced at Li Pingin's prescription and readily agreed. Li Pingin cupped his hands. Then I'll trouble you. Wang Dali's commission was for a fugitive named Lu Bo. He had once worked at Tongrintang, but later stole many secret recipes from Tongrintang and also beat Wang Dali's nephew to death. The authorities had never caught him. Wang Dali hated him to the bone, so he found Xiaowu, the blade catcher. No problem, Boss Wang, leave this matter to us. Wang Dali said, my men have already found Lu Bo's whereabouts, but this Lu Bo used to be involved with the Fish Dragon Gang in his early years. He often clashed with the authorities, and because of his exceptional martial arts and skilled blade techniques, the patrol officers suffered many losses at his hands. It was midday, and the sun was unusually strong. Hero, can you teach me your blade technique, the one you used that night? Along the way, Xiaowu's mouth had not stopped. Li Pingin ignored him, gazing at the river. According to Wang Dali's information, this Lu Bo was hiding by the river. Hey! What are you doing? Two soldiers came from the east. Sirs, just looking at the scenery. Xiaowu put on a smiling face. Go away. Don't you know when to pick a time to look at the scenery? The princess's treasure ship is about to arrive, so all idlers disperse. Helpless, the two had no choice but to turn and leave. The princess's ship is coming? Li Pingin asked. Xiaowu looked back every 3 steps, gazing at the river. You don't know about such a big event? The news came half a month ago. Sigh, it said that our princess is the #1 beauty on the Rouge list. I wonder if we'll be lucky enough to see her. Li Pingin unscrewed his flask and took a drink. Moo. Li Pingin opened another flask and brought it to the old ox's mouth. Drink up, old shopkeeper. The old ox flicked its tail, very happy. The sound of bells and drums suddenly rang out on the silent river. In the distance, a giant ship cut through the water, stirring up a white wake. Wow! How grand! Xiaowu exclaimed. Li Pingin did not turn around, he couldn't see anyway. Moo! The old ox let out an uneasy cry. Li Pingin frowned. The old ox was not an ordinary old ox. Li Pingin had known this for a long time. The old ox had a certain ability to foresee, and many things could be discerned from its cries. Li Pingin turned his head, or a lock, was not yet able to lock onto such a long distance. Boom! Xiaowu's expression instantly froze on his face. The enormous treasure ship was engulfed in flames in an instant. A taut and sharp pressure diffused through the water in an inexplicable way. It formed a blood-red ocean, as if to slice the treasure ship into pieces, inch by inch. What a magnificent sight this was! The treasure ship carrying the princess exploded. The entire river's surface trembled violently, and one end of the treasure ship was blown into pieces. Shipwrecked and dead, shipwrecked and dead. Go! Li Pingin pulled Xiaowu, who was still in a daze, and turned to leave. With the princess's treasure ship attacked, the authorities would rather wrongly arrest 1,000 than let one go. They had just been by the river and would certainly be treated as suspects. At the yamen, they wouldn't care if you had evidence. First came a beating with the executioner's rod. If lucky, they might eventually be released. If unlucky, they would either rot in prison or lose their lives. Someone's in the water. Xiaowu suddenly said. The cruel reality. There's something in the water. Someone in the distance seemed to be swimming towards the shore. "Let's go take a look," said Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was not like Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan had lived 2 lives, blind for over 20 years. Growing up in the city streets, he deeply understood the principle of the less trouble, the better. But Xiao Wu had grown up carefree, reading wuxia novels and listening to legendary Jianghu stories since childhood. How could he understand the risks involved? A slight misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Li Pingyan released his hand, pulling the old ox, and was about to leave alone. He always adhered to one principle: never do anything that shouldn't be done. "Stop!" The 2 military men from before blocked Li Pingyan's path. Their expressions were cold, and a sinister smile appeared on their faces. In their eyes, these 2 were like lambs to the slaughter, at their mercy. Assassins who bombed the ship? A blind man? The military man on the left raised an eyebrow, glancing at his companion. His companion whispered, "Can't let the blind man go either." No sooner had he spoken. Li Pingyan flipped his arm, and a flash of a blade streaked across the 2 men's necks like lightning. Instantly, blood gushed out like a fountain. The 2 men immediately died. On the other side, Xiao Wu had already jumped into the water and rescued the drowning person. It was a woman, or to be precise, a very beautiful woman. Xiao Wu grinned, a hero saving a beauty. This kind of plot was all too familiar to him, someone who often read novels. The woman lay on the ground, spitting out some water. She looked very disheveled. "Miss, are you all right?" The woman's impressive chest heaved heavily, unable to utter a single word. Only after the other party had somewhat recovered did Xiao Wu inquire about her identity. Lu Yun quickly calmed down and glanced at Xiao Wu. Take me to your prefect." "Prefect?" Xiao Wu was slightly startled. Although his intelligence wasn't high, he wasn't an idiot. This woman, as soon as she spoke, wanted to see the prefect. Upon closer inspection of the woman, he realized she was stunning. She couldn't possibly be an ordinary palace maid. A bold thought surfaced in Xiao Wu's mind: this person, could she be the legendary princess? Xiao Wu was startled by his own thought, followed by excitement. He had actually saved a princess. Not to mention wealth and honor, a lifetime of comfort. It was also very possible that the princess would take a liking to him and fall in love at first sight. Isn't this a common plot in novels? Great hero. Xiao Wu turned to look. But Li Pingyan's figure was nowhere to be seen, only the 2 corpses of the military men. As soon as Xiao Wu and Lu Yun left the riverside, they encountered a group of burly men in black uniforms. The leader was a dark-faced man, tall and imposing like a black iron tower, with a long, broad saber strapped to his back. Embroidered uniform guard. Just right, they met them. Xiao Wu hurried over. "Gentlemen, the princess's treasure ship was attacked, and this person is from the princess's ship." The dark-faced man raised an eyebrow, subtly sizing up Xiao Wu. Then his gaze fell on Lu Yun behind him. "Who are you?" the dark-faced man asked in a deep voice. "I am Xiao Wu, the blade wielder." Xiao Wu reported his name without any guard. "Are there others traveling with you?" the dark-faced man asked again. Xiao Wu almost blurted out Li Pingyan, but suddenly froze. The other party didn't first inquire about the princess's attack, but instead asked about him. And his expression was calm, as if he already knew about the attack on the princess's treasure ship. Xiao Wu swallowed, his hand secretly reaching for the saber at his waist. But he was facing several assassins disguised as embroidered uniform guard. Even if Li Pingyan hadn't left, facing so many experts, he probably wouldn't be able to turn the tide. Let alone Xiao Wu. A cold light flashed, and Xiao Wu's body stiffened. Clutching his throat, his features contorted. Just as many assassins were about to attack Lu Yun behind Xiao Wu. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, white smoke suddenly exploded. Not good. There's poison in the smoke. Many assassins quickly retreated several feet away. Xiao Wu fell to the ground, his eyes staring blankly in the direction Lu Yun had disappeared. He probably couldn't understand, even until his death, why he had died so carelessly. He still had so many fantasies. Marrying a princess, soaring to the heavens, carving out his own world in chaotic times. However, the world was just that cruel. Li Pingyan returned to the inn, took off his shoes, and sat on the bed. Leaning against the wall, he sat cross-legged. Circulating true qi, calming his mind, replenishing emptiness, and gathering spirit. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. It was already dawn. He looked up, and it was a gloomy sky. Li Pingyan walked out of the inn and saw many soldiers on the street. Every now and then, a few fast horses would gallop by. The news of the princess's treasure ship being bombed had already reached the capital, and such a major event had occurred in the small Luoshui city. It was said that many people were arrested last night, and the Luoshui city governor's office, the military and horse department, the Jinwu guard, and the embroidered uniform guard were all dispatched. They were all troops urgently transferred from 2 neighboring provinces. However, there was no one to unify command, and everyone acted independently, leading to chaos. Li Pingyan fed the old ox and stayed in the inn all day. He didn't plan to continue with the entrusted task. Although he really wanted the medicinal ingredients for Shangmai powder, the current situation was too chaotic. A slight oversight could cause big trouble. If he were arrested as a rebel, it would be more loss than gain. The next day, Li Pingyan learned of Xiao Wu's death. Officials found Xiao Wu's body by the river, along with the bodies of 2 military men. Naturally, Xiao Wu was considered a suspect. His parents and family, and even a few friends, who were associated with him, were all escorted to prison. His portrait spread throughout the streets and alleys. Li Pingyan placed the portrait on the table, listening to the discussions of the tea drinkers around him. He sighed silently in his heart. He didn't know if it was sympathy or regret. Regretting the tragic fate of this little person just like himself. Recently, the authorities were investigating strictly. The inn was also turned upside down every 2 or 3 days, and a group of people were taken away from time to time. To be safe, the inn owner arranged for a few long-term guests to stay in the rooms in the backyard. Li Pingyan thus rented a detached small house at a cheap price. The garden at the entrance could even be used to grow some vegetables. He would take the old ox for a stroll in the yard when he had nothing to do. After 2 days, the other tenants all left. The entire courtyard was left with only Li Pingyan and an ox. The owner was a good person, seeing that Li Pingyan was blind. He asked him to help clean the yard, and he wouldn't charge rent. Anyway, the yard was a place for miscellaneous items, and having someone live there could add some liveliness. Otherwise, mice and the like would chew up all the furniture. This day, Li Pingyan had just returned from buying vegetables outside. He heard the old ox bellowing, as if something had happened. Mysterious woman. Moo moo. Old ox, what are you calling for? Although the old ox was calling, there was no alert in its voice. It proved that there were no enemies. Li Pingyan approached and saw that it was a person. To be precise, it was an unconscious person. There were drag marks at the entrance, so it seemed the old ox had dragged this person back. Old ox, why did you bring someone back? And it was a woman. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. Aura lock allowed the person's thermal image to appear in Li Pingyan's line of sight. So big. This was Li Pingyan's first thought. Thermal imaging could only show a person's outline. And this woman's outline was clearly the most prominent Li Pingyan had ever seen. Old ox, why bring just anyone back? Moo. I know she's injured, but her injuries are from a knife, which clearly means she's a troublemaker. Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? Moo moo moo. The old ox nudged Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan was puzzled. Why must I save her? Moo moo. The old ox called very energetically, its small tail wagging non-stop. Although Li Pingyan didn't understand why the old ox insisted he meddle. But the old ox's predictions would never harm him. He had escaped the pursuit of government officials and civilian bounty hunters before, all thanks to the old ox. So Li Pingyan only hesitated for a moment before closing the back door again. He lifted the woman from the ground. She was light, not as heavy as he had imagined. This was the first time in over 20 years since his transmigration here that he had close contact with a woman. It was quite interesting to think about. Li Pingyan carried the woman in his arms to the bed. Although he didn't know what she looked like. But instinctively, he judged that she wouldn't be bad. Li Pingyan unbuttoned her shirt. Without looking, he could sense the wound on her body. The flesh was torn open, and inside was a patch of crimson, like a blooming peach blossom. It looked tragic, but fortunately, they were all superficial wounds. Suddenly, Li Pingyan felt a strong gaze. "You're awake?" It took a while to get a response. "Don't move, I'll treat your injuries." "Okay." The communication was very concise. There were no melodramatic misunderstandings. No slap to the face, followed by an angry accusation of being a pervert. Nor were there any emotional fluctuations. Li Pingyan took out some spare medicine for injuries and casually picked up a stick. "Bite down, otherwise you'll bite your tongue." "I don't need to." Li Pingyan didn't insist and began to clean the woman's wound. The woman bit her lip. This was the first time she had been like this in front of a strange man since she was little. A dignified princess, reduced to wandering the streets. Without even a single guard by her side. If not for this kind person saving her, she might have died on the streets. It was just a pity for the young man who saved her from the water. She would repay him later. If she had a later. Lu Yun took a deep breath, her cheeks burning. Her gaze swept across Li Pingyan's face, then suddenly froze. So, he's blind? Lu Yun immediately felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, a feeling of gratitude arose in her heart. After cleaning the wound, Li Pingyan began to pour some white powder on it. Lu Yun's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she clenched her teeth. Fine beads of sweat also appeared on her forehead. "Have you heard a story?" Li Pingyan suddenly asked. "What story?" Lu Yun was stunned. Once upon a time, there was a banana. As it walked, it suddenly felt hot. So it took off its clothes, and then it slipped. It took a while after Li Pingyan finished speaking for Lu Yun to react. This seemed to be a joke. The other person had just tried to tell a joke to distract her and relieve the pain. It was just that flat, narrative tone, combined with such a joke. Put. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh, and suddenly felt that her wound didn't hurt as much. Soon, it moved to the final bandaging stage. "This injury of yours needs at least 3 months of rest. Try not to move much these few days. Tell me if you need anything." Li Pingyan packed up his things. "Thank you," Lu Yun said sincerely. "You're welcome." There were many rooms in the courtyard, and Li Pingyan wanted to clear out a room for himself to live in. It was just that the innkeeper would occasionally come to the courtyard. Li Pingyan was worried about revealing something, so he finally decided to sleep on the floor in the room. For dinner, Li Pingyan bought a pack of braised beef. He also stir-fried a dish and cooked a bowl of soup. Lu Yun was idly playing with Li Pingyan's arrow in the room. Her movements were very light, as if she was afraid of damaging the thing Li Pingyan relied on for survival. "Dinner's ready." Li Pingyan pushed the door open and entered. Lu Yun looked up, her bright eyes shining. "You've gone to a lot of trouble." Lu Yun put down the arrow and sat at the table, her legs pressed tightly together. Her previous clothes were already tattered and unwearable. She was only wearing an undergarment and white bandages, revealing her snow-white skin, with graceful and captivating lines. Unfortunately, Li Pingyan was unable to see such a sight. Lu Yun picked up her chopsticks and blinked, looking at the food on the table. She took a bite, and the taste was quite good. The two ate in silence. Lu Yun seemed unable to bear such quietness and tried to find some topics. But it was already dinner time. Finally, she could only eat while looking at this quiet person. From her appearance, Lu Yun judged that the other person would definitely not be over 25 years old. But his face carried a weathered look, and although his physique was not robust, he gave off a sense of fortitude. Sun-beaten and wind-blown, wandering the streets. Originally, Li Pingyan looked very old. But ever since he obtained the system and began to cultivate, his body was full of qi and blood, and his skin also improved, making him look much younger. After dinner, Li Pingyan did as usual. He sat outside, basking in the sun while leisurely playing a tune. It was still the same song, Two Springs Reflecting the Moon. Lu Yun listened carefully, involuntarily drawn into it. There was no resentment, no lingering sorrow, just a calm infusion of a lifetime of wandering into the end of time. Looking back at the past, with 1,000 twists and turns. But it was no longer loneliness, but a long-awaited homecoming. Filled with an indescribable tranquility and peace. When the song ended, Lu Yun remained lost in thought for a long time. What is this tune, she couldn't help but ask. Two Springs Reflecting the Moon. Why have I never heard of it before? It's just a niche tune, not famous. Li Pingyan said indifferently. The sun was warm, and the breeze swirled. Lu Yun looked at Li Pingyan's back, the melody of the tune echoing in her ears. She elegantly crossed her legs, supporting herself with her fair, jade-like arms. Allowing herself to enter the most relaxed state, which added a touch of charm to her. Ordinary days. The next 3 days were not dramatically thrilling. Instead, they were unusually calm, so Kama was like an ordinary young couple living their daily lives. Lu Yun, without the airs of someone long in a high position, began to do what she could once her injuries had healed a bit. For example, she would wash dishes and do other miscellaneous tasks. Luoshui City had returned to superficial calm, but beneath the surface, a storm was brewing. When Li Pingyan went to the tea house for a meal, he heard people say that the princess had been blown up on the treasure ship. Her bones were gone, but the princess's personal jade pendant and other items proving her identity were found. It looked like Great Sway was about to change. However, the affairs of the imperial court were not Li Pingyan's concern. He had no interest in those troublesome matters. Li Pingyan was about to pay the bill when he suddenly caught a familiar voice. It was Wang Dali, shopkeeper Wang of Tongrintang. Li Pingyan's heart stirred, and he walked over. Shopkeeper Wang. Wang Dali was drinking with a few friends, and he jumped when he looked up and saw Li Pingyan. Earlier, he had entrusted Xiao Wu and Li Pingyan, but by a strange coincidence, they were caught up in the incident where the princess's treasure ship was blown up. Xiao Wu was killed because of it, and his family was also implicated. This made Wang Dali feel terrified for a time, afraid of being implicated himself. But fortunately, Xiao Wu was already dead. Who would have thought he would meet Li Pingyan again? Wang Dali quickly pulled Li Pingyan aside. Li Pingyan said, "Shopkeeper Wang, there was an unexpected incident these past few days, and I'm not sure if our commission still counts." Seeing that the worst was over, Li Pingyan finally remembered the matter Wang Dali had entrusted him and Xiao Wu with. Wang Dali looked at Li Pingyan in surprise, wondering what he was up to. It counts. Wang Dali hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, "That's good. I'll still trouble shopkeeper Wang to keep an eye on that person's whereabouts for me." No problem. Wang Dali didn't expect Li Pingyan to be quite principled about contracts. However, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Li Pingyan was just a blind man. When he initially commissioned this matter, he was mainly relying on Xiao Wu's reputation. Xiao Wu was able to capture Ma Sandao alive. Presumably, he also had a way to deal with his enemy, Lu Bo. But who would have thought that Xiao Wu would run into such trouble? It was his bad luck. Then I'll take my leave now. Li Pingyan cupped his hands and departed. Wang Dali watched Li Pingyan's retreating figure, leaning on his cane, and shook his head. As soon as Li Pingyan returned home, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Because he sensed another person's presence. The inn's owner. "Shopkeeper, why are you so free today?" The shopkeeper, with his belly sticking out, was strolling in the small courtyard. Seeing Li Pingyan return, he smiled and said, "Nothing much, just wandering around." Li Pingyan said, "How about you stay here and have dinner with me tonight?" "No, dinner is already made at home." "Let's go inside and have some tea." After a few cups of tea, the two chatted about everything under the sun. The shopkeeper quite liked chatting with Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan was knowledgeable and articulate. The two drank and chatted for a full half an hour before the shopkeeper slowly departed. After the shopkeeper left, Li Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief. "Come out, he's gone." "Who?" Lu Yun, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally emerged. She was only wearing a loose outer garment, her hair was wet, and the buttons on her chest were undone. Apparently, she had just been bathing when she suddenly heard movement. Then she hid. Lu Yun's face seemed to be covered in a halo, her eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing a unique charm amidst her allure. "You scared me to death." Li Pingyan frowned slightly. "You took a bath." Sometimes Lu Yun really wondered if Li Pingyan wasn't blind. "You can't get your wounds wet." "They're almost all healed," Lu Yun said. Her injuries were healed, but she didn't dare to leave the city at will. Let alone leaving the city, even leaving this small courtyard was extremely dangerous. Li Pingyan indeed felt that Lu Yun's qi had recovered very quickly, reaching the standard of a normal person. He walked over and checked Lu Yun's wounds to be sure. He was surprised to find that most of Lu Yun's wounds had rehealed, and new skin had even grown. In just a few days, she had almost fully recovered. For a weak woman like Lu Yun, this was almost impossible. However, Li Pingyan didn't ask further. Everyone had some small secrets. He didn't want to inquire too much. Lu Yun's beautiful face was like a ripe, red peach at this moment. Reddish-white, with a lustrous glow. Although she knew Li Pingyan couldn't see. But she had just bathed and was almost naked, so she still felt a bit uncomfortable. "I might be back later tomorrow." "You can eat dinner first," Li Pingyan said. "Okay." Lu Yun nodded obediently. The night passed without incident. When Lu Yun woke up the next day, she found that Li Pingyan was already gone. On the table were steamed buns and porridge, prepared earlier. Night fell. The city's clamor was gradually replaced by the quiet of the night. In the rows of civilian houses, some rooms had lights on, while others were completely dark. Since the incident with the princess's treasure ship, Luoxue City had implemented a curfew. Merchant ships were also forbidden to pass, and almost all ships heading south were impounded. Lubo sat on a small boat, looking at the surging river, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Old man, where are you taking this boat?" Lubo suddenly realized something was wrong. The old man rowing the boat pulled down his straw hat and didn't answer his question. "The employer said he wanted you alive." "If you don't want me to break your hands and feet, you'd better be honest." Lubo's hand went to the saber at his waist as he vigilantly sized up the other party. He froze when he saw the other person's eyes were closed. Then he reacted, so it was a blind man. However, Lubo did not dare to be careless and drew a short knife from his waist. The moonlight was hazy, flickering between bright and dim. The cane swung like the wind, and the short knife was instantly cut in half. The blind man transformed into a blur, appearing to Lubo's right, and knocked him into the water with a single strike of his cane. Tong Bren Tang. Wang Dali had been drinking all day and now felt a bit tired. He leaned against the table. "Uncle! Uncle!" In a trance, he seemed to see his nephew, who had died tragically. His mind wavered, and his hand trembled. With a bang, the teacup fell to the ground. The butler hurried over. "Master, master." Wang Dali let out a long sigh. Wang Dali had no children in his life, and his only nephew had become his sole reliance. His nephew was also naturally intelligent, with a special talent for medicine. Who knew that one night while checking medicines, he accidentally discovered Lubo stealing a prescription? Afraid of being exposed, Lu Bo directly killed him to silence him. Afterward, Wang Dali spared no expense to hire folk bounty hunters to capture this Lu Bo. Unfortunately, Lu Bo was highly skilled in martial arts and extremely cunning. Many experienced hunters had fallen into his traps. The butler comforted him, "Master, don't be sad anymore. The people from Wang family village will arrive tomorrow. With them here, they will surely be able to capture this Lu Bo alive." Wang Dali sighed, "I hope so." Starting price. The next morning, bright and early. As soon as Wang Dali woke up, he learned that the people from Wang family village had already arrived. Wang family village was somewhat similar to an assassin organization. However, unlike the underworld, Wang family village had official government certification. Their actions were also within certain legal limits. The targets they dealt with were all criminals involved in murder, rape, and abduction, most of whom were on the government's wanted list. This time, Wang Dali had specially hired 1 grade B and 2 grade C members from Wang family village, which was a huge investment. As long as he could capture Lu Bo alive, even if it meant losing everything, he wouldn't hesitate. In the main hall, the 3 people from Wang family village wore dark blue robes, with the leader appearing to be in his 30s. He carried a strong killing intent, and a large saber was strapped to his back, making him look very ostentatious. The other 2 looked much younger. "Shopkeeper Wang, I am Man Guang, and these 2 are my brothers." Man Guang did not stand up, merely clasped his fists. The other 2 adopted an even more arrogant posture. They snorted through their noses as a response. Wang Dali's expression couldn't help but show some awkwardness. "The 3 of you have come a long way and worked hard. I've had someone prepare a banquet to welcome you." "No need, we're not here to eat." Man Guang directly refused. "I'm troubled by your concern," Wang Dali said politely. Man Guang said, "Lu Bo, the former vice leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, with his whirlwind saber art, is quite famous in the Jianghu. Although my brothers and I are confident we can deal with him, it will still take a lot of qi. To be frank, shopkeeper Wang is a man of means, and this reward." Before he could finish, Wang Dali quickly interjected, "Don't worry, I will absolutely not let my 3 brothers work in vain." As he spoke, the butler had already brought up a box. Zhao Lin, who was behind Man Guang, opened the box, glanced at it, and snorted disdainfully. "Are you trying to send off beggars? Shopkeeper Wang, I don't think you have us brothers in your eyes at all." Wang Dali rubbed his hands and chuckled dryly. "Then, according to your wishes?" Zhao Lin smiled, a somewhat sinister smile. "For a large shop like shopkeeper Wang's, 1,000 taels of silver is nothing." 1,000 taels. Wang Dali's expression suddenly changed. This was clearly taking advantage of the situation and raising the price on the spot. Wang Dali suppressed his anger. "This 1,000 taels. Where would I get so much?" Man Guang smiled slightly. "Shopkeeper Wang has a large family business, many friends, and wide connections. If you gather it, 1,000 taels will appear. However, I still need to remind shopkeeper Wang that money is easy to gather, but this person is difficult to catch. Time waits for no one. What if Lu Bo runs away without a trace? If shopkeeper Wang's great revenge cannot be avenged, how can he face his deceased nephew?" Wang Dali glared fiercely at Man Guang, and finally could only helplessly say, "All right. I'll find a way to get 1,000 taels." Man Guang and the other 2 revealed triumphant smiles. Before they came, they had already investigated thoroughly. Deliberately delaying was precisely to leave Wang Dali with no other choice. At this moment, a servant suddenly ran over in a hurry. Master! What are you yelling about? Is someone dead?" Wang Dali slammed the teacup in his hand down. All his pent-up anger was vented on the servant. The unlucky servant quickly explained, "There's a blind man outside who wants to see you," saying he caught Lu Bo. "What?" Tap, tap, tap. The walking stick clacked crisply against the marble floor. Li Pingyan walked in, carrying a sack on his shoulder. "Shopkeeper Wang." Wang Dali swallowed, the sack clearly containing a person. Could it really be Lu Bo? Man Guang and the other two from Wang family village, upon hearing that someone had already captured their target Lu Bo, were also surprised. They worried that their business would be ruined. But upon seeing Li Pingyan walk in, they became even more perplexed. A blind man? Zhao Lin snorted coldly, "Shopkeeper Wang, I think this blind man is purely here to cause trouble." Man Wang also chuckled disdainfully. Just now, he was worried that this person had actually caught Lu Bo. But now seeing that the other party was blind, he knew that this was a fool who came to falsely impersonate someone in order to claim a reward. Wang Dali looked at Li Pingyan, not jumping to conclusions. He opened his mouth but then remembered that he didn't even know Li Pingyan's name. Li Pingyan untied the sack. "Shopkeeper Wang, I've brought the person." Lu Bo poked his head out of the sack, gasping for air. Wang Dali's eyes widened in disbelief. It really was Lu Bo. Wang Dali suppressed his excitement. Good. 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 Lu Bo suddenly erupted, spitting out a sharp blade from his mouth, aiming for Li Pingyan's throat. The change was too fast, not giving anyone time to react. Li Pingyan, however, didn't even turn his head, and slammed his walking stick hard onto the sack. Lu Bo screamed, and his entire body was sent flying. Li Pingyan calmly said, "Shopkeeper Wang, the price we agreed upon last time, and those few medicinal herbs." Easy to say, easy to say. Wang Dali nodded frantically. "I will come to collect it tomorrow at noon. I won't bother you further. Farewell." After Li Pingyan finished speaking, he turned and left. From the moment he entered until he left, it took less than half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Man Guang and the other two from Wang family village hadn't even recovered their senses before he was already gone. "Big brother, that kid." A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. 1,000 taels of silver, what a huge sum. Enough to buy a house in the capital, marry a beautiful wife, and live a lifetime free from worries about food and clothing. It was almost within their grasp, but then a wrench was thrown into their plans, and their cooked duck flew away. Man Guang said in a deep voice, "This person is absolutely no ordinary man. Do not have any improper thoughts." Man Guang had traveled north and south for many years and naturally knew who could be provoked and who should not be provoked. "Boss, fill this pot with wine, and give me 3 roasted ducks and some pickled vegetables." Li Pingyan pulled money from his pocket. "Got it." Carrying the wine and dishes back home, Lu Yun was feeding the ox. Seeing him return, carrying delicious food, she smiled slightly. "What day is it today, to have so much good food?" "To supplement your nutrition," Li Pingyan said. Lu Yun's heart couldn't help but feel warm. She knew that Li Pingyan, living in such a place, was definitely not a rich person. Normally, he probably wouldn't even see meat, but now, for her sake, he spent so much money. If she could return to the palace, she would definitely reward him handsomely. Lu Yun looked at the roasted duck in front of her, not knowing where to start. It was a whole roasted duck, and no matter how she ate it, it would seem unrefined. Especially for Princess Lu Yun. However, she watched Li Pingyan eat large bites, his mouth dripping with oil. She pursed her lips and then began to eat as well. Anyway, no one could see her. There was only a blind man and an ox here. What surprised her was that Li Pingyan bought 3 roasted ducks. They each had one, and the old ox also got one. Do oxen eat duck? Lu Yun looked at the old ox with some confusion. As if sensing her confusion, Li Pingyan said, "It's not an ordinary ox, it even eats beef." Moo. The old ox mooed. Shang Mai San. I'm so full. Lu Yun looked at the spices on her slender, jade-like fingers and subconsciously glanced around. Only then did she remember that no one could see her, so she put her finger to the center of her lips and sucked it clean. After dinner, Lu Yun proactively cleared the dishes. The night was thick, as if it were an ink that couldn't be diluted. Li Pingyan sat on the roof, drinking tea and looking outside. What are you looking at? Lu Yun walked up, gently shaking off the water droplets that hadn't dried from her hands. As soon as she spoke, she remembered that Li Pingyan couldn't see. The moonlight, Li Pingyan answered seriously. With what? With my heart. Lu Yun smoothed her hair. An unintentional movement, yet it could be described as peerless grace. Your eyes, what did the doctor say? They can't be cured, Li Pingyan said. There are always good doctors in the world, maybe they can cure your eyes, Lu Yun said. The world is too big, it would take a long time to find one, and I'm already used to it anyway. Lu Yun said, this habit isn't good. When I go home, I'll find a doctor for you. Li Pingyan smiled without answering, pouring a cup of chrysanthemum tea for each of them. Lu Yun drank it all in one gulp. These few days of peaceful life had made her forget the intrigue and scheming in the imperial court. Intrigue and scheming? Ha ha. Now even the treasure ship had been blown up, and most of her subordinates had died in the explosion. The situation in the capital was volatile, she truly didn't know if she would even live to return. Do you have any wine? Li Pingyan took out a flask from his. Lu Yun took a sip and couldn't help but stick out her pink tongue. So spicy. It's spicy at first, then it gets sweet, but you should drink a little less, Li Pingyan reminded her. Lu Yun drank some wine, and her words became slurred but more numerous. Where did you grow up? A beggar's den. Then your parents? I don't remember. Lu Yun nodded and said with shared sympathy, we're similar. My father died the day I was born. I was raised by my wet nurse and some servants, and I barely saw my mother all year round. My wet nurse said that only if I was excellent enough would my mother pay attention to me. So I worked desperately, striving and striving. But in the end, my mother never truly acknowledged me. She never thought of me as her daughter, just a means to continue her status. In a short while, Lu Yun's cheeks turned a tempting shade of red. They were scorching hot, as if they would burn to the touch. Li Pingyan poured himself a cup of wine and drank it all in one gulp. This night was quite unforgettable. The next day, Li Pingyan arrived at Tongrintang as promised to collect his reward. Wang Dali was very generous, not only giving Li Pingyan double the remuneration. The medicinal materials for Shangmai powder, which Li Pingyan cared about most, were also procured in several large bags. Li Pingyan weighed them. Thank you. Brother, you're too polite. Wang Dali had avenged his great grudge and avoided paying over 1,000 taels of unjust money. So he was very grateful to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan left Tongrintang with the medicinal materials. The two Wang family village members hiding in the shadows watched Li Pingyan enter the street and secretly followed him. Ever since returning yesterday, Zhao Lin had been unwilling to give up. Although her elder brother, Manhwa, had stopped them from provoking Li Pingyan. But man dies for wealth, and birds die for food. It wasn't a few dozen taels, or a few hundred taels, but a full 1,000 taels. Zhao Lin couldn't swallow this resentment, nor could she give up this wealth. He's just a blind man, bah! Zhao Lin spat. The other person, Yao Guang, gritted his teeth. We can't tell Big Brother about this. Nonsense. The two quietly followed Li Pingyan like this. Although the opponent was blind, being able to capture Lu Bo meant he was certainly not an ordinary person. Although Zhao Lin and Yao Guang were greedy for money, they weren't fools. The two discussed a plan. First, Yao Guang would strike the gong to disturb the blind man's hearing. Then, Zhao Lin would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow while he was unprepared. Their plan was well discussed. Li Pingyan also gave them this opportunity, turning into a secluded alley. Yao Guang struck the gong. Dong dong dong. The sound exploded in his ears. No matter how powerful this blind man was, he still lacked a pair of eyes. He could only rely on his hearing, and with the gong striking, his ears would also be useless. Zhao Lin seized the chance to draw his saber and rushed forward quickly. Or a lock. In Li Pingyan's vision, a figure appeared clearly and swaggered towards him. These two really thought he was blind. Their method was quite reliable, but unfortunately, they provoked the wrong person. Li Pingyan didn't intend to hold back. He had already sensed that these two were the people from one family village yesterday. Instead of forming an enmity, it was better to kill them to silence them, without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, the blind man tightened his grip on his cane. The moment their figures crossed, Zhao Lin's waist saber was snatched away, drawing a graceful arc. Day. The blind man, leaning on his cane, walked out of the alley. His expression was calm, as if nothing had just happened. Soon, two bodies were found in the alley. Both had died by each other's blades, looking as if they had killed each other. Back home, Li Pingyan carefully prepared the shangmai powder according to the prescription. He ground it into a powder and boiled it 3 times with water. A bowl of shangmai powder was ready. Setting the brewed medicine aside, Li Pingyan sat in meditation to cultivate. His turtle breathing exercise had already reached 80%. The system's cultivation technique could only be improved to 80% at most. There was no shortcut for the remaining 20%, he could only rely on his own cultivation. The turtle breathing exercise emphasizes stillness within motion, motion within stillness. With a thought, chi arises naturally. It doesn't mean that once you cultivate to 100%, you no longer need to cultivate. It wouldn't take many years to cultivate this cultivation technique to major achievement. But the deeper one cultivates, the deeper the internal skill, and the stronger the chi. Internal energy can recover for a long time, and no matter how severe the internal injury, it can recover in an extremely short period. 2 hours later, Li Pingyan exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi. A layer of sweat had already appeared on his body. His limbs had no strength, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, feeling weak all over. This was the weakened state he entered immediately after finishing cultivation. Whenever this happened, Li Pingyan had no choice but to stop cultivating. He had to wait at least 3 days before he could resume cultivation. But now he had shangmai powder. Li Pingyan swallowed the shangmai powder in one gulp. In a short while, from his chest and abdomen to his dantian, then to his forelimbs and 100 meridians, and then to his mud pill. This was a feeling of exhilaration he had never experienced before. He felt a true chi slowly rising from his dantian, flowing towards his chi si, and growing larger and larger. Soon, Li Pingyan completely recovered his state. He sat in meditation and continued his cultivation. Take on a job. Lu Yun returned after washing clothes, letting out a silent sigh. She used to think she could do anything. Governing the country, fighting on the battlefield, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and prose, she was proficient in everything. She could bring peace to the world with a pen and conquer the land with a sword. But after living for some time, she realized she couldn't even learn the most common tasks like washing clothes or cooking. Lu Yun saw Li Pingyan sitting cross-legged, cultivating, and her bright eyes surveyed him up and down. Let the clothes soak first, I'll wash them later, Li Pingyan said without lifting his eyes. Lu Yun felt a little embarrassed. No need, I can wash them myself. They were all private clothes, and Lu Yun felt too shy to let Li Pingyan help her. She sat on the bed, idly watching Li Pingyan cultivate. Actually, on closer inspection, Li Pingyan was quite presentable. His features were sharp and clean. His skin was a bit dark from sun and wind exposure. Unlike the children of officials she knew, whose skin was paler than women's and who reeked of rouge and powder. Drawing their eyebrows and eyeliner was their basic routine. After a long while, Li Pingyan stood up, feeling refreshed and invigorated. His physical strength seemed better than before, with every breath. A current of chi flowed, rising and falling with his breathing. The effect of shangmai powder gave him a feeling he had never experienced before. The cultivation of turtle breathing exercise was twice as effective. However, the cost of the medicinal ingredients for shangmai powder was truly exorbitant, even with Wang Dali's help. If he didn't find a way to earn some money, he would eventually run out of funds. What do you want for dinner tonight? Li Pingyan asked. Lu Yun didn't answer. She was resting her head on her folded arms on the table, having fallen asleep at some point. Li Pingyan draped a piece of clothing over her and went to prepare dinner. Lu Yun stretched, looked at the sky outside. Then she looked at the clothes draped over her, and her heart warmed. Walking outside, Li Pingyan was squatting by the stove, adding firewood and starting a fire. "What are we making today?" Lu Yun asked softly. "Corn cakes with mutton soup." Lu Yun's lips pursed into a line, as if she had already tasted the deliciousness. Half an hour later, Li Pingyan brought the corn cakes and mutton soup to the dining table. Lu Yun took a bite. It was both fragrant and soft. Then she took a sip of the mutton soup. "The mutton soup needs some chili." Li Pingyan pushed the chili jar over. Fiery red chili oil dripped into the soup. 2 or 3 more days passed in their uneventful life. The weather grew hotter day by day. Luoshuing's summer this year was exceptionally hot, with not a single drop of rain. It was so hot it made people dizzy. Luoshuing seemed to have returned to peace. The sensational Princess Treasure Ship explosion case seemed to exist only in whispers in the streets and alleys. People who had rushed from all directions to watch the excitement on the streets now moved lazily. The weather was stiflingly hot, without a trace of wind. The thick air seemed to have solidified. Li Pingyan resumed his old profession, sitting in a corner. He started singing a tune. The beggar next to him was already drenched in sweat, but Li Pingyan carried a cool aura. The true chi of turtle breathing flowed within him, giving him a refreshing sensation. Another one fainted. People collapsing from the heat occasionally appeared on the street, and everyone was long used to it. Beggars squatted in corners, some lying asleep, some sitting on the ground shaking their heads continuously. Some stood staring blankly at the sky. Bustling and varied, they formed a tableau of all living beings. Moo. The old ox mooed, reminding Li Pingyan that it was getting late. Li Pingyan put away the money in his bowl. Luoshuing was indeed different from a small town. In the small town, he couldn't even earn a few coppers a day. In Luoshuing, his minimum daily income was over 20 coppers. Li Pingyan passed by a fruit shop. The shopkeeper was pouring a large basin of cold well water into a box. Watermelons were in the box. "Shopkeeper, how much is watermelon per caddy?" Li Pingyan asked. The shopkeeper glanced at Li Pingyan's eyes and said, 7 coppers of silver per caddy. The old ox, moo. Li Pingyan understood the old ox's meaning. "Shopkeeper, don't try to cheat me, a blind man. My ox tells me it clearly says 5 coppers of silver per caddy." The shopkeeper looked surprised and glanced at the ox behind him. "That amazing?" The old ox proudly raised its head. Lu Yun sat in the room, constantly fanning herself. She was only wearing a thin shirt. Her generous and full chest accentuated her lovely and unique slender waist. Her hair was tied high, with a bamboo chopstick stuck in it. She gazed out the window, waiting for Li Pingyan to come home. She looked like a wife waiting for her husband to return. This feeling reminded her of waiting for her mother in the palace when she was a child. The difference was that no matter how long she waited in the palace, she could never wait for her mother, only the long night accompanied her. But now Lu Yun knew that Li Pingyan would definitely return. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a walking stick. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. He was back. What delighted Lu Yun even more was that Li Pingyan was holding a watermelon. Watermelon? Lu Yun couldn't help but smile, a gentle flame appearing in her bright eyes. The 2 people and 1 ox sat in the small courtyard, munching on cold watermelon. A gentle breeze blew, and the bright moonlight shone on the 2 of them. Many years later, when Lu Yun recalled this time, she always felt that there was never a watermelon as sweet as that in the world. Bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Guests rarely came to the courtyard. Lu Yun, holding the watermelon and a small stool, hid inside the house. Li Pingyan opened the door. The visitors were Wang Dali from Tongrintang, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's name was Qian Shang, the owner of Yuntong Grand Restaurant. The princess treasure ship was bombed, and all surrounding canals were closed. This meant that all goods previously transported by canal to Yuntong Grand Restaurant could no longer pass, and only land routes could be used. However, land routes were not peaceful, with countless bandits and robbers. There were also deserters who had fled from outside the pass. These deserters were skilled in martial arts and posed the greatest threat. They occupied mountains, plundered merchants, and harassed the common people. The government had organized encirclement and suppression campaigns. But collusion between officials and bandits was an unchanging rule. When soldiers entered the mountains to catch thieves, they would flee into the deep mountains. The soldiers were exhausted but to no avail. When soldiers came, thieves left. When soldiers left, thieves returned. Therefore, Qian Shang wanted to find a master who could control the situation. Qian Shang told Wang Dali about this, and Wang Dali recommended Li Pingyan to him. 3 days' journey, this is the deposit. Qian Shang said with a fawning smile. Li Pingyan reached out and felt it. The reward was generous. But he didn't speak. Qian Shang glanced at Wang Dali, thinking, is he unhappy with the amount of money? Wang Dali said, how about I provide 10 more sets of the medicinal ingredients Li Pingyan wants? Deal. Walking dart. I might be leaving for a few days. Upon hearing that Li Pingyan was going to leave, Lu Yun's delicate brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. It might take about 6 or 7 days round trip. Then should I go with you, or stay here? Lu Yun asked tentatively. For safety's sake, you should stay here. Lu Yun nodded obediently, okay. Before leaving, Li Pingyan left Lu Yun enough food for 7 days. Li Pingyan led the old ox, carrying only a simple satchel, and set off. Lu Yun watched his departing back, feeling a sense of loneliness in her heart. Qian Shang, the owner of Yuntong Grand Restaurant, in addition to inviting Li Pingyan to escort this merchant caravan, also had several escorts from Pingyan Escort Agency, showing how much he valued this caravan. The leader of the Pingyan Escort Agency was the young master, Chen Shun. The caravan was loading and unloading goods, preparing to depart. Young Master Chen, thank you for your trouble this time, Chen Shang said. Boss Chen, rest assured, the escort is safe as long as I am here. Although Chen Shun was young, he had traveled extensively with his father since childhood, and his experience, martial arts, and insights were beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Boss Chen, you can rest assured, my senior brother has never made a mistake when escorting goods. The speaker was the female escort Yin, dressed in a neat and tidy belted uniform. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, making her look fresh and charming. That's right, young Master Chen is young and promising. Boss Chen wanted to say more, but then the shopkeeper over there suddenly called him. Yin yawned. Didn't rest well last night? Chen Shun asked. Yin said, I stayed up late reading novels. You're escorting goods today, how can you not conserve your physical strength? Yin showed a nonchalant expression, it's only a 6-day journey, and there are only a few forces in the surrounding areas. Who would dare to rob the Pingyan Escort Agency's escort? As the two were talking, they saw a person leading an ox and leaning on a walking stick walk in. Excuse me, is Boss Qian here? Who are you? Chen Shun scrutinized the other party. Li Pingyan said, Boss Qian asked me to come. A blind man? Yin whispered. In a short while, Qian Shang returned. Seeing Li Pingyan, he quickly walked over. Brother Li, let me introduce you. This is young Master Chen, the young owner of Pingyan Escort Agency, and this is his junior sister, Yin. Young Master Chen, Brother Li will be with you on this trip. Chen Shun was puzzled, Boss Qian, what does this mean? Qian Sheng explained, this Brother Li is someone I specially invited to escort the goods. Upon hearing this, Chen Shun's brows immediately furrowed. Boss Qian, are you not trusting our Pingyan Escort Agency? Qian Shang said with a conciliatory smile, how could that be? I wouldn't distrust anyone, but I certainly wouldn't distrust you all. It's just that this time is different from before, and it's always best to be prepared for anything. Don't worry, the security deposit won't be a single cent less. Although Chen Shun was displeased, it was not his business how many people the employer wished to hire. He only needed to be responsible for protecting the goods, so he didn't say much more. Senior brother, what does Boss Qian mean by this? Inviting a blind man? Yining glanced at Li Pingyan, who was drinking tea not far away. Even if he invites an immortal, it's none of our business. I've seen him before, singing on the streets of the Eastern Market. Yining suddenly recalled this. Singing? Chen Shun couldn't help but smile. It seems this Boss Qian has been deceived. Chen Shun had seen many such things, similar to those blind fortune-tellers or Taoists who pretended to be experts in the streets and alleys. They would put on a mystical act, giving people a profound and unfathomable feeling. Then should we remind Boss Qian? Yin asked. If we say something, it will only make it seem like we have ulterior motives. Besides, it's none of our business anyway. At noon, after eating the last lunch in Luoshui City, everyone departed from Luoshui City. They proceeded along the official road. Yin was very curious about Li Pingyan's inclusion. She rode her reddish-brown horse and came alongside Li Pingyan. Hey, blind man, were you singing in the Eastern Market before? Yes. Li Pingyan did not hide anything at all. Why aren't you singing on the street? What are you doing here? Boss Qian asked me to come. Yin asked curiously, how did you trick Boss Qian? Boss Qian asked me to come. Li Pingyan still repeated the same words. Yin pouted, fine, don't tell me, you stingy person. The caravan traveled for a full day and night. Although they were on an official road, these times were truly not peaceful. Especially for such an eye-catching caravan, they encountered 3 groups of troublemakers within a single day. 2 groups were bandits entrenched on mountains, each with dozens of men. The remaining group was from a horse gang, numbering no less than 100. However, fortunately, with the reputation of Ping an escort agency, they only symbolically paid some toll fees. After all, everyone was just trying to make a living. They were after wealth, not lives. An escort agency is like this, they have to be able to deal with both the righteous and the unrighteous. To be able to deal with both the righteous and the unrighteous, they must have connections in the government and also close ties with the Jianghu. In the Jianghu, reputation accounts for 20%, and martial arts account for 20%. The remaining 60% depends on the goodwill of friends from both the righteous and unrighteous paths. The leader of the caravan was Qian Shang's butler, Huer. Huer saw that Chen Shun, though young, had a widespread reputation. The bandits on the road all showed him face, and thus he couldn't help but flatter him. Chen Shun greatly enjoyed this feeling. Although he spoke humbly, he was extremely proud in his heart. The first half of the journey went smoothly, until the 3rd day. Everyone unexpectedly learned that the official road they were supposed to take was closed. If they had to detour, there were 2 options, either go through Red Tree Forest, or detour to Peach Garden Town. Chen Shun of Ping an escort agency suggested Red Tree Forest, because detouring to Peach Garden Town would add 2 or 3 days to the journey. Butler Huer recalled his master Qian Shang's instructions before they left, telling him to ask Li Pingyan about everything on the road. Anyone his master valued must certainly have some ability. Huer went to ask Li Pingyan for his opinion. Li Pingyan was indifferent and casually asked the old ox. Moo. The old ox let out a cry. Li Pingyan then told Huer that there might be danger in Red Tree Forest. For safety's sake, it would be better to detour to Peach Garden Town. Upon hearing Li Pingyan say this, Yin immediately became displeased and asked, why would Red Tree Forest be dangerous? Li Pingyan didn't explain much, only saying, just a guess. A guess? Yin snorted. Chen Shun was also somewhat displeased. When escorting goods, he found nothing more annoying than people who pretended to know things they didn't. With the reputation of Ping an escort agency, how could there be any danger in the surrounding areas? If they detoured to Peach Garden Town and didn't encounter any danger, this blind man would take the credit himself, making it easier for him to continue deceiving Boss Qian. Chen Shun originally didn't want to bother with such trivial matters. However, detouring to Peach Garden Town would take 2 extra days. Who would willingly work overtime for no reason? So his tone became somewhat impolite. Your Excellency, if you don't understand escorting goods, then don't talk nonsense. What danger could there be in Red Tree Forest? Li Pingyan was not annoyed and calmly said, I merely mentioned it casually. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Tiger. It's easy to talk when you're not the one doing the work. Yin rolled her eyes. Everyone, we are all here to ensure the safe delivery of the goods. We can't let ourselves fall into disarray first, can we? It's still best to prioritize harmony. Hu came out to mediate. Chen Shun directly said, Butler Hu, which do you choose, Red Tree Forest or Peach Garden Town? Huer's expression was a bit awkward. He looked at Chen Shun, then at Li Pingyan. He didn't want to offend either, so he equivocated. Why don't we discuss it again? Chen Shun was, after all, young and hot-blooded. Growing up, rarely had anyone gone against his ideas. Especially now, Huer actually believed a swindler who sang on the streets, which he couldn't tolerate. His expression immediately turned quite ugly. Fine. Then I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and was about to leave. Hey, young Master Chen, we were talking nicely, why are you leaving? Upon hearing Chen Shun was leaving, Huer quickly pulled him back. If the Pingyan escort agency's people left, that would be terrible. I didn't say I wanted to go around Peach Garden Town, didn't I say we should discuss it? Huer said with a conciliatory smile. Discuss? Discuss what? Chen Shun coldly retorted. This. Huer looked at Li Pingyan with an awkward expression. Young Master Li, what do you think about this? Li Pingyan said in a calm tone, I said I was just saying it casually. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Then let's go through the Red Tree Forest, Huer quickly said. Chen Shun glanced at Li Pingyan and walked away in a huff. Next, the caravan began to head towards the Red Tree Forest. After walking for about 4 hours, a dense jungle finally appeared ahead. Dozens of large trees had been cut down, creating an open space. This was the Red Tree Forest. Let's rest here, Huer shouted. Everyone found a place to rest, took out their dry rations and water bottles to replenish their strength. Li Pingyan pulled out 2 baked flatbreads from his. One for himself and one for the old ox. He ate a mouthful of flatbread with a sip of water. Huer walked up to Chen Shun and said, Young Master Chen, I see that it's getting late. The nearest inn is still 30 li away. How about we set up camp here for tonight? Chen Shun was still a bit angry. He glanced at the sky and said, I have no objections. Why don't you go ask that Xiaoyi, blind master, and see what he says? Huer chuckled, Young Master Chen, you're joking. Afterward, Huer repeated the suggestion to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan had no objections. He slept simply. He would just spread a cloth on the ground, lie on it, and sleep. However, today, Li Pingyan uncharacteristically did not sleep. The old ox had previously warned him that there might be danger in the Red Tree Forest. Although from the old ox's meaning, it shouldn't pose any threat to him. But he still needed to be careful, as caution is always best. Li Pingyan leaned against a tree, circulating his qi to nourish his spirit. He had only rested for a while when the sky became covered with dark clouds. Before long, it actually started to rain. The rain grew heavier, accompanied by another flash of lightning and thunder, a torrential downpour. It was definitely impossible to rest in the forest, so there was no choice but to brave the heavy rain and continue on their way. The mountain path was long, narrow, and muddy, making it difficult to walk. Li Pingyan led the old ox, walking at the very back. Roar! A sound suddenly echoed from the forest, overpowering the thunder. The sound came so suddenly that the first few people hadn't even had time to be startled. They saw a dark shadow leap out from the bushes and land at their feet. Under the firelight, they saw it. The escorts from the Ping and escort agency at the front almost died of fright. It was a fierce and malevolent tiger, its size close to that of the old ox Li Ping was leading. The escorts had traveled far and wide and were experienced. But they had never seen a tiger as large as an ox. The tiger pressed its two front paws lightly on the ground, then leaped upwards, pouncing down from mid-air. One escort immediately perished in the tiger's mouth. The fierce tiger then attacked another person. That person had long been scared witless, his stomach turning to jelly. He could barely hold his weapon, but after a mere half-second of thought, he turned and ran. However, the fierce tiger's movements were too fast. In a few bounds, it was among the crowd. It slapped that escort into the bushes with one paw, his fate unknown. The people around were all stunned, completely unable to react. Just then, a gleaming broadsword came slashing over. It was precisely the young master, Chen Shun. The fierce tiger, however, didn't even look, sweeping its tail horizontally. Like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, it vibrated the air with a humming sound. Bang! Chen Shun defended in time, blocking the blow with the flat of his blade. But the terrifying force made him tremble all over, and he fell onto his backside. The sword in his hand also dropped to the ground. Senior brother. Enin, holding a long sword, charged over, her sword light like lightning. She attacked quickly, and flew out just as quickly. She landed on a tree branch 3 meters away, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Charge! The other escorts reacted, wanting to swarm forward. Roar! A tiger's roar, like a clap of thunder, shook the air. The escorts were immediately terrified and dared not move. They dared not fight, nor dared to flee, only standing trembling in place. The fierce tiger, whether in size or the aura it exuded, was simply too intimidating. Chen Shun's heart turned cold, he knew death was upon him. Just a second ago, they were laughing and talking, but who would have thought that life was so unpredictable? This was not a tiger, this was clearly a tiger demon. Otherwise, how could it have such a physique? But no one had heard of any tiger demons appearing around the red tree forest before. The fierce tiger's eyes were piercing, its head held high, and its bloody maw wide open. It stuck out its blood-red tongue, licking its knife-like teeth. Its cold gaze seemed to be scrutinizing its food, deciding which one to eat first. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in the fierce tiger's eyes. It let out a sharp cry towards one direction, revealing its fangs. Moo! Compared to the fierce tiger's roar, the old ox's call was lazy with a hint of pastoral charm. Li Pingyan walked slowly, stopping about 10 paces away from the fierce tiger. The noisy rain covered many sounds. However, the hot breath exhaled from the fierce tiger's nose, the terrifying aura emanating from its body, and so on. All were felt clearly by Li Pingyan. The fierce tiger's breathing grew heavy, as if it sensed the presence of a powerful enemy. The rain grew heavier, and visibility became blurred. Chilling sensations from the downpour seeped into everyone's bodies. Chen Shun looked at Li Pingyan in disbelief. He suddenly remembered Li Pingyan's earlier warning, and at that moment, he was filled with intense regret. Xiaoyi, blind master, reached out and pressed down on his straw hat, his other hand gripping his walking stick. He took a light breath. Young Master Chen, may I borrow your sword? Chen Shun was stunned, then nodded frantically, all right. All right. Kill the tiger. Li Pingyan used his cane to pick up the treasured saber Chen Shun had dropped on the ground. The saber was narrow and long, its edges thin as paper, and it gleamed like silver. One touch was enough to know it was a fine saber made of 100 refined steel. Roar! The fierce tiger let out a roar. The next instant, its figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Chen Shun and the others standing nearby could only see an afterimage, already less than half a foot in front of Li Pingyan. It's over. Chen Shun's heart turned cold. The fierce tiger opened its gaping maw, intent on swallowing Li Pingyan's head whole. A scent of death emanated from this person, an indescribable feeling. It made it very uncomfortable. Buzz! Only a sharp whooshing sound filled their ears. In that instant, everyone seemed to see a wheel of light, arcing through the air. The fierce tiger splattered a rain of blood in the air. It crashed to the ground, dead beyond dead. Hot blood droplets landed on Chen Shun's face, waking him up. A strong smell of blood assailed him. Chen Shun was shocked by the sight before him, and he instinctively took a step back. Li Pingyan pulled out a tattered cloth from somewhere, put away his saber with his right hand, and wrapped the cloth around his left hand. The blade wiped against his cloth-wrapped hand, cleaning off the bloodstains. He turned and walked back, placing the saber into the scabbard at Chen Shun's waist. This sudden attack by the fierce tiger caused the Pingyan escort agency to lose 3 escorts at once. Chen Shun's junior sister, Yin, was severely injured, but fortunately, she had practiced martial arts since childhood, otherwise, she would have been slapped to death by the fierce tiger on the spot. However, if she did not receive timely treatment, her life could very well be in danger. Thus, the caravan only rested briefly, packed up the bodies, and took them away. They hurriedly left the red tree forest. After all, no one knew if another identical fierce tiger would suddenly appear from somewhere. Fortunately, they rushed to the nearest inn by noon the next day. Yin also received treatment and was temporarily out of danger. It was then that everyone recovered from the events of the previous night. Mr. Li, this time, we truly owe you so much. Oh, it's all my fault, I didn't listen to your advice back then. But it's a good thing Mr. Li helped us despite our past grievances. Huer chattered on and on. His address also changed from young Master Li to Mr. Li. He seemed a few shades more respectful. Li Pingyan was feeding the ox and said faintly, "It's nothing." At this moment, Chen Shun walked over, supporting the injured Yin. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your timely assistance. We were young and impetuous and did not heed your advice, it is too late for regrets. We hope Mr. Li will not hold it against us, we will surely repay this great kindness." After experiencing the life and death moment last night, Chen Shun had matured a lot. Most importantly, the strength Li Pingyan displayed taught him a new principle. There are always people better than you, and there is always a higher Tao. When traveling the Jianghu in the future, he must never judge a person by their appearance. Yin also said, "This humble girl was ignorant, I hope Mr. Li will not blame me." The young girl was thin-skinned, and thinking of her previous behavior. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. At this moment, her face was flushed, and her head was bowed. "It's nothing," Li Pingyan's tone remained calm. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, neither haughty nor angry. It was as if nothing had happened. Chen Shun looked at Li Pingyan with even more admiration, just like the reclusive masters in storybooks. Although Yin was out of danger, her injuries were severe. She certainly couldn't continue escorting with the caravan. Chen Shun had to leave a few people to look after Yin, planning to take her back to Luoshui City to recuperate when they returned. At noon the next day, the caravan set off again. After a day's journey, they finally reached their destination. Li Pingyan was temporarily arranged in a rather luxurious inn. The environment was good, and the chef's skills were also excellent. The only drawback was that the wine wasn't very good. To be precise, it was a kind of soy sauce-flavored liquor with a peculiar taste. And Li Pingyan preferred to drink stronger alcohol. Chen Shun received this news and brought 2 pots of wine to Li Pingyan that very evening. Li Pingyan took a slight sniff, and the strong aroma of wine wafted over him. Good wine. Chen Shun was delighted to see Li Pingyan satisfied. This is wine my father brought back from the grasslands during his escort trips. It's called 100-Mile Fragrance, and among the common folk, it's also known as donkey stumbling wine. Li Pingyan took a shallow sip. It was sweet and spicy upon entry, and after swallowing, it was as if a ball of fire was burning in his abdomen, making his whole body feel warm. Indeed, good wine. Chen Shun poured another cup for Li Pingyan. Today, I'll drink with you, as an apology. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes, Chen Shun was already tipsy and slurring his words. His face was red, his neck thick, as if he would collapse onto the table and pass out any second. Li Pingyan's face was also a little red. This feeling was very comfortable, making him reluctant to use the true qi in his body to dispel the effects of the alcohol. He drained his cup and poured himself another. Moo! The old ox let out a cry, indicating that it also wanted another drink. Li Pingyan patted the old ox's head. The wine is delicious, do not be greedy. The old ox gazed mournfully at Li Pingyan, clearly wanting the last cup for himself, yet he lied to it about not being greedy. Li Pingyan smiled and sighed, "You greedy old ox." There was no choice, he could only share half of the last cup with the old ox. The ox and the man drank the last cup together. Li Pingyan skillfully picked up his arrow and played a tune. This song had been played countless times, it came naturally to him. One song finished, immediately followed by another. He didn't know how much time had passed, nor how many times he had played. Accompanied by the lingering melody, Li Pingyan fell asleep. When he woke again, it was already broad daylight outside. Ding dong! 2 springs reflecting the moon LV2, 9000/10,000. Congratulations to the host for acquiring saber technique, slanting draw sheath. Proficiency, 20%. The long unheard system voice sounded in his mind. This time, the reward was still a saber technique. Same old routine. Li Pingyan held his cane and went to the courtyard to test it out. Just then, Chen Shun, having sobered up, walked out. He happened to witness this scene. He saw the clear breeze in the courtyard, in an instant, repelled by a mysterious force and completely dissipated. A white light shot like lightning towards a large tree several zhang away. Chen Shun initially expected to see the tree collapse with a crash. But nothing happened. Chen Shun looked closely. A fallen leaf had been precisely cut in half. Chen Shun gasped. And what Li Pingyan held in his hand was not some divine weapon, but merely a wooden stick. It was no different from a stick used for burning firewood at home, yet this was far more formidable than the escorts at his agency. If he could learn 1 or 2 moves. Chen Shun's eyes lit up. The next day, the caravan set off to return to Luoshui City. The return journey was much smoother, with no incidents along the way. 4 days later, everyone finally returned to Luoshui City. Go home. Luoshui City remained the same. As the commotion from the princess's treasure ship explosion gradually subsided, Luoshui City seemed to return to its former tranquility. Li Pingyan bid farewell to the caravan members and then led the old ox away. Before leaving, Chen Shun gave Li Pingyan the last pot of mendao donkey, a type of strong liquor. He also didn't forget to say that he would visit him another day. Li Pingyan readily agreed for the sake of the fine wine. He slowly turned into the familiar alley and pushed the door open. Hearing the sound, Lu Yun, who was inside, first peeked out with a pair of bright eyes. Her big eyes blinked, and she recognized Li Pingyan. She was immediately delighted, making sure there was no one behind Li Pingyan. Only then did she happily walk out. "You're back." Hearing the familiar voice, Li Pingyan smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm back." After several days apart, Lu Yun looked at the person in front of her and felt a greater sense of closeness. "What's that smell?" Li Pingyan suddenly asked. "Oh, I made dinner, let's eat together." Lu Yun's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. "Okay." Lu Yun said, "Then you go wash your hands first, I'll go bring out the dishes." Soon, Lu Yun brought the food to the table. Although he couldn't see the appearance of the dishes, Li Pingyan's 5 senses were extremely sharp, and he could clearly capture the smell. Li Pingyan took a deep breath. Did you poison it?" "How could I?" Lu Yun retorted. Then she realized that Li Pingyan was indirectly saying that her cooking was terrible. Her pretty face immediately flushed, and she stubbornly said, "How do you know it's bad without tasting it?" Li Pingyan took a small bite. Besides being terrible, he didn't know how else to describe it. Lu Yun also seemed to know that her cooking was bad, but she still braced herself and ate it bite by bite. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Li Pingyan. Feeling Lu Yun's gaze, Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought back to when he was wandering. He had never eaten anything this bad. Li Pingyan coughed lightly and also picked up some dishes into his bowl. Have you been eating this for the past few days? Yes. Lu Yun, with a piece of half-cooked glass noodles in her mouth, nodded. Li Pingyan then suggested, how about I go add 2 more dishes? Lu Yun excitedly swallowed the glass noodles in one gulp. She had been eating her own cooking for several days in a row, which could only be described as unbearable. As for Li Pingyan's cooking skills, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as something she longed for day and night. She was about to agree, but the words caught in her throat and she swallowed them back. You must be very tired from your journey back. Why don't I go make a few more? Li Pingyan smiled and said, it's fine, I already slept on the way. You wait a moment, I'll see what ingredients we have at home. Watching Li Pingyan walk into the kitchen, Lu Yun couldn't help but purse her lips into a smile. Her clear eyes, like rippling waves, revealed a gentle tenderness like water. Even the curve of her lips was perfectly in place. Moo. The old ox mooed, as if saying it was hungry. Lu Yun had been staying here for some time and could roughly understand the old ox's meaning. So she picked up the dish plate and offered it to the old ox. The old ox sniffed it and turned its head away in disdain. Lu Yun. Li Pingyan's life returned to peace. It should be said that his life rarely had thrilling moments. The reward from this escort trip, plus his previous money, was enough for Li Pingyan and Lu Yun to spend for a while. Wang Dali from Tongrintang also expressed his willingness to provide Chiangmai powder herbs to Li Pingyan long-term. At dawn, Li Pingyan began to cultivate in the courtyard. He didn't know any specific cultivation technique, he just practiced ordinary punches and palms. The basic boxing stances were learned from a 5-1 book called Fist Techniques bought from a street stall. The other secret manuals inside included Great Heaven Creation Palm, Wind Fire Palm Manual, Chi Dissolving Grand Method, and so on. Because the names were too outlandish, Li Pingyan discarded them. After practicing his fists in the morning, he prepared breakfast. Then he took his eating utensils and went to the street to sing for money. Occasionally, he would also get jobs for funerals, or he was responsible for playing a small tune behind the procession. He could also earn some extra money. In the evening, he returned home and had dinner with Lu Yun. Then he continued to cultivate. When he felt his qi depleted during cultivation, he would take Chiangmai powder. He breathed true qi into his dantian, and with one breath, true qi entered his mind. Breathing in vital qi, guarding his spirit independently. Unlike the usual sitting cultivation, Li Pingyan preferred walking cultivation. He looked 3 to 5 steps ahead, focusing his mind on the tip of his nose, not letting his spirit wander. According to the walking speed, it was generally 3 steps for 1 exhale and 1 step for 1 inhale. True Qi connected through the governing vessel in his back, rushing through several gates, bursting with vitality and ascending to the peak of his entire body. Like a blocked torrent, it would sometimes create high waves, and sometimes fall into deep troughs, surging up and down. Breaking through blockages, rushing forward. In the end, with every exhale, a burst of hot qi would emerge from his pores. Life passed by day like this. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and Luoshui City entered winter. As the new year approached, biting cold winds and fluctuating temperatures filled the entire city. Snowflakes scattered on Li Pingyan's shoulders, but were melted by a faint, imperceptible aura. There were many people on the street, and Li Pingyan easily avoided the crowd. Name, Li Pingyan, age, 24. Lifespan, 110 years. Root bone, mortal bone. Cultivation technique, turtle breathing exercise, 82%, listening wind saber technique, 80%, slanting draw sheath, 40%. Skill, aura lock, 50%. Status, blind. Listening wind saber technique had also reached a bottleneck. Ever since turtle breathing exercise reached 80%, the progress had gradually slowed down. In a whole half year, it only progressed by 2%. Slanting draw sheath and aura lock, however, progressed rapidly. Li Pingyan was not in a hurry anyway, as he had plenty of time. Upon returning home, Lu Yun was cooking in the house. Hearing the movement, she said without turning her head, "Dinner will be ready soon, you go wash your face first." "What are we eating today?" "Steamed buns and radish strip soup." Actually, Li Pingyan had already smelled the steamed buns and radish strip soup, but he habitually asked, just like asking "Have you eaten?" when meeting someone. In the past half year, Lu Yun had learned to cook, and her culinary skills had also improved significantly. The two got along more and more harmoniously, with less of the initial restraint and more of the natural familiarity that comes with time. Li Pingyan washed his face and went to help Lu Yun carry a large pot of soup. "The new year is in half a month, is there anything you want?" Li Pingyan suddenly asked. Lu Yun took a bite of a steamed bun, shook her head, "There's nothing I want, just having something good to eat is enough." Lu Yun knew that Li Pingyan didn't have much money. She was already taking refuge in his home, so what else could she ask for? Lu Yun said, "Oh, right, I made a new cane, it's in the room, you can go see if it fits later." 2 days ago, the cane Li Pingyan had been using for a long time broke. In reality, it was just a longer wooden stick. Exposed to wind and sun, it was a wonder it lasted so long. Flying Eagle Gang. Li Pingyan returned to his room and tried out the crutch. One end was wrapped in a soft cloth, with a red string tied to it, hanging a bell. The material had changed from a wooden stick to a sturdy and good-looking bamboo stick. Li Pingyan smiled. Lu Yun must have put a lot of thought into it, he could tell just by touching the cloth. Although the stitching wasn't good, it was very strong. He wondered how many times her hands had been pricked, no wonder her eating posture seemed a bit strange these past 2 days. The next day, Li Pingyan walked through the streets with his new crutch, not taking his usual route to Busk. Instead, he detoured to Qingfeng Street. Qingfeng Street was lined with shops, mostly selling jewelry, silk, and clothes. It was deeply loved by the women of Luoshui City, and many men specifically wandered here. They walked back and forth in the crowd, specifically squeezing into places where there were pretty girls. "Customer, are you buying jewelry for your wife? Come in and take a look, the year-end clearance sale is very affordable." The beautiful shop owner enthusiastically greeted Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan didn't go in, he simply inquired about the prices. Then he turned and left. He confirmed with his eyes that these were things he couldn't afford. Most of Li Pingyan's money had been spent on Shanghai powder, and he had very little left. What remained was barely enough to cover the rent and the living expenses for 2 people. Thinking that jewelry was too expensive, he considered buying some fabric to make a set of clothes for Lu Yun. However, even the cheapest fabric, Li Pingyan couldn't afford now. In the end, after walking around, he had no choice but to leave Qingfeng Street. It seemed that no matter the era, money was an indispensable thing. The new year was approaching, and even though his family was poor, he still had to prepare New Year's goods, right? Moreover, the Shanghai powder had been used up for more than half a month, but Wang Dali was very efficient. Seeing that Li Pingyan couldn't pay, he provided another 2 months' worth for free. This was a considerable sum, and Li Pingyan didn't like owing favors to others. So he had kept track of every single one, knowing they would have to be repaid sooner or later. After finishing his street performance, the day passed in a flash. On the way home, he passed by his landlord's inn. He suddenly stopped. There were many auras in the inn, which normally wasn't unusual. The inn had many diners every day. But today, these auras were very different, they were all men. And they were all strong men. Li Pingyan even caught the sound of metal objects clanging against the ground. However, Li Pingyan only paused for a moment before continuing to walk forward. As the saying goes, when you're well-fed and warmly dressed, mind your own business. Don't publicize hardships, don't flaunt joys, and don't meddle in others' affairs. Only then can one last long. Who knew that shortly after he got home, there was a violent knocking at the door outside? "Open the door! Open the door!" As soon as the door opened, several burly men rushed in. Without a word, they found stools and sat down in the courtyard. These big men wore uniform brown tight-fitting clothes, giving off an aggressive feeling, and they didn't look like good people.
Who are you gentlemen? The leading big man said, is this Chang Xi's house? Chang Xi was Li Ping'an's landlord.
If you gentlemen are looking for Boss Chang, you can go to Jixiangyan, Li Ping'an said.
No need for your chatter.
This house is no longer for rent, pack your things and leave.
The big man was completely impolite. Li Ping'an's tone remained calm. Are you gentlemen Boss Chang's people?
We are his creditors. Another man pulled out a short knife from his waist and placed it on the table. Stop your *****ing nonsense, hurry up and get out. The threat was very obvious. Li Ping'an said, it's only right to repay debts, but I don't have enough time to pack in a hurry.
I wonder if you gentlemen could allow me one day. Let me pack my things and also find other lodging.
Only then did the leading big man stand up. Consider yourself sensible, kid, hurry up.
All right.
After the men left, Lu Yan poked her head out of the room.
Are we moving?
No, I'll go talk to Chang Xi first. Li Ping'an found Chang Xi at the inn.
Oh, Ping'an, is something wrong?
Chang Xi's face was full of worry, and his tone carried a hint of fatigue.
Ah Fu, bring a pot of tea. Boss Chang, I didn't come for tea.
Li Ping'an got straight to the point and recounted what had just happened.
Chang Xi sighed, these bastards, they even went to find you. Boss Chang, what exactly happened?
Chang Xi poured out his woes, telling Li Ping'an the whole story in detail. Recently, a new gang called the Flying Eagle Gang had risen in Luoxue City. They numbered less than 50 people, but each of them was agile and skilled. They had engaged in several large-scale armed conflicts with the local gangs, yet none of them could take down the Flying Eagle Gang. Instead, it became a force to be reckoned with. They even seized territory, and as soon as they got the territory, they went door to door demanding protection fees.
When Chang Xi was young, he traveled extensively and held a respectable position in Luoxue City. When other gangs managed things, they never collected protection fees from Chang Xi.
Now, a new gang had arrived, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, and they didn't care about anything. Chang Xi, with a desire to avoid trouble, paid some protection fees. However, the Flying Eagle Gang was not satisfied. It seemed they wanted to make an example of Chang Xi. They specifically picked on him. If he didn't pay, they would send people to Chang Xi's inn, order a pot of tea, and sit there all day long. This scared away all the customers. Li Ping'an took a sip of tea. So, Boss Chang, what are you going to do? Chang Xi snorted, at worst, we'll go down together, damn it. I'm not a pushover either. Though his words were tough, Li Ping'an could tell. Chang Xi didn't want to blow things up. After all, he was already so old and had a family. It wasn't like when he was young, when one person eating their fill meant the whole family wasn't hungry. But if he kept tolerating them, these guys would surely press their advantage. Now, it was no longer just threatening Chang Xi, even Li Ping'an, who rented Chang Xi's house, was implicated. Li Ping'an could simply leave, but where else in Luoxue City could he find such a cheap house? Moreover, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable one in a short time. Chang Xi saw Li Ping'an's difficulty and said with a slight apology, this time, I've implicated you. I'll have the butler get some money, and you can find another place.
Once I'm settled here, you can always come back. Before Li Ping'an could say anything, the butler came over with the money.
Li Ping'an touched it. The money he had previously given Chang Xi was only enough for 2 months' rent. But the money here was enough to rent for a year. It had to be said, Chang Xi had always taken good care of him.
Li Ping'an hesitated, Boss Chang, where is the Flying Eagle Gang's stronghold?
Why do you ask that? Chang Xi was puzzled.
To go talk to them.
It's useless, if it could be talked out, it would have been already, Chang Xi said, I appreciate your intention, but those people are not easy to reason with. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. At this point, Chang Xi sighed. He considered himself to have a wide circle of friends and to be a man of integrity. Who knew that when trouble arose, those fair-weather friends would all scatter, fearing to avoid him? In the end, it was a tenant who wanted to stand up for him.
Peace. I'm just going to talk to them, maybe we can work something out. Chang Si waved his hand, forget it. Li Pingyan was already disabled, what if something happened to him because of his own affairs? Chang Si didn't want to implicate him.
Li Pingyan saw through his thoughts and smiled faintly, shopkeeper Chang, there's no need to worry about me.
Li wouldn't meddle without some confidence. Seeing Li Pingyan's insistence, Chang Si couldn't say anything more.
He gave the Flying Eagle Gang's address to Li Pingyan, and before parting, he couldn't help but offer another round of persuasion.
Afterward, Li Pingyan followed the address given by Chang Si and found the Flying Eagle Gang's territory.
The leader of the Flying Eagle Gang was a man named Chief Liang Chenggang. He had opened a trading company in Luoxue City, but it was just a facade.
He relied on collecting protection fees and managing venues to make money. Two Hanzi dressed in Mandarin jackets guarding the door scrutinized Li Pingyan, where are you from?
I'm looking for your leader, Chief Liang Chenggang.
Please inform him.
The Hanzi in the Mandarin jacket saw Li Pingyan dressed in a green robe.
He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary demeanor.
It was clear at a glance that he was no ordinary person, so he dared not be negligent.
He quickly turned and went to report. After a while, the Hanzi in the Mandarin jacket came out. Our leader isn't here, but would your excellency like to come in and wait for a while? Then did he say when he would return? I wouldn't know that.
Li Pingyan didn't want to wait idly, so he decided to use this time to go to a jewelry store to see if there was any suitable jewelry. As soon as he turned into a small alley, he encountered several people face to face. The one leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a fair, slightly thin face. He wore a white robe and carried an air of a scholar about him. Behind him, two strong Hanzi followed, and although Li Pingyan couldn't see them, he could perceive them through their chi. The strong Hanzi behind the middle-aged man were precisely the Flying Eagle Gang members who had caused trouble earlier that morning. In such a quiet alley, the middle-aged man's footsteps made no sound. This light footwork was truly rare. Your Excellency must be Chief Liang Chenggang, the leader of the Flying Eagle Gang.
Chief Liang Chenggang raised an eyebrow slightly, stopped, and Your Excellency is? Hey, aren't you Chang Si's tenant? At this moment, the Hanzi behind Chief Liang Chenggang recognized Li Pingyan. We told you to move out, have you found a place yet? Not yet. Then why the hell aren't you hurrying up, waiting for us to come to your door? Chief Liang Chenggang reached out to stop his subordinate. Your Excellency, is there something you need me for? Nothing major, I just don't know how shopkeeper Chang Si offended Chief Liang. I wonder if Chief Liang could let him off this once. Chief Liang Chenggang's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh? So you're here to plead for him? His subordinate understood, stepped forward, and said menacingly. Why don't you go look in a mirror and see what you are, coming here to talk big? The big Hanzi grabbed, as if to snatch Li Pingyan like a little chick. With a paw sound. The big Hanzi's right leg took a hit, he grunted and fell to the ground. Another followed closely, rushing forward. He flicked his left sleeve, with a paw sound. A strong wind rose, and a hidden force was like a mountain. No wonder the people in the underworld of Luoxue City couldn't do anything to the Flying Eagle Gang. Just one subordinate had such skill, how could ordinary ruffians be his match? Bang! The big Hanzi's punch missed, but he was kicked in the shin by Li Pingyan. The big Hanzi was caught off guard, kicked to the right, and just as he cried out, his right temple had already received a palm strike. His eyes blurred, and he directly fainted. Chief Liang Chenggang reached for the saber at his waist, his gaze stern. With a chang sound, he drew his saber, creating a curtain of swords in the air. His body flashed, and he was already in front of Li Pingyan. This move had no prior warning. It seemed unremarkable, but once executed, it was a decisive blow. Li Pingyan bent down, adopting a drawing saber stance. His entire aura suddenly shifted, filled with killing intent. Feeling this terrifying aura, Chief Liang Chenggang's expression changed, and he unhesitatingly abandoned his attack.
His back bent, and his heart suddenly constricted. His legs sprang, drawing a graceful arc in mid-air. He floated out about 10 feet like a ball. But as soon as his feet landed, he dared not move again. A bamboo pole was already pressed against his throat. Excellent kung fu! A drop of cold sweat trickled down Chief Liang Chenggong's forehead. From Li Pingyan's move to now, it was only a brief moment, he couldn't even react. If Li Pingyan had used a sword, or another weapon, or if the bamboo pole had extended one step further, he would probably be headless by now. Chief Liang overpraises me. Li Pingyan retracted the bamboo pole. I hope Chief Liang will give me face and no longer trouble shopkeeper Chang. Chief Liang Chenggang nodded, stiffly saying, as your excellency wishes. At this point, even a fool could distinguish between advantages and disadvantages. The fact that he could talk to you calmly now didn't mean that if you refused, he would still give you a chance to speak. Thank you. Li Pingyan walked away unhurriedly, leaning on his bamboo pole. Leader, are you just going to let that kid go? Chief Liang Chenggang said coldly, he could have killed all of us here just now. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, leader, just say the word, and I'll go back and gather the brothers to eliminate him. His subordinates were indignant, they had never suffered such a silent loss. Idiot. This person is absolutely no ordinary man. Remember, if you see him in the future, walk around him. That evening, the landlord Chang Si came to visit. Mr. Li, I truly thank you so much this time. In the afternoon, the Flying Eagle gang members came to find Chang Si. Not only did they speak politely, but they also returned the huge protection fees he had paid earlier, in full. They even compensated Chang Si with a sum of money. Chief Liang Chenggang also said he wanted to personally invite him to dinner to apologize, which left Chang Si completely bewildered. If Chief Liang Chenggang hadn't suddenly changed his nature, then something else must have happened. Chang Si quickly remembered Li Pingyan telling him earlier that day that he was going to talk to the Flying Eagle gang. But he still couldn't believe this idea. After some inquiries, he finally learned the truth of the matter. So he hastily had gifts prepared and personally came to visit Li Pingyan. Shopkeeper Chang, you are too kind, Li Pingyan said. This time, it's all thanks to Mr. Li. These are just small gifts, a token of my respect. Chang Si had prepared a whole cartload of things, and Li Pingyan didn't refuse, accepting everything. Chang Si also offered to give this courtyard to Li Pingyan, but Li Pingyan declined. Then the two chatted for a while longer before Chang Si, full of gratitude, took his leave. After Chang Si left, Lu Yun walked out of the room. Looking at the pile of things on the side, she looked around with joy. We can have a good new year this time, Li Pingyan said. Lu Yun's lips also curved into a smile. It was snowing again in Luoxue City. Lu Yun looked up and smiled. She reached out, as if grasping a snowflake. Yet it was as if she grasped nothing at all. At the same time, a secret letter from Luoxue City was sent by express horse to the Great Sui capital. One general's success is the result of thousands of sacrifices. 3 days later, the underworld figures of Luoxue City gathered at Haikshai. The one who sent the invitation was none other than Chief Liang Chenggang, the leader of the Flying Eagle gang, who had recently risen to prominence. Around Haikshai, hundreds of underworld subordinates gathered. To prevent the Flying Eagle gang from playing any tricks, each gang brought as many subordinates as possible. Haikshai was filled with powerful underworld figures who had come to join. After a short while, Chief Liang Chenggang, the leader of the Flying Eagle gang, appeared. He was dressed in a long green gown, with a long sword at his waist, looking refined and elegant. Gentlemen, thank you for giving me this face. Speak quickly. Why did you call us here? Old Hua from Lucheng spoke with ill temper. Because of the Flying Eagle gang, Old Hua had lost many territories. I know that all of you have many opinions about me, and I have offended you greatly before. However, I was also acting on behalf of someone else, so please do not take offense, gentlemen.
Chief Liang Chenggang spoke with unusual politeness today. This made everyone's expressions tense. What exactly was this fellow up to?
Chief Liang, we are all straightforward people, so please speak directly. Chief Liang Chenggang smiled and said, to be honest with you all, I want to give you an opportunity for promotion and wealth. Luoshui City, Embroidered Uniform Guard Station. Deputy Commander Lu Chun looked at the letter, took a deep breath, and his hands trembled involuntarily. The Embroidered Uniform Guard, they were a department of the imperial court, the emperor's ears and eyes. They were not only responsible for investigations in the capital but also for supervising local officials. Even princes and ministers had to be wary of them. Lu Chun had made one correct gamble in his life, and that was during the early years when the two princes contended for the throne. He firmly sided with the current emperor, rising from an unknown nobody to a deputy commander. And now, the situation Lu Cheng faced, while not exactly the same as decades ago, could only be described as identical. The contention between the princess and the second prince had reached a life and death stage. It was initially thought that the explosion of the princess's treasure ship had settled the succession dispute. Who knew that the princess had miraculously escaped death? She was even now hiding in Luoshui City. Lu Cheng lit the letter, turning it into ashes. His eyes showed a sense of unease, yet also a look of greed. A general's success is built upon the bones of 10,000 men. Life is a gamble, those who cannot afford to lose are destined to lose their entire lives. Rather than dying in obscurity, it is better to go all out and make a big gamble. Ding dong. 2 springs reflecting the moon LV2, 9500/10,000. It seems I can achieve a breakthrough to rank 2 this year. Li Pingyan finished chopping today's wood. He was about to go to the pawnshop, as the landlord Chang Si had given Li Pingyan many things earlier. Li Pingyan planned to pawn some of them to get some spending money. And also buy a New Year's gift for Lu Yun. However, as soon as he stepped out, Li Pingyan sensed that something was wrong. There were a few more scouts in the shadows. Could they be from the Flying Eagle gang? However, these auras were clearly stronger. What's wrong? Lu Yun happened to be about to wash clothes, carrying a basin as she walked out. Seeing Li Pingyan turn back, she asked, "Did you forget something?" "It's nothing." Li Pingyan smiled faintly. "I'm not going out today." "Why?" Lu Yun asked, puzzled. "I want to rest for a day." Lu Yun's bright eyes blinked, and she reached out to touch Li Pingyan's forehead. "Are you sick?" Her hand was cool, carrying a faint fragrance. "No, really, it's cold, and I don't want to go out. I'll play some chess with you later." "Okay, I've been studying many moves recently. You definitely won't be my opponent." Lu Yun's red lips curled slightly. Li Pingyan walked to the backyard, where the old ox was lazily lying on the ground, basking in the sun. "Moo." The old ox mooed. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. "Old ox, did you foresee something again?" The old ox mooed several more times. "A great battle? Is it related to me, or to Lu Yun?" "Moo." Lu Yun? Li Pingyan had long guessed that this day would come. After the princess's treasure ship exploded, Li Pingyan met Lu Yun. The old ox then insisted that Li Pingyan save Lu Yun. What the old ox asked him to do was 100% beneficial to him. From Lu Yun's demeanor and every movement, it was clear that she was definitely not a girl from an ordinary family. Her identity was naturally self-evident, but Lu Yun did not say. So Li Pingyan did not actively expose her. In fact, according to his personality, if the old ox hadn't insisted he save her at that time, Li Pingyan would never have saved this stranger. But after more than half a year of living together, he seemed to have gotten used to the presence of a woman in his home. However, now everything seemed to be coming to an end. Li Pingyan stroked the old ox's head. A storm was approaching, with the wind whistling through the building. "Pingyan Escort Agency." "Weapons?" "Mr. Li, could you be more specific? What type of weapon are you looking for?" Chen Shan asked. "Killing requires weapons. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools.
Li Pingyan's weapon had always been a walking stick.
It could handle small situations, but against a siege by experts, he would need a weapon that could stand on its own. So Li Pingyan thought of Chen Shun, the young master of Pingyan escort agency. Half a year ago, during an escort mission, Li Pingyan had saved Chen Shun once. The two had become acquainted because of this.
I'm used to using a dao.
A dao, yes, yes.
Chen Shun nodded eagerly.
Li Pingyan had finally asked him to do something, and Chen Shun was incredibly excited. After returning from that escort mission, he had always wanted to become Li Pingyan's disciple. But Li Pingyan had never agreed.
This time was undoubtedly his best opportunity. Chen Shun led Li Pingyan to the escort agency's armory.
As the armory door opened, a smell of iron wafted out.
This is our escort agency's armory.
Chen Shun proudly introduced it to Li Pingyan. The room was over 80 square meters, with 2 rows of shelves displaying various weapons.
Chen Shun picked up a 3-foot-long broadsword. How about this dao?
Li Pingyan flicked it with his hand, but he wasn't very satisfied.
Chen Shun picked up another one, neither long nor short.
The blade was wide and thin, incredibly sharp. Li Pingyan tried swinging it, but it wasn't quite right. Chen Shun then introduced no less than dozens of good dao to Li Pingyan, but none of them suited Li Pingyan's taste. Chen Shun thought, a master is a master, ordinary weapons simply won't catch his eye. He gritted his teeth, knowing that one must be willing to make sacrifices to achieve great things. Perhaps this was a test from Mr.
Li. Mr.
Li, these common items are not worthy of your attention.
I'll take you to see something else. There's something else?
Of course.
Then thank you very much.
Chen Shun said, Sir, please don't be so polite with me. This way, please.
New Year's Eve.
Chen Shun secretly led Li Pingyan to a cellar and opened a hidden door. Behind the hidden door was a flight of stairs, leading downwards. It was pitch black, and as soon as they entered, a chilling aura assailed them. This was Chen Shun's father's special place for storing treasures. Escort agency guards, having traveled far and wide, would more or less come across rare treasures from various parts of the 9 provinces. Chen Shun's father had placed all these rare treasures in the hidden room.
Chen Shun lit a long lamp tube. Sir, do you see any suitable weapons? Li Pingyan walked past the rare treasures and went straight to a nearby weapon rack.
Getting closer, his eyes could still perceive some things.
Li Pingyan gripped the second blade on his left.
The blade was long and narrow, slightly curved, with a lightning-like blue gleam. The sharpness of the edge and the blunt thickness of the spine formed a perfect contrast. It was supple and bright, with a graceful and gentle curve. Its surface was covered with intricate patterns, like an exquisite work of art.
What is this blade called? Li Pingyan asked. I remember this one.
This blade was brought back by my father from the western regions, and it's called Sky Cyan. It was found next to a martial artist who died in the desert. My father buried him, and seeing that the blade was good, he brought it back.
This blade is good. Li Pingyan praised it sincerely.
As long as Sir likes it, this blade is a gift to Sir.
Li Pingyan smiled, I'm just borrowing it.
If young Master Chen doesn't mind, Li will return the blade after the matter is resolved. Chen Shun quickly said, Sir, saying that is looking down on me. I truly consider Sir a friend. Forget a single blade, what if all the gold, silver, pearls, and jewels here were given to Sir? After speaking, Chen Shun curiously asked, May I ask what matter Sir is referring to? If there's anything Chen can help with, please don't hesitate to speak.
Then I thank young Master Chen very much.
Oh, by the way, I also have some soft armor and other weapons here.
Would Sir like to see them? Soft armor wasn't necessary, Li Pingyan didn't like wearing that stuff. Do you have a bow and arrow? Chen Shun was startled, a bow?
He reacted, but wasn't too surprised.
In his view,
even though Li Pingyan's eyes weren't good, for such a master, archery probably didn't require eyes.
how about this bow? Chen Shun laboriously took down a bow from the weapon rack.
This bow is called the heaven-shaking bow. Its power is immense, and its body is made of profound iron, weighing over 100 catties.
The bowstring is said to be the back sinew of an ox demon, incredibly tough.
Chen Shun tried to pull it, but it only twanged once and then didn't move.
He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Li Pingyan took the bow. This bow seemed to be custom-made for his physique. He easily drew the bow to its full extent. Li Pingyan and Chen Shun walked outside and aimed at a distant tree. Whoosh! The bowstring made a loud sound, and the arrow shot like lightning towards a large tree opposite. With a loud thud, the bark was shaken off, and the branches and leaves swayed.
The arrow pierced through one end of the thick tree trunk and came out the other.
Excellent archery.
Until now, Chen Shun had only seen his father pull this bow. When Li Pingyan returned home, he had an additional longbow and a long blade named Sky Cyan on him. After dinner, Li Pingyan sat on the rooftop, wiping the long blade.
Lu Yun softly crept up from behind. Why did you suddenly want to buy a blade? Nothing. By the way, why did you eat so little today? Not feeling well? Li Pingyan asked.
Lu Yun had just finished washing dishes, her sleeves rolled up to reveal half her arm. She leaned back, propping herself up with her arms, and said casually,
Nothing, I just didn't have much appetite today. The two stopped talking and silently watched the stars in the sky. I might not be able to spend New Year's with you. I received news that I have to leave tomorrow.
Lu Yun suddenly said softly.
Okay, I'll see you off outside the city tomorrow.
Li Pingyan said calmly.
Lu Yun shook her head, no need. Someone will pick me up outside the city tomorrow. It's very dangerous inside the city. Can your friend enter the city?
Lu Yun bit her lip, her expression complex. Li Pingyan saw her difficulty and, without waiting for her reply, said,
I'll see you off outside the city.
Lu Yun clenched her fingers and lowered her head.
After a long pause, she said, It's very dangerous.
You should stay here.
It's all right. Lu Yun, I'm sorry, I've implicated you.
Li Pingyan was startled, then smiled.
It's all right. It's just a pity we can't celebrate the new year.
Li Pingyan had been in this world for over 20 years and had never celebrated New Year's with anyone.
Pingyan Escort Agency. Father, where are you going on New Year's Eve?
Chen Shun had noticed his father's behavior was very strange these past 2 days, and many familiar faces in the escort agency had disappeared.
None of your business. Go back to sleep. Chen Zhongshu's expression was serious. Father, is there another escort mission? Chen Shun asked curiously.
Chen Zhongshu looked at his only son, and a hint of loneliness suddenly appeared in his heart.
Someone told me that life is a gamble. Either remain unknown, or stake everything in one grand gamble. Son, your father has been gambling his whole life. This time, I will win again.
Chen Shun swallowed, suddenly feeling that his father in front of him was so unfamiliar.
Father, what exactly are you going to do?
Chen Zhongshu smiled, something big that will change the world.
At the same time, almost all underground gangs and underworld members in Luoxue City
were bidding farewell to their families, and some even made their wills.
No one knew if they would return alive after this great battle.
As the saying goes, wielding a blade to coax a widow, sailing the seas to rob ships. A dark moon for murder, a high wind for arson.
Luoxue City was sleepless tonight. At the alley entrance,
Li Pingyan personally closed the main door, as if bidding farewell to the home he had lived in for so long.
Let's go.
The falling snow, flying everywhere, carried a bone-chilling cold. Li Pingyan took out the prepared jacket and handed it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun rubbed her slightly red cheeks, exhaling a breath of cold air, hiss. The snowflakes on her face stung a little. A moment later, the snow melted on her face, dripping into her neck.
Lu Yun shivered. Cold? Yes, very cold. Lu Yun nodded obediently.
Li Pingyan held her hand. A surge of scorching true qi flowed from his palm into her body, dispelling the cold within her. Lu Yun shrank her body, feeling the warmth in her palm, and her face seemed to flush even more. Li Pingyan swung his arm, and a muffled grunt came from the darkness.
Lu Yun held the umbrella, moving it over Li Pingyan's head. The snow is really heavy tonight.
It is.
Lu Yun exhaled softly, saying with some disappointment, originally, we should have been making dumplings at home tonight. I even needed the dough. Fierce battle on snowy night.
Stepping out of the alley, the distant lights illuminated the houses.
Bang!
Fireworks bloomed in the air, casting a hazy glow over the mottled rooftops of the streets.
There was no one on the bluestone-paved street. The old ox followed behind the two, occasionally letting out a bellow.
A figure walked from the other end of the street, head bowed, back bent.
Then, footsteps echoed all around.
All sorts of sounds arose, the friction of shoe soles on snow, the unsheathing of weapons.
The dense crowd was like a living beast, silently approaching them, waiting to devour them. Don't be afraid.
Li Pingyan squeezed Lu Yun's hand and whispered.
Lu Yun nodded slightly.
The crowd parted as if cut by a knife, splitting into two, revealing a 7-foot-wide passage in the middle.
Chief Liang Chenggang of the Flying Eagle Gang walked out from the middle. Sir, we meet again. Chief Liang Chenggang, you have excellent taste. Instead of returning home for the new year, you've brought your brothers here to admire the snow. Chief Liang Chenggang sneered. Sir, let's be straightforward.
You should know better than anyone why our brothers are here today.
Li Pingyan wore a faint smile on his face.
Chief Liang Chenggang changed the topic. Let me introduce you, sir, these are all prominent figures in Luoxue City. Chen Zhongshi, the owner of Pingyan Escort Agency. Lu Guanji, the supervisor of the Zhang Dabiao of the Tiger Head Gang, from a border army background. And Old Huo from Lucheng.
Chief Liang Chenggang introduced them one by one.
Sir, I've witnessed your strength, and we don't wish to be your enemy. Turn around, go home, sleep it off, and pretend nothing happened.
Liang guarantees your safety. Li Pingyan tightened his grip on the Tianqing blade at his waist, giving his answer.
His center of gravity shifted downwards, accompanied by a faint blue glow. His body arced through the air, heading straight for the crowd.
Be careful.
However, in mid-air, his body suddenly twisted. A sharp turn, and he abruptly landed on the ground.
The blade light aimed at Chief Liang Chenggang's head.
This sudden change left everyone present without time to react, only to hear a sharp whooshing sound. Like a sharp knife, it fiercely pierced everyone's heart. With a muffled thud, his head was sliced in two.
Chief Liang Chenggang was dead.
The scene was silent, the air thick with the heavy scent of blood.
Kill him.
It was unclear who shouted, but hundreds of people surged forward like a tide in the night.
Slanting draw sheath.
A shower of light exploded in the air, as if all the air and wind were absorbed by this single blade, forming an aura like Mount Tai pressing down. No one could clearly see how that blade reversed its strike.
As a result, those who witnessed this move experienced a strong visual impact.
Blood soared into the sky, the scene unfolding in a flash of lightning.
No one let out a scream, the figures in front instantly fell in a heap. A huge and terrifying gully appeared on the ground. Just like a massive block of ice, split open by a giant axe. In an instant, peace returned to the world. This scene left everyone breathless. Fear consumed their bodies.
Li Pingyan took a step back and sheathed his blade. Everyone, Li does not wish to be your enemy, this line shall be the boundary. Those who cross this line, then Li cannot be blamed. No sooner had he spoken than a sword light flashed. For long swords, carrying a fierce blade wind, attacked simultaneously. The sound of the blade unsheathing and Li Pingyan's voice rang out at the same time. The attackers were the four swords of Yinshan. Renowned blade catchers of Luoxue City, known for their incredibly fast sword draw. All four swords executed the same move, a single thrust.
It was simple, ordinary, without any variations. Yet, it gave off an incomparably sharp feeling. However, the target's figure suddenly flickered and vanished. Then, a flash of blade light intercepted the four sword glows, like a great mountain splitting a long river. In the blink of an eye, the four fell into a pool of blood. The crowd stared blankly at this scene, their hearts as cold as the ice and snow. The gully on the ground, at this moment, no longer seemed like a simple blade mark, but a crimson line of death. Once crossed, it meant bidding farewell to the mortal world. Silence reigned, no one dared to take another step forward. Li Pingyan silently pulled Lu Yun and walked forward. If they leave here alive, do you think you still have a way to live? The surrounding people instinctively made way, for everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness. A hunched old man walked out. He held a blade, like a walking stick, supporting his body. And he was like a tree, integrated with the blade. Whoever takes his head shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold and in theft as 1,000 household marquee. Man dies for wealth, birds die for food. This world never lacks people willing to die for money. He's just one person, what are you afraid of? A furious roar, strong and resounding, deafening. The people present were instantly reinvigorated, shouting in unison. Kill, kill, kill. A burly Hanzi rushed out with a long spear, yelling wildly as he charged forward. The crowd behind him followed closely. Stay close to me, Li Pingyan said. With a muffled thud, the burly Hanzi didn't even have time to scream before he was dead. A rain of blood and gore, a flurry of snowflakes. A head, still with unclosed eyes, slowly fell from the sky. With screams, bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Blade light flew, immediately pouncing on another enemy. Prepare. Chen Zhongshu of Pingyan Escort Agency raised his hand and shouted. Shoot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Piercing sounds exploded in the air. These were all legitimate military crossbows. High accuracy, strong force. They could shoot soldiers in iron armor within 800 to 900 meters. Dozens of dark crossbow bolts, like fierce beasts, lunged at Li Pingyan. The Tianqing blade either chopped or swept, or parried, or brushed away. Each strike brought a fierce gust of wind, forcing away the arrows shot by the enemy. While Li Pingyan was entangled by the crossbows. A group of Hanzi from behind rushed forward, intending to seize Lu Yun. And that annoying black ox. Kill her. One person drew his blade and charged over. Wealth and honor, all in an instant. The person couldn't help but show wild joy on his face. Die. He almost yelled it out. Bang. However, the next moment, the old ox sharply raised its hind leg. It kicked him in the chest. With a crack, his chest bone was directly shattered, and he died on the spot. Old ox, moo. Brave Nyo Nyo, unafraid of hardship. Facing the surrounding enemies, the old ox bellowed. It kicked the charging enemy flying, its two massive horns like two natural shields. They were also covered in sharp spikes, whoever touched them died. Practitioners. Chen Zhongshu's mouth twitched slightly. He swallowed, looking at the figure below. Is this, even human? The Tianqing blade in Li Pingyan's hand seemed to transform into hundreds of blades. Blade light flickered, emitting strange sounds. Li Pingyan pushed off with both feet, leaping up. Avoiding the incoming crossbow bolts and flying a zhang away. He slashed out with one blade, forming a curtain of blades. Several crossbowmen were cut down. He ascended to the second floor like a soaring bird. Chen Zhongshu roared, bringing his long blade down from above. Li Pingyan landed abruptly, rolling on the ground to dodge the strike. Chen Zhongshu's weapon was a long zamadeo. The blade was long and thick, looking extremely intimidating. Utilizing the twisting force of his arm and waist, Chen Zhongshu's strike was so powerful it inspired awe. Li Pingyan did not retreat, he met it head-on. He twisted his waist, delivering a whirlwind-like backhand slash. The blade light flashed and vanished, yet the fierce blade wind tore through the air. Chen Zhongshu's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled back, retreating. With a swish, his long robe split open, revealing a 7-inch long bloodstain on his abdomen. Charge! Charge! The surrounding people dropped their crossbows and drew their weapons, rushing towards Li Pingyan. Bright blade light flickered, and in an instant, blood splattered. Chen Zhongshu only saw a faint rainbow light and couldn't discern how the opponent had struck. He could only watch helplessly as the blade light entwined around him. Life is a gamble, go all in. Win, and you laugh at the sky. Lose, and you are doomed. At the moment of his death, Chen Zhongshu couldn't help but recall these words he had once spoken. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Tianqing blade? At the brink of death, Chen Zhongshu muttered, as if possessed. You recognize this blade? It was only when Chen Zhongshu reacted that he realized the blade was 2 centimeters from his neck. The Tianqing blade, this is our Pingyan escort agency's blade. What is your relationship with Chen Shun? I am his father. The other party was silent for a moment, then said, you may go. All right. Chen Zhongshu slumped to the ground, his expression blank. Why did he suddenly stop killing him? When Chen Zhongshu finally reacted, he felt his calves trembling uncontrollably. Boss, are you all right? His subordinates rushed over. Go! Go! Chen Zhongshu's voice trembled slightly. The night wind howled, and the moonlight flickered. A suffocating gloom filled the air. The strong scent of blood carried a trembling chill. A few drops of blood splattered on Lu Yun's face. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew towards her, aiming directly for her chest. Lu Yun instinctively dodged. But it was as if she had suddenly hit a wall. She looked up and realized she had collided with Li Pingyan's chest. The incoming arrow had also been cut down. Are you all right? Li Pingyan patted Black Ox, well done, brother. Moo. Black Ox mooed happily. The minions had been cleared, now came the main event. Li Pingyan sensed 2 powerful chi in front of him. It's him? Lu Yun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. You know him? Yes. Lu Yun nodded, Lu Chang of the embroidered uniform guard. My mother promoted him back then. Humph. Human hearts are indeed fickle. At this, Lu Yun looked at Li Pingyan with concern. Be careful, this guy has real skill. Li Pingyan meticulously wiped the blood from his blade. He is a cultivator. A cultivator? Don't you know? Lu Yun asked curiously. Li Pingyan shook his head. He was a beggar, and later his life got a little better. He sang on the streets and rented a house. He lived his life honestly, only interacting with ordinary people like himself. How could he have known about cultivators? He is a martial artist, Lu Yun said. At the end of the street. An old man with a hunched back, leaning on a blade. Lu Chang, the deputy thousand household of the embroidered uniform guard, in plain clothes. Li Pingyan held the blade in his right hand and pressed his left hand on the back of the blade. The blade in his hand reflected a white light under the moonlight. Your Excellency has excellent skill. I have been in Luoshui City for so long, and I have never heard of Your Excellency's name. The first to speak was the old man with the hunched back. Just a street singer, Li Pingyan said indifferently. Do you know the identity of the girl behind you? I do. The old man said, Your Excellency, do not stand on the wrong side. A slight mistake could lead to eternal damnation. The air seemed to be covered in an indescribableness and oppression. No one spoke, no one moved. It was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. The old man slowly paced forward, though his steps were slow. They had a rhythm. Each step he took gave off an invisible sense of pressure. The sound of the blade roared, piercing through the air. The old man's palms vibrated, and a strong wind howled out. Though Li Pingyan's blade was fast, before this pair of withered, sea-like hands.
It was like a small boat in a raging storm, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The turtle breath true chi surged within him, and Li Pingyan stabilized his stance. The blade light was like a whirlpool, or ripples on a lake, continuous.
Fast as lightning, it struck directly at the old man's vital point.
On the old man's withered face, a cold smile appeared. He raised his withered hand, blocking the attack. He even gripped the Tianqing blade.
Lu Cheng's figure flashed to Li Pingyan's side, and a blade descended. Li Pingyan spun like a top, easily dodging the strike.
But he lost his weapon. He rolled backward, then recovered. In his hand, there was already a longbow.
The heaven-shaking bow.
Whoosh!
Flying arrow?
The old man waved his sleeve, and a strong wind shot out from it, forcefully blowing away the flying arrow. Before Li Pingyan could shoot a second arrow, Lu Cheng charged forward. Li Pingyan had no weapon in his hand, only a longbow.
Die!
Lu Cheng's eyes were cold, and the long blade in his hand seemed to fall from the sky. With one strike, even a horse would be split in two by him. Half a second later, the long blade fell to the ground. Lu Cheng grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His blade had indeed struck Li Pingyan's left shoulder, but Li Pingyan's hand blade had simultaneously pierced his heart.
The old man's expression changed. Lu Cheng?
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 more long arrows were fired consecutively. The old man was about to strike when he suddenly noticed movement behind him. He turned his head and saw a large black ox charging towards him at full speed. The old man didn't care, waving casually. He intended to crush this black ox. The ground shattered, and dust flew. But it couldn't stop the black ox's steps, it lunged at him with even greater speed. The old man frantically waved his sleeve, forcing out surges of internal energy. A chi curtain formed in front of him, attempting to block the black ox.
Boom!
With one strike, the chi curtain nearly shattered.
Put! A muffled sound.
The old man grunted, spitting out a line of blood. A long blade shot out from his chest.
Li Pingyan, holding Lu Cheng's black blade, let out a heavy breath.
A matter of life and death. A long blade shot out from his chest.
Li Pingyan held Lu Cheng's black ox blade, letting out a heavy breath.
The old man's eyes were wide, feeling that his true chi could no longer be mobilized. The long blade had crushed his heart and ripped through his flesh. The old man let out a painful grunt. He had never expected an ox to possess such strength.
At the city gate of Luoxue City, a white-haired old man was lowering his head, eating peanuts.
Beside him was a wine barrel, and he drank as he ate.
Da-day-day. Footsteps echoed on the empty street.
Heavy snow fell, and the north wind roared. It lashed against the city walls, making a thundering sound. Wu Shishun had originally received an appointment letter from the Ministry of Personnel, sending him to beyond the pass. However, while passing through Luoxue City, he suddenly received a special order. Li Pingyan stopped, the blood on his shoulder had ceased. However, the bone was injured, so it wouldn't recover for a while. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. The opponent hadn't made a move yet, but he could already vaguely sense the fluctuations in the surrounding air.
A dangerous aura permeated the air.
This was an intuition, like a beast facing danger, having an instinctive feeling.
Do you know him? Li Pingyan asked softly.
Lu Yun was frowning, looking at Li Pingyan's wound, then reacted. She looked up at Wu Shishun in the distance.
I seem to have seen him. But I can't remember.
Lu Yun was a princess of a nation, the future successor of the empire. The people she had to meet and the matters she had to handle every day were countless.
She couldn't remember everyone.
But he looks like a chi refining cultivator.
A chi refining cultivator? He must be very powerful.
Lu Yun said, he shouldn't be a sword cultivator among chi refining cultivators, just an ordinary chi refining cultivator. Li Pingyan gripped his injured hand. He suddenly drew the heaven-shaking bow, and blood splattered from the wound.
A sharp whistling sound came from the air. 3 arrows broke through layers of snow and flew straight towards Wu Shishan. At the same time, the Tianqing blade in his hand drew arc after arc in the air. Wu Shishan looked at the falling snow. With a flick of his hand, the incoming arrows instantly transformed into a long rainbow. With a poof, they struck a large tree several zhang away. Facing Li Pingyan's follow-up strike. Wu Shishuan's body did not move, instead, he waved a sleeve. It landed on the blade's edge, making a dull bang sound. Li Pingyan immediately felt as if his internal organs had been dislocated. His body was blown backward by a terrifying gust of wind, falling with a bang at the base of a tree several zhang away. A buzzing sound emanated from behind Wu Shishan. Those were countless snowflakes, and one snowflake flew towards him. Li Pingyan twisted his upper body. He heard a poof, and a searing pain came from his shoulder. Under Wu Shishuan's control, countless snowflakes turned into sharp weapons. The long blade fell to the ground, and Li Pingyan flew out another zhang or so. He fell onto the snow with a bang. Before he could get up, a tear appeared in the clothes on his chest. Lines of blood spread across his chest where his clothes had torn. Blood stained his body, making him tremble even more. One snowflake pierced his right abdomen, and another pierced his heart. Blood gushed out, and he was no longer breathing. Pingyan! Lu Yun exclaimed. Wu Shishan smiled faintly, not bad. If he could be slightly guided, his future would be promising. What a pity. He walked with his hands behind his back, taking large strides. Princess, do you still remember me? I don't remember. In the 25th year of Tianlin, I passed the imperial examination, and in the 30th year of Tianlin, I served as the assistant minister of the imperial secretariat, later demoted and exiled as a county magistrate. My official career has been tumultuous my whole life, and to this day, I remain unremarkable. Lu Yun sneered, for every drop of kindness, one should remember the emperor's grace. You were an ineffective official, not thinking of doing things for the common people. Instead, you come here to assassinate the emperor and kill your lord. What kind of logic is that? Wu Shishan burst into laughter. Ha ha, princess, you scold well. It's just that the Great Sui Empire's officialdom, politics, and military are severely corrupt now. The incompetent are in power, and the talented fade into obscurity. You, the ones in power, only know how to fight for power and profit. How can such an incompetent ruler be called a ruler? Lu Yun's gaze fell on Li Pingyan, who was lying in the snow, and she urgently said, then what can you do? The world is like this, do you think killing me will change it? Do you really think the promises made by the people above you can be fulfilled? They are just a bunch of useless people. You've done something like this, do you think they can still keep you? If I ascend to power, I will reform and eliminate corruption. You still have a chance to turn back now. That person absolutely cannot die, go save him quickly. Wu Shishan sighed almost imperceptibly, Princess, your naivete is destined to make you unable to contend with your elder brother. As soon as his voice fell, a silver light flashed, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Wherever it passed, the accumulated snow on the ground was cut through, forming a path. Lu Yun's expression suddenly changed, he was alive. Wu Shishan frowned, not expecting the other party to be able to revive from death. At the brink of death, Li Pingyan's turtle breathing exercise finally broke through its limit. Turtle breathing exercise, 90%. The true qi in his body transformed into a torrent, surging through his limbs and bones. It was like an unbridled wild horse, erupting at this instant. Wu Shishuan's powerful qi was like a bottomless abyss, or a dead, silent active volcano. But at this moment, Li Pingyan felt an immensely powerful aura within his body. It was like an endless surge of vitality expanding. Li Pingyan's body was like a burning furnace, blazing fiercely. The heat grew more intense, and the offensive became fiercer. Wu Shishuan's expression changed repeatedly, and the muscles in his face trembled. He let out a roar, seemingly wanting to unleash his strength to the extreme. Frenzied fluctuations spread from his body,
and the surrounding space was like ripples. They spread in all directions as he launched his final counterattack.
Bang!
The Tianqing blade let out a loud bang under the immense force, breaking into several pieces.
Li Pingyan used his body as a blade, crashing into him fiercely.
Wu Shirshan was forced into disarray, facing perilous situations. He stumbled, trying to carve out a path to survival. But a flash of blade light, and a wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing out. Wu Shirshan gritted his teeth and pointed a finger at Li Pingyan's left shoulder.
His entire left arm turned into a bloody mess under the opponent's full-force strike.
Moo! The old black ox charged over from the side. Wu Shirshan struck with a palm, forcefully knocking the black ox to the ground. A streak of light flashed, and Li Pingyan flew over. Wu Shirshan didn't have time to gather his chi. He twisted his body to the right, flipped his left hand, and grabbed Li Pingyan's neck.
Just as he was about to unleash a full-force strike and crush his neck,
the snow stopped.
Clang! A sound rang out.
Li Pingyan suddenly spat out a cold gleam from his mouth, which pierced Wu Shirshuan's glabella like lightning. It was a broken blade shard from the Tianqing blade. Wu Shirshuan's body stiffened, and his eyes showed a momentary daze. The old ox took the opportunity to get up and flipped him over. Then, its massive body heavily pressed down on him, not stopping until the opponent was pressed into an unrecognizable shape. Li Pingyan clutched his empty left arm and quickly stopped his bleeding. Lu Yun looked left and right, tearing her clothes with her teeth. She took out some medicinal powder from her pocket, applied it, and then skillfully bandaged Li Pingyan.
"It's nothing, no need to cry," Li Pingyan said with a faint smile.
Lu Yun bit her lip, her voice a little hoarse. "Don't worry, after we go back, I will find the best cultivator to heal you."
"Rebirth of limbs is not impossible."
Li Pingyan took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "Let's keep going."
Outside the city, dozens of people in green robes stood quietly in the heavy snow.
The ghost-head sabers in their hands gleamed with cold light under the moonlight. Just like their expressions, they were cold and rigid. These people were known as dead soldiers, primarily engaged in assault and assassination missions. And behind these people, in the wind and rain pavilion, a man wearing a ghost face mask calmly drank tea. It was as if he wasn't about to change the future of the Great Sway, but was just here to perform an ordinary assassination. Alas, the princess of the Great Sway, the most beautiful woman on the rouge list, what a pity, the ghost face mask sighed softly. If before she died, she could. The ghost face mask rubbed his hands, making a tut-tut sound. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. He abruptly looked up. He felt an aura that made his heart pound. This shook his spirit. And in front of him, a middle-aged man in his 40s had appeared at some unknown time. He had a long beard and carried a precious sword on his back. "You?" The ghost face mask was greatly alarmed. He had no idea how the other party had appeared silently in front of him. A terrifying killing intent flowed from the middle-aged man's eyes. His long sword unsheathed, emitting a low sword hum. "Kill him," the ghost face mask roared. Figures flashed past them, and gleaming long swords continuously stabbed at them. Under the moonlight, the middle-aged man, dressed in a green robe, held a soft sword in his hand. Crimson blood dripped from the tip of the sword, and the precious sword emitted a faint red glow in the night. It gave people a heart-pounding sensation. A huge crack appeared on the mask of the ghostface mask, and he knelt on the ground. He stared blankly at the half-moon in the sky. Sweat continuously streamed down, and his hands trembled incessantly. "You are the Confucian sword," the middle-aged man said calmly. "Have a good journey." The snow finally stopped, and the sound of the night watchman rang out. It was almost midnight. Once midnight passed, it would be a new year. Lu Yun worriedly checked Li Pingyan's wound, confirming that he was temporarily out of danger, and only then did she relax. The middle-aged man held his sword with one hand, standing in the wind and rain pavilion, looking towards the city gate, and nodded slightly to Lu Yun. "Don't be nervous, that's the person who came to pick me up. He arrived, just in time." Li Pingyan wiped the blood from his cheek. There were many corpses beside the wind and rain pavilion, which was enough to show this person's strength. However, Li Pingyan couldn't feel how strong his aura was. That could only mean that this person was far stronger than himself.
Then I'm relieved. Have a safe journey.
Lu Yun was startled, then turned her head to look at Li Pingyan blankly.
You're not coming with me? Why? Lu Yun asked subconsciously.
I still have my own Dao to walk.
They won't let you go.
Don't worry, once they realize you're not with me, they naturally won't bother me anymore. After a long silence, Lu Yun nodded and said softly, come back with me.
I can compensate you.
Li Pingyan smiled, perhaps that kind of life wouldn't be too suitable for me.
How would you know if you don't go and see?
Lu Yun lowered her head and mumbled discontentedly. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment, then said, my mission is complete. We'll meet again if fate allows.
Bang, bang, bang.
Huge fireworks bloomed in the sky. Petals rained down, falling one after another.
A colorful smokescreen instantly spread out.
Under the illumination of the stars and moon, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Yun looked up, staring blankly at the beautiful scenery. Having escaped death, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart.
Lu Yun noticed that Li Pingyan was also looking up at the fireworks in the sky. Can you see it?
I can see it very vaguely within about half a meter, but I can feel it. Before he finished speaking, a sudden burst of hot chi rushed towards him. His forehead tightened. Li Pingyan was slightly startled, and Lu Yun's blurry face appeared in his vision.
Can you see clearly now?
Lu Yun spoke softly.
It's a bit blurry. How about now?
Lu Yun moved a little closer.
Li Pingyan suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at?
Lu Yun said coquettishly. Li Pingyan laughed, nothing, you're very beautiful. Then you must remember me.
If you don't recognize me next time we meet, I won't let you off.
Okay.
What is this?
Lu Yun raised her delicate eyebrows.
Li Pingyan inserted the hairpin in his hand into Lu Yun's hair.
I originally wanted to give you a New Year's gift, but anything too expensive I couldn't afford.
I could only make one myself out of wood. Happy New Year!
An unprecedented tenderness appeared in Lu Yun's eyes, revealing a soft, flowing affection.
Happy New Year!
The fireworks in the sky condensed without dispersing, emitting their last light and heat. A familiar sound suddenly rang out. The melody of two springs reflecting the moon echoed in the warm night. Lu Yun suddenly turned her head and smiled gently. Her smile carried a faint sadness. Li Pingyan held the arrow, and the surging true chi plucked the strings.
Ding dong!
Two springs reflecting the moon LV2, 10,000/10,000.
Congratulations to the host, two springs reflecting the moon has successfully upgraded. Two springs reflecting the moon LV3, 0/10,000.
Congratulations to the host for gaining lifespan, 30 years. Congratulations to the host, listening wind saber technique, increased by 10%. Slanting draw sheath, increased by 10%. Turtle breathing exercise, increased by 2%. Aura lock, increased by 10%. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new cultivation technique, swallow cloud piercing flight. Belongs to the light body skill category, elegant and agile, with infinite variations, crossing rivers on a single reed, and walking on walls at will.
Current progress 10%?
Li Pingyan patted the old ox's head. Old ox, it's just the two of us again.
Moo. Li Pingyan smiled. Desert Populus Euphratica. The 15th year of Tianyuan.
Desert poplars, rooted in the vast sea of sand. The west wind rose, and yellow sand danced wildly. The sunset in the desert, like a fiery wheel, drifted across the boundless yellow sands. Then it gradually disappeared into the twilight, carrying a breathtaking beauty. The yellow sand gradually subsided, and this stood quietly in the sunset. From beyond the desert dunes came cries of eagles, adding a touch of desolation to the dusk. Inside the small inn, more than 10 burly men were seated. And in the center of these men was a young man in his 20s. He was leisurely reclining on a lounge chair, with a servant by his side fanning him with a large cattail fan. Creak! The door was pushed open, and wind rushed in.
Customer, resting or staying the night?
The waiter leaned over. A bowl of plain noodles, a meat dish, and 2 pots of wine. The man finished speaking, then patted the ox behind him.
Give my ox the same dishes, and a pot of wine for him too. An ox? The waiter was stunned. Riding an ox in the desert? Today was truly strange. And he could drink wine?
The waiter sized up the customer, suspecting he was being teased. The customer wore a bamboo hat, pulled low, revealing only half of his face. The sleeve of his left arm was empty, and he held a bamboo pole in his hand. A small red rope on it was extremely conspicuous. The waiter pursed his lips, hesitating for a moment.
Customer, please come in.
The young man, surrounded by the burly men, cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer, but paid him no mind. His surrounding burly men, however, were fully alert, but upon seeing that the other party was missing an arm. His eyes were tightly closed, and he held a bamboo pole in his hand.
A blind man, and an amputee.
Everyone's guard subconsciously relaxed considerably. Before long, everything the blind man ordered was on the table. The blind man drank the wine in large gulps, eating with relish, as if no one else was present. Then he began to tackle the steaming hot bowl of noodles. After eating and drinking his fill, he slumped in his seat and let out a satisfied burp.
The young man, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, watched the blind man, seemingly amused.
Although he was blind, he seemed almost like a normal person.
Hey, are you really blind? The young man couldn't help but ask. The blind man nodded, hearing young master's voice. You must be a handsome and talented young man, a son from a wealthy family.
You, a blind man, certainly know how to talk. The young man smiled. As the old saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Whether true or false, good words are always pleasant to hear. Young master is a local, and I wish to inquire about something from you.
Speak freely.
The young man said.
Does young master know a person named Chimudi?
He is the son of a local merchant.
Relying on his family's influence, he acts recklessly.
He has caused many outrageous incidents, and this time he even raped and murdered a married woman, abandoning her body in the wilderness.
The matter escalated, and he was wanted by the authorities.
His father then bribed the officials to let him go into hiding for a while.
As the blind man's voice slowly resounded, the young man's face grew darker and darker.
Ha, what do you want with him? The young man said coldly. The surrounding burly men, meanwhile, gripped their weapons, their eyes sharply fixed on the blind man. The blind man, however, seemed completely oblivious to the change in atmosphere around him, and continued to speak to himself. It's shameful to say, I am an unregistered blade for hire, without an official warrant, so I can only take on private jobs.
This time, someone hired me to take his life.
As soon as his voice fell, more than 10 burly men in the inn slammed their tables and stood up. They all revealed the weapons in their hands. The young man crossed his legs, utterly arrogant. What a coincidence, I am the Chimudi you're looking for, but whether you can take my life depends on your ability. The blind man smiled faintly. Thank you, my eyes are quite inconvenient, and your willingness to admit it saves me a lot of trouble. The young man grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, but the words he spoke were utterly cruel.
Dismantle his other arm as well.
The waiter had just finished feeding the ox and walked in from outside. He wiped his greasy hands on his chest, and the front of his clothes immediately became even more shiny with grease.
Customer.
Sand and wind surged in from behind, and the waiter subconsciously closed his eyes. The wind was originally a spring breeze, but as it blew from behind them, it turned into knives.
Flashes of blades and swords, rising with the wind.
It was as if a knife was hidden in the wind. The air carried a hint of coolness, a hint of blood, and a hint of the mellow aroma of wine. The waiter opened his eyes, his cheeks a little damp, and he touched them with his hand.
Blood? The waiter frowned, looking confusedly at the inside of the inn. Where are the people? Why are they all lying down? Half a second later, the waiter let out a scream. He sat down on the ground with a wet spot between his legs. The blind man pulled up the stunned Shimude, took out the money from his pocket, which seemed insufficient. So he reached into Chimude's embrace and rummaged around, placing the money on the table. Check out. To control the western regions, Great Sui established the Anbei 4 towns. The passes along the route were opened, new trade route branches were continuously developed, and foreign merchants constantly poured in. This led to a period of prosperity for trade in the Anbei 4 towns, while also driving the development of cities along the route. It played an active role in promoting the recovery and development of the economy in the northwestern direction. However, at the same time, it also affected the peace and stability of the Anbei 4 towns to some extent. Hu merchants, Central Plains merchants, caravan teams, and fugitives were all mixed together, and public security became increasingly unstable. Moo. Li Ping'an led the old ox, walking slowly. A sack was hanging on the back of the old ox, shaking occasionally. It seemed to contain something alive. Li Ping'an untied his wineskin and took a deep gulp of strong liquor. He had arrived in the Anbei 4 towns 5 months ago. After the snow battle in Luoxue City, Li Ping'an had been subjected to endless pursuits. Finally, Li Ping'an came to the Anbei 4 towns. Although the Anbei 4 towns were nominally controlled by Great Sui, they were actually controlled by local warlords and local Hu merchants. Casinos, taverns, and brothels were the most prevalent industries in this place. 2 alluring women dressed in revealing sheer garments greeted Li Ping'an, their figures enticing. It was as if they were wrapped in only 2 pieces of cloth. "Oh, young Master Li, back again." The alluring women enveloped Li Ping'an, one on each side, their soft bodies pressing against him. Li Ping'an, holding the sack, calmly extricated himself from their embrace and headed straight for the basement level of the brothel. Phew! A woman in a pink sheer veil sat uninhibitedly with her legs crossed. A large expanse of her body was exposed, but she didn't seem to care. What a pity, to have such a handsome face, but a pair of eyes that are ruined, and only one arm. The woman sighed softly. I brought the person, alive. Li Ping'an threw the sack on the ground. A muffled thud came from inside the sack. It was Chimude, whom Li Ping'an had captured alive. Lichunyuan. The woman casually took out A and drew a check mark on it with a pen. With a charming smile, I feel most at ease when you handle things. This month's performance has exceeded targets again. The woman walked over and opened the bag. Chimude poked his head out, his face pale, gasping for air. You guys let me go, I'll give you money. Whatever my enemies offer, I'll pay double. No. Triple. The woman lifted his chin. Sorry, handsome, we're professionals. Her eyes were beautiful and eerie. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips, giving her a cunning look. Chimude's heart turned cold. He clenched his fists and lunged forward, attempting one last resistance. But before he could reach her, he took a heavy blow to his lower back. He slumped to the ground, numb. The woman clapped her hands. Take him to the client. They said they want him alive. Oh, and by the way, ask the client if they need torture instruments. We can provide them for a fee. 2 subordinates led Chimude away. Here, your commission. Li Ping'an took the bag, weighing it in his hand. He thanked her and was about to leave. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still have something to tell you. What else is there? I got the medicinal herbs you asked me to buy. The woman placed several packets of Shanghai powder herbs on the table. Many thanks. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Come have a drink with me. Work? Li Ping'an asked. The woman rolled her eyes. Can't you do anything besides work? Come have some drinks with me tomorrow, just the 2 of us. The doctor said I can't drink alcohol recently. Then tea. tea is the same. Scram.
Li Pingyan raised his hand to catch the teacup thrown at him, smiling, I'm leaving now.
The woman was the proprietress of Lichuan Courtyard, known as Ma Sanyang.
She was the third oldest and lost her husband early on, after which she opened this Lichuan Courtyard. In this area, a pure businesswoman would find it difficult to survive. Ma Sanyang secretly kept a group of retainers. Some were Jianghu figures who had fallen on hard times, some were border soldiers who had committed
crimes.
They specialized in taking money to do things for others. Because her actions were very orderly, she gained a small reputation locally.
Li Pingyan also met Ma Sanyang by chance and was able to earn commissions.
In Anbei 4 towns, a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, he bought a small, detached house. As soon as Li Pingyan walked out of Ma Sanyang's room, he heard heart-wrenching screams from the room next door.
That was Chi Muda's voice.
He had tortured and killed 4 women, including the married one and 3 others. And now, the ones laying hands on him were the families of these 4 women.
Back home, Li Pingyan began preparing today's dinner.
Leftover potato fried rice noodles from the morning, and 2 naans.
He could eat them after heating them up.
The old ox lay on the ground, carefully reading today's official gazette.
He mooed as he read. Moo moo moo. Li Pingyan ate his naan, nodding occasionally.
Although he couldn't see, the old ox could read and do many things for him.
For example, reading newspapers.
From the newspaper, Li Pingyan learned that Lu Yun had safely returned to the palace.
The official newspaper specifically wrote a lengthy argumentative essay praising the princess.
After eating, Li Pingyan cultivated as usual. The upgrade of 2 springs reflecting the moon had brought his body to a new realm. The functions of his internal organs were also getting better and better, his meridians were smooth, and his vital chi and spirit had significantly
improved.
However, the loss of an arm still made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Although he could now pluck the arrow with true chi. But to perform on the street, he could only use one hand. One hand could only play part of the melody, but the scale was incomplete, which also hindered the melody. So Li Pingyan often held a specific wooden stick in his mouth.
Others would only say it was truly amazing.
In reality, Li Pingyan had attached a bit of true chi, which ordinary people naturally couldn't see, thinking the wooden stick was responsible.
Bang bang. A knock sounded. The old ox got up from the ground and opened the door. Outside the door stood a little girl in a pink dress, holding a jar.
The girl's big, clear black and white eyes were very beautiful.
Uncle, this is the soup my older sister Aliyah asked me to give you. Li Pingyan smiled, thank your older sister for me.
The little girl puffed out her cheeks, staring at Li Pingyan.
Li Pingyan patted her head, thank you too, Aliyah.
Aliyah then grinned, opened her small arms, and threw herself onto the old ox.
Aliyah and Duo Ha were next-door neighbors.
The older sister, Duo Ha, ran a general store, selling local handicrafts like fresh flowers and bracelets. It was said that their father had followed a caravan into the depths of the desert 5 years ago to search for treasure and never returned. The 2 sisters had been waiting there for their father to come back ever since. When Li Pingyan first moved in, he accidentally met Aliyah, who was crying loudly, stuck in a tree. He casually rescued the unfamiliar little girl. Duo Ha, seeing that Li Pingyan was disabled, often sent him food and daily necessities. Over time, they became familiar. Li Pingyan was going to take Shangmai powder later, so he entrusted the task of looking after the child to the old ox. The old ox rolled his eyes, this family really does rely on me to support it. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Li Pingyan still left early and returned late, occasionally taking 2 tasks at Lichuan Courtyard to earn some money. On one hand, it was for daily expenses, and on the other, to buy Shangmai powder. Most of the time, he was still busking on the streets. 2 springs reflecting the moon LV3, 50/10,000. After all this time, 2 springs reflecting the moon had only increased by 50. As the rank increased, the leveling speed became slower and slower. So far, he still didn't know what the effect of rank 3 was.
Li Pingyan was not anxious.
Although he only had one hand now, he could perfectly control the notes with the help of true qi. And it also allowed him to practice his grasp of true qi details, constantly honing his strength. This day, as soon as Li Pingyan returned home, he noticed a pebble on the bluestone slab. This was the secret signal he had agreed upon with Ma San Nyang. There was a new commission. Li Pingyan was not in a hurry and walked into his small courtyard. A beam of sparkling golden light pierced through the thin clouds and landed in the courtyard. A few small grasses and several fragrant small flowers were blooming in the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew, and the scent of flowers filled the air. In the center of the courtyard, there was also a date palm tree. Date palm, although similar in appearance to a large date, was not a large date.
Dried dates in the desert had a deep brown exterior.
When broken open, the flesh shimmered with a sugary glow in the sunlight, sweet and appealing. It was somewhat similar to candied fruit with added sugar. Some religions have a deep affection for dates, believing that dates growing in the desert are a gift from God.
In a few more days, they should be ripe.
He would keep some for himself, and the rest could be given away or sold.
Li Pingyan picked up a fallen leaf and flicked it with a whoosh.
He accurately flicked down a date palm fruit. Li Pingyan wiped it with his hand, took a bite, and nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he close the door and leave the courtyard.
Monk Jian. Dates? Ma San Nyang popped one into her mouth. Not bad. Did they grow in your own courtyard? Li Pingyan took a sip of tea.
This is the first basket from my courtyard.
Ma San Nyang raised an eyebrow.
You're a good kid, after all. It's not for nothing that I've taken such good care of you.
What's the commission this time? Do you know Monk Jian? Ma San Nyang didn't answer Li Pingyan's question.
Instead, she lit her pipe and slowly said.
Li Pingyan shook his head.
Ma San Nyang said he was a high monk from the western regions, with profound Buddhist teachings, and it said he was also a cultivator. He traveled through many countries, spreading his ideas. His last appearance was deep in the desert, and it's rumored that at the place of his nirvana, one can find a treasure trove of gold and silver that can't be spent in a lifetime, as well as peerless cultivation techniques. It's also rumored that the Sarira he transformed into after his death possessed the ability to restore and mend. That is, it could restore sight to the blind and regenerate limbs for the disabled, you understand. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this.
Ma San Nyang smiled. How about it? Interested now, aren't you?
Don't say I don't take care of you, little brother. Several people were scrambling for this commission, but I forcibly held it back for you. Ma San Nyang exhaled a puff of smoke directly at him and continued. Over the years, many people have tried to find the place where Jian entered nirvana, but all failed. Until 5 years ago, a group of people found this mysterious treasure trove deep in the desert. Subsequently, they had an internal conflict, each wanting to claim the treasure trove for themselves, and ultimately killed each other.
Only one person survived and obtained the treasure trove.
From then on, he vanished without a trace, living under a false name.
However, we still found him.
A eunuch from the palace commissioned us, wanting to obtain this miraculous Sarira.
Li Pingyan said, Are you suggesting I pocket the Sarira when I carry out the commission? How could that be?
The Lichuan courtyard's reputation was hard-earned, I don't want to ruin it. Ma San Nyang leaned back, her scantily clad chest practically spilling out.
So, for your sake, I didn't take this commission.
This way, it doesn't break the rules.
Get your hand fixed, and then continue working for me, old lady.
Li Pingyan was silent for a moment, then said, Thank you. Ma San Nyang spoke casually, but the complications involved could be guessed without much thought.
That old eunuch won't give up.
After I refused him, I heard he went to the assassins of Tingfeng Pavilion. You need to be careful, the people from Tingfeng Pavilion are not to be trifled with.
The street was as lively as usual. The sounds of buying and selling, hawking, and bargaining blended into a single chorus. In the taverns along the road, waiters swiftly weaved through, carrying dishes and wine.
In the brothels, there were sounds of finger-guessing games, laughter, and clinking cups. Li Pingyan walked unhurriedly, leading the old ox. As he passed the market entrance, he sensed a familiar aura. It was his neighbor, Duoha, Alia's elder sister. Duoha, like other women from the western regions, wore a short-sleeved, cross-collared top. It had no buttons, only tied at the chest with the ties on the lapels. Her long, raven-black hair, like a spring, was adorned with a single hairpin.
But at this moment, her pretty face uncharacteristically showed a hint of annoyance.
Several unruly youths surrounded Duoha's stall, teasing and shoving each other.
Get lost. Since her father disappeared 5 years ago, Duoha had been living in this area with her younger sister. She had encountered similar situations countless times. A girl who was clearly gentle and elegant was forced to act like a shrew, cursing at people in the street. Go home and drink your mother's milk. Duoha slammed the scimitar in her hand onto the table. The unruly youths were not afraid, instead, they laughed mischievously. Not our mother's, how about yours? Duoha shielded her younger sister behind her with her body, but the youths wouldn't give up. They rudely pushed Duoha, occasionally letting out unrestrained laughter. Hey! Let me give you a hug, little lady. The leading youth suddenly stiffened, his arm pinned by a large hand. Looking at the muscles on the other's arm, then at his own arm, like a chick's wing. The youth froze for a moment, looked up, and met a slightly terrifying face. Our Lord said he doesn't wish to see you in Neon Bay 4 towns again. The youth swallowed, turning his head to look. He saw a luxurious carriage parked by the street, followed by several guards. Lord Meng of the South City, a man who killed without batting an eye. The other youths were all too scared to say a word and quickly scrammed. Thank you, Duoha said stiffly. The guard didn't say much, merely picked a few items from the stall at random, threw down some money, and left. Li Pingyan stood not far away, and only approached after Lord Meng of the South City had left. Uncle! Nyo Nyo! Alia's face lit up, and she ran to Nyo Nyo. Perfect, you go home with Uncle. Don't forget to warm up yesterday's dishes, they'll spoil if you don't eat them soon. Her sister, Duoha, quickly packed up the stall. Every day after Duoha closed her stall, she would go to the old house and stay for half an hour. More than half a year after her father left, their original old house was taken away by someone. Duoha was afraid her father wouldn't find their new home if he returned, so whenever she had nothing to do, she would wander around the old house, hoping to meet her father who was trying to find his way home. For 5 years, she hadn't missed a single day or night. Uncle, we earned so much money today. On the way, Alia's small hand clutched the money hidden in her embrace, her face full of excitement. Alia can buy so many candied hawthorns. Li Pingyan smiled, can you eat that many candied hawthorns by yourself? I also need to give some to my sister, and to Uncle and Nyo Nyo. If Daddy comes back. Alia hesitated for a moment, Don't give any to Daddy. Why not? Because Daddy is a bad guy. He hasn't come back to see my sister for so long. My sister cries every night. Li Pingyan wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He just patted Alia's head. As soon as he got home, he found several young men in short shirts sitting at the courtyard gate. You're back? This month's protection money is due. These young men were all from the Firebear gang. In the Anbei 4 towns, there were many gangs like the Firebear gang. Larger ones managed an entire area, while smaller ones managed a single street. A complete system had formed in the Anbei 4 towns. The government and the gangs managed public order. Of course, it wasn't free, there was monthly protection money. And some additional income during holidays and festivals were all unavoidable. Li Pingyan paid this month's protection money and took out some extra cash. Thank you, Brother Lu. Please treat your brothers to some tea with this money. Lu Er nodded, no problem. How's your harvest these days? Thanks to you, Brother Lu, the harvest is pretty good. Luer patted Li Pingyan's shoulder. Alright, if anyone gives you trouble, just mention my name.
Then he left with his brothers. They still had to go to the next house to collect the monthly protection money.
Such matters usually didn't encounter any trouble.
In the Anbei Four Towns, compared to the government, the common people were more willing to trust these gangs. Because most of the time, the gangs were much more reliable than the government. Although they sought profit for themselves, they also understood the principle of long-term gain. The world is bustling with people all for profit. After paying the monthly interest, Aaliyah's little face immediately lost its smile. No wonder Aaliyah was unhappy. This month's interest was about 30% higher than before. The Fire Bear Gang had recently engaged in several large-scale armed brawls with the Poison Snake Gang, and both sides suffered casualties. Naturally, they needed money to appease the deceased and motivate their subordinates. Li Pingyan also shook his head slightly, feeling a bit helpless. He could, of course, choose not to pay the monthly interest, and he wasn't afraid of the Fire Bear Gang. However, it's easier to deal with the King of Hell than with the Little Devils.
If you didn't pay the monthly interest today and killed someone,
the Fire Bear Gang would come looking for trouble tomorrow. Behind these gangs, there were always people protecting them. Eliminating the Fire Bear Gang would only lead to another layer of trouble. Trouble was like that, once you started, you'd get dragged into it.
Rather than endless conflict, it was better to pay some money each month for peace. Upon returning home, Li Pingyan took a simple bath.
By bathing, he meant simply taking a large bucket and pouring a basin of water from head to toe.
Just as he was about to light the fire to cook, Aaliyah came knocking.
Today was Aaliyah's birthday, and her older sister Duoha had prepared a grand feast.
She also invited Li Pingyan to Aaliyah's birthday party. 3 people, 1 cow. 5 dishes, 3 meat and 2 vegetable.
There was also a bowl of fragrant longevity noodles.
Li Pingyan cooked it himself.
Don't forget to make a wish on your birthday, Li Pingyan reminded her.
I've already prepared it. Aaliyah took out the note she had written from her pocket.
My first wish is for my sister to marry a good man. Duoha's pretty face flushed, and she playfully chided, you little devil, you're too grown up for your age. Aaliyah continued to read, my second wish is for my father to come back. My third wish is for Uncle's eyes to heal quickly. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. My fourth wish is for lots and lots of money. My fifth. Night had fallen deep. Aaliyah was covered with a blanket, murmuring in her sleep. It's getting late, I'll be going now. Li Pingyan stood up.
Duoha nodded slightly, thank you for playing with her for so long. It's nothing. Duoha smiled, Uncle, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Li Pingyan left the courtyard but did not return home.
Instead, he walked in another direction under the moonlight. Under the night sky, the Anbei Four Towns remained bustling. A team of patrolling city guards carried lanterns, strolling leisurely, yet not bothering to look at their surroundings. Several dark figures flashed by in a hurry, heading straight for a luxurious mansion in the South City.
Lord Meng's mansion in the South City was located on an old street.
It was said that this street existed even before the Anbei Four Towns were established. It completely recorded the traces of time,
carrying the years, washing away the mist and rain. The cheers and horse neighs of yesteryear were vivid in memory. Under the cover of moonlight, dozens of dark figures entered the mansion of Lord Meng in the South City.
Leading them was a dark-faced Hanzi, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. He was tall and had a long, broad saber strapped to his back.
Gentlemen, you have come a long way. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. A deep, aged voice broke the silence.
With a swish, four Hanzi drew their sabers. Crouching low, they charged towards the source of the voice. However, the four vanished like mud oxen entering the sea, with no further sound. A moment later, a figure completely hidden in armor appeared before everyone. Only a pair of clear black and white eyes were visible. The dark-faced Hanzi sneered, full set of black gold armor, Lord Meng of South City has quite the lavish hand. Or perhaps I should call you Himyud, the stableman. 5 years ago, you followed a group of Jianghu people disguised as a merchant caravan deep into the desert, searching for the treasure trove left
behind by Monk Jian.
Although they found the treasure trove, they fell into infighting and slaughtered each other. In the end, only one person obtained Monk Jian's treasure trove, and for a time, various forces in the Jianghu were searching for this person's
whereabouts. Unfortunately, this person seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing for 5 years.
But who would have thought that the one who ultimately obtained the treasure trove
was neither the leader of that group nor the most skilled swordsman?
It was a stableman who guided their way and led their horses. What an ironic twist of fate.
He looked up at the sky, sighing silently, "I'm tired of running."
The dark-faced Hanzi slowly drew his saber. Yes, it's time for everything to end.
Tonight in South City, there were no government soldiers, no night watchman maintaining order.
Not even the night watchman was present. There was only the sound of flying axes and clashing metal everywhere.
Several major gangs simultaneously attacked Lord Meng's territory in South City.
Lord Meng of South City, this mysterious figure rumored to hold power over life and death in South City. It was said that no one had ever seen his true face, that he had once been disfigured, and that all who had seen his face had died.
In just a few years, South City had been managed by Lord Meng to become one of the most prosperous areas in the Anbei Four Towns.
However, today, his painstakingly managed shops had become ruins under the feet of many Hanzi. The previously lively taverns, filled with song and dance, had also become bloody slaughterhouses.
On the two tall, large vermilion gates of Lord Meng's mansion in South City, 2 carriage lamps hung.
Under the lamplight, dozens of burly Hanzi, dressed in tight-fitting clothes and with long sabers at their waists, could be seen. The short street was completely surrounded, their eyes fixed on the vermilion gates. Creak! As a harsh sound echoed, the gates were pushed open.
Lord Meng of South City, clad in black gold armor, stood before everyone. More accurately, it should be he knew.
Kill! A earth-shattering roar erupted. Dozens of burly Hanzi brandished their weapons, charging forward like a pack of mad tigers.
The entire South City was almost plunged into chaos.
Fierce fighting sounds were incessant, and bodies lay scattered haphazardly on the ground.
The gangs pouring in from all directions seemed intent on leveling South City.
A group of Hanzi rushed into a brothel, swinging their cleavers and iron rods. They began to hack and smash indiscriminately at the people inside, and screams were endless. The owner of a tavern across the street heard the commotion and tried to close the door. But it was too late, a group of people had already rushed in. The owner was terrified, collapsing onto the ground.
"Give us money, give us money."
Several people went straight to the counter, while the rest looted the customers inside the tavern. 2 ruffians discovered a beautiful woman and surrounded her.
"What are you doing? Stop, stop, do you know who I am?"
The woman's husband had barely shouted twice before he was kicked to the ground. "Little master doesn't care who you are, hurry up and let me enjoy myself." Saying this, he began to tear at the woman's clothes.
"Hand over all your valuables."
A Hanzi noticed someone still leisurely drinking in a corner and immediately walked over with his saber drawn.
The tavern's illuminating lamp whoosh went out.
Several muffled thuds came from the darkness.
A few seconds later, everything returned to calm. Li Pingyan walked out of the tavern, holding a pot of wine.
He murmured to himself, "This wine is really good, but it's too expensive."
The tavern owner held his head, trembling as he lay on the ground.
He waited for a long time, but there was no movement around him. After a while longer, by the moonlight shining in, the owner saw several Hanzi lying haphazardly on the ground.
"Ha! What's going on?"
Lost treasure.
Corpses lay sprawled on the ground, like a terrifying painting.
A short street was filled with gruesome corpses. Some bodies were twisted, some faces were bloody and disfigured, and some had severed limbs. He walked slowly, dragging his heavy black gold armor. It was as if every step would take his life. Another wave of people rushed from the end of the street. However, when these people saw He, they suddenly froze. Facing the siege of numerous experts, most of his black gold armor had fallen off. His true appearance was revealed.
What a terrifying face it was. No. It couldn't even be called a face.
At first glance, it looked like a skeleton. Only the outline of a face remained, as if it had been forcibly peeled off. Aside from a pair of eyes and a rotting nose, there were no other features of a human face. What was even more frightening was his exposed body, covered in black, gaping holes. Each one was the size of a horse's eye, as if hollowed out by worms. Like a fiend from hell, ferocious and deranged. Everyone who witnessed the scene held their breath in unison. These people were almost all ruthless individuals. They lived by risking their lives, hoping to make a name for themselves in the Anbei Four Towns. They only needed to be ruthless, but at this moment, they were all desperately trying to control themselves. Not to let fear show on their faces. Yingyue walked step by step, each step heavy and slow. As if stepping on everyone's hearts. Kill. Kill him. The leading Hanzi used all his strength to finally shout it out. But Yingyue suddenly accelerated, rushing into the crowd. Two burly Hanzi were swatted to the ground like chicks by him, unable to get up again.
Run. This was the only thought in the minds of these people now. No one knew who turned to flee first, followed by the second, the third. Yingyue continued walking forward, as if instantly transforming from a fiend into an old man on the verge of withering. You've been following for so long, aren't you going to come out yet?
A hoarse voice came from his throat. After a while, a figure holding a walking stick appeared in the darkness ahead.
How about a deal? I'll escort you out alive, and you give me the Saraira.
Li Pingyan said calmly. Yingyue grinned, a smile more hideous than a cry, extremely terrifying.
I recognize you. You live next door to my daughter. Li Pingyan did not deny it.
You knew about my existence long ago, and you deliberately approached my daughter, didn't you? Yingyue said sharply.
It was just a coincidence.
Li Pingyan recalled when he was choosing a house, old Niu insisted he choose that courtyard. That's how he became neighbors with Duoha and Aliyah, the sisters.
Yingyue let out a terrifying laugh, extremely piercing.
Then he started crying loudly, crying louder and louder, finally sobbing uncontrollably. Li Pingyan watched him silently, while several black-clad figures rushed at him from behind. Immediately, they saw black and fell to the ground. If only I could go back to the beginning, I shouldn't have taken them deep into the desert for their reward. I shouldn't have even thought about that treasure trove. All of this is retribution.
Yingyue said faintly, not caring if Li Pingyan was listening or not.
He had suppressed it for too long. Before he died, it was as if he wanted to recount his entire life.
Why didn't you take your daughters and leave this place? Li Pingyan asked softly. I can't leave here. That wasn't a treasure trove at all, but a curse. Because of it, I became a monster, neither human nor ghost. Because of it, I can't go home. I can only hide every day under thick clothes, waiting for the end of my life. My fate shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Do you know how lovely my two daughters are?
I should be by their side, watching them grow up little by little.
Then get married and have children.
Every day, I drink a little wine, listen to little tunes, and even see my grandsons and granddaughters. As he spoke, he burst into tears again. Why cry? Cry for this tragic fate, cry for his choices back then. In this world, there are thousands of paths, but only no way back. I hid the treasure trove in the city god statue in the eastern market, go find it yourself. The evil cultivation technique left by that devil to harm people has all been burned by me. I only have one request, please take good care of my daughters. After a long silence, a sound came from the darkness.
Thank you.
Today is my youngest daughter's birthday, but unfortunately, I can no longer see such a beautiful moonlight.
Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps like raindrops echoed in the darkness again.
Countless Hanzi in green robes hurried towards this direction.
Yingyue let out a mournful shriek, then began to sing loudly.
It was filled with sorrow, like a grieving soul, making one wish they were dead. Li Pingyan walked away slowly, treading under the moonlight. Behind him, the eerie sound of bones shattering, the sound of weapons tearing through air and flesh, and the strange singing intertwined, forming a concerto that once heard, would never be forgotten. The next day, early morning. The Xuanhuan Temple in the Eastern Market. This was an already dilapidated temple, with its two large doors opening and closing. Looking inside, it was a dense darkness, giving off a chilling and terrifying feeling. Li Pingyan appeared at the entrance of the Xuanhuan Temple, leading old Niu, and walked in, leaning on his walking stick. As soon as he entered, a musty smell unique to old houses assailed him. There was a feeling of suffocation and oppression. Upon reaching the back of the city god statue, he silently uttered a phrase. "I'm sorry." Then, with a single finger, he broke the city god statue. Crash! The gold, silver, and jewels inside poured out in an instant. Li Pingyan felt a luminous pearl and played with it for a while. The price of this pearl was probably enough to buy 10 of his houses. Li Pingyan reached out to continue feeling, ignoring the gold and silver treasures. Finally, he touched a brocade box. Opening the box, inside was an oval golden core. Li Pingyan held the golden core, almost pressing it against his eyeball. Only then could he vaguely see the details of the golden core. Presumably, this was the so-called Saraira. What should he do now? Just eat it directly. Lichuan Courtyard. Legend has it that if you eat it directly, you can heal damage and mend deficiencies, but I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Ma Sanyang shook her head, indicating that she wasn't very certain either. Didn't you find any instructions or anything like that when you found it? Li Pingyan shook his head. He Mute was the one who discovered the treasure trove firsthand. He probably obtained some fragmented words left by the monk Jian. But what Li Pingyan obtained was a second-hand treasure trove, only the item, without knowing the specific usage. What a tragedy. I finally found something, but I don't even know how to use it. Ma Sanyang complained. Ordinary life. Ma Sanyang crossed her legs and said, "If you're worried, I can help you inquire about it. After all, it's better to be cautious with these things." Then thank you. Li Pingyan was about to leave. Ma Sanyang called out to him, "Hey! Are you sure you don't want those gold and silver treasures you brought back? Ill-gotten gains are not to be taken. Keep them as compensation for not taking this commission, and don't forget to give some money to those two sisters." Ma Sanyang snorted, "You sly boy, what do you mean ill-gotten gains are not to be taken? You're clearly afraid of bringing trouble upon yourself." Li Pingyan smiled and didn't offer much explanation. In reality, those treasures were indeed of little use to him. Those items on the market could almost be considered cultural relics. To convert them into cash, let alone in the Anbei Four Towns. Even in the entire Great Sway, probably not many people had the financial means to do it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a chicken rib tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. What's more, once these things circulated on the market, they would definitely be targeted by people from both the Black and White Dao. At that time, he would certainly be a target, pursued by the entire Jianghu. Alas, I guess I can only take those treasures into my grave. Ma Sanyang suddenly changed the subject, but being able to sleep with them every day, I'm content. Be careful not to be discovered by those with ulterior motives. Li Pingyan reminded her. Don't worry, I've been in the Jianghu for so many years, I understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. Li Pingyan left Lichuan Courtyard and met a few listeners on the way, nodding as a greeting. It was late, and some small stalls were already packing up. Unconsciously, he walked to the city gate. Duoha sat on a stone lion, propping her head up and looking towards the direction outside the city gate. Seeing Li Pingyan, she chirped, "Uncle, why are you here?" "Nothing much, just taking a stroll." "Are you still waiting for your father?" Duoha nodded. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment, then said, "Have you ever thought that your father might never come back?" "No." Duoha said firmly,
because father promised me he would definitely come back. We've already pinky sworn.
He also said that when he comes back, we'll have money, and our family can live in a big house.
Aliyah can go to school. Uncle, do you know about private academies? It's the one with the white-bearded old gentleman. Aliyah will make many friends at the private academy and learn many things.
Then we can also buy Aliyah a pair of beautiful shoes, and father can marry another mother.
Father is very lonely.
Duoha babbled on, telling Li Pingyan her beautiful wishes.
Li Pingyan listened quietly, patiently.
At that time, we can also find a very skilled doctor for Uncle, who will definitely cure Uncle's eyes. The little girl was kind-hearted, thinking of her father, her sister. Even Li Pingyan and the old ox, but she didn't mention herself.
Li Pingyan smiled, I believe all these things will definitely come true. Duoha looked at the fiery red sunset and nodded heavily. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was November.
Overall, it was a relatively normal month, everything became much calmer.
2 springs reflecting the moon reached rank 3, its growth rate became very slow.
It's estimated that there won't be any breakthrough for a long time. In terms of progress, Li Pingyan still improved a bit. However, there were no changes in the progress display.
Name, Li Pingyan, age, 26.
2 springs reflecting the moon LV3, 52/10,000.
Lifespan, 130. Listening wind saber technique, 90%. Slanting draw sheath, 60%. Turtle breathing exercise, 92%. Swallow cloud piercing flight, 30%. Skill, aura lock, 60%.
Among them, the biggest breakthroughs were swallow cloud piercing flight and aura lock.
Swallow cloud piercing flight belongs to the movement technique category. Li Pingyan's movement became even swifter, and he executed it more smoothly.
If he encountered a situation like Luoxue City again, he couldn't guarantee anything else, but at least escaping would not be a problem.
Aura lock breaking through 50% also underwent a qualitative change.
Even without engaging in combat with the opponent, he could judge the dispersion and concentration of the opponent's chi, the true and false of their strength, and their attack target from their eyes, demeanor, and the invisible vital energy they emitted. It's just that the Chiangmai powder herbs were used up again. Due to the region, the price of these herbs in the Anbei 4 towns was several times higher than usual. Even with the generous rewards from commissions, Li Pingyan found it difficult to afford them.
If he had them, fine, if not, he wouldn't force it.
Li Pingyan's life was calm, but things outside were not so peaceful.
With the disappearance of Lord Meng's influence in the South City was carved up by various gangs.
To gain more benefits, friction continued. The Fire Bear Gang and the Poison Snake Gang, which governed the street where Li Pingyan lived, also began fierce competition.
Lu Er's visits became more and more frequent, it was either for money or for money.
The frequency of asking for money increased, and their appetite grew. Each time it ranged from 1 to 2 qian, which made Li Pingyan very distressed. He had no choice but to reduce the number of times he went drinking.
Why are you asking for money again? Didn't we just pay yesterday? An old woman on the street couldn't help but complain.
However, seeing Lu Er's fierce expression, she immediately stopped speaking.
Although Lu Er was from the Jianghu, he wasn't bad-hearted.
He said with some helplessness, "Grandma, we are fighting fiercely with the Poison Snake Gang now.
Compensation, medical expenses, all need money.
But don't worry, once we eliminate the Poison Snake Gang, everyone will be able to live a good life. I hope the world will be more peaceful." Li Pingyan silently murmured in his heart. Some rejoiced, some grieved. Aliyah went to private academy, and after school, she happily carried firewood home every day.
Li Pingyan entrusted Ma Sanyan to give Duoha and Aliyah a sum of money.
To them, it was an astronomical figure. Ma Sanyang had someone pretend to be a friend of their father's to give them the money, and concocted a beautiful reason.
Their father was working in a very distant place and couldn't leave for a while.
But he had earned a lot of money, and this money was what he entrusted his friend to bring to his daughters.
Because of this money, Aliyah went to private academy. Duoha also expanded her street stall quite a bit. Li Pingyan liked this peaceful life. As the end of the year approached, a not-so-small event occurred. The Fire Bear Gang was absorbed by the Poison Snake Gang. It was said that the higher-ups had spoken, the Fire Bear Gang's boss had done something out of line and was eliminated. The new gang took control of the street where Li Pingyan lived. The first thing they did was to calm the people. The Poison Snake Gang's boss brought some comfort items and went door to door to win people's hearts. Pretend to obey but disobey. The gang leader of the Poison Snake Gang was a Hanzi in his 30s, tall and thin, with a knife scar over his left eye. He looked quite terrifying. Leading the way for him was Lu'er, a former member of the Fire Bear Gang, who had now transformed into a member of the Poison Snake Gang. Lu'er introduced his new boss house by house. Gang leader, the owner of this house is blind and missing an arm, a hard life. He goes to the overpass every day to sing, and his tunes are quite good. Sometimes he's invited for weddings and funerals, and he's very good at handling things. Gang leader Li Zhongchang nodded slightly. A large crowd had already gathered on the street, rather than saying they came to watch the excitement. It was more accurate to say they were forced to watch how gang leader Li Zhongchang of the Poison Snake Gang would show his closeness to the people and win their hearts. Members of the Poison Snake Gang stood all around, staring fiercely at the crowd. Lu'er knocked on the door, and soon after, it opened. "Blind man, this is our gang leader, he's here today to bring you some fruit," Lu'er said. Li Pingyan smiled, "This is truly more than I deserve." Li Zhongchang feigned a benevolent smile and reached out to pat Li Pingyan's shoulder. "From now on, we are all our own people, don't say such formal words. Here. Take these fruits." Li Pingyan handed over something wrapped in red cloth. "Then many thanks, gang leader, this is a small token of my appreciation." "It's not much, but I hope the gang leader won't mind." "What are you talking about?" Li Zhongchang nodded in satisfaction. This person was indeed very sensible. Lu'er took the red cloth. Li Zhongchang then asked, "What happened to your eyes?" "I couldn't see after falling ill a few years ago." Li Zhongchang said to his subordinate, "Go find a doctor to examine him later, I'll cover the medical expenses." "Yes." Li Pingyan naturally wouldn't believe Li Zhongchang's words. A man's words are like a lying ghost. Li Zhongchang was just saying it in front of everyone. As for whether he would actually do it, only heaven knew. But even though he knew he was just saying it, Li Pingyan still had to act as if it were true and thank him profusely. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zhongchang went to the next house. Aliyah hid behind her sister Duoha, scared. Li Zhongchang's gaze shifted, and he sized up the young and beautiful Duoha. Duoha was already a grown girl, blossoming into a graceful young woman. She wore a long braid, her beauty imbued with a compelling heroism. It was no wonder someone would covet her. Li Zhongchang smiled, revealing his gold tooth. "The young lady is quite pretty. Are you married?" "Not yet." "Then where are your parents?" "My mother passed away a long time ago, and my father went somewhere else to earn money." Li Zhongchang nodded, his face creased with a smile. The next day, Lu'er arrived at Duoha's house with gifts. "These are all from the gang leader as a token of his regard." Duoha bit her lip. "Take them back to him, I don't want them." Lu'er gave a meaningful look, pulled Duoha aside, and whispered, "My dear lady, you can't refuse these. Do you know who that is? Do you still want to live?" Duoha naturally understood what he meant, and her small face turned pale. Lu'er advised, "There's nothing bad about this, think about how much you two sisters have been bullied. From now on, no one will dare to bully you, and you can do whatever you want. The gang leader has reserved a table at Bright Moon Restaurant tomorrow and invites you to dinner. Don't be ungrateful, even if you don't think of yourself, think of your sister." At the mention of Aliyah, Duoha's expression immediately changed. After a long silence, she nodded, "I understand." Lu'er sighed helplessly, he actually quite liked Duoha. He had always taken good care of the two sisters, but what could he do? Liking was one thing.
Lu'er was not so foolish as to risk his life for so-called affection. Li Ping'an's small courtyard had 2 plots of land. He planted some rice seeds in one. The other plot was planted with potatoes. Given the climate of the Anbei 4 towns, growing rice was somewhat difficult. So, Li Ping'an had to infuse some true qi into his planted rice seeds every day to ensure they were not affected by the climate. Old Ox's task, on the other hand, was to plow the land. Li Ping'an was wandering the streets, wanting to buy a fish. Daggerfish stewed with pork belly, paired with shochu. However, the Anbei 4 towns were located in the northwest frontier, and anything from the water was terribly expensive. Li Ping'an hadn't eaten fish in a long time. This time, he finally made up his mind to buy one. He walked around the street, waiting for the fishmonger to close up shop, when the live fish would become dead fish. That way, the price would be only half of the original. He happened to meet Aliyah, who was returning from school, carrying firewood taller than herself, her head bowed, unhappiness clearly written on her face. Uncle. Seeing Li Ping'an, Aliyah forced a smile. Then she rummaged in her pocket, pulled out a piece of candy, and handed it to Li Ping'an. What's wrong? Did the teacher scold you? Aliyah shook her head. Were you bullied by classmates? Aliyah nodded this time. They said Aliyah was a wild child with no parents. And how did you fight back? Aliyah blinked. Aliyah ignored them. Then next time, if anyone bullies you, go punch him, okay? But Aliyah doesn't know how to hit people. Uncle will teach you when we go back. Aliyah smiled happily. Then Aliyah will make something delicious for Uncle today. Big sister isn't here, so Aliyah will cook personally. Where did your sister go? Li Ping'an asked casually. She said someone invited her to dinner. Li Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly and asked a few more questions. Aliyah only said she wasn't quite sure, that Lu'er had brought many gifts to her sister yesterday, and then said someone wanted to invite her sister to dinner. Li Ping'an understood. After taking Aliyah home, he went to the casino Lu'er usually frequented and found Lu'er. Hey, why are you here? Lu'er glanced at Li Ping'an in surprise. No more bets. Someone was already shouting over there. Lu'er quickly turned his head and shouted with the crowd, big, big, big. Li Ping'an stood aside, waiting until it quieted down a bit before speaking. Second brother, may I ask you something? Did gang leader Li of the Poison Snake Gang invite Duo Ha to dinner today? Lu'er's expression changed, and his tone was somewhat unfriendly. Why are you asking about this? Just curious. What are you up to, kid? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Li Ping'an said calmly. Second brother misunderstands. What can I do in my condition? I just wanted to ask. If Duo Ha really follows gang leader Li, then we can still curry favor, can't we? Lu'er smiled. He had originally thought that Li Ping'an usually had a good relationship with the 2 sisters. This time, he thought Li Ping'an was trying to prevent Duo Ha from falling into a tiger's den. It seemed he had overthought it. You kid, you really know how to handle things. Gang leader Li invited Duo Ha to Bright Moon restaurant for dinner today. Do you think she can come out unscathed? Lu'er suddenly slapped his thigh. You reminded me, I still have to pick someone up. I can't chat with you anymore. With that, Lu'er hurried away. Guess it. The streets were bustling, with a constant flow of carriages and horses. Watching the endless stream of pedestrians and merchants, they moved about. They were trying to find their own place in this city. Duo Ha sat in the carriage, looking out at the sky, her heart filled with worry. Lu'er, who was driving the carriage, told Duo Ha jokes to help her relax. It just wasn't very effective. Bright Moon Pavilion. Unlike its usual liveliness, Bright Moon Pavilion was deserted today. The carriage stopped at the entrance. We've arrived. Lu'er wanted to help Duo Ha down. But Duo Ha leaped down, directly jumping off. The 2 walked into Bright Moon Pavilion and went straight to the top floor. There was a table full of delicacies, most of which Duo Ha couldn't name. Gang leader, young Miss Duo Ha has arrived. Li Zhongchang nodded in satisfaction. Go claim your reward.
Alrighty.
Lu Er walked outside, leaned against the wall, and sighed, shaking his head. Duoha was truly beautiful today, but it was a shame he'd have to call her sister-in-law from now on.
Do you like it here? Li Zhongchang asked. It's quite pretty.
Li Zhongchang smiled. I didn't like it here originally, but now I've grown fond of it.
Why? Because of you.
Lu Er secretly made a retching gesture, muttering in his heart, that's F***king disgusting. His gaze casually swept over the crowd below, and suddenly he noticed a familiar figure.
The blind man. What was he doing here? Lu Er's heart tightened, and a bad premonition struck him. This guy wouldn't really do something foolish, would he?
Recalling Li Pingyan coming to him that morning to ask about Duoha, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off.
Oh no!
He had to stop this guy before he did something stupid.
Lu Er quietly went downstairs and quickly ran out.
He grabbed Li Pingyan and growled, "You F***king crazy."
Li Pingyan was startled for a moment. Huh? What's wrong?
Don't play dumb with me, don't court deaf.
Do you know who that is?
Just you, a blind man, and missing an arm. Who do you think you can protect? She's about to soar to great heights, don't you F***king flatter yourself. Li Pingyan listened in silence until Lu Er grew somewhat tired of scolding. Only then did he slowly say, "Second brother, you've misunderstood, I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to pick someone up."
Pick someone up? Pick who? Lu Er's face was full of confusion. Duoha. Pa.
Lu Er spat, "Blind man, oh blind man, I always thought you were a smart person. Who knew you were as stupid as a pig? That's not how you curry favor."
Duoha isn't going home tonight, not a chance.
Li Pingyan smiled and didn't argue with him. I have a feeling that Duoha will go home tonight. Lu Er sneered and shook his head. I really don't know what to say to you.
Are you genuinely stupid or just pretending? Do you think gang leader Li will let her go home?
Li Pingyan said calmly, probably. Lu Er was so angry he couldn't speak. If she can go home with you tonight, I'll eat the carriage today. Second brother, calm down. Just as they were speaking, a fast horse galloped over. A Hanzi in a green robe jumped off the horse.
Who's there?
The poison snake gang subordinates at the entrance stopped him. Please report, Ma San Yang of Lichuan Courtyard has a message.
Upon hearing the name Ma San Yang of Lichuan Courtyard, the subordinate dared not neglect and quickly went up. Soon, he returned. Please come in. Lu Er frowned in confusion. Ma San Yang of Lichuan Courtyard? Why did she send someone?
The Hanzi in the green robe walked to the top floor, gave a slight bow, gang leaderly.
Li Zhongchang smiled. What are Ma San Yang's instructions?
Compared to Lichuan Courtyard, small gangs like the Fire Bear Gang and Poison Snake Gang were completely minor players. Looking across the entire Anbei Four Towns, Lichuan Courtyard's reputation was renowned.
Li Zhongchang naturally didn't dare to be arrogant.
The Hanzi in the green robe spoke loudly. Ma San Yang said, "Thank you, gang leaderly, for treating her younger sister to a meal.
Ma San Yang will certainly return the favor another day.
My message has been delivered, gang leaderly, I'll take my leave."
After speaking, the Hanzi in the green robe strode away.
Li Zhongchang stood frozen in place, as if his entire body had stiffened. It felt like a heavy weight was pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. His back was drenched in cold sweat.
Younger sister?
Li Zhongchang slowly turned his head and looked at Duoha. That delicate face, at this moment, felt like a sharp knife plunged into Li Zhongchang's heart.
What a close call. What a close call. Thankfully, he hadn't acted too quickly.
Otherwise, he should be buried in the mass grave by now. Blind man, I know you care about Duoha, but you also need to look at the situation.
Lu Er painstakingly tried to persuade Li Pingyan.
Don't think gang leader Li is easy to talk to, everyone in the Jianghu was ruthless.
Killing you is as simple as killing a wild dog. Li Pingyan just listened quietly. After a short while, Duoha walked out of Bright Moon Pavilion. "Uncle, why are you here?" Duoha asked in surprise.
Finally seeing a familiar person, it greatly relaxed her tense heart.
"To pick you up and take you home." "Uncle, how did you know I could come out at this time?"
Li Pingyan smiled faintly, just a guess. Watching Li Pingyan and Duoha's disappearing figures, Lu'er stood stunned.
Sigma, degree. Did the gang leader become a vegetarian?
Lu'er awkwardly touched his mouth. The blind man really did say it would happen. He looked up and saw Li Zhongchang storming downstairs in a rage.
Lu'er quickly went up to him. "Gang leader."
Before he could finish speaking, a slap landed on his face.
Li Zhongchang was burly and incredibly strong.
One slap left Lu'er dazed and disoriented, unable to recover for a long time.
"Bastard! That girl is connected to Ma San Nyang of Lichuan Courtyard, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu'er clutched his cheek, falling to the ground, staring blankly at Li Zhongchang. "What Lichuan Courtyard, what Ma San Nyang? Gang leader. I didn't know."
Li Zhongchang composed himself. He also knew this kid wouldn't dare to lie to him.
Most likely, it was because Ma San Nyang deliberately concealed this relationship. "What F** King Bad Luck?"
Li Zhongchang cursed fiercely. The Jianghu is sometimes not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social etiquette. If you can avoid acting, try your best not to act. Although Li Pingyan sometimes had to use violence, he preferred to resolve disputes through non-violent means. Once violence was used, it was highly likely to be a fight to the death. Instead of making enemies and grudges, it was better to find a more convenient way to resolve conflicts.
After this incident, Li Zhongchang indeed dared not bother Duohai anymore. He also dared not collect the monthly interest anymore.
Life returned to peace, but peace was, after all, only temporary.
New commission. 2 months later.
The vast desert was an endless expanse of yellow sand. The yellow sand swirled like a tornado, rising higher and higher. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, or raging waves crashing against the shore.
Holy cow!
Everyone else is racing horses, but you're riding a cow. The voice, carried by the sand and wind, echoed beside his ear.
Li Pingyan remained oblivious, gripping the ox's horns tightly.
The old ox galloped wildly, charging harder and harder, like a mad beast. Behind Li Pingyan, there was also a woman. Her devilishly alluring figure and light golden hair radiated a dazzling glow. A shawl embroidered with flowers draped over her legs, highlighting the perfection of her figure. She wore a pair of dark leather boots and had a blue cloth strip wrapped around her head. Her face was covered in dust, but it couldn't conceal her exquisite beauty.
"But this ox runs pretty fast."
"I've never seen an ox run so quickly," the woman shouted loudly.
Half an hour later.
The old ox stopped its wild run, moving slowly through the desert. Peace returned to the desert, and the setting sun, like a fiery wheel, gradually disappeared into the twilight. The woman let out a long breath, patting her ample chest.
That was close, that was close. Hey, where did you buy this ox? How can it run so fast in the desert?" the woman asked curiously.
"Moo." The old ox let out a displeased moo.
"I told you, just let me go. Whatever that bastard offered, I'll pay 3 times as much, isn't that enough?" The woman's small mouth hadn't stopped talking the entire way.
The woman was Pei Zhuxian, Li Pingyan's current assignment.
3 months ago, Pei Zhuxian married into a Hu merchant's family.
The wedding night was supposed to be a beautiful day of blooming flowers and a full moon. But Pei Zhuxian killed her husband and burned down the house with a single fire.
Then she disappeared from the Anbei 4 towns.
That family found Lichuan Courtyard, and Ma Sanyang gave this task to Li Pingyan.
"As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want, I'll be yours for life." Pei Zhuxian, with her hands tied, pressed tightly against Li Pingyan from behind.
Li Pingyan remained unmoved, forming a thin layer of true qi behind him, blocking Pei Zhuxian's chest attack.
I'm telling you, have you ever touched a woman?
You definitely haven't seen my methods.
Li Pingyan remained indifferent, walking for another half an hour. Finally, an inn appeared ahead.
The inn's 2 doors, one was closed, and the other was also closed.
Waiter, bring some food and a pot of wine. Coming right up. Li Pingyan chose a corner seat. One hand held the rope, leading Pei Zhuxian behind him.
Perhaps because the sandstorm was particularly strong today, there were many people inside the inn.
Several Hanzi ran back and forth, serving tea and dishes. As soon as Li Pingyan and the woman appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention.
It was hard for a woman like Pei Zhuxian not to draw attention, and what was most striking was her walking posture. Her waist swayed, coupled with her graceful movements, revealing endless beauty beneath her skirt. Pei Zhuxian's lips curved slightly, and she subtly glanced at the people around her. Even sitting in the chair, she wasn't still, raising her rope-bound hands. She pouted aggrievedly, tears seemingly welling up in her eyes. It was as if she had been bullied by Li Pingyan and was awaiting rescue from others.
Time passed by minute, and finally, someone stood up.
They were 4 Hanzi sitting near the door, dressed in short shirts with knives hanging from their belts. They strode towards Li Pingyan. The Hanzi walking at the front had 2 knife scars on his face, with a half-smile. Pei Zhuxian smirked slyly, knowing her scheme had succeeded. The leading Hanzi cupped his hand slightly. I am Jin Dao Wuxing, and these 3 are my brothers.
How should I address you, brother? Just a passerby, that's all. What can I do for you, Brother Wu?
I wouldn't dare give orders, but I saw this young miss is as beautiful as a flower, so why is she tied with a rope? Wuxing scrutinized Pei Zhuxian, his throat moving.
I am a catcher, and this is the prisoner I need to bring back.
Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. What catcher? He's clearly a bastard. He killed my husband and even tried to rape me. Pei Zhuxian's acting was astonishing, her pitiable expression, coupled with those glistening tears. Any man who saw it would feel a strong urge to protect her. Wuxing's gaze sharpened a few degrees. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, and everyone subtly cast curious glances. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. This female thief is very cunning, Brother Wu, don't fall for her trick.
Whether it's true or false, I'll distinguish it myself.
Now, release this young miss.
The others surrounded Li Pingyan.
These Hanzi were all burly and broad, standing there like a wall.
In contrast, Li Pingyan seemed more like an ordinary, unremarkable person. Wuxing's palm rested on the hilt of the knife at his waist, ready to draw it and strike.
However, as soon as his palm pressed on the hilt, his hand went numb.
Wuxing gasped in cold air. Li Pingyan's bamboo pole tapped his hand. Brother, don't get agitated. You're asking for death.
Wuxing was furious, drawing his knife with his other hand. With a clang, he swung the knife back. Li Pingyan lightly flicked the blade with his finger, producing a soft buzzing sound. True qi reverberated, and the blade shattered into pieces like a mirror. Wuxing was forced back several steps by the powerful internal force, his heart pounding.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kill him.
Wuxing's companions behind him roared, ready to charge forward together.
Stop.
Wuxing stopped his companions in time, breathing heavily. Then he cupped his hands, trembling. I was blind and offended you.
My apologies, my apologies.
The strength the other party displayed just now was far superior to his own.
Shattering a knife with one finger. Taking his life would probably be a matter of mere breaths. Li Pingyan took a sip of wine. It's fine.
Seeing that Li Pingyan did not pursue the matter, Wuxing quickly led his brothers out of the inn in a hurry, not daring to stay for another moment. The rest of the people in the inn were also startled by Li Pingyan's display.
Forget about having ill intentions. They didn't even dare to look at Pei Zhuxian again.
Humph, a few useless good-for-nothings. Pei Zhuxian crossed her legs, shaking her head in disdain. It was late, so they had to stay at the inn for the night.
I say, do you really not want to experience my skills in bed? Pei Zhuxian lay on the bed, glancing at Li Pingyan leaning against the wall. Are you planning to stand like that all night? Yes, I generally don't sleep when I'm outside. Pei Zhuxian sighed, it's a pity your eyes are useless. My honey trap has no effect, heaven truly wants me to perish. Li Pingyan had no intention of talking to her. Pei Zhuxian idly twirled her hair, if I'm caught and taken back, I'll definitely wish I were dead. Those people are complete perverts, it would be better to just end it myself. Then I'll have to consider breaking your hands and feet, Li Pingyan suddenly said. Pei Zhuxian chuckled, then suddenly said, do you know why I killed my husband? Overnight at the inn. Li Pingyan was silent again. Pei Zhuxian continued to speak to herself, that family is my enemy. 13 years ago, my father was an official in the court and discovered that their son was corrupt and disregarded human lives. Their family approached my father, hoping he would show leniency. But my father was a stubborn, self-important scholar. He insisted on handling the matter impartially, but this world couldn't tolerate such a person. It was a crime punishable by death, but their family's manipulations resulted only in exile. Within 2 years, they were free. Conversely, my father was framed by them. It led to our family's ruin, and my mother and I were also exiled. Later, my mother died, and I found a way to leave that place. Do you know, I originally had the chance to kill their entire family? But I thought of a more vicious method, letting them die like that would be too easy for them. I killed their only son, making them live in perpetual agony. At this point, she paused. Hey! Are you even listening? Li Pingyan didn't make a sound, unsure if he was already asleep. Or if he wasn't asleep, but merely pretending not to hear. Pei Zhuxian snorted, looked at the ceiling, and continued. Actually, dying like this is pretty good. After getting my revenge, I don't know what to do. Hatred gives people strength, I used to feel like I had endless energy. Thinking of avenging my parents, I endured all hardships. I just waited for the day my great revenge would be exacted, but after truly getting my revenge, it's an indescribable strange feeling. Sigh anyway, after I die, I can give an account to my parents. The moon outside the window warmed the night sky. On the poplar tree, a bird stood in the moonlight, letting out a mournful cry. Hey, I've been talking for so long, don't you have anything to say? Pei Zhuxian said with dissatisfaction. At this point, shouldn't you feel sympathy for me and then righteously let me go? Li Pingyan still didn't reply, as if he were truly asleep. Tisk, boring. Pei Zhuxian complained, pulling the quilt tighter. The sound of violent wind and sand arose, wildly impacting the walls. Li Pingyan opened his eyes. Within the wind and sand, there were also some more subtle sounds. Shopkeeper, these people are all paupers, together, they don't have much money. It was the shopkeeper of the inn speaking. Damn it, we finally get a big business opportunity, but they're all poorer than the last. Shopkeeper, I think that blind man today definitely has something in his pocket, it's just a bit difficult to deal with. The shopkeepers recalled the scene of Li Pingyan shattering a knife with one finger earlier today, and they couldn't help but feel a little unnerved. Difficult to deal with? I'll just throw a packet of soul-confusing powder at him and make him call me Grandpa. The shopkeeper snorted. However, they still didn't know that their plot was heard clearly by Li Pingyan, not missing a single word. The footsteps grew closer and clearer. Only a door separated them, followed by a subtle puff sound. A finger-thick tube poked a small hole through the paper on the door panel, emitting a wisp of smoke. Li Pingyan reached out a finger and dabbed the water droplets in the bowl. He condensed them with true qi, clapped his fingers together, and flicked lightly. The water droplet drew a straight arc and drilled into the tube. Puff! A muffled thud came from the darkness, it was the sound of a person falling. Scram! Li Pingyan's voice wasn't loud, but it gave the people outside a trembling sensation. Hearing the footsteps quickly receding, Li Pingyan re-entered a meditative state. The next day, Li Pingyan took Pei Zhuxian to eat breakfast, then prepared to leave. Shopkeeper, the bill. The shopkeeper smiled tremblingly, not daring to look at Li Pingyan. Upon hearing Li Pingyan say he wanted to pay, his expression changed drastically.
He hurriedly said, meeting by chance's fate, how can I take money from a guest? Li Pingyan smiled faintly. The shopkeeper then took out a jar of fine wine, a treasured vintage of over 10 years, please accept it, Your Excellency. Upon hearing wine, Li Pingyan's expression changed slightly. Then I won't be polite. A young man stood behind Li Pingyan, looking curiously at Li Pingyan's departing back. Is this inn so good? Not only is the room free, they even give fine wine. After Li Pingyan left, the young man walked over with a smile. The shopkeeper immediately changed his expression, room fee is 101, food is 21, and you also broke a cup yesterday, 2 chien. Holy crap, the young man blurted out. Why do I have to pay for the room? Do you want to eat for free? The shopkeeper glared. The young man reluctantly pulled out his money pouch from his and paid the money. Then he said, give me the wine. What wine? That vintage of over 10 years. The shopkeeper's eyelids twitched, are you here to cause trouble? The young man keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere around him, and the knife hilt in the shopkeeper's arms. He took a deep breath, turned, and ran. Farewell. Leaving the inn, Li Pingyan hadn't gone far. The young man looked at Li Pingyan's departing back, his curiosity growing. Riding an ox? What the hell is this? The young man's surname was Su, and his given name was Yun. He had just turned 18 this year, and loved the world in wuxia novels. He enjoyed the carefree revenge in the Jianghu. So he left a letter, mounted a fast horse, and left home. He planned to venture into the Jianghu alone, fantasizing about the reckless encounters and romantic adventures in novels, going wherever his heart desired. Su Yun immediately became interested in this blind man and followed him on his horse. Under Su Yun's crotch was an ink dragon steed. There wasn't a single stray hair on its entire body, and it looked majestic. One could tell at a glance that it was a rare fine horse. Traveling 1,000 li in a day was nothing to it. Originally, Su Yun had thought of slowing down, but he quickly realized he couldn't see Li Pingyan's shadow anymore. There were still clear footprints on the ground, but no matter how much Su Yun accelerated, he couldn't catch up. Giddy up! Su Yun rode the ink dragon steed, galloping wildly. He didn't know how long he ran, and just when Su Yun was about to despair, he finally saw the figure not far ahead. Li Pingyan was leaning against a sand dune, holding the fine wine the shopkeeper had just given him. Su Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. The long period of wild galloping had also tired the ink dragon steed under him considerably. Then he looked at the ox the other party was riding, which was drinking wine? Su Yun's eyes widened. What kind of operation was this? Pei Zhuxian complained that the unlucky sun had tanned her delicate skin. Su Yun caught his breath, then approached and said, May I trouble Your Excellency for a cup of wine? Your Excellency, please feel free. Su Yun was also a martial artist, so he recovered his breath quickly. A vintage of over 10 years, the taste was indeed good. Su Yun tilted his head back and gulped the wine down. It was easier than drinking water, half a wineskin of fine wine was consumed in one go. Whoosh! Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a sharp whooshing sound in the air. Turkic people. Whoosh! Su Yun instinctively bent down, and the wineskin in his hand was shot away. Li Pingyan raised a hand, easily catching the incoming arrow. He took off the wineskin hanging on it and rehung it at his waist. The arrow was a short wooden one, very crudely made. It looked like it belonged to the bandits wandering in the desert. Su Yun lay on the ground in a disheveled posture, but in the air, looking around. In the distance, more than 10 fast horses were rapidly approaching. Horse bandits. Su Yun was slightly startled. Soon, a group of people surrounded them. Besides a steel saber, everyone carried a bow and arrow on their back. Su Yun gripped the sword at his waist, his expression tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. Where are you two handsy from? My brothers are a bit short on cash lately, so I was wondering if we could borrow some money for an emergency. The leader was a bearded handsy. Despite being a horse bandit, he had a righteous air about him, seemingly a military man.
Big brother, there's a woman.
A younger brother beside him stared intently at the charming Pei Zhuxian. However, a single glance from the bearded Hanzi scared him into looking away. Su Yun touched the money in his pocket, hesitating whether to give it to them or fight them. According to the plot of wuxia novels, Su Yun shouldn't be afraid of them. But in reality, they were numerous and powerful, and it didn't look like they could be easily dismissed.
Su Yun secretly glanced at Li Pingyan behind him, waiting for his reaction.
Seeing Li Pingyan remain indifferent, seemingly not taking these bandits seriously at all, Su Yun felt a bit more confident, from his experience of over 500 novels. This blind man was definitely a hidden master. Whether it was the finger-snapping that shattered a blade yesterday, or the innkeeper's inexplicable flattery towards him today, all confirmed this too.
Su Yun. Humph. Mere petty thieves, what does Su Yun, have to fear?
Su Yun said loudly. At such a time, it was important to let this blind man see his courage.
Even if there are thousands, I will go. The bearded Hanzi's gaze fell on Li Pingyan again. What about you? Are you the same as him?
No.
I'll pay.
Li Pingyan took out some money. I didn't bring much with me when I left. Please don't take offense, honorable heroes, consider it a treat for some.
Tea for you brothers.
His words were flawless, and the expressions of the horse bandits softened slightly. Li Pingyan cupped his hands slightly. Farewell, everyone.
Su Yun, standing beside him, was utterly dumbfounded.
At this moment, it felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart.
This plot isn't right, is it?
According to his imagination, shouldn't the two of them have joined forces against the horse bandits? Then this peerless master would recognize his qualities and take him as a disciple. The bearded Hanzi waved his hand, and the group made way, creating a path.
Li Pingyan walked through the encirclement with such ease.
Su Yun stood frozen in place, and by the time he reacted, he was facing the fierce gazes of more than 10 strong Hanzi. Su Yun swallowed, chuckled twice.
Just now.
I was just joking.
Hey!
I say, you're a strange person. Pei Zhuxian rode on the old ox, while Li Pingyan led the ox in front.
At first glance, it seemed as if Li Pingyan was a servant. Those few people shouldn't be your match, right? Why did you pay and give in? Pei Zhuxian asked curiously. If something can be solved with money, why resort to violence? Li Pingyan said. Then if I give you money now, will you let me go? Those are two different things.
Pei Zhuxian rolled her eyes beautifully. Big brother, that kid is quite rich.
That jade pendant on him looks priceless. Why didn't we take it?
The bearded Hanzi, Lu Yong, said, even thieves have their Tao, our becoming bandits was just out of necessity.
Moreover, taking others' money is inherently an unrighteous act.
Lu Yong, the bearded Hanzi, was originally a border guard, and because of his agility, he led a scout team. He was dedicated to protecting his homeland, but the world was dark. In the end, he was forced by villains to flee from the border, becoming a rogue soldier. With no home to return to, he wandered everywhere. To make a living, he was forced to become a horse bandit. However, even so, Lu Yong did not debase himself. He only robbed money, not lives. He would pretend not to see the poor common folk, specifically targeting wealthy individuals. He would take half and leave half, and never violated female dependents, making him practically a living bodhisattva compared to other horse bandits. Rolling yellow sand, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. Lu Yong led more than 10 of his brothers past a village, intending to rest their feet. However, from a distance, they saw thick smoke billowing from the village, and a group of foreign soldiers were riding their horses, wantonly slaughtering in the village. Damn it! These motherless bastards. One person couldn't help but curse loudly. Great Sway was weak, and the court situation was chaotic. The common people were always the ones who suffered the most. Especially the people living in the borderlands, they were exploited by the government on one hand. On the other hand, they also had to guard against attacks from foreign tribes.
Killing, plundering, and selling as slaves were just standard operations.
Great Sui would not really go to war with a country just for 1 or 2 villages.
Brothers, kill! Lu Yong roared, raising his saber.
More than 10 fast horses charged straight ahead. These were all border soldiers who had fled with Lu Yong.
Men of blood, how could they not be filled with righteous indignation and hot-bloodedness when they saw such a scene? Turkic people.
A Turkic soldier spotted Lu Yong's group and quickly blew his horn. Lu Yong roared, slashing diagonally with his saber, cutting off the man's head.
Hot blood splattered across his face.
Kill! There were probably more than 30 Turkic soldiers in the village. Although Lu Yong's group was not numerically superior, they were all brave and skilled scouts. And it was a sudden sneak attack, which caught the Turkic soldiers, who were engrossed in burning, killing, and looting, off guard.
Lu Yong's eyes narrowed, and he discovered something not far away. A familiar figure was confronting several Turkic soldiers.
It was none other than Su Yun, whom they had robbed just a few days prior. Su Yun had originally thought Li Ping'an was some kind of master, wanting to follow him all the way and become his disciple. Who knew that when they were robbed by Lu Yong's group of horse bandits, Li Ping'an actually paid the money and left? This disheartened Su Yun, realizing he had thought too much. However, the Jianghu still had to be ventured into, and he passed by this village. He had intended to rest his feet, but who knew he would encounter Turkic people raiding the village? Although Su Yun couldn't stop these Turkic people, escaping in the chaos was not a problem. But seeing what these beasts were doing, Su Yun abandoned the idea of escaping. It was just that he had underestimated these battle-hardened Turkic soldiers. Under the siege of 4 people, Su Yun quickly fell into a disadvantage. He was on the verge of losing his life there.
Lu Yong suddenly appeared, slashing horizontally with his saber.
The thick-backed military saber drew a black arc in the air, whistling as it cut towards the man's head. Su Yun also seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement, looked up, and exclaimed, "It's you."
Lu Yong laughed heartily, "Good job, kid." Celebration banquet. Careful! Su Yun shouted, pointing behind Lu Yong. A Turkic soldier, wielding an iron hammer, charged on horseback.
The iron hammer in his hand weighed at least 50 catties, making it extremely frightening.
Lu Yong, however, was completely fearless.
He squeezed his horse's belly and pulled the reins. His warhorse reared its front hooves, and the saber swung down heavily.
A crisp clang of metal resounded.
The Turkic soldier felt an extremely strong impact, causing him and his horse to retreat 3 or 4 steps. Before he could react, a flash of a blade appeared. The Turkic soldier was cut down from his horse. Su Yun was startled.
What powerful strength!
"Hey, kid! Don't just stand there dumbfounded," Lu Yong shouted. Su Yun reacted, gripping his sword, and charged towards a Turkic soldier.
Soon, the Turkic soldiers in the village were completely slaughtered by Lu Yong and his group.
The Turkic soldiers fled in a panic. Lu Yong and his group clearly had no intention of letting these scoundrels go. They pursued them relentlessly, chasing them for a long distance.
Fearing that the Turkic soldiers might have reinforcements, they finally turned back.
After walking along the path for more than 3/4 of an hour, the outline of a village appeared ahead.
"I'm boiling hot."
Pei Zhuxian kept pulling at the clothes on her chest, her bosom rising and falling.
"My body feels all sticky and uncomfortable. Why don't you scratch it for me?" Li Ping'an was already accustomed to Pei Zhuxian's random remarks and ignored her. Entering the village, they found it bustling with activity. It was like the New Year, though they didn't know what day it was. Only after asking around did they learn that the village had been raided by Turkic people, but thankfully, some Jianghu heroes had come to their rescue and driven the Turkic people away. Although the village was poor, they had now taken out all their valuable possessions. They set up a grand feast to entertain the brave warriors. With meat to eat and wine to drink, Li Ping'an naturally wouldn't miss out. He took out some money from his pocket and handed it to the village chief. It was considered a contribution, asking him to add 2 more seats.
And also to find some food for his ox.
The village chief happily agreed.
The dishes made in such a remote village naturally couldn't be considered delicious, but they had a unique flavor. Li Pingyan took out his fine wine and shared it with the others at his table, which helped to build a rapport. Pei Zhuxian, while cracking melon seeds, chatted with the auntie next to her.
There was surprisingly no sense of incongruity.
Before long, the heroes appeared and took their seats at the head table.
Everyone took turns going forward to toast them. Suyun couldn't hold his liquor, and his cheeks quickly turned red.
The feeling of being treated as a hero made the young man feel somewhat euphoric.
Everyone drank, talked, and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious.
"Oh, it's you?"
Suyun spotted Li Pingyan in the crowd. Li Pingyan nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Suyun pouted disdainfully and turned away.
Whenever he saw Li Pingyan, Suyun remembered the embarrassing experience of mistaking him for a top expert that day. In the end, he not only lost face but was also severely extorted by the bandits. However, fate is unpredictable. The day before, he was mentally cursing the ancestors of these bandits. Now, he was fighting alongside these bandits to drive away the Turkic people. He even became sworn brothers with these bandits and was hailed as a young hero by the people. Suyun burped, not expecting his first battle in the Jianghu to be so perfect. As dusk gradually fell, the celebration banquet came to an end. Li Pingyan put down his teacup, stroking his belly contentedly.
There were very few candles in this small village, so as soon as it got dark, the entire village fell into silent darkness. Li Pingyan was arranged to stay at a family's house on the east side.
The room was very simple, with only a stove and a heated brick bed. On the heated brick bed lay a worn-out bedsheet and a pile of old cotton quilts. The little boy Chen Shusheng ran over. "Uncle, it's cold outside, come inside."
The desert climate has a large temperature difference between day and night. Wearing a fur coat in the morning, gauze in the afternoon, and eating watermelon around a fire pit. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly appreciate the accuracy of that saying. "It's fine, I'm just enjoying the breeze."
True chi surged around Li Pingyan, so he didn't need to worry about changes in the outside temperature.
"Uncle, where are you from?" "Anbei 4 towns." Chen Shusheng was startled. "Anbei 4 towns?
That's really far from here, uncle, you're amazing."
Li Pingyan smiled warmly. "Uncle, then you must be very skilled, otherwise, you couldn't possibly travel so far alone." "I only know a little bit." "Uncle, wait for me."
Chen Shusheng ran into the house with an excited expression. After a while, he ran out again, holding a small box in his hands. When he opened it, it was full of copper coins.
"Uncle, this is all my savings. Will you teach me martial arts?" Li Pingyan smiled. "Why do you want to learn martial arts?"
"Of course, to join the army and then eliminate the hateful Turkic people, to avenge my grandfather and my father."
"Were your grandfather and father also soldiers?"
"Yes."
Chen Shusheng's expression darkened. "They were both killed by the Turkic people." "I want to get revenge." Li Pingyan said nothing more.
No wonder such a large house only had Chen Shusheng.
The battlefield is very dangerous. Chen Shusheng looked up again. "What's there to be afraid of? Everyone in my family is dead. I have nothing left to lose." Li Pingyan looked up and fell silent once more.
"Uncle, please teach me, I beg you, all this money is yours." The sky was just dawning, but it was covered by a haze, making the already cold weather even more chilling. The air became heavy, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe, as if a storm was about to break. A heavy sound came from the ground, breaking the silence. It was like an earthquake. Cavalry. Lu Yong, who was asleep, suddenly woke up. This sound was all too familiar to him, having once been a scout. From the sound, there were no less than 100 riders.
"Oh no! The Turkic cavalry is here."
Lu Yong hadn't expected the Turkic people to return, and even bring such a large-scale cavalry force. The village chief's gongs and drums continuously rang out in the village. This meant something big had happened, either bandits attacking, or Turkic people. This is bad, the Turkic people are here. Chen Shusheng hurriedly put on his clothes, holding an iron pitchfork taller than himself. The Turkic people, weren't they driven away? Pei Zhuxian rubbed her eyes, still groggy with sleep. Uncle, you should leave quickly. Those Turkic people are really formidable. With that, Chen Shusheng hurried out. Outside the village, Lu Yong looked at the dark mass in the distance, completely stunned. Over 300 fully armed Turkic cavalrymen. This was enough to launch a small-scale raid. What should they do now? The best option was to run, but the village was already completely surrounded. This village wasn't made of copper walls and iron barriers, how could it possibly withstand an elite Turkic cavalry force? A fair fight. Suyun had drunk a lot last night, and he was still a bit tipsy when he woke up. He heard that the Turkic people had returned, so he quickly grabbed his sword and rushed out. However, as soon as he reached the edge of the village, he was stunned. A cool breeze blew, instantly clearing his head considerably. Run! Let's run! Lu Yong's expression was icy. Where can we run? Cavalry of this scale always surround a village before a sweep. Crossbow bolts could be aimed at us from anywhere. Then what do we do? Suyun felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Worst comes to worst, we fight them, someone said. An eagle flapped its wings, drawing a graceful arc in the sky as it flew swiftly over their heads. Then it landed on the arm of a tall Hanzi. The Turkic cavalry slowed their pace, like a colossal beast. They appeared abruptly before everyone, their massive bodies exuding a suffocating aura that made it feel hard to breathe. The leader halted his troops, his fierce eyes fixed intently on Lu Yong, who was closest to him. Lu Yong stood outside the crowd, holding his saber. He spoke in Turkic, I think we can talk. Talk about what? The leader's voice was hoarse. Please give us a chance for a fair duel. To die on a true battlefield, not to have your subordinates swarm us. That is not the way of a true warrior. The leader removed his helmet. His eyes looked like a rattlesnake, and he slowly said. Well said, but I regret to tell you that in the face of our might, you are simply no match. Warriors of the desert fear no one. The Turkic spoken by the leader suddenly changed into the Central Plains language that all the villagers could understand. I will give you a fair chance. His gaze fell on Lu Yong. If you can defeat him, I will spare half the people in this village. Among the Turkic people, a burly Hanzi in heavy armor dismounted. He carried 2 small iron hammers. Commonly known as small golden gourds, their heads were shaped like garlic cloves, and their overall form was oval. The villagers' hearts all rose into their throats, silent, their attention fixed on Lu Yong. Fair my ass. A Hanzi cursed in a low voice. The Turkic Hanzi was covered in heavy armor, making him impervious to ordinary swords and sabers. Unless one used a hammer, an iron mace, or other sufficiently heavy weapons to smash bones through the armor. Lu Yong, on the other hand, had no protective gear whatsoever. The burly Hanzi clearly looked like a power-type fighter. If Lu Yong were hit once by a small golden gourd, he would likely suffer broken bones and immediately lose his combat effectiveness. I hope your excellency will not go back on your word. With that, Lu Yong gripped his scabbard with one hand and his saber hilt with the other. His palms were sweaty, but his grip was steady. The hand holding the saber made no unnecessary movements. Like an arrow poised to strike, he suddenly shot forward. Clang! A crisp, deafening sound of metal clashing echoed. Lu Yong's arm went numb, and his heart jolted. The strength of this Turkic Hanzi was truly terrifying. The Turkic Hanzi swung his right hammer, causing a cold wind to howl. Lu Yong leaped backward. The Turkic Hanzi charged forward with large strides, like a moving wall. Lu Yong took a step back and brought his saber down. The Turkic Hanzi raised his golden gourd to block, and with a crack, it stopped his saber. Lu Yong then kicked the opponent's calf, but it felt like kicking a stone wall. The two exchanged blows for more than 20 moves.
Lu Yong, relying on his agile footwork, managed to cut the Turkic Hanzi several times.
However, most of the blows were blocked by the heavy armor on the Hanzi's body, only some joint areas sustained saber wounds. But even those were protected by soft armor underneath, causing no significant damage. Gradually, Lu Yong began to show signs of exhaustion. The Turkic Hanzi seized the opportunity to knock away his horse-slaying saber, then dropped his small golden gourds, ducked low, and fiercely embraced Lu Yong's waist, slamming him viciously into a sturdy poplar tree nearby. With a bang, the immense force caused Lu Yong's vision to black out, and he nearly fainted. Everyone watched in terror, as if their hearts were about to fly out the next second. The Turkic Hanzi stood up and immediately threw a punch. Lu Yong had no time to dodge, and with a pft, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. This spray of blood was perfectly timed, obscuring the Turkic Hanzi's vision. Lu Yong seized the chance to hook his neck. Facing the heavily armored Turkic Hanzi, his only breakthrough was his head. Lu Yong twisted his head, his fingertips gripping his pulse point, then twisted and threw him. He employed a superior wrestling technique. The big Hanzi's body twisted in the air, letting out a piercing scream. With a bang, he was thrown to the ground. The Turkic Hanzi continuously pounded Lu Yong's abdomen with his fists. Lu Yong's face was ashen, and mouthfuls of blood spewed from his mouth. He released the opponent's neck and instead jabbed at his eyeballs. Repeated, heart-wrenching screams sent shivers down one's spine. The scene made Su Yun, who had regained some calm, feel his stomach churn again. Before long, the Turkic Hanzi lay motionless on the ground. Lu Yong struggled to get up, wiping a streak of blood from his mouth. He regulated his breathing and slowly said, "I won." "You keep your word." The leader's lips curved slightly. "Of course, I will spare half the villagers here, but the other half." Before he could finish, Lu Yong said, "Again. If I win again, this time we bet on the other half of the people." "Good. You have guts." The leader's gaze showed a hint of admiration. "Were you a soldier?" Lu Yong of the elite cavalry, joined the army at 18, participated in 111 battles, and was wounded 11 times. "I admire excellent soldiers. I'll give you a chance, surrender to me. Talk to me when you can surpass the saber in my hand." Lu Yong picked up his fallen horse-slaying saber, next. "So handsome." Chen Shusheng, standing in the crowd, was incredibly excited, his eyes fixed on Lu Yong's back. In that moment, all the great heroes in wuxia novels who served their country and people found their template. This was a true hero. A man holding a long saber walked out. He had a sinister appearance, with cold light shining in his eyes, emanating a murderous aura. Lu Yong let out a roar and attacked again. The sinister man seemed to know that Lu Yong was merely having a final burst of energy, so he avoided Lu Yong's furious assault. Sure enough, after just a few moves, Lu Yong's stamina began to wane. The sinister man flicked his left hand, and a strong wind erupted. Countless sparks flew from his sleeve, and black mist billowed. Then, a loud bang was heard, and dust rose everywhere. Lu Yong had not expected the sinister man to use such a move to attack him. Although his reaction was quite swift, he was still affected. His body flew back as if he had been hit by a hammer, landing heavily. Despicable. Su Yun couldn't help but say. The sinister man seized the opportunity to advance with his saber and brought it down. Lu Yong struggled to dodge, and the blade cut into his left shoulder. Lu Yong gripped the saber tightly, kicking with both feet. Only then did he barely manage to avoid the fatal blow. Lu Yong grabbed the sinister man's saber. He twisted his waist, and with a whirlwind-like reverse swing of his saber. The sinister man raised his arm to defend. His arm was bound with hard armor. However, when Lu Yong delivered this cut, his elbow slightly twisted inward. Avoiding the hard armor, the sinister man screamed. All 5 of his fingers were cleanly severed. Lu Yong executed a slide tackle, and his saber pierced the opponent from beneath his crotch. Did he really win? It wasn't until the sinister man stopped screaming that Su Yun believed the reality before his eyes. We're saved, we're saved. A single thought appeared in the minds of all the villagers, almost simultaneously. The strong prey on the weak. Lu Yong chuckled, raising his head to look at the massive formation of Turkic cavalry not far in front. His expression was devoid of fear, as if he truly were the victor. I won. The leader remained silent. The eagle on his shoulder flapped its wings and soared into the desert sky. Won? This is merely a game, the leader said indifferently. You won, but only within the rules of the game I set for you. Whether I let you win or lose, it's ultimately just a thought of mine. This world is just like that, the strong prey on the weak. You Central Plains people are very fond of cricket fighting, and I think that game is quite good. Insects that can clearly be crushed by a single hand are made to chase, fight, and determine a winner among themselves. It is said that a good cricket can be worth several houses in the capital. But a cricket is a cricket after all, even the strongest among them can still be crushed by a single finger. Lu Yong suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with an inexpressible desolation and sorrow. It was like a dying lion letting out a fearless roar. This was the sorrow of the small-time figures. They neither possessed the opportune timing and geographical advantages of the great figures, nor were they content with the ordinary persons. Detachment from the world. Some say the greatest sorrow of the small-time figures is that they don't know they are small-time figures. So they constantly struggle against fate, but most of their endings are bleak. The leader also laughed, and said in Turkic, "Kill them." The front row of Turkic soldiers guided their war horses forward step by step. More than 50 cavalrymen charged at them in a fan shape, completely blocking their retreat. Their speed changed from slow to fast, from gradual to urgent. The urgent sound of the warhorses' front hooves on the sand seemed like the king of hell's death warrant. There was no shouting, no bugle calls. Only a death-like roar, stirring up dust from the ground. Lu Yong took a deep breath and gripped his sword tightly. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was filled with battle intent and killing intent. Countless emotions surged and churned within his body. Finally, they transformed into a furious roar. Puff! The warhorses seemed to be struck by an invisible iron chain, falling to the ground one after another. As dust flew, everyone's vision became blurred. Ah, ah! A scream, a horse's neigh. The chaotic sounds drowned out everything, no other sounds could be heard. Ah! Lu Yong was startled, not understanding why. Su Yun, who had originally intended to turn and run, heard the commotion and looked back curiously. Could it be that this Lu Yong is a hidden master? A thought naturally appeared in Su Yun's mind, as he had read hundreds of novels. Almost instantly, he sorted out the plot. Lu Yong had a mysterious power hidden within him, which finally erupted at the moment of life and death. However, as the sand mist gradually dispersed, a figure appeared before everyone. Li Ping'an held a bamboo pole horizontally in front of him. The chilling aura exuded a divine might like a prison or a sea, giving people a suffocating feeling. The warhorses sensed the threat, whinnying uneasily and slowly backing away. It's you! Lu Yong was surprised, recognizing the blind man who had been robbed by his brothers a few days ago. The leader frowned, looked at the mysterious person who suddenly appeared, and spoke. Your Excellency, who might you be? Li Ping'an said in a deep voice, just a passerby, who got to watch a lively show for free. I was about to leave, but who knew the general would not keep his word, so I had no choice but to act. If I have offended you, I hope you will be lenient. The leader sneered, oh, so you're here to right a wrong? I wouldn't dare. I just hope the general can keep his promise and withdraw his troops. The leader's eyes, fierce like a beast's, stared at Li Ping'an and he mocked, what if I refuse? What would you do then? As he spoke, he glanced at the several soldiers Li Ping'an had knocked to the ground. He admitted that this person indeed had some strength, but behind him was an elite cavalry unit. How ridiculous! Do you think you can stop my 300 iron cavalry with the strength of one person? Lu Yong supported himself with his sword, and no hope arose in his heart because of Li Pingyan's appearance.
Although the strength Li Pingyan had just displayed had indeed shocked Lu Yong.
But 300 elite iron cavalry, especially in a desert terrain like this.
Even the legendary cultivators would probably be powerless to turn the tide. Unless he was an immortal.
Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. My strength is insufficient, and I am naturally powerless to deal with 300 iron cavalry, but... Before he finished speaking, the wind rose. His figure flashed, and no one could describe the strange scene. It was like a lightning bolt, tearing through the dark clouds. The leader's throat tightened, a bamboo pole was pressed against his windpipe. But taking the enemy general's head from a 100-man army is still easy. The voice sounded again, neither fast nor slow. The surrounding Turkic soldiers reacted, instinctively wanting to rush over.
Stop!
The leader glared fiercely at the other soldiers who were about to pounce. Those few felt a chill down their spines, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads, and they dared not cross the line again. The leader knew very well that at this distance, Li Pingyan could take his life at any moment.
The entire scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment.
The next scene should have been the brutal slaughter of the village by the Turkic soldiers, just more tragic deaths. But who knew the situation would suddenly take a sharp turn?
Good skill, the leader said in a deep voice. Please, General, keep your promise. Li Pingyan withdrew his bamboo pole and stood brazenly in the center of the iron cavalry.
The leader was silent for a moment, then waved his hand and said something in Turkic.
More than 300 Turkic soldiers orderly turned their horses around. I have learned a lot today.
The leader took one last look at Li Pingyan, and fiercely cracked his horsewhip.
Giddy up!
The Turkic soldiers, like a tide, quickly retreated, and before long, they disappeared into the desert. Li Pingyan did not linger either. When the matter was done, he departed like a monk.
Leading the old ox and taking his prisoner, Pei Zhuxian, he prepared to continue on his way. Your Excellency, please wait.
Behind him, Lu Yong mustered his courage and spoke out.
Li Pingyan turned his head and teased, Brother, what else is there? I don't have much silver for you to rob.
Lu Yong was so embarrassed he wished for the ground to swallow him. Just a few days ago, he had foolishly tried to rob this person. I, Lu, was blind and offended you, sir, earlier. You, sir, are magnanimous and did not hold it against me. And you intervened to save us. Your life-saving grace is immeasurable. I just don't know your esteemed name, sir, so that my brothers and I can repay you in the future. Li Pingyan smiled, meeting by chance his fate, and besides, your excellency is chivalrous and righteous. To fight against the strong when weak, with such courage, truly fills me with admiration. Lu Yong quickly cupped his hands. Sir, your words truly make me, Lu, feel ashamed. I was framed in the army. I willingly fell into depravity and became a bandit, doing acts of robbery. I truly do not deserve your praise.
Capital. General Lu possesses a sincere heart, so why fear life's difficulties?
A dragon latent in the abyss is destined to ascend to the 9 heavens.
With that, Li Pingyan prepared to leave.
If General Lu truly wishes to return to the military camp, I do have an idea. Li Pingyan suddenly remembered something. Lu Yong's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, I beg for your guidance, sir. I have a common friend in the princess's residence, you can go to her for help.
Perhaps she can assist you. The princess's residence? Lu Yong stammered, asking. Lu Yong wanted to ask more, but Li Pingyan had already departed.
If you truly have the opportunity to go, you can visit the princess's residence and mention a blind man to someone, perhaps it can help you.
Li Pingyan didn't know if Lu Yong could go to the princess's residence, nor did he know the specific situation of the princess's residence.
The reason he said this was mostly because he truly didn't want to see someone like Lu Yong buried. As for whether he could truly help him, that was entirely up to fate.
Su Yun, holding his sword, stood stunned for a long time, unable to speak. What's going on? What happened? A series of questions swirled in his mind.
First, he thought this blind man was a master, then he mistakenly thought he was just a coward. And now there was a big reversal, which made Suyun difficult to accept for a time.
When he came to his senses and wanted to find that blind man in the vast desert, there was no longer any sign of him. Unlike Suyun's disappointment, Lu Yong and the others were filled with excitement. Great Sway's punishment for deserters had always been strict. Light offenses meant exile, severe ones meant beheading. He had originally thought he would become a bandit for the rest of his life, but he never expected to have a chance to start over. And the connection was directly to the princess's residence. The little boy, Chen Shusheng, looked in the direction Li Ping and disappeared, his eyes filled with envy. Then, as if he had made some kind of decision, a look of determination appeared on his tender face. Lu Yong had suffered serious injuries and recuperated in the village for over half a month. Then he impatiently set off with his brothers, heading straight for the capital. They had no identification and were deserters, so they naturally couldn't use checkpoints or post stations. So they took shortcuts and smuggled themselves into the city. The journey was relatively smooth, and 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. The capital. It was everyone's first time in the capital, and they were immediately captivated by its prosperous scene. Tourists were like weaving threads, and carriages and horses were noisy. People came and went, bustling with activity. Everywhere were tall, magnificent buildings they had never seen before. The market displayed a dazzling array of pearls and precious treasures, and shouts rose and fell. Among the bustling crowds, there were those in palanquins, those walking, those carrying burdens, and also horse-drawn carriages and goods. Transporters. Especially the women passing by, each dressed openly. Some with bared chests, some with exposed breasts. Some wore silk scarves or shawls, fully displaying their charming allure. Lu Yong led his brothers to inquire about the location of the princess's residence, but at the gate, they ran into trouble. The strict guards were undoubtedly warning anyone with ill intentions. And Lu Yong and his group had no one to introduce them, nor any identification. They only had a blind man mentioned by Li Ping'an, and they didn't know who to look for. Their travel funds were also almost depleted, so they stayed under a bridge in the capital for a few nights. They ate and slept in the open, but fortunately, this was the capital, at the feet of the Son of Heaven. Naturally, it was many times better than the barren borderlands. Lu Yong thought of a clever method: people entered and exited the princess's residence every day. He specifically chose some ordinary-looking maids and servants, and whenever he found one, he would mention the blind man to them. However, after half a month, there were no results, and Lu Yong and the others couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Until one day, it was Lu Yong and one of his brothers turned to stand guard. The rest of the brothers were doing odd jobs around the capital, as eating, drinking, and daily needs all required money. A tall woman dressed in close-fitting attire walked out of the princess's residence. Lu Yong approached as usual. "Miss, may I trouble you to ask something?" The woman in close-fitting attire coldly glanced at Lu Yong. "Speak. Does anyone in this princess's residence know a blind man?" "How would I know that?" The woman in close-fitting attire blurted out, then suddenly remembered something, and her expression subtly changed. "A blind man." The woman in close-fitting attire looked Lu Yong up and down. "Explain clearly, what exactly is going on?" Lu Yong then recounted, in detail, how he met the blind man and how he came to be there. "Follow me." Lu Yong and his younger brother exchanged glances, suppressing the excitement in their hearts. It worked. It finally worked. The two entered the princess's residence through a small side door. As soon as they entered, they felt a wave of grandeur wash over them. The two dared not speak much, like Liu entering the grand view garden. They were then arranged in a small room, and servants brought exquisite pastries and refreshments. After a short while, the same woman in close-fitting attire from before walked in. "Follow me." Then, the two were led to a magnificent hall. It was resplendent with gold and jade, with shimmering pearl curtains like cicada wings. Every piece of furniture was meticulously carved, dazzling the eyes. Famous paintings and sculptures were arranged tastefully. "Brother, something feels a bit off." The younger brother beside him couldn't help but ask. Lu Yong also felt a bit uneasy.
He had originally thought that the person Li Ping'an introduced them to was likely an advisor to the princess's residence, or someone who could speak
to the princess. But, it shouldn't have been to arrange them in such a grand hall, right?
Looking at the guards holding golden sabers outside the door again, Lu Yong couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Just as Lu Yong was wondering, he saw a tall woman walk in, escorted by 2 maids. The woman wore a long blue dress, her chest prominent. Her waist was slender, and her features were as beautiful as a painting. There was an air of elegant nobility between her brows. Although she was in a simple plain dress, her noble aura was undeniable. Her gaze was sharp, revealing a hint of ambition. The woman sat down, her demeanor and gestures like an emperor, calm and unperturbed. Her eyes held a domineering quality, and although a gentle smile played on her face, it made people not dare to approach her, or even speak to her.
How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling before Her Highness the Princess?
A maid at her side spoke coldly. Lu Yong's mind buzzed, and his ears seemed to go deaf. He widened his eyes, unable to find words to describe his current feelings.
The princess.
However, being a battle-hardened warrior, Lu Yong quickly reacted. He pulled his younger brother and quickly knelt down. Your humble servant General bows to Your Highness the Princess. May Your Highness live for 1,000 years.
Rise, and be seated.
Lu Yong's delicate lips parted slightly. Lu Yong and his companion again knelt in thanks, then tremblingly sat down. Lu Yong kept his head bowed low, not daring to look at the legendary beauty ranked first on the rouge list. He had heard people say that looking up at the monarch carried the suspicion of assassinating the emperor. One must look at the nose with the eyes, the mouth with the nose, and the heart with the mouth.
Ordinary friends. You know Ping'an?
Faced with the princess's question, Lu Yong was stunned.
He didn't know Li Ping'an's full name. But he quickly realized that this should be the gentleman's name.
This general, a sinner, was not privileged to know the gentleman's esteemed name.
How did you and Ping'an meet? Lu Yong then recounted the entire sequence of events.
A hint of displeasure clearly showed on Lu Yong's face, and she mumbled, he knows to help others, but he never thinks about himself.
Lu Yong swallowed, a stampede of thoughts in his mind.
This was the ordinary friend the gentleman spoke of. It was truly King Ordinary. The princess before him was the future successor to the Great Sui Empire.
This counted as direct access to the emperor?
Lu Yong was already quite calm, his subordinate beside him was long since terrified. Sweat poured down him, barely managing to control his trembling. Just a while ago, they were still being scolded like grandsons by a camp commander at the border. They were framed, and their merits were usurped. Finally, they became bandits, unable to kill enemies, unable to return home. But now they had entered the princess's residence directly and knelt before this future son of heaven.
Life, the ups and downs were a bit too stimulating, weren't they? Lu Yun took a small sip of tea.
She had just been discussing matters with her retainers when Liu Bei told her someone outside was asking if anyone in the princess's residence knew a blind man. Lu Yun had Liu Bei bring the person in and hurried out, not even having time to drink a sip of water. Imperial Guards, 5 Army Commander's Office, Feathered Forest Army, Divine Martial Army, pick one. Lu Yun immediately offered several of the best compensated Central Imperial armies. Lu Yong hesitated for a moment, then knelt on the ground. This general, a sinner, only wishes to kill enemies and serve the country at the border.
I hope the princess will grant my wish.
Lu Yun slightly raised her eyebrows, her gaze towards Lu Yong changing somewhat. You are quite ambitious, much better than those who merely occupy their positions without contributing. Since you want to go to the border, then go to Xiahou Shang.
General Xiahou. Lu Yong was overjoyed.
General Xiahou, one of the Great Sui's 4 great generals, was known for his strict military discipline, loyalty to duty, and unwavering integrity. The army he led would rather freeze to death than dismantle houses, and rather starve to death than plunder. It could be said that he was a model for ambitious individuals in the Great Sway. This general, a sinner, is willing to go. After Liu Yong and his subordinate left, Liu Yun rubbed her slightly aching temples. Liubi stepped forward, carefully massaging her. Princess, if you want to see him, you could simply send someone to find him. Liu Yun pondered for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Forget it. Unlike the prosperity of the capital, the desert remained barren and impoverished. It was incredibly hot, with no wind, no clouds, only blinding golden sand.
Hey, how much longer until we get there? Pei Zhuxian asked weakly. Probably another 3 or 4 days' journey. Li Pingyan didn't even turn his head.
As they walked, a sudden rush of hooves came from the northeast. A strong wind whistled, and panicked expressions were like those being chased by wolves. Behind them, something was approaching at an extremely fast speed, hidden by the dust, making it impossible to see what it was.
Hey! What is that? Pei Zhuxian exclaimed in surprise. Li Pingyan flipped onto the ox.
Whatever it was, run first.
Giddy up! Pei Zhuxian slapped the old ox's rear.
Old ox.
Is that polite, you?
Big brother, there are people ahead. These individuals were part of a mercenary group, originally searching for treasure in the desert, but unexpectedly encountered the desert zombie
army.
The zombie army was a special type of monster in the desert. They were impervious to blades and guns, and very difficult to deal with.
Let them take the hits for us. That guy seems to be riding an ox?
The few men stared, afraid they had seen wrong.
He deserves his bad luck, let's catch up. Giddy up! Giddy up!
The men raised their whips and sped up.
However, no matter how they chased,
they could never catch up to the figure ahead. Instead, the distance grew wider and wider.
Soon, even his shadow would be out of sight.
Big brother, something's wrong, this guy is too fast.
Damn it, I'll shoot him down.
One man on horseback drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! These sons of bitches who have no anuses. Pei Zhuxian cursed loudly. Li Pingyan ignored her, focusing on the journey. The old ox's speed increased another notch, continuing forward, leaving the men far behind.
Ahead! Ahead! Pei Zhuxian's expression changed.
The desert ahead was filled with swirling dust, raising a foul, fishy smell. Dense hordes of zombie army were already charging towards them, hidden by the dust. Li Pingyan spoke, hold on tight.
Many years later, Pei Zhuxian could never forget this scene.
In the distance, a yellow dragon soared, its roar like an ox's, piercing the clouds.
Hidden beneath the yellow dragon were countless zombies, some as small as infants, others as large as fierce tigers.
Some held their heads high, tongues extended, as if to swallow the sky. Others bared their fangs and claws, looking as if they would devour anyone. But one person remained oblivious. In this sea of corpses and blood, he was as calm as if he had just woken up at home. Pei Zhuxian looked at Li Pingyan's pale eyes, like a bottomless pool of still water, or like a scattering of cold stars.
Deep and distant, giving a sense of unfathomable depth.
Pei Zhuxian couldn't help but smile, shouting, "You're so good at putting on an act." A long time later, the two successfully escaped danger.
Hey! What do you want to do in the future?
Pei Zhuxian lay on the sheepskin scroll, gazing at the bright night sky. Li Pingyan said indifferently, make money, drink, eat good food, and live well.
That's it? That's it. Tisk Pei Zhuxian scoffed, don't you have any grander ambitions?
Not to mention achieving great deeds and becoming a king or overlord, at least marry a few wives and buy a few large mansions. Li Pingyan patiently cleaned the sand off the old ox, saying without raising his head. After wandering for over 20 years, my greatest wish is probably to have a home.
A complex look flashed in Pei Zhuxian's eyes as she watched the moonlight stream in.
She spread her palm, watching the dancing light rise and fall like birds.
I originally had a home too,
she murmured softly. Li Pingyan did not reply, either because he didn't hear, or he deliberately chose not to.
The two fell silent once again. After a while, Li Pingyan suddenly said,
"This world is always like this, some are penniless, some lose their loved ones. Some are just trying their best to live. Despite countless hardships, the human world is still worth it.
Life is not long, time flies.
I only wish to cherish the present and love myself well."
Pei Zhuxian blinked her bright eyes, seemingly touched, but said with her mouth, "Oh, I didn't realize, you've got quite a way with words."
Li Pingyan then fell silent again.
"Goodbye.
When I was little, I wanted to open an inn and be my own boss," Pei Zhuxian said happily. "I'd open a jianghuan where drinks were free, and instead, people from the jianghu would tell their own jianghu stories.
I'd just do the accounts every day and listen to different life stories. Joys and sorrows, the myriad states of human existence."
Li Pingyan smiled and said softly, "Sounds good."
Pei Zhuxian suddenly stood up. "I've decided. After I die, I won't seek revenge on you.
I'll just reincarnate quickly to achieve my dream." At this moment, the two no longer seemed like a killer and a prisoner. Instead, they were two friends chatting casually.
3 days later, the outline of a border pass gradually appeared in the distance.
It was a small, dilapidated town called Xuchang. Upon reaching Xuchang, they would be not far from Anbei 4 towns. Many people were entering the pass, and the border guards were checking very strictly. The two sat side by side on a large rock. All around was silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing.
"Hey, I still don't know your name," Pei Zhuxian said. "Just call me Blind Man." "Humph, if you don't want to say, forget it." Pei Zhuxian suddenly sighed. "Could you do me a favor? If I fall into the hands of those scoundrels, they'll torture me to death. Do you have any poison, something I can put in my tooth, that will kill me instantly if I bite down on it? I don't want to be tortured at the end." Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. "All right, when the time comes, I will grant your wish." "Then thank you very much." Pei Zhuxian suddenly hooked her arm around Li Pingyan's neck. "Last question, are you sure you don't need me to help you relax?" By night, the two finally entered the pass. They found an inn and settled down. Pei Zhuxian knew this was likely her last night.
At this point, she was no longer nervous or helpless, instead, she felt calm. She took a bath, made Li Pingyan pay for a lavish meal, and watched his pained expression. Pei Zhuxian was very satisfied. Afterward, she pulled Li Pingyan to chat with her until late into the night. A feeling of wistful loss suddenly arose in her heart. Living was actually quite good. But if she were given another chance to choose, she would still unhesitatingly seek revenge for her family. Looking at the hazy moonlight outside, Pei Zhuxian finally closed her eyes. The midday sun streamed in, clearly illuminating Pei Zhuxian's face. Looking at the sun, it must be noon already, Pei Zhuxian murmured to herself. She climbed out of bed and took a deep breath. She scanned around but didn't see the blind man. Did he go to buy breakfast? Pei Zhuxian didn't think much of it and continued to bury her head in sleep. This was the last comfortable sleep of her life, so of course, she had to sleep a little longer. She slept until evening. Pei Zhuxian opened her eyes again, looking at the pitch black outside the window. She couldn't help but wonder, where did that blind man go? Nothing bad happened, did it? Pei Zhuxian's heart tightened, and she subconsciously worried about the blind man. She completely forgot that this guy was the one who came to capture her. Pei Zhuxian got dressed, ready to go outside and ask. But she suddenly caught sight of a piece of paper and a money pouch on the table. Perhaps a person's life is just a few pages, a manuscript of poetry constantly being revised and copied. From black hair to white, some are still by the lamp. Your life is already at its lowest point. So there's nothing worse than this. Everything will get better from now on. I hope to see you again someday and call you boss lady. Don't forget to pay me back then. When we meet again in the Jianghu, we shall clink glasses and part ways here. Li Pingyan. Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the paper, Pei Zhuxian paused. She reached out and touched the money pouch next to it, then let out a chuckle. Immediately, large tears streamed down, falling onto her feet one by one.
Li Pingyan?
Peace and safety, it was a good name, but not a good killer.
Lichuan courtyard.
I didn't bring the person back, Li Pingyan said truthfully. Ma Sanyang nodded, as if she had expected it.
Got it. How much do I have to pay?
Why ask that?
Are you paying?
I have no money, Li Pingyan said without hesitation.
Then why are you talking nonsense? Ma Sanyang rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you going to explain why? Tell me the reason you couldn't bring that woman back?
It was my mistake. Oh, come on, kid, you really live up to my understanding of you.
I knew from the start you wouldn't be able to bring that woman back. Li Pingyan, then why did you give me the commission?
I did it on purpose, Ma Sanyang said.
I know about that woman's situation.
Her father, Assistant Minister Pei Xian, was an upright official, a rare good official. What a pity. I actually admire that woman. She endured humiliation for so long to seek revenge, and she even succeeded in the end.
Li Pingyan listened quietly.
Ma Sanyang continued, I deliberately wanted to let her go, and after much thought, I realized that only by sending you would she be able to survive.
Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. So, my wages won't be deducted?
Deducted. Of course, they'll be deducted.
Ma Sanyang was equally unhesitating. You didn't complete the commission, that's an undeniable fact. Let me calculate, commission fee, wages, bonus.
Money grubber. Li Pingyan muttered softly, then got up, preparing to leave.
Hey! Your medicine. Ma Sanyang slapped several packets of Shanghai powder herbs onto the table. I haven't given you money to buy it recently, have I? Li Pingyan asked curiously.
Ma Sanyang raised an eyebrow and deliberately said, I bought a few extra portions. I was going to throw them away, but they're perfect for you. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, and a word involuntarily surfaced in his mind.
Sundara. Li Pingyan accepted the veiled payment from Ma Sanyang. Thank you.
Leaving Lichuan courtyard, Li Pingyan walked along the familiar street. Listening to the familiar shouts and smelling the familiar aroma of street food stalls. Li Pingyan's steps were light as he arrived at Lu Ji Noodle Stall, a place he frequented. From afar, old Lu saw Li Pingyan.
Oh, brother Li, it's been so long.
Come in, quickly sit down.
I went on a long trip a few days ago.
I just got back and came straight to your place for noodles. Old Lu's mouth was practically splitting with a smile.
Still a bowl of lamb offal noodles? Li Pingyan nodded.
Soon, a bowl of noodles overflowing with lamb offal was served. It came with a small side dish and a braised meat. The side dish and braised meat are on me, consider it a welcome meal for Brother Li. Old Lu was very good at dealing with people, which was one of the reasons his business was so good. Then thank you very much, Li Pingyan said with a smile. Scoop a small spoonful of lard, or drip a few drops of sesame oil into the noodles. Paired with garlic, and his own aged fine wine. The city's clamor gradually subsided as the sun set in the west. The twilight glow fell upon Li Pingyan, adding a touch of radiance to his face. Li Pingyan ate his noodles in silence. This was Li Pingyan's life, the life of a blind man content with a peaceful existence. P.S. Perhaps a lifetime is just a few pages, a manuscript of poetry constantly being revised and copied. From black hair to white, some are still by the lamp Shimorong. Translated as, comparing a person's life to a constantly revised and copied poetry manuscript, even from black hair to white. Some people are still pursuing a better future, chasing a more beautiful life. The boy who came. The morning sun shone into the small courtyard, and a gentle breeze brought a fragrant scent. The date palm trees rustled, and a faint floral fragrance permeated the courtyard. Sounds of air being torn apart echoed in the empty courtyard. It carried a strange rhythm, as if possessing a power that could shake one's heart. As usual, Li Pingyan cultivated while sensing the subtle changes in his body.
Once, twice, thrice, 4 times.
A stream of true qi slowly rose from his dantian, flowing towards his qi, growing larger and larger.
Li Pingyan let out a long breath. His inner breath circulated, invigorating his spirit. With daily cultivation, his breathing naturally became finer, like a thin thread. Deep and resilient, it extended all the way to his dantian. Transformation was not achieved overnight, it required slow and steady practice. Li Pingyan continued his simple and ordinary life. Every day, he practiced martial arts and cultivated, slowly perfecting his body, making himself stronger. Then he would go to the streets to sing, occasionally taking on a few commissions to support himself. Name, Li Pingyan, lifespan, 132. 2 springs reflecting the moon LV3, 100/10,000. Aptitude, mortal bone.
Listening wind saber technique, 90%.
Slanting draw sheath, 63%.
Turtle breathing exercise, increased by 92%.
Swallow cloud piercing flight, 35%. Skills, aura lock, 62%.
All attributes were slowly increasing.
Time flies, seasons flow.
Thousands of doors and tens of thousands of households greet the dawn, always replacing old talismans with new ones. With the new year approaching, Li Pingyan was selecting New Year's goods on the street. Duo Ha and her sister next door invited Li Pingyan to celebrate the new year together. This year would surely not be too lonely. Wax medicine, brocade attire, new calendars, various sizes of door gods. Peach talismans, spring couplets, gold ornaments, carved flowers, 5-colored paper money, and grain basins, these were all essential items. The Dongjing Manhwa Lu recorded, on the first day of the first month, the New Year's Day, even the poorest commoners must wear new and clean
clothes. Just then, a familiar voice came from afar. Hey! Are you blind, kid?
I'm talking to you, where are you from, kid? Lu Er of the Poison Snake Gang scrutinized the child who had bumped into him.
Unfamiliar, he hadn't seen him before. The boy wore a large bamboo hat, sniffed, and stared warily at Lu Er. I'm asking you, who's your father?
Lu Er patted his head.
Li Pingyan felt a familiar aura and couldn't help but smile.
He had indeed found him. So, he walked over, second brother.
Lu Er turned his head when he heard Li Pingyan's voice. Just finished eating? Li Pingyan smiled and nodded.
As soon as the boy saw Li Pingyan, he was overjoyed and hurried to greet him. Sir! It was none other than the young Chen Shusheng from the small village that day.
You two know each other? Lu Er asked curiously.
Li Pingyan said, he's a distant relative of mine. You naughty boy, you bumped into your second uncle and didn't even apologize.
Chen Shusheng then apologized to Lu Er. Lu Er wouldn't really bother with a child and didn't say much more.
Afterward, Li Pingyan took Chen Shusheng home and simply warmed up some food for him. The little fellow seemed not to have eaten a full meal for days, and he devoured the food ravenously.
Soon, there was nothing left on the table.
Li Pingyan quietly waited for him to finish eating. Chen Shusheng burped several times, wiped his mouth, and then knelt down to Li Pingyan with a thud. Please accept me as your disciple, sir. The spectacular scene of Li Pingyan single-handedly blocking 300 cavalry that day had brought immense shock to the young boy Chen Shusheng. Li Pingyan had stayed overnight at Chen Shusheng's house that night, and during their casual conversation, he had revealed that he lived in the Anbei
4 towns.
However, the Anbei 4 towns were very far from Chen Shusheng's village. Moreover, the weather in the desert was unpredictable, and there were countless horse bandits and thieves. A slight carelessness could result in losing both life and property. He hadn't expected this young man to actually make his way here. Li Pingyan, however, did not answer, but instead asked back.
Why should I accept you as my disciple?
Chen Shusheng stammered, unable to speak, because.
Li Pingyan smiled faintly, it's not easy to travel such a long distance. You can stay here for now. Then when will you teach me martial arts, sir?
When you can touch me, I will teach you martial arts.
Chen Shusheng was startled, not understanding what this meant. It's exactly as it sounds. Chen Shusheng blinked. Sir, I still don't understand.
As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly burst out, pouncing towards Li Pingyan.
Puff.
A muffled thud. Chen Shusheng wailed and fell flat on his back on the ground. It was Li Pingyan's bamboo pole that had hit him.
You're still far from it.
Having said that, Li Pingyan walked away with his hands behind his back. Chen Shusheng watched Li Pingyan's retreating figure, rubbing his numb calf where he had been hit. In the young man's eyes, a stubborn light flickered. From then on, Li Pingyan's courtyard gained a free laborer. By nature, the young man, seeing Li Pingyan cultivate, secretly learned from him. In secluded spots, he would break off branches to use as swords, practice punches, and practice palm strikes. He yearned for the day when he could be like Li Pingyan. Of course, he hadn't forgotten his agreement with Li Pingyan. Chen Shusheng had tried various methods, such as ambushing Li Pingyan while he slept, but failed. For example, he tried ambushing Li Pingyan while he was eating, but still failed. Another example was ambushing him in the latrine, but he didn't wait for Li Pingyan. Instead, he waited for the old ox's dung. The moment Chen Shusheng darted out of the latrine, he scared the old ox badly. This caused the old ox not to dare go to the latrine for several days. The new year arrived as scheduled, with firecrackers constantly echoing, making the New Year's atmosphere even grander and livelier. Chen Shusheng and Aliyah vied with each other to put up the spring couplets. The two were of similar age and quickly became very good friends. Li Pingyan and Duo Ha began preparing tonight's New Year's Eve dinner. By the time the New Year's Eve dinner was ready, a large snowman had appeared outside. Chen Shusheng and Aliyah's little faces were red from the cold. 6 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, the most lavish meal of the year. After the reunion dinner, the cooking utensils had to be washed sparkling clean, and all the houses lit with candles. The whole family gathered, guarding the year fire to keep it from extinguishing. Waiting for the moment of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, to greet the arrival of the new year. This was called lighting lamps to illuminate the year. They also had to specifically light candles under the bed, lighting candles everywhere, which was called illuminating the emptiness.
It was said that after such illumination, the family's wealth would be abundant in the coming year.
Chen Shusheng found a small square table, spread paper on it, and wrote crookedly with a pen. Seeing this, Duo Ha asked curiously, Shusheng, what are you doing?
I'm writing a letter to my mother.
Li Pingyan said, Your mother?
Why didn't I see her last time I went?
Mother is in the capital, Chen Shusheng said. After father died, mother remarried and went to the capital.
Aliyah asked, Then why didn't you go to the capital with your mother?
Chen Shusheng said somewhat dejectedly, If I had gone, mother couldn't have gone. Aliyah immediately said, Shusheng's mother is a bad person, she abandoned her child for prosperity and wealth.
Mother is not a bad person.
Chen Shusheng looked up, his voice gaining a few degrees of intensity, a hint of anger on his face.
She abandoned you.
Aliyah, seeing the usually gentle Chen Shusheng lose his temper for the first time, spoke in a low voice.
Grandpa and father were both killed by the Turkic people.
Mother had no one to rely on. If she married into the capital, she could live a good life. Aliyah puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, But she still shouldn't have abandoned you. I am a man of the Chun family, I am not afraid of hardship, and I still want to avenge grandpa and father. As the sound of firecrackers rang out, the young man spoke.
Thank you all for the gifts.
The performance during the new book's debut period is very important, so I hope everyone leaves a 5-star review. After 100,000 words, there will be 4 updates daily.
The Road of Youth.
The old year passed, and a new year began.
Early morning, just as dawn was breaking.
The young Chen Shusheng, carrying a woven basket and dressed in a clean green robe, ran cheerfully along the path, amidst the scent of plants and earth, and in the warm breeze. Years flew by, and the mountains receded into the distance. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. This year, Chen Shusheng was 15 years old. He had reached the age to join the army, but he had not yet successfully become Li Ping'an's disciple. To this day, he had not even touched Li Ping'an. Feigning illness, faking death, he had tried every method he could think of. However, with daily and yearly practice, the originally impetuous youth, through repeated attempts and failures, had his character forged into
something more resilient.
And his combat skills, in the struggle with Li Ping'an, slowly matured. He didn't even realize it himself. Until, one time, he got into a fight with some troublemaking thugs on the street. Facing several burly men, the youth handled them with ease. After getting used to fighting Li Ping'an, facing the attacks of these street thugs was like playing a game on hell mode and then switching back to
easy mode.
So, one day, the young man bid farewell to Li Ping'an. He was preparing to join the army. Life here was indeed beautiful.
But he still hadn't forgotten his mission.
The day of departure was in September.
Li Ping'an could no longer recall the exact date. He only remembered that on that day, Li Ping'an, Duoha, Aliyah, and Old Ox all came to see Chen Shusheng off.
"These are the shoes I made for you, and some dry rations, keep them to eat on the road." Aliyah handed a package to Chen Shusheng, her eyes misty with tears.
Chen Shusheng smiled, thank you. Duoha said, "Remember to write to us."
Chen Shusheng nodded again, then looked at Li Ping'an. He solemnly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Li Ping'an.
"Teacher's grace and guidance, Shusheng will never forget."
Li Ping'an smiled faintly and patted his shoulder firmly. After a moment of silence, he softly said, "Travel safely."
Chen Shusheng walked quite a distance, then turned back and waved to them. "Go back. When I have avenged myself, I will come back to see you all."
His voice came from very, very far away. Beacon fires burned for 3 months, a family letter was worth 10,000 gold.
Chen Shusheng's letters arrived intermittently from the frontier.
From the letters, Li Ping'an learned that he had successfully joined the army. He also learned that there were constant battles at the border, and there was news that Great Sui was planning a major move against the Turkic people.
Recently.
Sure enough, not long after, Chen Shusheng sent word that the army was about to set off, and he might not be able to write letters for a while.
Do not worry.
The army camped in a desolate land. The higher-ups said that in a few days, they would have a decisive battle with the Turkic cavalry.
"Hey! Hurry up, hurry up! You over there!" The clamor was incessant.
The bitter cold made people shiver, and Chen Shusheng, wearing a worn-out military uniform, sniffled. After coming to the battlefield, because of his young age, Chen Shusheng had always been assigned to logistics. It wasn't until yesterday, when the front lines were tight, that he was transferred to the vanguard camp. On his first time on the battlefield, he saved a centurion and killed 3 Turkic soldiers. The centurion rewarded him with a thick cotton coat, so Chen Shusheng no longer had to wake up freezing in the middle of the night. Not only that, but the centurion also gave him 2 sweet potatoes and a flask of spirits.
Chen Shusheng couldn't drink alcohol, but drinking could warm his stomach. When it was cold, a little drink made it less so.
So Chen Shusheng took advantage of a break, found a spot, and built a bonfire. He carefully roasted the sweet potatoes.
"Grandpa, father, today I killed 3 Turkic soldiers.
They weren't very old, only a few years older than me, it seemed."
"Did they have families too? When they died, would their families be sad?" Chen Shusheng spoke to himself. Killing people, it didn't seem to be an easy thing. The war continued. Chen Shusheng made many friends, including a boy roughly his age.
Everyone called him Fatty. Fatty was a chatterbox. The reason he joined the army was to earn money.
Chen Shusheng asked him what he would do then.
Fatty said he would go back and buy a big house, marry a wife, and his old mother wouldn't have to weave cloth for money anymore.
Fatty then asked Chen Shusheng what he wanted to do in the future.
Chen Shusheng thought for a moment, then said firmly, "In the future, I want to ensure that there will be no more wars at the border, and that Great Sui and the Turkic people will live in peace." Along this journey, Chen Shusheng had witnessed much. He witnessed the Central Plains soldiers plundering and slaughtering the Turkic people, just as the Turkic soldiers had plundered their village back
then. He deeply understood the hatred between ethnic groups, that endless war for survival.
2 years, he had studied with Li Pingyan for 2 years. Chen Shusheng had learned a lot. He no longer harbored single-mindedness on killing all Turkic people to avenge his grandfather and father. He wanted to ensure that Great Sui and the Turkic people would never again lose loved ones due to war. Behind the glory of generals and nations were broken families and grieving women. Chen Shusheng had told many people about this dream, and all he received in return was ridicule. Only this time was an exception. Fatty swallowed, then said, "I believe you can definitely achieve it."
"Don't forget to look out for me then."
"Definitely." Chen Shusheng put his arm around Fatty's shoulder. The army set off, and Fatty and Chen Shusheng were assigned to different units.
As he left, Fatty broke his biscuit in half. "See you again, brother." "MHM. See you again."
Chen Shusheng saw Fatty again while clearing the battlefield. This Fatty, who had single-mindedly clamored about earning money to buy a house, marry a wife, and honor his old mother, now lay cold among the piles of corpses. Chen Shusheng sat in silence for a night, then buried Fatty. The war reached a fever pitch. Everyone knew this would be the final battle.
The soldiers secretly rejoiced, thinking they could go home after this fight.
But it also meant that this battle would be exceptionally brutal. Because both sides knew that only by killing the other could they return home alive.
Chen Shusheng, for his heroic performance, was transferred to the vanguard camp.
The night before the battle, Chen Shusheng sharpened his sword.
"Did you hear?
A cultivator has arrived at our camp."
"Really? Is it true?"
"It's true. He can wield a sword. Good heavens, one person is worth 100 or so.
He's incredibly powerful."
"He'll be with us on the battlefield tomorrow."
"Yes, apparently he'll join us in a sneak attack on the enemy." The soldiers in the camp whispered. The addition of a powerful cultivator put everyone at ease. No one slept that night.
Chen Shusheng sat on a tree stump, watching the distant morning sun slowly rise. Suddenly, he smiled.
"You are better than me."
March had just passed, and Li Pingyan was busy in his vegetable garden at home.
Aliyah poked her head over the wall. "Uncle, has Shusheng sent any letters?"
As she grew older, Aliyah had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Her skin had improved, her face had become fuller, and her features had softened considerably. Her personality remained as cheerful and lively as ever.
"Not yet," Li Pingyan said.
The war on the front lines had just ended, and the soldiers hadn't settled down yet.
Letters couldn't arrive so quickly.
This time, Great Sui had achieved a considerable victory, but the cost was equally heavy. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, but Chen Shusheng's letter still hadn't arrived.
Duoha and Aliyah were both worried that he had met with an accident, and Aliyah had dreamed several times that Chen Shusheng had died on the battlefield. A few more days passed.
Li Pingyan decided to go to the front lines to check, just as Ma Sanyang had asked him to handle something there.
Li Pingyan led his old ox, traveling all the way. The road grew narrower, and travelers became fewer.
It was desolate, with only the wind blowing through the poplars by the roadside. Along the way, Li Pingyan met a woman with a young man of 17 or 18.
The woman was not unattractive, and not very old.
However, she was skin and bones, looking like a dried chicken. "Mother, rest for a while, have some water." The young man took out a flask of water and then pulled out some hardtack from his bag. Then, he walked up to Li Pingyan. "Uncle, have a flatbread and some homemade pickles."
"Please don't mind them."
Li Pingyan smiled warmly, "Thank you." Through casual conversation, he learned that this mother and son were also looking for a relative. The old woman's eldest son was also a soldier in the army, and now that the war had ended, there had been no news. Worried, the woman and her younger son prepared to go to the army camp to check. "Mother, you don't need to worry, Big Brother will be fine." The young man comforted her.
Didn't Big Brother say that when he comes back, he'll have money, and our family can live in a big house, and you won't have to weave cloth anymore? The old woman sighed, what big house? I just want you all to be safe and sound. Several days later, Li Pingyan arrived at the frontline army camp. With the major battle over, the front line had relaxed considerably. Li Pingyan walked up to a sentry. Excuse me, soldier, may I ask about something? The sentry sized up Li Pingyan. Do you happen to know someone named Chen Shusheng? The sentry said nothing. Li Pingyan subtly handed over some copper coins. The sentry weighed them a few times and casually said, I don't know him. Li Pingyan then pulled out a piece of silver, about 1 qian. For the brothers to have some drinks. Only then did the sentry change his tone, looking for someone? Go to the archives to find people. The sentry called a young soldier and had him lead Li Pingyan and the others to the archives. The old woman and the young man also benefited. At the archives, there were many people looking for their family members. They worried about not finding them, and they worried about finding only news of death. Some wept, covering their faces, others silently prayed. Next. The official at the archives looked impatient. Li Pingyan and the old woman waited for a full 2 hours before it was finally their turn. As a result, the official slammed the table. All right, that's all for today. Those looking for people come back tomorrow. The people behind immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. But besides a few complaints, there was nothing they could do. Li Pingyan leaned over and pulled out another qian of silver from his sleeve. Sir, we've been traveling for several days. Please make an exception. This is the regulation, I can't do anything about it, the man said righteously. Understood. Li Pingyan took out a handful of silver. Please, sir, make an exception. The old woman is old and worried about her child. The man nodded, feigning consent, then changed his tone. They are all loyal to the country, I understand. Tell me the name and native place. Li Pingyan and the old woman reported their children's information. The official brought out a thick stack of archives. Find them yourselves. Those marked with a red cross are dead. Opening it, it was densely packed with names. The old woman and her younger son were illiterate. Li Pingyan could only lean in, opening his pale eyes, and slowly deciphering them one by one. This efficiency was simply too slow. Li Pingyan then wrote down the old woman's son's name, told them to remember its appearance, and then go look. A perfectly round setting sun hugged the desert's ridge, outlining one silhouette after another. Li Pingyan rubbed his eyes and put down the archives. He sat there, silent for a long time. At this moment, he also felt a mist before his eyes. The handwriting on the paper trembled, unable to bear looking at it further. Suddenly, the old woman took a booklet and pointed to a name on it, asking, Sir, please help me see if this is my son's name? Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. Yes. The old woman seemed to have already guessed something, then this red cross on it. Seeing Li Pingyan not reply, she froze. She lifted her hand, but it fell weakly, and she sat down. Li Pingyan closed the booklet, wanting to say something comforting. But in the face of life and death, any words seemed so pale and powerless. Li Pingyan left the army camp. 5 days later, Li Pingyan found Chen Shusheng's body on a hillside. This was not the main battlefield, no one collected their bodies here. It was convenient for the wolves in the mountains, but fortunately, Chen Shusheng's body was preserved. Presumably, it hadn't been his turn yet. Before he died, he must have fought desperately. His body was covered in dense wounds, covering every inch of his skin, with hardly a trace of intact flesh. The young man's face was still resolute. Perhaps before he died, he was still fantasizing about that beautiful future that did not belong to him. It was said that a cultivator in the squad, in their last battle, they were originally on a sneak attack mission. As a result, that cultivator betrayed great sway, leading the team into a Turkic ambush. Li Pingyan dug a large pit and buried all the bodies. He originally wanted to dig a separate pit for Chen Shusheng, but then he thought that this child wouldn't want to be too lonely. So he was buried with his companions.
Li Pingyan sat by the grave and said to himself, when I was studying, I read a sentence like this.
All things in the world can be chosen, except for days.
All things in the world cannot withstand scrutiny, upon scrutiny, every single one hides grievances. I came to this world and suffered a great deal. Before, I thought to live one day at a time, with no grand ambitions.
Success or failure was but an empty turn of the head.
I thought I was some old Zen master who had seen through the joys and sorrows of the world, but in reality, it was just that I was unwilling to experience those partings of life and death.
I'd been soft-hearted since I was a child. When I was young, I saw playmates deliberately crushing ants.
I stopped them, and because of that, others wouldn't play with me anymore.
My father said I wouldn't amount to much when I grew up. In this regard, you are stronger than I am. Discuss an explanation. Outside Human Pass.
This was an important gateway from the Central Plains to the western regions. Near Human Pass, there were many lakes, dense marshes, and overgrown reeds. It was like an island in a lake. The east, south, and north sides were all waterways, with only one dry road to the Gobi Desert on the west side.
On the desolate Gobi, controlling the water source meant controlling the military initiative.
Therefore, this place had always been an excellent location for building passes, a strategic point that the soldier's family would contend for. The wind suddenly picked up, blowing faster and faster. Yang Kai, dressed in white, had a treasure sword on his back. A light-colored belt was tied around his waist, and he came against the wind. His features were very beautiful, subtly carrying a hint of aggression. He was like a drawn sword, extremely dazzling, making people afraid to look directly at him. Yang Kai was such a person, his brilliance fully exposed. At this moment, a carriage appeared in his line of sight.
A man with an honest face ran out, urgently saying, "Brother! Brother! My wife is about to die, and this horse can't run anymore. May I trouble you, brother, to lend me your horse?"
Seeing that Yang Kai didn't answer, the man quickly took out some money.
"Not for free, not for free. I will never forget this great kindness." Facing the man's desperate plea, Yang Kai merely showed a look of disdain. He greatly enjoyed this feeling of looking down on everything.
Ever since he entered the immortal sect at the age of 8 to seek longevity and cultivate the Tao, mortals were nothing more than pigs and dogs.
"Brother!" The man still wanted to say something. "Scram!"
Yang Kai coldly uttered a single word. The man instantly froze in place, feeling as if his heart had stopped beating at that moment.
A powerful pressure swept out, and in the next second, the man's body flew backward.
His vision went black, and his fate was unknown. When he woke up again, a fine rain had already begun to fall. Listening to the rain outside, the man suddenly came to his senses. He abruptly sat up and saw a strange man in the carriage, taking his wife's pulse.
"Husband, you're awake," his wife said.
The man was about to speak when his chest suddenly felt hot. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. "Thee has dissolved, but you still need to rest for some time," the strange man slowly said. The man looked at the strange man's eyes, which were covered with a black cloth.
A blind man? Li Pingyan took out a pen from his sleeve and a palm-sized booklet.
Xuanhuan, frankincense, plus euchomia, taxilis, paris, and aconitum carmicilii.
He spoke as he wrote, and after finishing, he tore it off and handed it to the man. "This is your medicine. Decocted with water and take it twice a day.
Remember not to do heavy work these few days." After speaking, he lowered his head again, writing stroke by stroke on the paper. Although his eyes were blind, his handwriting was very beautiful. From his writing, there was a fresh and peaceful feeling.
Unlike some people's handwriting, which seemed to hum.
Hasty and unstable, and instability meant an unquiet mind.
"Your wife's life is temporarily out of danger, but like you, she needs to recuperate. Take this prescription for 3 months.
The man took the prescription and reacted.
"Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life."
Saying that, he was about to kneel to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan, however, was a step ahead and helped him up. "No need to be polite, it was just a small effort.
My surname is Zhao, and my given name is Shang.
I haven't asked for your esteemed name, benefactor, or where you live, so that I may repay you in the future.
Why repay a small effort? Zhao Shang then said, Benefactor, are you also going into the city? Why don't we go into the city together? Although my family is not a prominent one, we still have a considerable business.
We must at least treat you to a meal, benefactor.
Yes, yes. Zhao Shang's wife echoed from the side.
Earlier, her breathing was weak, and her body was alternately hot and cold, as if she was only a step away from the gates of hell. Who knew she would be pulled back by the other party?
No, I still have things to do.
Zhao Shang hurriedly said, Benefactor, if you have anything, please speak without reservation.
I, Zhao, will definitely do my utmost. Li Pingyan smiled, I won't trouble you all. I'm just here to seek justice for a young man.
Outside the carriage, the Shiyu, fine rain, was continuous, and everything in the rain was blurred into a single mass. Li Pingyan put on his straw hat again, got up, and got out of the carriage.
Farewell.
The moment he got up, the man clearly heard the crisp sound of metal colliding. It seemed to be the sound of swords clashing.
At this moment, they realized that Li Pingyan's mode of transport was actually a black ox. One person and one black ox quickly disappeared into the misty Shiyu, fine rain.
Senior brother. As soon as Yang Kai saw the outline of human pass, he saw 4 figures waiting for him ahead.
3 men and 1 woman.
All were fellow disciples.
Senior brother, how was your journey this time? The girl's name was Inger, although young, she was clever and very cute.
Yang Kai was a very contradictory person. On one hand, he looked down on worldly mortals, viewing them as pigs and dogs. Several times when he went down the mountain to travel, he had harmed innocent people. He was often scolded by his master for this. Once, his actions were so excessive that he was almost expelled from the sect by the sect master. However, Yang Kai had great cultivation talent, and his master was unwilling to let such a talent be buried. He tried his best to protect him, and only then did Yang Kai's conduct become somewhat restrained. This time on his journey, Yang Kai worked for the Great Sui army.
He received a considerable reward.
But secretly, he communicated with the Turkic and received another generous reward. Although he was a great Sui person, in his opinion, this was merely a struggle between pigs and dogs. No matter who won or lost, he could always
remain aloof.
On the other hand, Yang Kai was very considerate of his fellow disciples. Whether they were senior brother or senior sister of the inner sect, or junior brother or junior sister of the outer sect, they all had a very high opinion of Yang Kai, and he had an excellent reputation within the sect.
Senior brother, I missed you so much.
Yang Kai smiled and stroked his junior sister's head. Look what senior brother brought back for you. With a flip of his hand, a beautifully packaged box of pastries appeared in his hand.
Peach blossom crisps.
Inger's eyes lit up. Senior brother is the best. Yang Kai then cupped his hands to an older man. Thank you, senior brother Han, for coming here to welcome Yang Kai. Senior brother Han waved his hand. We are fellow disciples, no need for such formalities. Then Yang Kai greeted the other 2 junior brothers, his manners impeccable.
He was completely different from before. The group chatted and laughed, discussing which restaurant to go to in the city.
Amidst the Shiyu, fine rain, and gentle breeze, a figure walked towards them. He walked very slowly, but as soon as he appeared, he was like a drawn sword, carrying a natural killing intent. Yang Kai and the others all turned their heads, warily staring at the person. They saw that the person was dressed in blue, his left sleeve empty, and his right hand holding a bamboo pole. His eyes were covered with a black cloth. Behind him followed a black ox, which was indeed very strange. He stopped not far away and stood there. Yang Kai sensed that the other party's chi was not that of an ordinary person and said, Your Excellency, what is the matter?
I wish to seek justice from young Master Yang.
As soon as this person spoke, he directly stated his surname, causing Yang Kai to frown.
And like character.
Li Pingyan slightly lowered his head, feeling the raindrops slide off his straw hat. Young Master Yang is a cultivator, so he should have a clear mind and see his true nature. Yet, despite receiving the Great Sway's favor, he colluded with the enemy on the battlefield, causing the deaths of 128 Great Sway soldiers. I wish to seek justice for this matter. The rain soaked the dust, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. Several senior brothers looked at Yang Kai in surprise. This matter was very much in line with Yang Kai's usual conduct. His senior brothers had long been accustomed to it over the years. Even Master was too lazy to scold him anymore. However, to help an external enemy and kill one's own country's soldiers, this was truly going too far. Although the Great Sway was weak and riddled with internal conflicts, no one would risk being reviled by the world and collaborate with foreign tribes. What's more, the current sect master had led his disciples to resist foreign armies on the frontier back then. Everyone has a sense of loyalty to their family and country. A fierce glint flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, although he didn't care about such matters. Being known by his senior brothers would still create a rift. If it were reported to the law enforcement pavilion, even Master probably wouldn't be able to protect him this time. Yet, he disdained to refute it. What was done, and what wasn't done. That was the conduct of a gentleman. Moreover, his conduct over the years was evident to all. Even if he refuted it, they probably wouldn't believe him. Seek justice? Then for which of them are you seeking justice? Yang Kai retorted, which was tantamount to implicitly admitting his actions. If I tell you, young Master Yang might not remember, Li Pingyan said calmly. He was just the most inconspicuous one among the 128 soldiers. Li Pingyan untied his straw hat and then took off his straw cloak. The straw hat and cloak fell to the ground. At this moment, the others finally saw that his waist was adorned with many sabers and swords. The weapon in his hand was a short, thick saber. The saber was in its sheath, wrapped in a layer of white silk. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly. Overestimating yourself. Stop. A loud voice rang out. It was Lu Bin, Yang Kai's senior brother, who spoke. Among these people, he held the highest seniority and had the deepest cultivation. When such a thing happened, Lu Bin naturally could not stand idly by. Although Yang Kai had done some excessive things in the past, at least he handled them cleanly and did not tarnish the sect's reputation. But this time, he dared to defy the world's condemnation and collude with an external enemy. Moreover, his identity was even discovered by someone else. If this matter could not be handled properly, it would likely implicate the sect. Lu Bin asserted his authority as a senior brother, blaring fiercely at Yang Kai. Everything will be discussed back at the sect. Then he cupped his hands to Li Pingyan. This brother, I am Lu Bin, the senior brother of these individuals. This matter has not yet been concluded. Why not return to the sect with us to make a decision? If it is truly as you say, the sect master will certainly not let my junior brother off and will give justice to the unjustly deceased soldiers. But if my junior brother was framed by others, then it's another matter entirely. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment. If it is truly as I say, how will your excellency's sect deal with this person? Lu Bin pursed his lips, knowing in his heart. Given such a scandal, the sect would likely conceal the matter. They certainly wouldn't publicize it, instead confining Yang Kai to reflect on his mistakes. Or punishing him with hard labor in the temple. But they would never expel Yang Kai from the sect. After all, releasing such a person from the sect might leave behind some dark marks. As for the 128 unjustly deceased soldiers, they were already dead, so what could be done? Li Pingyan suddenly smiled and stepped towards Yang Kai. One last question, to my knowledge, you shouldn't lack money, so why did you help the Turkic people kill those soldiers? The azure treasure sword behind Yang Kai hummed. It unsheathed itself and vibrated at an extremely fast speed. Only faint afterimages could be seen. Ant-like figures die when they die, Yang Kai said disdainfully. Li Pingyan drew his saber from its sheath, his movements simple and unadorned. Yes, ant-like figures, but today you will also die by the hand of an ant. His movements went from slow to rapid, seemingly in an instant. There was no process of acceleration at all. The plain saber in his hand tore through the rain curtain, as if carrying the tragic dream of that youth, unstoppable.
The azure treasure sword carried a scorching aura, shattering the raindrops that fell on its blade into dust.
Only a swift sword cry was heard, and a wisp of fragmented sword shadow shot out. It drew an arc, like a fading rainbow, desolate yet beautiful. The plain saber and the flying sword clashed, the intense collision seemingly forming an absolute domain around them, intercepting the falling rain.
Under the immense force, the plain saber broke into several pieces.
But because of this, it briefly hindered the flying sword's attack speed. Li Pingyan drew another slender saber from his waist. He seemed to know that with these crudely made weapons, he would not be a match for Yang Kai's flying sword.
But if one saber wasn't enough, then 2, 3, 4. Even a small ant can shake an elephant. Clang, 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 clang.
Lightning flashed and thunder roared, the world was silent, as if brewing a rare heavy rain. Li Pingyan maintained his charging speed, yet his hands showed no slack, and the sabers in his hands did not stop. He moved forward expressionlessly, continuing onward. An invisible saber intent passed through his heart. It was transmitted into his mind. This was a marvelous realm. Li Pingyan had a total of 9 sabers at his waist. Yang Kai's flying sword destroyed 8 of them.
One saber, without any intention.
It only existed in that fleeting moment of heaven, time, geographical advantage, and human harmony. The flying sword wanted to return to save its master, but it was too late. It trembled in mid-air, then fell powerlessly to the ground. Yang Kai's body fell in the rain, his head flying a zhang away, landing in a pool of blood. Rain fell from the sky, causing the blood to spread more quickly. Yang Kai's face was stained red with blood, but there was no pain of death on his face, only a hint of bewilderment. It was as if, even at the moment of death, he hadn't fully reacted. He hadn't expected Li Pingyan to be so fast, nor had he expected the opponent to end the battle in such a clean and decisive manner. He hadn't had time to raise his body to its optimal state, hadn't had time to use his sword techniques.
He hadn't had time to circulate his true chi.
Li Pingyan's saber had already severed his head.
Li Pingyan frowned slightly, his right arm seemed to be crippled as well.
Having taken 8 direct hits from the flying sword, the immense sword chi had completely severed every inch of muscle in his skin. Indeed, if Yang Kai were given another chance, and Yang Kai had been prepared, Li Pingyan would never have achieved victory so easily. However, life never offers a chance to start over.
Li Pingyan exhaled deeply. This matter is concluded. Farewell.
He ignored the others and turned to leave, step by step. These people were all Yang Kai's senior brothers. It was uncertain if any of them would seek revenge for him. In another fight, Li Pingyan would have no chance of victory. It turned out to be a tragedy.
Yang Kai was dead.
Everyone, including his senior brother Lu Bin, who had the highest cultivation, was stunned. From the start to the attack, it only took 3 breaths.
Lu Bin looked at Li Pingyan's retreating figure, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. If he had been the one to face this person just now, he was confident that he could circulate his true chi within 3 breaths and bring his body to its optimal state. But the key problem was that he was now acting after the fact. If he had truly been in Yang Kai's position, he probably wouldn't have thought that the opponent could kill him with 1 strike in 3 breaths. This person's strength. Lu Bin and the others didn't even dare to make a move, let alone speak. It wasn't until Li Pingyan and the ox slowly disappeared from sight that the invisible pressure dissipated considerably. The few of them unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Kai's corpse, they couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. The person who was laughing and talking with them a moment ago had now become a corpse. The spring rain, like ethereal smoke, brushed over the branches and the withered yellow leaves, rustling down. Li Pingyan sat inside a dilapidated xuanhuan temple, biting and swallowing the golden core in his mouth. It was the treasure trove and saraira left behind by monk Jian. Jianghu rumors said it had the ability to mend what was broken and incomplete. Li Pingyan had obtained it by opportunity, but he was worried about any hidden tricks, so he hadn't taken it. Until today.
The medicinal pill quickly dissolved in his mouth and flowed into his body. Li Pingyan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and with every breath, he exhaled a puff of white qi. The qi moved towards his dantian, pressing and rushing through his coccyx region. When the last wisp of protective aura returned to his dantian, a large amount of sweat seeped out from his pores. A terrifying pressure bore down on his internal organs, making him feel suffocated. However, very quickly, his body regained its strength. Vast vitality burst forth from his body, repairing the meridians in his arm little by little. Although it was just wisp after wisp of protective aura connecting, the effect was excellent. His originally empty left arm was now incredibly itchy. He tried hard to open his eyes, but his eyes still felt a burning sting. A warm liquid slid from the corners of his eyes, dripping down. All the muscles in his body were twitching, every nerve was trembling, and every bone was enduring immense pain. After an unknown amount of time, Li Pingyan finally lay down quietly, with only a few muscles still slowly wriggling. He wanted to exhale a mouthful of turbid qi, but his throat was blocked by a viscous sweetness. He coughed forcefully, but instead, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Moo moo. The old ox mooed excitedly a few times. Li Pingyan tried to move his arm, regaining the sensation of strength. His originally empty left arm had also grown back. However, he wasn't used to using it yet, and dragging his left arm felt like a burden. But Li Pingyan's eyes were still a hazy gray, showing no signs of recovery. Perhaps this Saraira could only mend the broken and incomplete, but not restore sight. Or perhaps it was due to some unknown reason. Li Pingyan didn't dwell on it too much. He was already satisfied that his arm could recover without any side effects. He tried to regulate his true qi, but the true qi in his body was somewhat chaotic and difficult to control. He could clearly feel that there was an extra true qi in his body that didn't belong to him. He had to circulate his true qi again and again to prevent it from spreading, which allowed Li Pingyan to temporarily calm down. 3 days later, the old ox carried Li Pingyan back to the Anbei 4 towns. Uncle! Uncle! Aliyah was overjoyed and called out happily. Li Pingyan smiled and patted her head. Uncle! Your hand? Aliyah was surprised to find that Li Pingyan's originally empty left arm had now grown back. Li Pingyan calmly said, I found a divine doctor who reattached it. What kind of divine doctor is so amazing? Aliyah's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Pingyan casually made up a few excuses. Uncle, where's Chu Shang? How is Chu Shang? Aliyah eagerly pressed. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment, then pulled a letter from his. He went to the capital to find his mother. It'll be a month at the shortest, 3 to 5 years at the longest, and he told us not to worry about him. Ah. That kid went to the capital without even saying goodbye to us, making me worry for so many days. Aliyah huffily took the letter, puffing out her cheeks. When I see him next time, I'll definitely beat him into a pig's head. Duoha also came out and looked at the letter. She seemed to realize something, and the joyful expression froze on her face as she looked up at Li Pingyan. Uncle! Li Pingyan calmly said, he's doing very well, so let's not bother him anymore. Perhaps one day he'll come to see us. The spring breeze passed, and willow catkins flew, as if to blow away the dreams of youth. So it was a tragedy. Li Pingyan hated tragedies. But that's how the world is, effort doesn't always yield results, and dedication doesn't always bring. The young man, full of passion, went against the wind, constantly weaving his dreams, burning himself out. There was no success or fame, no glory. 3 months later, Lichuan courtyard. What's wrong with you lately? You're not in form? Ma Sanyang sat with her legs crossed, glancing at Li Pingyan, who looked haggard. A little. Li Pingyan said softly. Ever since he took that Saraira with the ability to mend what was broken and incomplete, his arm had recovered. However, an erratic true qi had also appeared in his body. He couldn't digest it, nor could he expel it. Each time, he had to expend a lot of effort to stabilize it. Forget it, you should rest for a while then, Ma San Yang said. These days were the busy period for Lichuan courtyard. Every killer wished they could do the work of 2 people. Yet, precisely at this time, Li Pingyan couldn't take commissions. Leaving Lichuan courtyard, Li Pingyan felt a bit troubled.
What should I eat tonight?
After thinking for a moment, he decided to buy a few lotus leaf pancakes. Lotus leaf pancakes weren't actually made of lotus leaves, they were named so because the pancakes were as thin as paper, soft, and pure white,
resembling lotus leaves, and had a chewy texture.
In inns and restaurants, lotus leaf pancakes were often used to wrap roasted chicken or duck shreds, accompanied by sweet bean paste and green onions.
However, with Li Pingyan's current financial situation, he couldn't afford roasted duck.
He bought a few pancakes and ordered a bowl of spicy hot soup. He sat by the roadside in the market, eating a bite of pancake and a sip of soup. The spicy hot soup was steaming, and he blew on it as he drank. After drinking one bowl, he broke out in a sweat. He had a small piece of pancake left, so he simply put it into the soup. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Sounds of interesting gossip from the streets and alleys reached his ears.
Have you heard?
A Western region swordsman has recently arrived and is causing quite a stir. He waits outside Autumn Wind Pavilion for Central Plains martial artists, and so far, no less than dozens of people have been defeated by him.
The person asked curiously, can we still see him if we go now? Every 10 days, that Western region swordsman will appear at Autumn Wind Pavilion.
Western swordsman. Li Pingyan listened silently, having heard about this Western region swordsman long ago. It was said that the Western region swordsman had exceptional sword skills, wielding a thin sword.
He declared his intention to challenge the Central Plains martial forest. As soon as these words were uttered, they immediately drew dissatisfaction from many Central Plains martial artists.
They tried to eliminate him more than once, but he was exceptionally skilled in martial arts, defeating them utterly every time. Li Pingyan wiped his mouth and paid. He slowly walked away, leading the old ox. Even if he was invincible in Shenzhou, it had nothing to do with him. Due to the influence of the true qi in his body, Li Pingyan had been unable to cultivate these past few days. He had a lot more time each day, and when he had nothing to do, he would practice calligraphy. Although his eyes were blind, a visible distance of half a meter was sufficient. When practicing calligraphy, he refused to use white paper or xian paper, opting instead for old newspapers. However, today his writing was particularly uncooperative, and he was not satisfied even after finishing one sheet. He simply put down his brush and held a bowl of cooked soybeans. He sat at the doorway, eating soybeans and pondering his thoughts.
Uncle, uncle. Aliyah skillfully climbed over the wall and came in.
The young girl was dressed in blue, with willow-like eyebrows, apricot-shaped eyes, a straight nose bridge, and a curved small mouth. Her slender, straight legs, covered by a thin layer of fabric, gave her a unique beauty.
Li Pingyan heard the movement and, without turning his head, said, "Is the academy on holiday today?" "Yes, uncle, let's go watch the excitement." "Is there a temple fair today?"
Aliyah said, "It's not a temple fair, but it's even livelier than one. Many people are going to watch the Western region martial artist fight the Central Plains martial artist."
Li Pingyan showed no interest. "What's so good about watching a fight?" "They say it's very exciting, let's go, let's go." In the end, Li Pingyan couldn't resist Aliyah and was dragged by her to the Autumn Wind Pavilion. Accompanying them were Aliyah's classmates, 2 boys and 1 girl. The group walked slowly, chatting and laughing, greeting each other. They enjoyed the scenery while talking and laughing. Li Pingyan followed behind the 4, a benevolent smile on his face. He thought about how, at their age, he was still begging on the streets. Zhao Linger came from a scholarly family. She was fair-skinned with delicate features, rosy lips, and white teeth, truly a beautiful embryo. She had been a talented girl since childhood, able to recite many poems and write beautifully. Wang Yi was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a handsome appearance. He also came from the best family among them. Pang Jun, known as Fatty Jun. As his name suggested, he was chubby and simple-minded.
Wang Yi was still the leader of the group, walking proudly through the streets with his followers and his harem of girls.
However,
he glanced disdainfully at Li Pingyan, who was following behind him, dressed in simple clothes.
He was also blind, followed by an old ox.
He was as rustic as could be. Wang Yi was not a bad person, he was loyal in everyday life, and as long as you befriended him, he would not treat you poorly. However, being young, he had more of a childish heart nature, and everything was about face and ostentation. Li Pingyan sensed Wang Yi's emotions and smiled faintly. He deliberately slowed his pace, maintaining a distance from the group. But after walking for a short while, Aliyah, seeing Li Pingyan fall behind, returned to pull him along. Li Pingyan had no choice, and the group soon arrived at the Autumn Wind Pavilion. By then, many people had gathered at the Autumn Wind Pavilion, mostly to watch the excitement. Inside the Autumn Wind Pavilion, a sedan chair stood. Several servants stood nearby. Presumably, the person inside the sedan chair was the Western Region swordsman.
He was quite arrogant. Aura lock 62%.
Li Pingyan discreetly sensed the aura of the person inside the sedan chair. It gave him a feeling of being on pins and needles. He could feel a very strong power.
But Li Pingyan couldn't sense the true qi within him.
Or rather, the qi within him was very weak. It was like that of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, which surprised Li Pingyan. He grew a bit more curious about this strange Western Region swordsman. The surrounding noise was constant, with no empty space anywhere. This, however, benefited the vendors selling tea, preserved fruits, and snacks. Without needing to shout loudly, their goods were swept away in no time. Wang Yi generously bought a large bag of preserved fruits, snacks, and melon seeds, distributing them to everyone.
"Uncle, this candy is so delicious." Aliyah handed a piece of candy to Li Pingyan.
Li Pingyan took a bite, and a sweet sensation exploded in his mouth.
Soon, today's first challenger appeared.
He was a swordsman, dressed in a dark green tight-fitting suit, holding a wide saber. "Yin family of the Golden Saber, I seek your guidance."
The sect leader of the Yin family was nicknamed Golden Saber Invincible, and his name was quite well known in the Jianghu.
The swordsman in the sedan chair did not show himself, nor did he speak. The swordsman frowned in dissatisfaction and raised his saber.
"The saber will not be easily revealed.
Once it is drawn, blood must be seen." The sound of the saber being drawn from its sheath and his voice rang out simultaneously. As soon as his words fell, a white light flashed. It was like a clear autumn stream, flowing ceaselessly over the blade. The swordsman's saber clanged to the ground, his gaze somewhat blank.
It took a while for everyone to react. "It's over. Farewell." The swordsman picked up his saber from the ground and quickly walked away. "Wow! So amazing, did you see that white light just now?"
Wang Yi's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. Pang Jun, Aliyah, and Zhao Linger all widened their eyes in unison. This scene was undoubtedly shocking for teenagers of 15 or 16. What kind of sword technique did he use?
Pang Jun looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi came from a good family. His mansion employed many Jianghu retainers for security.
Among them were not a few highly skilled martial artists. Wang Yi also often followed them to learn a few moves, and he was proud of this in front of his friends. Now, seeing Pang Jun ask this, of course, he couldn't say he didn't know. It should be the legendary wild geese descending on a sandy beach.
Wang Yi said thoughtfully. "It sounds very powerful just by the name," Pang Jun said.
Wang Yi's lips curved slightly, and he said proudly, "What's this?" "If you want to see, come to my house and I'll have my masters perform for you." Zhao Linger blinked her eyes, looking very curious.
Aliyah, on the other hand, said directly, "Can we go later?" "No problem." Wang Yi readily agreed. Next, several more people appeared. Without exception, they all failed. No one could even get close to the sedan chair, let alone make the swordsman inside appear. Until the appearance of the last monk. The monk was dressed in simple cloth robes, with a string of prayer beads around his neck, and a kindly demeanor. He had delicate features, skin as fair as jade, and ink-black eyebrows like swords.
He didn't look like a monk at all, instead, he resembled an unparalleled young master from the mortal world. As soon as he appeared, he drew glances from the surrounding women.
Changqing of Faxi Temple, I seek your guidance. With those words, the monk named Changqing stepped forward. Clang!
A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed all around. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, wishing everyone a Happy New Year in advance. Thank you all for your support. The debut has begun. I wonder how long I can keep up with 4 updates a day.
Do you want to listen? A crisp clang echoed all around. Those who didn't understand stared at each other, unable to see either party make a move.
Only a few martial artists clearly sensed the clash between the two just now. Although the monk was young, he could already use true chi to protect his body.
He casually blocked the opponent's strike.
The monk did not stop but continued forward. In Li Pingyan's perception, a faint golden light, carrying a force of extreme rigidity, emerged from the monk's body.
Clang, clang, clang.
The two forces collided, emitting a muffled thunder-like roar, forming circles of power. The monk's shoulder trembled slightly from the shock, and then his body seemed to be pushed by a huge force, causing him to take a step back. The monk composed himself and continued walking forward. He stopped just half a step in front of the sedan chair. A warm current surged from within his meridians, and then the monk's body suddenly stiffened. A bone-chilling coldness enveloped him, and he fell straight to the ground.
Go find Physician Wang from West Street, his meridians can still be saved within an hour.
For the first time, the voice of the Western Region swordsman sounded from inside the sedan chair. The monk, Changqing, struggled to stand up. There was a long, shocking bloodstain on his arm.
Thank you, benefactor, for showing mercy.
With that, he turned and slowly departed. This time, no one dared to step forward to challenge him, and after a long while, 4 servants carried the sedan chair and departed towards the east.
The onlookers also dispersed.
Presumably, the scene that unfolded today would soon spread throughout the streets and alleys. Pang Jun and the others, still not having had enough, wanted to go to Wang Yi's house to see the even more powerful martial artists he spoke of. Li Pingyan didn't want to join the excitement, but seeing that he was about to return home,
Aliyah also lost her interest.
Wang Yi had been trying to win over the lively and agile Aliyah, and seeing this, he quickly tried to persuade them.
Uncle Blind, come sit at my house. Don't you like to drink? I guarantee you've never tasted the wine at my house. Li Pingyan had no choice but to agree. Upon arriving at the Wang family's mansion, it was indeed magnificent.
The courtyard covered a vast area, with several small buildings and streams trickling down artificial mountains. It was clearly the residence of a prince or noble. Having come with great difficulty, Wang Yi naturally wanted to show off, leading them around the mansion. Upon reaching the backyard, Wang Yi pulled over 2 young and strong martial artists and whispered something to them. The 2 smiled knowingly, understanding the young master's intentions. Since they were bored anyway, they immediately began to spar in the courtyard. The 2 did not use weapons, competing with their fists and feet. Fists and palms met, locked in an intense struggle, becoming faster and faster. Whistling sounds occasionally rang out, clear and pleasant to the ear, making everything distinctly audible. In just this short while, the 2 had exchanged 20 to 30 blows. This was far more exciting in the eyes of Aliyah, Pang Jun, and Zhao Linger than the few fights at Autumn Wind Pavilion. They cheered and applauded continuously. Li Pingyan sat outside the arena, smiling faintly without a word. Although the sounds of fists and palms meeting were incessant, the martial arts they displayed were all for show. To an outsider, it looked very beautiful. However, an expert could tell that it was far inferior to the fights at Autumn Wind Pavilion. The 2 also knew that they weren't truly fighting to determine a winner, but mainly to entertain the young master's friends. Anyway, they were thick-skinned and were holding back their strength, so taking a few punches didn't matter. Li Pingyan was a bit bored sitting there and tried to circulate the true chi within his body. However, he only felt his chest becoming increasingly stuffy, making him irritable and vexed. Helpless, he had to give up, exhaling a mouthful of turbid chi. This drew in wisps of clear wind, dispelling the heat in his heart.
fellow Daoist is also a cultivator?
A gentle voice came from beside him. Li Pingyan was slightly startled. He hadn't noticed this person approaching him just now. He thought it was probably because his true chi was running wild earlier, leading to his agitated state of mind. However, Li Pingyan showed no expression and calmly said, "I merely learned some martial arts for a few days, I cannot be called a cultivator." The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Li Pingyan. He wore plain clothes, revealing no signs of magical power or Dao cultivation, yet his composure exuded a lightness, clearly indicating he was a formidable expert. Li Pingyan did not want to show weakness in front of others, so he held his breath. He circulated the true chi within his body, making his breathing smoother.
What fragrant wine!
The old man's nose twitched slightly. Li Pingyan untied his wineskin.
Over 10 years of fine vintage.
This was given for free by the innkeeper of that shady inn during the last commission. The old man swallowed, and the two immediately began to drink together.
They drank and talked.
The old man glanced at the Erhu behind Li Pingyan.
Does Mr. understand melody?
Just barely enough to make a living.
May I, an old man, be so fortunate as to hear a piece from Mr.?
Li Pingyan smiled gently. This person spoke with uncommon grace. He must be either an elder of the Wang family or an esteemed guest. Since he had presumptuously come as a guest, there was no reason to refuse.
He immediately untied the rope binding the Erhu.
Then I shall make a fool of myself. The old man had originally been acting on a whim, his eyes appearing half-closed. But the more he listened, the more interesting he found it. It was as comfortable as if Shiyu, fine rain, was falling outside, with raindrops pattering against the window. Inside, a fire was burning, and wine was being warmed. The two sat facing each other, casually chatting about their lives. Then the notes became sluggish, as if foretelling pain, evoking a sense of powerlessness. The melody was desolate, carrying a hint of melancholy within its unrestrained flow, a sorrowful desolation of a solitary life. Just as this emotion was about to reach its peak, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. The melody twisted and turned, moving from a low, somber tone towards a clear, soaring crescendo.
It was as soaring as 9 heavens singing, or a cuckoo crying blood. Finally, an unwilling roar erupted.
The music changed again, this time becoming low and deep. The story returned to the original small house, having experienced the world, imbued with a sense of detachment and transcendence.
The piece ended. Plop!
The old man's wineskin fell to the ground, his body seemed frozen, his expression strange. Compared to the old man, the others on the other side were still intently watching the two sparring. This time, the two had switched to weapons, making it even more visually appealing. Music is like that, those who understand it can gain much insight, while those who don't can only perceive sorrow. Rather than listening to this, watching a few plays would be more interesting. Some emotion should be conveyed to those who understand.
Mr.
Gu, Mr. Gu. After several continuous calls, the old man finally came back to his senses.
Wang Shan, Wang Yi's father and the head of the Wang family, looked at Mr. Gu in surprise, not knowing what had happened.
He had just happened to pass by and heard the music, and out of curiosity, he walked over.
That's how this scene came about.
Mr. Gu realized he had lost his composure and smiled. His gaze was fixed on Li Pingyan.
May I ask, Mr., what is the name of this piece, and who composed it?
Li Pingyan replied, 2 Springs Reflecting the Moon, composed by a friend of mine.
Mr. Gu's face showed excitement, and he repeatedly said good several times.
If this piece cannot be passed down through generations, it would truly be a great pity.
Chiman plate. You flatter me, sir.
Wang Shan, the head of the Wang family, observed Li Pingyan and cupped his hands, saying, May I ask your esteemed name, sir, and where you're esteemed?
Master is?
I wouldn't say esteemed master, I just sing on the streets.
Sing on the streets? Wang Shan couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Dad, this is the friend I brought, Wang Yi walked over and explained.
Wang Shan sternly rebuked, since he's a friend, why didn't you inform me? This is so ill-mannered.
A person who could reach Wang Shan's status would naturally not judge people based on their appearance. To loudly proclaim that a street singer is not worthy of entering his house and then throw him out, such a person would be a fool and certainly
wouldn't have been able to build this family fortune from scratch.
Wang Shan was a shrewd individual, speaking to people and to ghosts as ghosts.
Even if a beggar stood before him, Wang Shan would treat him as an ordinary person. Only in this way could he go far.
Wang Shan said with a slight apology, "Sir, please don't take offense.
The child is ignorant. Why not come into my humble abode for a drink?"
"Yes, yes.
Have a drink, have a drink."
Mr.
Gu, who was beside them, quickly chimed in. Li Pingyan slightly cupped his hands. My uninvited intrusion was already presumptuous. How could I trouble you further? Li will take his leave now.
Upon hearing that he was about to leave, Mr.
Gu quickly stopped him.
Oh, no rush, no rush. 1,000 cups are too few when drinking with a true friend. Wang Shan was slightly astonished in his heart.
Mr. Gu had always been calm and composed. What was wrong with him today?
Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Li Pingyan had no choice but to accompany them into the hall. Although Wang Shan wasn't very enthusiastic, seeing Mr. Gu's warmth, he had the kitchen prepare a large table of excellent dishes. There were dishes like poach loin, cherry pork, golden bell roast, honeycomb soft beef intestines, bright shrimp roast, and so on. The meat was tender and smooth, and even eating several pieces wouldn't feel greasy. It truly allowed Li Pingyan and the others to enjoy a feast.
Through conversation, Wang Shan learned that Li Pingyan was indeed just a singer, and he lost interest. However, his etiquette was impeccable and very thorough. He could tell that Mr. Gu was very fond of Li Pingyan's songs. As long as Mr. Gu liked them, let alone Li Pingyan's songs, even Li Pingyan himself, he would have to accommodate.
Li Pingyan drank a pot of fine wine and could also discern Mr.
Gu's thoughts, so he said,
Mr.
Gu, why don't you speak frankly?
Mr.
Gu smiled, forgive my presumptuousness, Mr. Li. If you are willing, could you teach me the song you just sang? Naturally, I won't let you teach for free.
Wang Shan clapped his hands, and immediately a servant came over with a box. The box was about 1 foot long and half a foot wide, with a shiny brass lock hanging on it. The wooden box was also inlaid with copper strips, indicating it was something of considerable value.
However, what was truly valuable was the large amount of silver notes inside. A small token of my appreciation, I hope you will accept it, sir.
Li Pingyan smiled, you two don't need to be so polite.
Mr. Gu likes the song so much that Li is overjoyed, how can there be any talk of compensation? If Mr. Gu wishes to learn, I will certainly teach everything I know.
These words caused a hint of admiration to appear in Wang Shan's eyes. The other party was not a wealthy person.
Singing on the streets, sometimes hungry, sometimes full.
Yet, just now, he had refused without any hesitation.
Mr.
Gu said, I, Gu, have no possessions, even this meal is thanks to Boss Wang. Wang Shan quickly said, Sir, saying that means you don't consider me a friend.
Mr. Gu laughed heartily, how about this?
I, Gu, am quite skilled in divination.
If Mr. Li doesn't mind, I am willing to cast a divination for you. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shan's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Mr.
Gu in disbelief, but saw that the other party was not joking at all.
Fortune-telling?
Li knows very little about such things. Wang Shan said in a deep voice, Mr.
Li, Mr. Gu is skilled in the art of Chimanduanjia and is a renowned diviner. Many people offer 1,000 gold coins for a divination from Mr. Gu, yet cannot obtain one.
Wang Shan's heart was filled with mixed emotions.
He had invited Mr. Gu to his home this time precisely so that Mr. Gu could cast a divination for the Wang family. However, how could a master like Mr. Gu care about gold and silver treasures?
Wang Shan treated him as a distinguished guest, hoping that one day Mr.
Gu would be pleased to have Mr. Gu cast a divination for the Wang family was his greatest wish.
But who knew that today, a street singer came to the mansion, sang a little song, and managed to obtain Mr.
Gu's divination skills? Wang Shan even felt like throwing himself into a river.
If you like songs, you should have said so earlier. I could have found all the singers in the Anbei 4 towns for you. Li Pingyan found it interesting and said, then I shall trouble you, Mr.
Gu. But I wonder what you need. I don't have my birth date in time.
When Li Pingyan underwent transmigration to this world, he was in a beggar's den.
How would he know his birth date in time? Mr. Gu smiled, you underestimate me, Mr. Li. Mr. Gu took out a divination plate.
The Chiman Duanjia divination plate is mainly composed of the earth plate 8 trigrams, human plate 8 gates, heaven plate 9 stars, spirit plate
8 deities, and the 3 wonders and 6 instruments. It cleverly integrates numerology and the 5 elements.
The heaven, earth, human, and spirit plates, as well as the 3 wonders and 6 instruments, each represent symbols and numbers, and their respective 5 elements attributes and life and death relationships. Information crisscrosses into a network, which can quickly, accurately, and completely describe the karma of heaven, earth, and human affairs in time
and space,
or reflect the development stage of things, or reflect the results of things' development, or reflect the law of development for avoiding misfortune
and seeking good fortune. Mr. Gu asked Li Pingyan a few questions, nothing more than his name and age.
He also carefully observed Li Pingyan's facial features and palm lines.
According to Mr. Gu, those who only look at facial features or palm lines are mostly fake. Karma and destiny are a massive computational project. It's not something you can solve by simply plugging in addition and subtraction. Wang Yi and the others also got to witness it, watching curiously from the side. Pang Jun quietly asked who this Mr. Gu was.
Wang Yi then exaggeratedly bragged about this Mr.
Gu to the others.
He knew everything from astronomy to geography, knowing everything and nothing being unknown to him. He was known as half immortal.
This is Mr. Li's lifespan. Mr. Gu pointed to a line on the divination plate, the red slot was continuously rising. Mr. Gu nodded with satisfaction, Mr. Li is blessed. If he had calculated that the other party was not long for this world, it would have been somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the divination showed that the other party's lifespan exceeded 60 years. It's over 100. Mr. Li can live for more than 100 years. Before Mr. Gu could finish speaking, he suddenly saw that the red line in the slot had already broken through 200, 300. What the heck? Mr. Gu's eyes widened in disbelief, seeing the slot rise in a straight line at a visible speed. In a blink of an eye, it reached the limit of this divination plate. How is this possible? Is the divination plate broken? Mr. Gu first thought of this possibility.
Before he finished speaking, his chest tightened. His vision blurred, and a surge of hot chi rose.
Put.
A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out.
Accompanied by a cracking sound, the entire divination plate split into 2 halves. Mr. Gu. Seeing the dragon in the field. Mr. Gu slowly opened his eyes on the bed, and a soft call came from beside him. Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu turned his head and saw Wang Shan, several physicians, and a remorseful Li Pingyan standing by the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Shopkeeper Wang, have them all leave. Finally, he added. Mr. Li, please stay.
Li Pingyan, full of apologies, held the shattered divination plate in his hand and could only smile awkwardly. Before he could speak, Mr. Gu said, "It was I who was presumptuous, Mr.
Li's fate is extraordinary. Mr.
Gu hesitated for a moment on the latter half of the sentence, swallowing it back without speaking.
From now on, I must learn to keep my mouth shut and not easily tell fortunes for others.
Shopkeeper Wang, standing nearby, looked at Li Pingyan with a complex expression, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Li Pingyan didn't know what to say at this moment, so he took out a prepared xian paper from his.
This is the score for 2 springs reflecting the moon, a gift for Mr. Gu. I hope Mr. Gu recovers soon. Then Li Pingyan gave a few more instructions and left with a curious Aliyah.
From this incident, he learned a lesson.
He shouldn't easily ask others for fortune-telling in the future. After Li Pingyan left, Mr. Gu recuperated at the Wang family's residence for 3 days. Watching the flowers bloom and wither outside the window, he gained a different kind of enlightenment. Feeling that his body had recovered somewhat, he bid farewell to Wang Shan, preparing to leave. I have troubled you for many days. I am preparing to bid farewell and return to my sect for secluded cultivation. Wang Shan advised, Mr. Gu's illness has not yet healed. Why not stay a few more days in my humble abode? Traveling on the road, exposed to wind and sun, might be detrimental to your health.
Although Wang Shan tried his best to dissuade him, Mr.
Gu's resolve to leave was firm.
Helpless, Wang Shan could only make thorough preparations for Mr. Gu. For black-maned horses, all strong steeds. The interior of the carriage was also very refined, even having custom-made soft, thick cushions that were both thick and soft. Whether lying down or sitting, it was very comfortable. Before their departure, Wang Shan personally led the Wang family to see him off. They traveled 10 li outside the city gate.
Mr. Gu, I don't know when we will meet again after this farewell. Please forgive me for not being able to see you off for too long. Wang Shan cupped his hands in farewell.
A moment later, a leisurely voice came from inside the carriage. One who does not plan for the whole cannot plan for a part, one who does not plan for a lifetime cannot plan for a moment. In troubled times, to play this game well, one must plan effectively and purposefully.
Although shopkeeper Wang is a merchant, politics and business have been inseparable since ancient times.
Strategizing is like being shy, wanting to do something yet holding back. One must seek both personal gain and merit.
One must be both a villain and a gentleman, striving for perfection in everything.
Your chess piece has fallen on the opposite side of great sway, and the future of the Wang family will likely rest on that young man. Wang Shan excitedly said, "Thank you, Mr.
Gu, for your guidance." Wang Yi quickly thanked Mr. Gu. Wang Yi said blankly, "Thank you, Mr. Gu, thank you, Mr. Gu." No need for thanks.
Before we part, there is one more thing I hope young master will remember. From me, I see a dragon in the field, benefiting from seeing a great person. The second 9 belongs to a young line in a yin position, which is a displaced position, but it is in the middle of the lower trigram. 2 is above the earth, indicating that the dragon has already emerged. If it encounters a great person, it can receive further refinement and cultivation. Additionally, if you receive the support of a great person, it will be even smoother. This great person is your own noble person. Wang Yi showed a puzzled expression, only to hear his old father thanking incessantly. On the 9th day of the 7th month, new ghosts pick watermelons. This is a custom, rumored that new ghosts, those who have passed away less than 3 years ago, pick watermelons on the night of the 9th day of the 7th month. So at this time, people try to go out less at night. And they cannot bring watermelons into the house, they must insert willow branches at their doorways and windows to ward off evil. However, this custom is now only observed by some elderly people, not many young men take it seriously anymore.
There are still people on the streets selling decorated willow branches.
Li Pingyan, with the mindset of better safe than sorry, picked a few willow branches.
The price wasn't expensive, 5 copper coins each.
Li Pingyan was about to go home when he saw a familiar figure walk out of the medical clinic.
Or a lock. What appeared in Li Pingyan's eyes was a clear thermal image of a person. Although the details were not visible, he could discern the person's identity from their aura. This person was the monk who challenged the Western Region swordsman at Autumn Wind Pavilion that day. His name seemed to be Changqing.
Li Pingyan had some impression of him. Changqing held a packet of medicine in his hand, his face somewhat pale. After only a few steps, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Li Pingyan quickly reached out and supported him, then briefly examined him. His meridians were damaged, though he had received timely treatment. However, the other party had not rested. Instead, he seemed to have fought again afterward, resulting in severe damage to his body.
Li Pingyan was wondering what to do. The old ox moved, signaling Li Pingyan to place the monk on its back.
Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then placed the person on the old ox's back and temporarily took him home.
Changqing awoke from his coma and looked around at his surroundings. Drink some medicine.
Li Pingyan brought a bowl of herbal soup.
Changqing quickly got up. Thank you, benefactor. No need to be polite.
Zen Master, you were severely injured in the battle at Autumn Wind Pavilion, you should rest well.
Monk Changqing recited Amitba, my skill was inferior, merely making a fool of myself.
Li Pingyan comforted him, since ancient times, heroes are not judged by success or failure.
How can there be talk of ridicule? Changqing smiled and took the herbal soup from Li Pingyan.
He took a small sip, then tilted his head back and drank the medicine down. In a short while, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. It was as if a warm current surged through his meridians, flowing from his dantian to all 4 limbs and 100 bones. Not only did he no longer feel cold, but he also felt a burning sensation.
With every breath, there was a warm chi.
His 4 limbs and 100 bones were incredibly comfortable.
This. Monk Changqing was stunned.
Li Pingyan said, it's a self-prepared prescription, nothing particularly brilliant.
Zen Master, do you feel more comfortable? Changqing nodded profusely, thank you, benefactor, thank you, benefactor.
I presume these medicinal ingredients are expensive.
Alas, this humble monk has nothing to offer, so I don't know how to repay you. It's nothing, merely a small effort. Zen Master, are you traveling with your senior brother from the temple? I can go and inform them.
Changqing said, I am traveling alone and have no companions. Then Zen Master, please recuperate in my humble abode for some days. Changqing initially wanted to refuse, but considering his physical condition, he truly had no other choice.
Amitba, thank you, benefactor. This humble monk is deeply grateful.
Monk Changqing then temporarily stayed at Li Pingyan's home.
Nirvana Sutra.
Several days passed in a flash, and under Li Pingyan's care,
Monk Changqing's body gradually recovered.
The monk and the blind man got along quite well. Changqing had traveled to many places, and the local customs, folktales, and travel experiences he shared
all greatly interested Li Pingyan.
Li Pingyan also had many qualities that attracted Changqing, and the more they talked, the more congenial they became. Their relationship grew more harmonious. Though it had only been a few short days, they had already forged a deep friendship. This day, Li Pingyan was hoeing the ground at home. Suddenly, his chi and strength leaked away. The true chi that had been erratically coursing through his body once again went berserk, swirling and rushing into his dantian. It impacted his heart meridians, causing his chi and blood to churn. A muffled thunder-like sound came from his abdomen, and a crimson arrow of blood spurted from his mouth.
Li Shizhu.
Monk Changqing took a step forward, his expression subtly changing. He pointed a finger at several of Li Pingyan's acupoints, and a powerful true chi emanated from his body. A terrifying pressure bore down on Changqing's internal organs, forcing his protective true chi to half disperse and half recede, with a portion
flowing back into his dantian.
Changqing barely managed to steady himself, neutralizing most of the force, and used his remaining true qi to protect Li Pingyan.
Half an hour later, the danger was averted.
Changqing let out a long, turbid breath.
By the time Li Pingyan awoke, it was already late.
Changqing guarded by the bed, adjusting his breathing and recovering the true qi he had just expended. Li Pingyan discovered that his heart meridians were almost severed, and his qi and blood were extremely weak. If not for Changqing's timely appearance, he would probably be a corpse by now. It seemed that fate was truly marvelous. A few days ago, Li Pingyan saved Changqing's life. A few days later, Changqing repaid him by saving his life.
Everything is fate, and everything has karma. Who would have thought that a small act of kindness would save his life at a crucial moment?
Li Shizhu, how do you feel?
Don't worry, I won't die.
The worst-case scenario is that my meridians are crippled.
It's good enough to be alive.
Li Pingyan was very open-minded. He had survived the hardest days, so why care about these things? Li Shizhu has an extremely difficult-to-resolve source of qi in his body. It cannot be expelled, dissolved, subdued, or suppressed. It is truly strange. Moreover, this qi seems to be the qi of Buddhism. Has the Shizhu cultivated any Buddhist secret techniques? Li Pingyan smiled helplessly. That's a long story. Changqing saw that Li Pingyan was unwilling to elaborate, so he did not inquire further. He said earnestly, the true qi in Shizhu's body is extremely unstable now. Not only is it difficult to mobilize the true qi, but it will also backfire. A slight mistake could cost him his life. The best way now is to expel the true qi from Shizhu's body. However, it is likely impossible for just the two of us to do it. There is another method. I wonder if Shizhu would be willing to try it.
Just tell me.
Li Pingyan adopted a nothing-to-lose attitude. How much worse could it get? Buddhist cultivation technique is represented by Zen cultivate, Confucianism holds to the middle, Taoism guards the middle, and Buddhism guards emptiness, so the character emptiness embodies the characteristics of Buddhist cultivation technique.
And emptiness refers to the idea that all things have no substance, but are born from conditions. As the saying goes, form is emptiness, emptiness is form.
Seeing Changqing getting off topic, Li Pingyan quickly spoke up to bring the conversation back on track. Changqing awkwardly cleared his throat, knowing it was not the time to enlighten Li Pingyan with Buddhist thought. This humble monk has been a Buddhist since childhood and spent over 20 years studying the Nirvana Sutra. It uses the essence of the 5 organs to generate qi and blood internally, which then transfers to the meridians, tendons, bones, and acupoints.
Improving aptitude. It harmonizes one's nature, revitalizing life qi, shaping the mind internally, strengthening the foundation, and regulating yin and yang.
Since the qi in Shizhu's body is Buddhist qi, perhaps this method can control it somewhat.
Li Pingyan hesitated. Buddhist secret techniques. I am a person of the mortal world, I fear I cannot comprehend their profoundness.
Changqing smiled faintly. Li Shizhu is compassionate and optimistic.
My Buddha will surely bless you.
This humble monk is willing to entrust you with the Buddhist secret technique, firstly to repay Shizhu for saving my life that day. Secondly, I do not wish for someone like Shizhu to face such a great calamity without a solution. Immediately, Changqing imparted the mind cultivation technique of the Nirvana Sutra without reservation, and also instructed him on various methods of
breathing and circulating qi.
Its subtlety was beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Even with guidance, one needed constant reminders and the practitioner's own comprehension.
If there was no guidance, no written annotations, how difficult would it be to comprehend its mysteries?
Unconsciously, Li Pingyan immersed himself in it. He indeed felt his meridians smooth, and his pulse gradually returned to normal. By morning, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Unknowingly, another day and night passed, and after these 2 days and 2 nights of comprehension, Li Pingyan found more and more enjoyment in his cultivate, and having learned a few stanzas from the scripture, he had gained some insight.
Following the instructions, performing them was not difficult.
Gradually, he even felt that the true qi in his body seemed to have grown stronger, and his cultivation also improved somewhat. Changqing looked at Li Ping'an, never expecting that the other party would have gained insight and achieved a small accomplishment in just 2 days. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Li Shizhu has a connection with my Buddha. If he could enter my Buddhist sect, it would truly be a great blessing. Li Ping'an merely smiled and said nothing.
The summer clouds dispersed, and a cool breeze arose.
During this period, Li Ping'an lived a secluded life. He even rarely went to play music daily, spending most of his time cultivating the Nirvana Sutra. The more he cultivated, the fewer his distracting thoughts became. Smelling the food he usually loved, he felt somewhat unmotivated to eat. But fortunately, the results were still very satisfying. Although the erratic true qi in his body had not been completely digested, it could no longer cause any trouble. The rest could only be left to time, to be digested little by little. During this process, Li Ping'an could clearly feel the changes in his body. The true qi in his dantian grew stronger day by day, becoming more vigorous than before. Between breaths, it felt like a feather. With each inhalation and exhalation, there was a feeling of effortless lightness. Guest, your dishes are here: immortal duck, scallops to the imperial court, bean paste Christian carp, sauerkraut fish, fish-flavored eggplant cakes,
steamed chicken with rice flour.
Listening to the shouts of the waiter from the opposite restaurant, let alone the guests inside.
Even those outside couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
Li Ping'an rubbed his stomach. He didn't want to truly become a monk without desires. Immediately, he strode into the restaurant and grandly ordered a table full of delicacies. Finally, he also ordered a pot of fine wine. Li Ping'an, by himself, devoured all the dishes on the entire table at a lightning-fast speed. The scene made the surrounding people somewhat surprised.
Had he not eaten for days?
Li Ping'an drank the last cup of wine, aiding his digestion. Waiter, check, please. The waiter promptly quoted the price and even rounded down for Li Ping'an. Li Ping'an frowned slightly upon hearing the price, then fumbled for money in his.
He thought to himself, oh no, not enough money. Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you all the best in good health.
4 chapters offered.
Thankfully, I have enough drafts, otherwise I'd be writing during the new year. Thank you all for your support. I'm thinking of giving everyone some.
Until midnight before the new year, leave a chapter review under this novel chapter and give a 5-star rating. I will randomly select 4 lucky winners to give a 50 yuan red packet.
It's not much money, but it's a small token of my appreciation. Fate, diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. Customer?
The waiter grew wary when Li Ping'an took a long time to produce the money.
Li Ping'an gave an awkward smile. I left in a hurry today and didn't bring enough money. Please excuse me.
Customer, you must have a poor memory.
You probably don't frequent our establishment. How about you leave something valuable here as collateral, and then go back to retrieve the money?
Li Ping'an was indeed in a difficult position. Ever since that true qi appeared in his body, he hadn't taken any commissions for a long time. He used to spend whatever he earned, so he had no savings. The money at home was almost used up, and he probably couldn't find that much money even if he searched.
The waiter said with a fake smile, "Customer, are you playing a trick on me?"
Just as Li Ping'an was in a predicament, he suddenly saw an acquaintance walk in. It was Lu Er, the street ruffian. He was previously a member of the Fire Bear Gang, responsible for collecting monthly interest on Li Ping'an's street. Later, when the Fire Bear Gang was destroyed by the Poison Snake Gang, Lu Er joined the Poison Snake Gang. With his eloquent speech, he was now a trusted confidant of the Poison Snake Gang's leader.
Blind man. Lu Er looked at the blind man appearing in the restaurant with surprise.
Logically, a restaurant of this scale was not somewhere he could afford to eat.
Why are you here?
Li Ping'an smiled. Second brother, you truly are a timely savior.
Lu Er raised an eyebrow.
After Li Ping'an explained his current predicament, he pulled Li Ping'an aside and whispered, "You little brat, you don't have money, yet you come here to put on airs." Li Ping'an said helplessly, "It was a moment of carelessness.
I wonder if second brother has any spare money to lend me for an emergency." Lu Er glared at Li Ping'an. You eat and ask me to pay.
Despite saying that, Lu'er still paid for him. The price of that table full of delicacies was indeed quite high. When Lu'er paid, he felt as if his heart was bleeding.
Second floor of the inn.
Wang Shan, who had just finished his business in the private room, happened to see Li Ping'an. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he was about to speak.
Li Ping'an had already left, stepping out ahead of him.
Lu'er grumbled discontentedly behind him. He had just received his monthly reward and had planned to bring his sweetheart here for a meal.
Who knew he would end up paying for Li Ping'an? Since he was already here, he couldn't just turn around and leave.
Those who mix in the Jianghu value face. Bring a cold dish, 2 bowls of rice, and a pot of free soup.
The waiter blinked, that's all?
Lu'er propped his leg up, that's all. This old man has eaten too much rich food and needs to eat some vegetables to lose weight. Wang Shan on the second floor beckoned the waiter over and asked what had happened. The waiter immediately recounted how Li Ping'an had no money for food and Lu'er had paid for him. Wang Shan frowned thoughtfully.
Mr.
Gu's words before he left were still fresh in his ears. A dragon in the field, it is beneficial to see a great man. If one encounters a great person, one can gain further tempering in cultivation. Furthermore, if one receives the patronage of a great person, things will proceed more smoothly.
That day, Mr. Gu had told Li Ping'an's fortune, which resulted in the divination plate breaking and him fainting.
The first thing Mr. Gu said when he woke up was to Li Ping'an, "Sir, your fate is extraordinary." It was my presumption.
Wang Shan was present at the time and heard everything clearly.
Connecting the two, he concluded that Li Ping'an was the distinguished person of the Wang family mentioned by Mr. Gu. He called a servant and whispered a few words into his ear.
The provocatively dressed woman looked at the meager cold dish on the table and said discontentedly, "Let's order another dish." Lu'er glared at her. "Order with what money?"
Just then, a young servant came forward. "Young Master Lu, this is what our master instructed me to give you." With that, he handed over a bulging money pouch. Lu'er was puzzled. "Your
master? Who is he?" "Wang Shan of Wang Family Bank."
Lu'er was startled, but being someone who had been in the Jianghu for many years, he suppressed his surprise.
"Shopkeeper Wang, do you need something from me?"
The young servant chuckled, "It's not for you. Our master said this money is to repay Mr.
Li for his meal." "Mr. Li? Li Ping'an, Mr. Li."
After the young servant finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left. Lu'er was left standing there, lost in thought for a good while.
Only after the young servant returned and reported that the matter was handled did Wang Shan order his coachman to leave the restaurant.
The highest realm of flattery is not actively coming to the door to insincerely give away valuable treasures. Those who give gifts either have expectations or requests. This subjectively gives people an impression of ill intent. Wang Shan, having been in the Jianghu for many years, naturally wouldn't do something that didn't fit his status. Instead, he used his own needs to satisfy the other party's needs. He had to silently do things behind the scenes, yet also ensure the person involved knew. Moreover, he never showed his face from beginning to end, so it wouldn't seem like he had any other motives. This way, he could passively make Li Ping'an indebted to him, and also gain the other party's recognition. Li Ping'an sat cross-legged, muttering to himself. The power around him slowly surged, immersing every part of his body. His body swayed slightly, subtly carrying a rhythm, seeming to merge with the surrounding environment. After a long while, Li Ping'an took a deep breath. His nostrils were filled with a foul odor, but he felt an inexplicable sense of relief.
"Benefactor, haste makes waste," Shangqing reminded him from the side.
Li Ping'an was indeed a bit anxious, but if this continued, he wouldn't even be able to afford food. Thinking of this, Li Ping'an rested for a while. Then he took his eating utensil and went out, arriving at his familiar street corner. The beggar next to him quickly made way when he saw him coming, even wiping the ground with his sleeve. When Li Pingyan had money, he would occasionally toss a few coins to the beggars.
Or he would give his old cotton-padded jackets and quilts to these people.
So the surrounding beggars were very familiar with him.
Well, if he really couldn't make a living, joining the beggar gang would also be a good option.
Thinking this, Li Pingyan began to play his tune as usual. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed his mind.
2 springs reflecting the moon LV3, 500/10,000. Rank 3, minor achievement.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white fate. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Effect: when studying or cultivating, the longer the time, the faster the cultivation speed, currently up to twice the normal cultivation speed. The system's voice sounded in his mind.
Li Pingyan was stunned.
He hadn't heard the system's voice in a long time. Ever since 2 springs reflecting the moon upgraded to rank 3, the speed of accumulating experience had slowed down by several times. The effect of rank 1 was to increase lifespan, clear chi and blood, and dispel dampness and warm the body.
The rewards provided by rank 2 were various cultivation techniques. The effect of rank 3 had always been a mystery, until now. Fate? He would go home and test its specific effects.
Li Pingyan continued to play his tune and did not stop because of the system's appearance. He demonstrated perfect professional competence.
Learning. The next day.
In the morning, he ascended Mount Tianzhu, where the mountain temple faced the rising sun. Li Pingyan woke up early and sat on the edge of his bed, practicing the Nirvana Sutra again and again. Time flowed by breath, as he recited the scripture repeatedly. As he meticulously savored its meaning, he suddenly achieved a breakthrough. The destiny diligence can make up for clumsiness was triggered. Li Pingyan involuntarily entered a state of selfless contemplation. Immersed in the profound scripture, his mind was utterly clear. After an unknown period, Li Pingyan came back to his senses. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout his body, as if after prolonged exhaustion and suffering, he had suddenly found a feeling of
tranquility and freedom.
It was like a dried-up lake being infused with a stream of living water, brimming with vibrant vitality.
3 or 4 days passed in a flash. In the small courtyard, sounds of air being torn occasionally emanated.
Li Pingyan moved his body, which had been still for a long time, gradually getting into the swing of things. The sky was a clear, unblemished blue, carrying a hint of coolness yet also a touch of freshness. Thanks to the Nirvana Sutra and the destiny diligence can make up for clumsiness, Li Pingyan's true chi, though not yet fully digested and integrated into his bloodline, would certainly not lead to the life-threatening situation he faced last time. The rest was merely a matter of time. He had expected the coming days to be long and uneventful, but an interesting incident occurred. Li Pingyan learned that Wang Shan had repaid his debt for him.
No matter what, he owed Wang Shan a favor. Not expressing his gratitude would be impolite.
Presuming that the Wang family mansion lacked nothing, Li Pingyan picked a large bag of dates from the date palm tree in his courtyard as a small
token of his appreciation.
Wang Shan then took the opportunity to invite Li Pingyan to stay for a simple meal at the mansion, and while they were eating and drinking, he praised Li Pingyan's arrow playing profusely, and then called over his son, Wang Yi. He wanted Wang Yi to learn the arrow from Li Pingyan, speaking flawlessly. This was not a big deal, but Li Pingyan did not understand what Wang Shan was truly planning. He figured Wang Shan was not simply trying to have his son, Wang Yi, learn the arrow. Li Pingyan did not rashly inquire about the underlying reason. If Wang Shan did not want to say, asking more would be useless. Li Pingyan initially declined, but Wang Shan insisted. To refuse again would cause Wang Shan to lose face, so he had no choice but to agree.
On Wang Yi's first day of class, he rode a chestnut horse.
He was dressed in martial attire, carrying the apprenticeship gift his father had prepared for Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan had no special possessions, only the ability to play a small tune.
Wang Yi truly did not understand the point of learning to play music. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time practicing a few more sets of boxing in the courtyard? However, although Wang Yi was extremely reluctant, his father's repeated admonitions left him with no choice but to comply.
Mr.
Gu.
Wang Yi dismounted and respectfully bowed to Li Pingyan.
Li Pingyan looked at the gift in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Wang Shan was a clever man.
The best gifts are not the most expensive, but the most suitable.
That day, when Mr. Gu wanted to learn Erhu from Li Pingyan, Wang Shan had given Li Pingyan some large denomination silver notes.
Unexpectedly, Li Pingyan did not accept them, but instead offered to teach Mr.
Gu for free.
From this, Wang Shan could tell that Li Pingyan was not interested in gold, silver, or jewels, but he did discover that Li Pingyan had a great
fondness for fine wines.
Thus, he had Wang Yi bring out some of the family's treasured wine. Rosedew wine, made using an ancient method to extract precious roses, with the resulting rose essential oil added to the fine wine. The craftsmanship was exquisite: 2 additions of ingredients, 9 distillations, 8 fermentations, 7 extractions of wine, and long-term
aging.
This wine was renowned for its rich aroma, and people called it 10-mile fragrance upon opening. Having accepted the gift, one must put in their best effort. Since he had agreed to teach Erhu, Li Pingyan imparted all his knowledge. He could tell that Wang Yi was quite intelligent, yet showed no interest in music whatsoever. Even sophisticated Qin melodies could not attract him, let alone the Erhu played by street performers.
However, whether Wang Yi disliked it or not was his own business. Whether Li Pingyan taught with dedication was Li Pingyan's business. The west wind howled, the autumn scenery was beautiful, yet also desolate. The cicadas outside the window sounded somewhat weary, and Wang Yi lay on the desk, lost in thought. The melody echoing in his ears felt jarring. At 15 or 16, it was the age for frolicking and kicking up one's heels. Not wanting to be constrained and having a strong rebellious streak, making Wang Yi learn boring tunes was indeed a bit difficult for him. Li Pingyan understood this well, but having been entrusted, he had no choice but to teach. Mr. Gu, don't you get bored every day? Wang Yi lay on the desk, staring blankly at Li Pingyan.
In his opinion, Li Pingyan's life was simply too plain: eating, sleeping, and performing on the streets every day, a repetitive cycle.
It was incredibly boring. Then what isn't boring? Li Pingyan countered. Practicing martial arts, watching plays, shopping. Wang Yi rattled off a long list.
Of course, what I like most is practicing martial arts, Mr.
Gu, I recently learned a new set of boxing moves. I'll show it to you.
After speaking, Wang Yi suddenly realized that Li Pingyan could not see. Li Pingyan understood that he simply wanted to relax his body, so he said, "It's alright, I can't see, but I can feel it."
Wang Yi was overjoyed and immediately got up, quickly walking into the courtyard.
He tightened the belt around his waist and circulated a breath of qi in his dantian. He struck a boxing stance and practiced a set of moves, one by one. These few moves flowed smoothly, indicating long practice, with each move perfectly executed. However, it was just these few moves, repeated over and over. Li Pingyan smiled. It was indeed uninhibited and endearing. After punching for a full half hour, Wang Yi returned, drenched in sweat.
Mr. Gu, how was it? Impressive, right? Wang Yi said proudly. Indeed impressive.
Wang Yi said, "Mr.
Gu, you can't see, but if you could, you'd know how powerful I am.
3 or 5 strong men couldn't get near me."
Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. It's really that impressive?
Of course.
Wang Yi sized up Li Pingyan's physique, wanting to say, "Mr. Gu, I could take on 8 people with your build."
But the words caught in his throat, feeling somewhat impolite.
Mr. Gu, if anyone bullies you in the future, you can find me.
Li Pingyan smiled without speaking. The pleasant chirping of birds came from outside the window, and Li Pingyan, hearing the sound, knew that Ma Sanyang was looking for him. So he said, "Let's stop here for today."
All right. Upon hearing that class was dismissed, Wang Yi was instantly overjoyed.
After Wang Yi left, Li Pingyan exited through the small back door of the courtyard and arrived at Lichuan courtyard.
What do you want me for? How's your body recovering? Ma Sanyang faced the mirror, putting on the latest style of jade hairpin. SO. A commission?
Not exactly, but there's a gamble I think you'll find very interesting.
Saying that, Ma Sanyang turned around. Does it look good?
Li Pingyan replied without hesitation, it looks good.
You're really just humoring me, saying it looks good even though you can't see. Ma Sanyang rolled her eyes and brought the topic back. You know about the Western Region swordsman, right? Gambling.
That Western Region swordsman has really been stealing the limelight lately, and the underground gambling stakes are getting bigger and bigger. From initially betting on who could defeat him, it has now been subdivided into how many steps before the challenger falls, how many moves the two will make. We received news that this person will be leaving the Anbei 4 towns in a few days. How about it? Interested in defeating him? We can win a huge sum then. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment. Won't that be too high profile? Just wear a mask then, it'll be fine, Ma Sanyang said indifferently.
Li Pingyan, but my principles. The winnings are split 4-6. Done. Quick, quick. There's only half an hour left before the betting closes.
Those who want to place bets, hurry up. A Hanzi in a green robe shouted loudly. As soon as he finished shouting, someone on the other side called for tea.
The Hanzi quickly ran down. The gambling den upstairs and the tea shop downstairs complemented each other well.
There were about 200 gambling houses in Anbei 4 towns, and market taverns, tea shops, brothels, etc., were all places for gambling.
Second brother, still haven't decided?
That Western Region swordsman is bound to win, no need to think. Lu'er, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, looked at the 2 cards in his hand with difficulty. The Western Region swordsman was already an undefeated general. But this time, Ma Sanyang from Lichuan Courtyard had placed a large sum of money, betting on the Western Region swordsman's defeat.
Ma Sanyang never fought a battle she wasn't confident in.
Lu'er suspected there was something fishy going on, so he hesitated to make a decision.
Just then, footsteps sounded. Li Pingyan walked up.
Lu'er saw him and was slightly surprised. Blind man, why are you here to gamble too? Li Pingyan put down the bag in his hand. The dates on the tree in the courtyard are ripe. I happened to be passing by, so I brought some for second brother. The last time you helped me out by paying for my meal, I haven't thanked second brother yet.
It's nothing, nothing.
Lu'er waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something.
Oh, right, how do you know Boss Wang from Wang Family Bank?
Li Pingyan casually said, Boss Wang likes my music, that's all.
Lu'er nodded in realization.
The last time Wang Shan repaid money for Li Pingyan, he thought Li Pingyan had some connection with Wang Shan. Blind man, you came at just the right time.
Help me see who I should bet on to win?
Lu'er was terribly conflicted, so he casually asked Li Pingyan for his opinion.
Gambling is essentially a game of risk, with a 50-50 probability. Instead of agonizing, it's better to leave it to fate. How do I leave it? Lu'er asked.
Li Pingyan extended a hand and grasped the card in Lu'er's right hand. After Li Pingyan left the tea house, Lu'er came back to his senses, looked at the card in his hand, and fell into deep thought. Thunder rumbled through 1,000 peaks, and rain descended upon 10,000 mountains. Wangi looked at the heavy rain outside. Dad, it's raining so heavily.
Can I not go to Mr. Li's house to learn the Erhu today?
No.
Wang Shan flatly refused. Dad, I just want to take 1 day off, Wangi pleaded.
No. Wangi knew he couldn't persuade his father, and his heart was filled with helplessness.
Of course, he wasn't afraid of the torrential rain. Today was the Western Region swordsman's last day in Anbei 4 towns. Wangi hadn't missed a single one of his previous matches.
In total, over 100 enemies had been defeated by the Western Region swordsman. And today, it was rumored that a mysterious master would make an appearance.
The stakes in the underground gambling den were said to be an astronomical figure. Wangi certainly didn't want to miss such an exciting decisive battle.
But precisely today, he had to go learn that bothersome Erhu. Wangi knew his father's temper too well, he was a man of his word. Once he made up his mind about something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Helpless, Yingyue could only brave the heavy rain and arrive at Li Pingyan's small courtyard. Inside the house, a small, exquisite warm stove was placed. In front of the fireplace, the old ox was lazily watching the firewood in the stove. A large piece of wood crackled and burned, and the room was filled with the scent of roasted meat and pine. Aliyah sat on a futon, so comfortable that she seemed about to fall asleep. When she had nothing to do, she would also follow Li Pingyan and learn the Erhu. Wake up! Li Pingyan tapped Aliyah's head. Yingyue, with a heart like dead ash, plopped down on the futon, his eyes filled with longing for the outside world. The melancholic sound of the Erhu made the lamplight flicker. The wind blew, and the treetops swayed. Rainwater flowed down the eaves. In Autumn Wind Pavilion, several ancient trees formed a natural protective canopy. Figures appeared one by one on the parasols. Those of status and position all had their palanquins carried by their servants or subordinates. The wind was strong and swift. Yet the palanquins were like small boats on a calm lake, so light that they didn't sway at all. Today was different from the past. Autumn Wind Pavilion was quiet, with only the howling wind and the sound of falling rain. Miscellaneous people could only gaze from afar, although some wanted to squeeze in. However, seeing that all around were handsy, either with short knives at their waists or carrying short staffs on their backs. Each person exuded a fierce chi, so they dared not step forward. As the stakes grew larger, how could such martial arts gambling dens be without local gangs? Although the leader of the Poison Snake Gang was, in the eyes of others, a figure of extremely high Jianghu status, he couldn't even sit in a palanquin now, only mingling in the crowd and looking from afar in the direction of Autumn Wind Pavilion. Lu'er, beside him, said, "Gang leader, I heard that Ma Sanyang from Lichuan Courtyard invited a mysterious master this time, and also placed a large sum of money betting on the Western Region swordsman to lose. Why haven't we seen any sign of the mysterious master?" "Nonsense, they said it's a mysterious master, so he's definitely making a grand finale appearance. I wonder who will win this time." Lu'er rubbed his hands, his face full of anticipation. The gang leader smiled proudly. "Nonsense, it's definitely that Western Region swordsman. I got inside information." Lu'er leaned in closer. "Ma Sanyang is colluding with someone this time to set up a scheme, investing a large sum of money. She's showing off her certainty of victory to trick some fools into investing with her. Otherwise, how could the gambling stakes be so high? Everyone has seen the Western Region swordsman's strength." Lu'er's face was full of shock. "If Ma Sanyang does this, won't she lose money herself?" "I told you you're foolish, and you're not clever." The gang leader hit Lu'er on the head. "After it's done, the gentry's money will be returned in full, and they'll split the fool's money." The gang leader saw Lu'er's bad expression and asked suspiciously, You didn't bet on the Western Region swordsman losing with Ma Sanyang, did you?" Lu'er nodded, wanting to cry but having no tears. Yes. That day, he was terribly conflicted. Finally, he felt Li Pingyan's words made sense and left it to fate. "Ha ha ha." The gang leader couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You little rascal, you little rascal. Gang leader, what should I do? That's half my fortune." Lu'er now even wanted to kill Li Pingyan. The gang leader symbolically comforted Lu'er a few times, but the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Autumn Wind Courtyard, Autumn Wind Courtyard. Moo. Li Pingyan heard the old ox's cry and knew it was time. He put down his arrow. "Let's rest for a bit and have some tea." Yingyue let out a long breath, leaned back, and looked helpless. He should have been outside Autumn Wind Pavilion, waiting for a world-shaking battle to begin. Exquisite swordplay, various ingenious moves, life and death struggles between powerhouses. But the reality was, he was in a dilapidated small courtyard, listening to a blind man play an extremely awful tune, wasting his time. "Hey! Yingyue." In the wind and rain, someone seemed to be calling him. Yingyue turned his head and saw a person emerge from the courtyard wall. It was Pang Jun.
Wang Yi. Let's go. Wang Yi was startled. Go? Where?
To Autumn Wind Pavilion to watch the martial arts competition, of course. Wang Yi said with difficulty, but
Hey! You're not scared, are you? Who said I'm scared? But you know my father's temper. Don't worry, we won't be discovered. Pang Jun wiped the rain from his face. I've already investigated thoroughly. Your rest time is usually around 3 incense sticks.
From here to Autumn Wind Pavilion, if we walk fast, it's only 1 incense stick, and a round trip is only 2 incense sticks.
Wang Yi still hesitated. Pang Jun said, Boss, stop dawdling, we're running out of time. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and looked back at Aliyah. Aliyah, let's go. Aliyah shook her head, Uncle will be angry. Oh, it's fine, we won't be discovered. Wang Yi pulled Aliyah along. He thought that even if they were discovered, having Aliyah there would help share some of the pressure. He wasn't afraid of Li Ping'an, but he was worried that Li Ping'an would tell his father. The two walked out the door with umbrellas. Zhao Linger also came, standing by the wall and waving at them. Run! The 4 young men and women, in the prime of their youth, ran joyfully towards Autumn Wind Pavilion. They indeed reached Autumn Wind Pavilion within 1 incense stick, but by then, Autumn Wind Pavilion was already overflowing with people. We can't see anything from here. Aliyah stood on her tiptoes, but couldn't see a thing. Don't worry, our young master Wang is well prepared, Pang Jun said breathlessly. Wang Yi smiled triumphantly, waved his hand, follow me. The 4 came to a restaurant opposite Autumn Wind Pavilion. Wang Yi had reserved a room in advance. According to his observation, it was the best angle for viewing the battle. We made it, thankfully we're not late. Pang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The sedan chair at Autumn Wind Pavilion was still there, with figures scattered around. Hanzi in various colored clothes were neatly arranged in several rows, each one tall and robust. It was truly magnificent. They're here! They're here! Pang Jun shouted excitedly. The other 3 looked in the direction Pang Jun was pointing, and it wasn't just them. Everyone standing around Autumn Wind Pavilion simultaneously looked in one direction. The torrential rain enveloped everyone, blurring their vision. From the southeast, a figure slowly approached. He wore a core rain cape and a bamboo hat. The brim of the hat hung low, almost covering his face. Upon closer inspection, the person wore a cheap monkey face mask, which was fading a bit from the rain. It was unclear which street stall he had bought it from. In his left hand, he held a thin, sharp goose feather dao. It was not a rare and valuable dao, on the contrary, this type of dao was very cheap. Great Sui valued martial arts, so it was not uncommon to see people with weapons at their waist. Weapons varied and were divided into different grades. This type of goose feather dao was very common on the market, cheap and sturdy. But people with a bit of wealth or status disdained wearing this dao, because those who wore this dao were often down and out. Over time, this dao became known as the poor man's dao. He walked towards the sedan chair, gripping the hilt of his dao with his right hand. Clang, clang, clang. Swords flew like sharp rays, cutting his body with one incision after another. However, each sword strike was merely a graze, with no blood flying out. It only cut through his core rain cape. He was still 6 steps from the sedan chair, and everyone present knew how many so-called masters had fallen within 6 steps. The sound of swords did not stop, each sword was a flurry of sword shadows like snowflakes. The rain curtain was torn apart by the sword's edge, giving everyone who witnessed this sword a feeling of unbearable pressure. 1 step, 2 steps. Each step was incredibly heavy, and every inch was fraught with danger. Despite the cold weather, the onlookers' palms were sweating. 4 steps, 5 steps. Only 1 step remained. Everyone's heart was in their throat. A bright light appeared, a sudden radiance shining into everyone's eyes. The biting cold made everyone shiver. Raindrops, stirred by the wind, suddenly scattered.
Perhaps the crowd did not know the mystery of this sword. But the dazzling sword chi was like a great mountain pressing on their chests, making them unable to withstand such pressure. The rain grew heavier, and visibility became blurred.
Chilling sensations permeated everyone's bodies from the downpour. Sword light intertwined, dense and intricate.
It was like a large net, spreading in all directions.
However, until then, the person had not drawn his Dao.
He seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to decide the victory.
The last step was taken.
6 steps. Everyone's heart tightened. This was the only time anyone had walked so close since the sedan chair appeared at Autumn Wind Pavilion. The Dao was drawn from its sheath, no sound was heard. The imagined sound of the Dao ringing like a dragon's roar existed only in imagination.
After all, it was just an ordinary Dao.
However, this Dao strike seemed to be cleaving a path. No one could imagine the power of this Dao strike, at least, no one present could describe the profoundness of this Dao strike.
Boom!
The Dao's edge was like a straight line, without any strange angles or changes.
Steady as a mountain, it advanced with astonishing speed in the simplest manner.
Then, it slowly descended. The sedan chair shattered into pieces, and the mysterious Western region swordsman within the sedan chair appeared before everyone for the first time.
Figures intertwined.
Everything returned to silence, and the tense killing intent in the air dissipated into nothingness.
The Western region swordsman was bathed in the rain. The first button on his chest silently fell to the ground. He lowered his head, staring blankly at the fallen button. If I can take your button, I can take your life. I lost. My apologies.
He sheathed his Dao, pulled down his bamboo hat, and walked away into the distance. Returning to the familiar alley, he entered through the back gate. He took off his core rain cape and bamboo hat. Although he wore a core rain cape, he still got wet. The thin gauze clung to his body, wet and cold. Li Pingyan shivered, and the water droplets on his damp clothes were quickly dispelled by true qi. Smoke swirled around him, and heat billowed. A drop of water slid from his forehead and quickly vanished. In a moment, there was no trace of him having been rained on. For lucky readers have been drawn, please private message me your contact information soon. How ZSH, 4th day of wanting a younger sister, may you shine on China. There's also one named 3 characters whom I don't know, but this reader said it's not easy for me to earn money, so there's no need to send it.
Such a good person. Playthings make you lose your ambition.
Li Pingyan entered the inner room, where the old ox lay by the stove, eyes half closed.
Wang Yi and Aliyah were no longer in the room.
Li Pingyan then walked out. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard.
We're doomed. Uncle is definitely going to be angry.
2 figures rushed into the courtyard.
Quiet down.
Wang Yi wiped the rain from his face, he was drenched from running too fast. We made it in time, he definitely won't find out.
We're all wet, how could Uncle not find out? Wang Yi said, you forgot, he's blind, he can't see.
The 2 briefly wiped their wet hair and then entered the house. The autumn wind was bleak, making it terribly cold. Coupled with the relentless rain, the 2 instinctively moved closer to the stove.
A moment later, Li Pingyan walked in.
As if nothing had happened, he had merely gone into the room for a short nap.
Class continues. Aliyah shivered, trying to calm her breathing. But after running so far, how could she recover so quickly? Wang Yi also forced himself to control his breathing, but he still couldn't help but pant heavily.
Afraid that Li Pingyan would discover something, he decided to speak first to create a distraction.
The wind is really strong today.
Yes, and the rain is heavy too.
Li Pingyan said without lifting his head.
Wang Yi pursed his lips, about to find another topic, when he heard Li Pingyan say, I brewed ginger tea for you in the pot, and there are cotton blankets inside, each of you take one. Drink a few more bowls of ginger tea later, so you don't catch a cold.
Oh, and let your friends come in too, it's cold outside.
Wang Yi and Aliyah exchanged an awkward glance, knowing that he had discovered they had run out. Wrapped in cotton blankets and having drunk ginger tea, the four immediately felt much more comfortable.
The rain outside had lessened considerably.
Wang Yi leaned back, supporting himself with his hands. A look of enchantment and admiration appeared on his face, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the battle at Autumn Wind Pavilion. He mumbled something, gesturing wildly in the void realm with his hand forming a sword finger. It was as if he was that mysterious swordsman from Autumn Wind Pavilion. That battle just now was truly magnificent. When do you think I can become as powerful as that person? Wang Yi exclaimed. Aliyah buried her small face in her bowl, then looked up. Why did that mysterious expert wear a mask? Wang Yi said, experts are all like that, they hide their identities. Have you ever seen an expert flaunting themselves in the market?
That's true. Aliyah nodded thoughtfully.
Pang Jun said, according to the settings in storybooks, such mysterious experts might be a toothless stablehand, or a beggar on the street. In any
case, they just don't draw attention. Wang Yi stood up. Hey, do you think if I find him, he'll take me as his disciple?
Pang Jun shook his head. Boss, you don't know anything, where would you even look?
Diligence can make up for clumsiness. How will I know if I can't find him if I don't look? Wang Yi said firmly.
Li Pingyan sat silently to the side, concentrating on visualizing the Nirvana Sutra. Although there were only a few thousand words, every time he read it, he would have a completely different feeling. Each time he recalled it, he could feel his intention becoming firmer and more condensed.
Sir, can you write? Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Linger had approached.
She carefully gazed at the several neat sheets of Xian paper pressed on the table.
Just writing for fun. May I see? Zhao Linger whispered. Having received Li Pingyan's permission, Zhao Linger picked up the Xian paper.
She took a closer look and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had grown up in a secluded residence, and her father was a renowned scholar. The scholarly atmosphere in her home was strong, and she was naturally proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now, seeing Li Pingyan's calligraphy. The strokes were bold and unrestrained, like a dragon leaping through the heavenly gate, or a tiger crouching in the Phoenix Palace. Every horizontal and vertical stroke gave one a feeling of engulfing mountains and rivers. As heaven maintains vigor through movements, a gentleman should unremittingly practice self-improvement. Zhao Linger recited, then paused. She then looked up at Li Pingyan's eyes. She seemed a little disbelieving that Li Pingyan was truly blind. Zhao Linger's gaze fell upon the ink and brush again, and after a long while, she exhaled a breath. Sir's calligraphy is truly excellent. Li Pingyan said, it's just for passing the time when I'm bored. Sir is truly too modest, there are probably very few people in Anbei Four Towns who can write such good characters. Zhao Linger said sincerely.
Is this one also written by Sir?
Zhao Linger flipped to the next page and found that the brushwork on this one was completely different from the previous one. The handwriting fluttered like a sudden gust of wind, like a fierce bird taking flight. Just a few strokes, and it had an air of sweeping away all vulgarity.
That was written by the old ox.
Li Pingyan pointed to the old ox warming himself by the stove.
Zhao Linger burst out laughing. Sir certainly knows how to joke.
The old ox lazily rolled its eyes, impolite. The rain outside had stopped, and the clothes of the four had dried. They then bid farewell to Li Pingyan, preparing to return home. Before leaving, Zhao Linger reluctantly looked at Li Pingyan's calligraphy, then placed it back in its original spot.
If you like it, take it. Li Pingyan suddenly said.
Zhao Linger quickly shook her head. Sir's calligraphy, how could Linger just take it casually?
Li Pingyan smiled. What calligraphy?
It's just for fun, if you like it, consider it a gift from me. Zhao Linger bit her lip, hesitating. She wanted to refuse again, but in the end, she nodded, then thank you, sir.
In a blink of an eye, 3 to 5 days had passed. Li Pingyan was playing chess with monk Chongqing in the courtyard. Li Pingyan's chess was terrible, but in his battles with monk Chongqing, he gradually gained some insights into moves.
Coupled with the effect of the destiny, diligence can make up for clumsiness, he quickly achieved some proficiency. The two went back and forth, their armies clashing.
As Changqing's strong attack failed, the situation on the chessboard gradually favored Li Pingyan.
Li Pingyan's face showed a sense of accomplishment. It was not in vain that he had worked diligently for so many days. He was finally going to win a game against Changqing. Changqing held a black piece, frowning in thought. Suddenly, Changqing put down the black piece in his hand and swept the pieces off the board. A gentleman should unremittingly practice self-improvement. Fate is often difficult, and the nation is in peril, yet you and I can only indulge in
idle pastimes here, wasting time. How lamentable, how regrettable. Li Pingyan looked at the scattered chessboard.
To avoid losing to me, you really found a good excuse. Changqing walked away with a thoughtful air. This young monk is going to study Buddhist Dharma. Idle pastimes, idle pastimes.
Li Pingyan was silent for a moment. Then, another game? Then let's have another game. Changqing turned around. A moment later. Idle pastimes. Idle pastimes. Changqing sighed while turning his head away. Li Pingyan looked at the unfinished chessboard. What an inhuman fellow. Did you give it to her?
Cold winds stir the vast earth, blowing mournfully like a long frontier song.
On the street at night, Li Pingyan and Changqing walked together.
The street was sparsely populated, with only the cold wind blowing through the trees on both sides. This area belonged to the slum in the south of the city, full of haphazard constructions, with only a narrow path allowing one person to pass at a time. Abandoned buildings were everywhere. Suddenly, Changqing stopped and looked in one direction.
What's wrong? Li Pingyan asked.
Changqing said, there's a vengeful spirit there.
This poor monk will go and help him achieve nirvana.
After speaking, he left.
After a while,
Changqing returned again, missing a piece of his clothing and his shoes.
Amit Ba. Li Pingyan asked curiously, what happened?
The nirvana was not smooth. That female ghost insisted on having this humble monk's clothes before she would stop.
So you gave them to her? She insisted. Then you gave them to her? She insisted.
Oh. After walking for a while longer.
Changqing, don't tell anyone about this.
Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment. Their parting lacked the traditional farewells by the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, with green grass stretching to the horizon. Changqing's injuries had long since healed, but he was still worried about Li Pingyan. After seeing Li Pingyan's condition stabilize these past few days, he bid farewell to Li Pingyan. Li Shizhu, the mountains are high and the waters long, we shall meet again if fated.
Li Pingyan smiled. Next time, no cheating at chess.
The two wished each other a long future, certain to meet again. Yet, they also knew how vast the world was, and meeting again would not be so easy.
Wherever there are people, there is Jianghu. As long as there are people, there will always be Jianghu.
Today, you and I gather in Jianghu for a time, then part for a time.
Different paths mean destined gradual separation, and eventual farewell.
Gain and loss, gathering and scattering, sorrow and joy. They are but a single thought. There is no need to care too much, no need to force it. I hope that one day, you and I will both be well, and if fated, we will meet again and speak our hearts out.
Fate, diligence can make up for clumsiness.
With a clear mind, he concentrated his power. After about a cup of tea's time, he felt a tremor within his body. True qi, like a torrent, surged through his meridians. It burst from his chest, spreading through all his limbs and bones, as if a flood dragon had breathed a warm breath upon him.
A breakthrough?
Li Pingyan opened his pale eyes. These days, he had been contemplating the Nirvana Sutra while simultaneously digesting the chaotic true qi within his body. His progress was rapid.
Turtle breathing exercise, 92%, 93%.
As true qi circulated through his meridians, his entire body's sinews bulged, and his bones emitted cracking sounds. His internal organs writhed like insects, and true qi surged endlessly within his body. He took a deep breath, his internal qi circulated, and his spirit was refreshed. Li Pingyan felt he had reached a new realm. But he couldn't quite articulate what it was.
In any case, to celebrate his success, Li Ping'an decided to eat out today. With his hands behind his back, he walked down the street. The old ox followed behind, walking extremely slowly. The bustling human voices made him feel very leisurely. The faint afterglow of the twilight sun gently sprinkled upon the red bricks and green tiles, and a gentle breeze brushed his face, adding a touch of haziness and poetry. Blind man. Blind man. He met Lu'er, who was beaming with joy. Lu'er was dressed in fine silk, with a sheepskin belt tied around his waist. He wore a pair of soft leather boots and carried a saber. His entire outfit was truly expensive. Second brother, where did you make your fortune? Li Ping'an asked with a smile. Lu'er laughed heartily, patted Li Ping'an's shoulder, and said intimately, "This is all thanks to you, kid." He immediately told Li Ping'an about the gambling game at Autumn Wind Pavilion. "If you hadn't told me to follow the will of heaven, I wouldn't have placed the right bet. Who knew that Western region swordsman really lost? I thought I was doomed to lose." Lu'er couldn't help but laugh as he recalled the gang leader's stiff expression at the time. "I really have to thank that mysterious saber artist, but of course, the one I should thank most is you. Are you free? Second brother will treat you to a meal, pick any restaurant you want," Lu'er said grandly. Li Ping'an didn't refuse, thinking that since he had helped him win money, he truly deserved a share. So he ruthlessly fleeced Lu'er for a meal. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's detached residence. "Father, I've learned all the songs. Can I stop going now?" To escape his predicament, Wang Yi had diligently practiced for several days and finally learned the piece. He even performed it live for Wang Shan. However, Wang Shan seemed uninterested in whether his son had actually learned the qin, and responded perfunctorily. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. "Father, you agreed?" "Agreed to what?" "Not to learn the Erhu anymore." Wang Shan mused. By rights, you should have learned the Erhu by now." "Then let's learn something else." "I heard that Mr. Li's calligraphy is also quite good. Starting tomorrow, you'll learn calligraphy from Mr. Li." Wang Yi stood up furiously. "Father, why should I learn those things? A scholar is useless, what good is it?" "Nonsense!" Wang Shan blared at him fiercely. "I can learn, but I don't need to learn from a blind man, do I? What calligraphy can I learn from a blind man? Less talk. If I tell you to learn, you learn." Wang Yi was on the verge of tears and ran to his room in anger. He punched the wooden stake repeatedly, each blow jarring his hand painfully. A young man's spirit, higher than the sky. He dreamed of a vast ocean for fish to leap and a boundless sky for birds to fly. Yet now, his father insisted again and again on sending him to study under a blind man. How could he not be annoyed? How could he not be angry? The next day, Wang Shan hosted Li Ping'an. He thanked Li Ping'an for taking care of Wang Yi these past few days and naturally proposed that Wang Yi continue to learn calligraphy from him. Wang Shan's words were sincere, and it happened when Li Ping'an had drunk fine wine and was in a good mood. He truly couldn't think of any reason to refuse him, so he readily agreed. Wang Yi couldn't contend with his father, so he vented his resentment on Li Ping'an. But he didn't dare to go too far, occasionally refuting the other party a few times. After a few days, Wang Yi became even more depressed. Taking advantage of a sunny day, Wang Yi rode his beloved yellow horse. He aimlessly galloped along the country paths, feeling a sense of freedom amidst the scent of grass and earth. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound of something tearing through the air from afar. Soon after, a figure heavily landed in a nearby thicket. The person was covered in blood, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Beside them was a 3-inch-long short sword. It floated in the air, humming. Feeling the cold aura and the nauseating chill, Wang Yi swallowed, terrified and frozen like a wooden chicken, not daring to move. He could clearly feel the horse beneath him trembling violently as well. Debate. The strokes must be steady and decisive, achieving both stability and lightness to allow for free movement of the brush, Li Ping'an patiently. Explained. Aliyah and Zhao Linger had already started practicing nearby.
Upon hearing that Wang Shan had asked Li Pingyan to teach Wang Yi calligraphy, Zhao Linger also begged her father to let her learn with him. Although her father didn't understand why his daughter wanted a little-known street performer to teach calligraphy, especially a blind man. The absurdity of it was no less than asking a blind man to identify a murderer. But seeing his daughter's persistence, and also seeing that Wang Shan had sent his son, he felt that the other party must have some extraordinary quality, so he did not refuse. Li Pingyan felt that it was all the same whether he was teaching one sheep or two, so he had no objections. Aliyah had no foundation, but she was willing to learn, which was good. Zhao Linger had studied calligraphy since childhood and enjoyed copying calligraphy models. She had a certain foundation in calligraphy and was the best at writing among them. "Your handwriting is so beautiful," Aliyah said, feeling immense pressure as she looked at Zhao Linger's writing. Zhao Linger smiled and said, "I just practiced a lot, practice makes perfect." The two of them were discussing their experiences. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was looking out the window, whistling, in a great mood. This made Aliyah and Zhao Linger very curious. Wang Yi had been gloomy these past few days, so why had he suddenly changed today? "Wang Yi, what makes you so happy?" Wang Yi chuckled, "It's a secret, a secret." Aliyah turned her head and scoffed, "Humph, don't tell us then. It's probably boring anyway." This provocation indeed worked, and Wang Yi sat up straight. Seeing that Li Pingyan was not around, he then whispered, "I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. I met a very powerful master. He can control a flying sword, he's amazing." "Control a flying sword?" Aliyah and Zhao Linger exchanged glances, clearly not believing him. So Wang Yi vividly described to them how he met that mysterious master, and how he helped him buy medicinal herbs and deliver food. He also promised me that once his injuries heal, he'll teach me peerless martial arts. However much he embellished his story, Zhao Linger and Aliyah still didn't believe that someone could control a sword out of thin air. Wang Yi then said, "Fine. You don't believe me, right? Later, I'll take you to see for yourselves." Curiosity is inherent in everyone, and hearing Wang Yi's fantastic description, Aliyah and Zhao Linger also became interested. After practicing for all this time, Wang Yi's handwriting had not improved at all. Li Pingyan felt a little guilty about the fine wine Wang Shan had given him, so he decided to teach Wang Yi more. He had Wang Yi hold the brush, while he held Wang Yi's hand, writing stroke by stroke. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. The more you practice, the more proficient you will become. Wang Yi was restless and didn't put in any effort, his mind was not on it at all. Li Pingyan loosened his grip. Writing is like practicing martial arts, essence, qi, spirit, knowledge, and skill are all indispensable. Remember more, write more, practice more. Once you master writing, you will naturally achieve a thorough understanding. Although the process of waiting is full of hardships, the results are always fulfilling. Learning calligraphy is not a monotonous repetition, but a continuous breakthrough, constantly improving oneself. This is a process of continuous tempering, the greater the difficulty. The more you learn, the greater your progress will be. A sharp sword comes from grinding, and plum blossoms smell fragrant from bitter cold. Zhao Linger was startled and silently recited it twice in her heart. A sharp sword comes from grinding, and plum blossoms smell fragrant from bitter cold. The light in her eyes flickered, but she couldn't figure out which master this poem came from. Wang Yi, however, didn't understand its meaning and snorted. "Playing with ink and paper, that's what pedantic scholars do. Scholars are useless, what's the point of writing these characters? Going to battle to kill enemies and defending the country is what a man should do." Li Pingyan smiled faintly, "The use of the useless is the great use. It is certainly important for generals to bravely defend the country, and it is also indispensable for civil officials to govern the country. Only knowing how to study rigidly is called a useless scholar. Only when you truly understand what you read, then all other things are low grade, only studying is noble." Wang Yi couldn't out-argue Li Pingyan and stood up indignantly. If you, sir, are truly so formidable, why are you still just a street performer here?
Why not go and take the imperial examinations to realize your ambitions?
You only know how to speak empty boasts, scholars ruin the country. Once he started, all the grievances he had endured these past few days seemed to rush out. He reached out, picked up the Xian paper nearby, and tore it to shreds.
Can writing these characters protect the common people of the world? Can it bring peace of mind? We are not like you, a cripple. We still have a great life and a wonderful future.
How could you understand, you pedantic and stubborn person?
Wang, how can you speak to the sir like that?
Zhao Linger had been taught to respect her teachers since childhood, and seeing Wang Yi so rude, she couldn't help but rebuke him.
Exactly.
Aliyah stood with her hands on her hips, her aura fierce. Wang Yi stood in front of Li Pingyan, and because he had practiced martial arts since childhood. His posture was upright, his chest held high, and his muscles were well defined. When a scholar meets a soldier, reason is useless.
Even if you, sir, talk until the sky falls, can you withstand one of my punches? Seeing that Li Pingyan didn't respond, Wang Yi snorted coldly, turned, and left.
Li Pingyan wasn't angry, he just shook his head slightly, picked up the Xian paper that Wang Yi had torn. He quietly murmured, "The brave are angry and draw their swords at the stronger. The timid are angry, but draw their swords at the weaker." And so, after Wang Yi left Li Pingyan's residence, he met up with Pang Jun, and they rode their horses towards a secluded spot in the mountains to the east.
"Boss, is that person really a cultivator?" Pang Jun asked in disbelief.
"Of course," Wang Yi said proudly.
Pang Jun excitedly asked, "Then will he accept us as disciples?"
Wang Yi said smugly, "He only said he'd teach me some sword techniques.
As for you..." "Ah, boss, I'm your loyal little brother."
Wang Yi laughed heartily, "Don't worry, it's hard to say if he'll teach you for my face, but even if he doesn't, I'll teach you once I learn."
Pang Jun beamed with joy. Half an hour later,
the two crossed a small bridge and arrived at a cave. "Sir! Sir!" A figure flashed in the cave, and a pair of eyes stared at them. Pang Jun's heart sank, and he felt his legs weaken. It was an ordinary middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance, so common that he would be impossible to find in a crowd. Only his eyes were bright and piercing, giving off a feeling of unparalleled sharpness.
"Sir, I've come to see you." "Who is this?" Kong Yang's gaze was fixed on Pang Jun.
"My friend, he also wants to meet you."
"Didn't I tell you not to mention my affairs to anyone?"
Kong Yang said in a deep voice.
"This family depends on me."
Wang Yi laughed awkwardly. "Sir, don't worry, my friend is trustworthy."
Pang Jun nodded hurriedly, indicating that he was very tight-lipped.
After a moment of silence, cold words filled with killing intent came from Kong Yang's mouth.
"When you reach hell, don't blame me."
Buzz.
A crisp buzzing sound echoed around.
The two were startled by the sound, and panicked at the same time.
"Run!"
Wang Yi was the first to react, turning and running. Pang Jun stumbled after him. "Wait! Wait!" The two ran out of the cave at an extremely fast speed. They didn't believe the other party was joking. That emotionless voice seemed like a sharp knife piercing their hearts. Kong Yang straightened his index and middle fingers together, made a sword art, and lightly pointed. The 3-inch short sword violently chased in the direction the two were fleeing, a flash drawing a smooth arc. Almost in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the two. The fat man stumbled and fell to the ground in a sorry state. "Boss! Save me!" Wang Yi turned his head, his eyes full of fear.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment.
The sky turned gray, and everything became blurry. Wang Yi looked at this scene, a slight tremor in his heart. In that instant, many things he had never dared to think about before flashed through his mind. The brave rage, drawing their blade against the stronger. The timid rage, yet drawing their blade against the weaker. That soft murmur seemed to reach Wang Yi's ears again. A sudden realization, like a sharp steel needle, deeply pierced his heart.
Wang Yi roared.
He took a step forward and threw a punch.
Pang Jun, run!
Wang Yi ran towards the flying sword. The moment he took that step forward, a powerful aura, like an icy cold current, surged towards him. At that moment, all of Wang Yi's courage instantly vanished into thin air.
Am I going to die like this?
Buzz! The flying sword buzzed and bounced back heavily. Wang Yi was startled, the imagined pain did not come. A figure stood in front of him. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked up. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Sir? Sir? Kong Yang frowned slightly, and his expression improved when he sensed that the other party was not a cultivator.
Although this old man is seriously injured, sending only one person like you, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much?
Li Pingyan said, Your Excellency, you misunderstand. I just want to take these two children away.
Kong Yang smiled, that depends on whether you have the ability.
He raised one hand and pinched two fingers together. He flicked the sword edge in front of him twice quickly. As if infused with some magical power, the 3-inch short sword buzzed even more violently. One sword will slay you. The 3-inch short sword pressed with a sharp chi, like a bursting dam. Clang! The sharpness of the sword edge was enough to make one's blood freeze. A wisp of wind blew, as if stirring up a sandstorm. Fierce and murderous, carrying an aura of destruction. The short sword disappeared from perception. The next moment, it flew out from the side. This sword was silent, like a poisonous snake darting out of hell, carrying a sinister death chi. Li Pingyan used his crutch as a blade, and relying on an instinct, he swung a strike.
With a loud clang, this sword had no power whatsoever.
Upon contact, the sword body had already transformed into a faint light. The real sword thrust out obliquely, without any move. It was like a casual swing, without any sword chi or sword wind, dim and lackluster.
Kong Yang's face showed no expression, the short sword was only a foot away from Li Pingyan's vital point.
And this 1 foot was insignificant. However, the person who should have died took a strange step in the next moment. Swallow cloud piercing flight 40%. The distance of 1 foot was instantly stretched to 3 feet. Li Pingyan struck with his blade, performing the action of this strike to the extreme with an unbelievably beautiful grace. The speed was too fast to describe in words, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of Kong Yang's mouth. This strike was indeed very fast, but unfortunately, it needed to cross a distance of 3 zhang to reach him. Suddenly, Kong Yang's vision blurred, and a strong murderous intent enveloped him. Like a raging beast, it made one shudder.
Kong Yang dared not be arrogant anymore and let out a low growl.
He mobilized all the surrounding chi, and sword chi broke through the air. It let out a mournful shriek, like tearing a large piece of cloth. Everything within 2 zhang was under his sword. Close your eyes. 2 light words came from Li Pingyan's mouth. Wang Yi and Pang Jun looked at this scene, unable to calm down for a long time. Because the scene before them made them lose their composure for a moment. However, the weight of those 2 words was exceptionally heavy, making them involuntarily obey his command. Put! Kong Yang dodged quickly, but alas, he was severely injured and his legs were not obeying him, so his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his reaction. An arm flew into the air. Kong Yang gritted his teeth and pointed his sword finger at Li Pingyan's acupoints. He wanted to inject a vast amount of sword chi into the opponent's body, to burst the opponent's meridians. This was a last resort. Even if it succeeded, he himself would probably be in an even worse state. However, when the sword chi entered the body, the imagined scene of the opponent exploding did not occur. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, with no news. Kong Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Put! Everything returned to silence. Sunlight shone on the 3-inch short sword, reflecting rays of cold light. Li Pingyan exhaled a turbid breath. Turtle breathing exercise 93%. Kong Yang's sword chi was indeed sharp, if Li Pingyan had not digested that true chi If the turtle breathing exercise had not grown to 93%, bringing about a qualitative change to his body, perhaps it would have been him who fell at this moment.
Cultivators are indeed formidable.
Li Pingyan circulated his true qi, and after a moment,
there was no longer any abnormality in his body.
Wang Yi and Pang Jun also recovered at this time, looked at Kong Yang lying on the ground, and then looked at Li Pingyan.
Wang Yi's lips trembled uncontrollably. Sir.
Sir.
Don't mention this matter to anyone, understood?
Understood.
The two nodded busily. Let's go.
Wang Yi quickly followed, looking back. Remembering everything that had happened before, his face flushed, and he stammered. Sir. So you're that powerful. Why did you still save me after how I treated you before?
Li Pingyan replied without turning his head, how can an adult bother with a child?
Wang Yi was stunned for a moment. Normally, if anyone called him a child,
he would definitely refute angrily, but now.
After the three left, the old ox sighed deeply. He used his hind hoof to dig a pit and buried Kong Yang's body in the earth.
Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, alas. This home cannot last a single day without me. 3-inch dagger.
It was barely dawn.
Li Pingyan got up on time and finished washing.
He first meditated on a cultivation technique for a while in bed, then used a branch as a sword in the yard. After working up a good sweat, he finally felt refreshed. Then, while silently reciting the Nirvana Sutra mind cultivation technique, he recalled the gains and losses from his encounter with Kong Yang.
The power of a cultivator is truly unmatched by ordinary people.
If Kong Yang hadn't been injured, Li Pingyan probably would have only had a 30% chance of winning that battle. Li Pingyan flipped his hand, and a 3-inch long green short sword appeared in his palm. This was Kong Yang's sword, which Li Pingyan had retrieved. He could feel that there was still a trace of Kong Yang's qi hidden within the sword.
Cultivators are truly wondrous.
Before his transmigration, Li Pingyan enjoyed xuanhuan novels. He saw protagonists who could cultivate easily, buying any book on cultivation and then practicing behind closed doors. But when it was his turn, he realized that reality is always cruel. The 3-inch short sword felt warm and smooth like jade.
It was narrow and thin, like a willow leaf.
There was no sword guard, nor any other embellishments. But the sword's edge had a faint glow, like a pool of autumn water, almost transparently thin. Li Pingyan lightly flicked it, and the sword made a crisp sound. After a moment of thought, Li Pingyan injected true qi into his fingertip. Then he lightly touched the sword, attempting to erase the residual qi of Kong Yang within it. The sword tip trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if resisting. The sharp sword qi began to resist Li Pingyan's qi, and the large amount of true qi Li Pingyan poured in was like a fallen leaf drifting into a bottomless swamp. Turtle breathing exercise. With a thought, qi is born. It emphasizes continuous breathing, causing true qi to surge like a tide. Li Pingyan gasped for a moment, then attacked again. Like two armies in battle, to completely defeat the enemy, perhaps dozens or hundreds of battles are needed. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Li Pingyan let out a long breath, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He felt a dull ache in his chest, his true qi was almost exhausted, and the sharp sword edge pierced his skin. Li Pingyan looked at the blood on his finger, his brows slightly furrowed. It was much harder than he had imagined. However, he was not in a hurry, and unhurriedly wiped the bloodstains from the sword. His true qi could recover, but the sword qi in this 3-inch short sword would not regenerate. Sooner or later, he would be able to completely expel the sword qi, it would just take a bit more time. Thinking this, Li Pingyan put away the short sword and stepped out of his house. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was a blood red, as if foretelling an impending thrilling storm. However, Southwest Street was still bustling at this time. This area was a famous food street, and people rubbed shoulders. A tempting aroma filled the air. Every 10 steps, there was a stall, every 100 steps, a small shop. Li Pingyan chose a corner to sit down, ordering some shochu, shredded mixed vegetables, lamb skewers, and a bowl of noodle soup.
The aroma wafted over, making his mouth water.
Li Pingyan was enjoying his meal when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Sir!" A man in his 30s quickly walked over, exclaiming in surprise.
"Sir, it really is you. Lu Yong?"
Li Pingyan hadn't expected to meet Lu Yong here. He couldn't bear to see Lu Yong's sincere efforts go to waste, so he had recommended him to the princess's residence. He had thought he should be an official in the capital, but he never imagined he would return here. However, with just a little thought, he understood. Lu Yong was worthy of the high regard he had for him back then. He gave up the good life in the capital, choosing instead to come here to protect his home and country.
"Why have you come here?" Li Pingyan asked.
"Thanks to you, sir, Lu Yong was able to work under General Xiaohou. General Xiaohou is an upright and respected man, a rare good general. Lu Yong only truly found his footing working under the general."
Li Pingyan waved his hand. "It's fine. I remember General Xiaohou's station isn't here. Do you have important business in the Anbei Four Towns?" "Indeed."
Lu Yong cautiously glanced around, about to tell Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan, however, stopped him first. "Since it's important business, it's not convenient for me to hear it."
Lu Yong said, "You are indeed thoughtful, sir."
The matter he had to handle was indeed confidential, and he naturally wouldn't tell just anyone. It was only because it was Li Pingyan that he had no doubts whatsoever. Lu Yong still had a mission to attend to and couldn't stay long, so he asked where Li Pingyan was staying and then quickly took his leave.
"I'm done eating." Wang Yi quickly finished his meal and left the table. His mother at the side said, "Why did you eat so little? Why are you eating so fast? You're in such a hurry." "I'll be late later," Wang Yi said without looking back. He had already woken up late today, and it wouldn't be good to be the last one to arrive. Wang Shan looked at his child in surprise. A few days ago, asking him to go to Li Pingyan's small courtyard was like sending him to hell. But now, he looked forward to going every day. What's wrong with this child? His mother stared at her son's back, her face filled with confusion. This confusion was not only shared by Wang Yi's parents, but Aliyah and Zhao Linger were also very perplexed by Wang Yi's behavior these past few days. They wondered if he had taken the wrong medicine, or perhaps if he wasn't the real Wang Yi. He no longer slacked off daily, diligently practicing calligraphy. He did whatever his sir asked, not daring to disobey in the slightest. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Wang Yi thought about doing everything according to Li Pingyan's wishes, following his instructions. Perhaps one day, if Li Pingyan was happy, he would accept him as his disciple. However, Wang Yi gradually realized that it wasn't like that at all. Li Pingyan's attitude towards him had never changed, whether Wang Yi was like a rebellious teenager before, or as docile as he was now. Li Pingyan only taught him calligraphy, and occasionally some principles of life. Not overly close, yet not distant either. Evening wind, setting sun. It was like a few strokes in a vast painting, with a sense of open detachment, a cool tranquility. Li Pingyan sat under the tree, his finger lightly tapping the 3-inch short sword. This was a battle of willpower. If one side showed even a slight divided soul, the other side would launch a fatal blow. Half an hour later, Li Pingyan's forehead and nose were covered in sweat, and his muscles felt as if they were on fire, both numb and itchy. More than 10 days of relentless attacks had finally forced out the last of the sword chi from the 3-inch short sword. Today, perhaps, was the final decisive battle. Li Pingyan took a deep breath, concentrating all his strength on his fingertip. Buzz! The sword tip vibrated violently, the sword in his hand turned into an afterimage, blooming like a lotus flower. The next second, a sword hole appeared on the back of Li Pingyan's hand. If he had been a step slower, this sword would have pierced his throat. Noble! Li Pingyan hadn't expected that at the last moment, this short sword could unleash such power. However, that was the extent of it. With a thought, true chi continuously poured into the short sword.
The heavy pressure that had accumulated for several days gave him a feeling of exhilarating relief.
In a few moments, the short sword stopped humming.
Like a bird that had lost its wings, it fell back into Li Ping'an's hand. He held it before his eyes, opening his pale gaze to examine it closely. He lightly flicked the blade with his finger, and immediately, a ripple-like sword light flashed.
A good sword. Li Ping'an pondered for a moment. In his mind, there seemed to be an invisible thread. Suddenly, that thread became much clearer, and its light much stronger.
A strange power slowly spread out. The 3-foot short sword slowly floated into the air, drawing an arc.
In just a few breaths, beads of sweat appeared on Li Ping'an's forehead.
Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3-foot short sword flew erratically, drawing fast, round arcs in mid-air. Before long, leaves fell like rain. Li Ping'an was completely unable to control it, like holding a kite string only to encounter a strong wind. Suddenly, with a soft bang, the short sword fell to the ground. It had lost all its power. Li Ping'an let out a long breath of turbid qi. It was truly incredibly difficult. To fully control it, he would still need some time. Li Ping'an caressed the short sword, thinking that he should give it a name. After a moment of contemplation, he softly spoke. Dust and wine stains on my clothes, my distant travels leave me dispirited everywhere.
Am I truly destined to be a poet? Shiyu, fine rain, rides a donkey into Jinmen. Then let's call it Shiyu. Li Ping'an put Shiyu, fine rain, into his sleeve.
Dark clouds, a large expanse of dark clouds gathered together.
A suffocating blanket of black, like a massive black mountain pressing down.
This evening, Lichuan courtyard was different from usual, only one large lantern hung at the entrance, its candlelight flickering.
Closed for business?
Li Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly. Ma Sanyang, that money grubber, wouldn't even close for New Year's.
What's going on today?
Li Ping'an entered Lichuan courtyard through its back door, but there were several more guards. They were clearly not people from Lichuan courtyard, dressed in black, with Zanmadeo hanging at their waists. Their aura was fierce, carrying an inherent killing intent.
Military personnel?
Li Ping'an felt a surge of doubt, but before he could get closer, the hands of several black-clad Hanzi rested on their sword hilts, staring vigilantly at Li Ping'an. Just then, a young servant who recognized Li Ping'an came out. After whispering a few words to the leading Hanzi, he led Li Ping'an inside.
Zhao San, what's going on? Once inside the courtyard, Li Ping'an finally asked.
Zhao San whispered, You'd better ask Ma Sanyang, she's waiting for you inside.
Top floor of Lichuan courtyard. Ma Sanyang leaned against the railing, looking at the Anbei 4 towns in the distance. What happened?
Li Ping'an's voice came from behind her.
Ma Sanyang forced a smile. What could happen?
It's just that business hasn't been good lately, and I'm worried.
Oh, right, there's a new commission, you need to escort someone, departing tomorrow. Okay. Ma Sanyang casually tossed over a few bundled packets of medicine. Your medicine.
Li Ping'an reached out and took them. After a moment of silence, Ma Sanyang turned her head.
If there's nothing else, go home.
The weather's been unpredictable these past few days, wear more clothes.
The next day,
Li Ping'an simply packed his belongings and hung them on the old ox. He held a bamboo pole in one hand, carried an arrow on his back, and had the Shiyu sword hidden in his sleeve. He also picked a bag of dates before leaving home. He held a bamboo pole in one hand, carried an arrow on his back, and had the Shiyu sword hidden in his sleeve. He also picked a bag of dates before leaving home. The caravan was east of Shaosha River, nothing special about it. There were no banners or carriages, it looked like an ordinary merchant caravan. However, most of the people in the caravan were familiar faces, assassins from Lichuan courtyard. These people had nothing particularly distinctive about them, just like the people on the street, making them hard to remember. True assassins rarely possess exquisite features, outstanding temperament, or eyes filled with killing intent. Instead, they are ordinary, common people, like a single bean. They blend into the crowd, as if a bean has mixed into a bag of beans.
Besides the familiar faces from Lichuan courtyard, Li Pingyan also noticed a few military Hanzi. And Lu Yong. Lu Yong was also somewhat taken aback the moment he saw Li Pingyan. Sir. We'll talk on the way. The caravan traveled on a wide road, quickly leaving the Anbei Four Towns. Following a gently sloping path, they climbed a small hill. Li Pingyan guessed that the person in the carriage must be some noble, connected to General Xiaohoshang. Otherwise, Lu Yong, who was assigned to General Xiaohoshang's side, wouldn't be coming alone. But why use people from Lichuan courtyard? If a noble is traveling, shouldn't some capable subordinates be dispatched? Up until now, Li Pingyan had only sensed a powerful aura within the carriage. Such official matters were always most sensitive. Why was Ma Sanyang involved in this? When the caravan rested, Lu Yong finally found an opportunity. He walked over and handed Li Pingyan a flask of wine. Sir, try this wine from Lingnan, it's strong. Li Pingyan sniffed it with his nose, as if appraising the quality of the wine. Then he tilted his head back and gulped it down. It was strong and fragrant. Li Pingyan left half a flask and handed it to the old ox. After catching his breath, he finally asked, "Who is in the carriage?" The general's wife and young son, Lu Yong answered without hesitation, stating the truth. Why are there no guards? Instead, you're using Jianghu people? Lu Yong said, the madam doesn't need guards, she's a top-tier expert herself. It's just that there was a slight unexpected incident. We were originally on a mission in the Anbei Four Towns and were temporarily transferred here. Although the Anbei Four Towns are nominally under Great Sway control, in reality, warlords, Turkic people, and Hu merchant families are carving them up. General Xiahou is stationed in Lingnan. The Hu people are warlike, but they cannot overcome General Xiahou, that great mountain. These people hate General Xiahou to the core, so they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully, then why did they find Lichuan courtyard? Lu Yong said, I don't know about that. I heard that General Xiahou is an old acquaintance of Ma Sanyang, the proprietress of Lichuan courtyard. Who is sitting in the carriage? It's said to be a cultivation master. The caravan headed west. By evening, the carriage turned onto a narrow, winding path. After a bend, they saw a small stream flowing across a flat area, a good place to rest. Raid. At night, the firelight flickered in the wind, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Occasionally, a strong gust of wind would blow, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. It howled past, leaving behind a desolate scene. Inside the dilapidated tent, there was a small, weak bonfire. A fat rabbit and a pheasant were roasting over the fire, and the rich aroma of meat filled the air. There was only one person and one ox in the tent. Li Pingyan had brought his own tent, other tents housed 3 to 5 people each. Because of the old ox's large size, Li Pingyan barely fit into this tent alone. When someone wanted to squeeze in with Li Pingyan, he would say there was no room in the tent. The person then suggested Li Pingyan lead the ox outside, saying an ox was an animal and wouldn't be afraid of the wind and sand. Li Pingyan replied, it's not an animal, it's family. Under Li Pingyan's control, the Shiyu sword slowly flew over the rabbit meat and, with a slight effort, separated the meat from the bone. After these days of cultivating, Li Pingyan could now simply control the Shiyu sword to do some ordinary tasks. However, it might still take some time before he could use it to injure people. Diligence can make up for clumsiness has achieved minor achievement. When studying or cultivating, the longer the time, the faster the cultivation speed obtained. The maximum increases from twice the normal cultivation speed to 3 times. A thought flashed. Li Pingyan meditated on the Nirvana Sutra for a while, and sure enough, he made greater progress than before. Moo! The old ox mooed in dissatisfaction. Li Pingyan came back to his senses, only to realize that because his thoughts had sunk deep. The Shiyu sword had started dancing wildly, and he had accidentally stabbed the old ox's tail. Li Pingyan smiled, about to comfort the old ox. The winds suddenly picked up, from gentle to urgent, growing louder and louder. Whoosh!
A sharp arrow tore through the tent and struck the ground 3 feet from Li Pingyan.
Li Pingyan was stunned. My tent! Enemy attack! Someone outside roared.
A crossbow bolt shot from the woods, and with a whoosh, it pierced someone's throat.
It was a Turkic crossbow.
This crossbow was invented by the Turkic people to counter siege warfare. With silk and hemp twisted together for the string, it was light, strong, and had powerful elasticity. At a distance of over 300 paces, it could still penetrate half an arrow's depth into hard elm wood, showing its dominance. It required footstepping to string, using the full body's strength to draw the bow, and then holding it steady to aim and fire.
Within its range, a crossbow bolt could pierce heavy armor. In the distance, dozens of death warriors leaned back, their feet on their crossbows, their hands gripping the bowstrings tightly.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like a storm, attacking the enemy like flying swans.
In an instant, everyone in the camp became a target.
Fortunately, all these people from Lichuan courtyard were well-trained assassins. They dodged, or sought cover, moving freely.
For some unknown reason, the enemy did not deploy many troops. After 2 rounds of shooting, the enemy abandoned their crossbows.
They mounted their horses and charged forward. These were all well-trained elites, riding in a single line.
Like a tiger descending from the mountain. The small area immediately became a sea of people.
The clang of metal on metal resounded continuously. The assassins of Lichuan courtyard knew their advantage and did not confront the enemy head-on, focusing on cutting horse legs. From time to time, a sword would stab out from the shadows, delivering a fatal blow.
One warhorse after another whinnied as their legs broke.
A man in a white long gown slowly walked out, carrying no weapons, or rather, he himself was a weapon. His face was extremely pale, with a sickly appearance, and his figure was so thin that it seemed a gust of wind could blow him away. His steps seemed very slow, but in a few breaths, he had already approached the carriage.
Flowing cloud steps.
A cultivator? The man's target was very clear, directly to the carriage. Lu Yong swung his horse-slaying saber, trying to stop him. But a horrifying roar erupted from the man's body, and layers of chi emanated from him, startling the galloping warhorse into a terrified whinny.
Vast profound protective aura, with a wave of his sleeve.
Stirring up a wave of chi, a violent protective aura struck the carriage shaft, breaking it instantly. The fine horse also fell to the ground, moaning, unable to get up again.
It was truly terrifying.
At this moment, the mysterious cultivator inside the carriage also made his move. A palm struck out from within the carriage. There was no sound of wind or thunder, no whistling, only a strong aura of killing intent.
Amidst the deafening roar, the 2 men's fists and palms met. Between the 2, circles of force formed in the space.
Suddenly, the man felt a cold light sweep across his body, giving him a sensation of being cut by a knife. On the battlefield, besides the mysterious cultivator in the carriage, was there another master? Amidst the howling wind, a long saber was drawn with lightning speed. This saber came too fast, so fast that the man only saw a flash of white light, and the blade had already flown to his side.
Bang!
The man raised his other hand, and the surrounding air immediately turned black, a chilling aura filling the entire space.
He blocked Li Pingyan's strike.
However, due to his distraction, the mysterious cultivator inside the carriage gained the upper hand.
The man retreated several steps, steadying himself.
Whoosh!
A crisp sound.
The finger-length, hiltless Shiyu sword circled from his side, striking directly at the man's throat. The man was startled, not expecting there to be another cultivator. He dared not be careless and redirected his chi. He struck the flying sword away with a palm.
Not good.
The man's heart tightened, the power of this flying sword was too small. It was not the power a cultivator should possess. Li Pingyan bent down, his waist and abdomen suddenly exerting force, his whole body's chi and blood surging like a long river. All his strength was concentrated into one move.
Slanting draw sheath.
He drew a circle, the force penetrating to the bone. The blade deeply cut into the man's sternum. The man's expression changed drastically, he still wanted to counterattack. But the mysterious cultivator inside the carriage would never let go of this opportunity, his hand forming a sword finger. He drew an arc in the air, severing the man's head. Battles between masters often happen in an instant. A single thought can often decide the outcome. The sounds of fighting grew sharper and more chaotic. It was expected to be a bloody battle, but when a ray of morning sun rose on the horizon, the battle had already ended one step ahead. Bodies lay strewn haphazardly on the ground. The assassins of Lichuan courtyard had killed these 50-plus Turkic death warriors with minimal losses. Perhaps the enemy did not have time to mobilize more powerful forces, or perhaps for some other reason. But in any case, it was a good thing for them. Li Pingyan looked up and heard a low sound, crows circling in midair. At the same time, the other 3 caravans that had departed from Lichuan courtyard and left the Anbei 4 towns also encountered attacks. The battle was much more tragic than Li Pingyan's side. All 3 caravans were wiped out. They were bait. Ma Sanyang deliberately used them to attract the enemy's attention and disperse their firepower. Later historical records documented this event. The wife and children of Xiahou Shang, who had defended the Great Sui against 300,000 Turkic cavalry and protected the border's peace, had once encountered an assassination attempt by the Turkic people on the Great Sui border. However, history books would not record that in that battle, the blood of a group of unknown assassins flowed. Rules of the 4 towns of Anbei. The night was as dark as ink, and the rain poured down. Ma Sanyang raised her head, looking out the window. This year, the rain was unusually frequent. Lichuan courtyard, this place should have been the liveliest at night. But at this moment, it was so quiet there wasn't a sound. All the servants, girls, and assassins had been sent away by Ma Sanyang. Over the years, Ma Sanyang had taken in many homeless people. Now, these people were homeless once again. It was also on such a rainy night that she met Xiahou Shang. A Turkic general rode a horse, dragging her pregnant mother from east to west. Flesh and blood churned, staining her clothes and the ground beneath her. And there was the Turkic general laughing wildly in the rain. Ma Sanyang just watched her mother screaming in pain, watched her tear-streaked face, watched her blood-stained body. For some reason, the Turkic general didn't kill her. It seemed he wanted this young girl, who had yet to experience the world, to witness its cruelty. Ma Sanyang dragged her mother, who had long become a corpse, through the desolate streets. Then, she met Xiahou Shang, riding a white horse. Where did they go? Xiahou Shang asked calmly after hearing about Ma Sanyang's ordeal. When he returned, he had the head of that Turkic general. Ma Sanyang said, I owe you a life, and I will repay you sooner or later. At that time, Xiahou Shang smiled, not taking it seriously. He just didn't expect that many years later, that frail young girl would actually fulfill her promise. The rain was still falling, and the wind was still constantly blowing in. 2 men in black quietly emerged from the darkness. Sanyang, Dengbo requests your presence. The Anbei 4 towns were full of gangs, a mix of good and bad. However, the major gangs were not chaotic, although they often fought and brawled. It was all within a controllable range. Each major gang had its own territory and its own industries. Of course, their existence was only because someone above needed them to exist. And when they were no longer needed, these imposing underworld bosses would be crushed like insects. When this violent machine called the state was activated, any underworld was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the Anbei 4 towns, the people who allowed these underworld elements to exist were the Turkic people behind them. The cost was 40% of the monthly profits. And now, because Ma Sanyang defied the will of the Turkic people, the monthly profit share increased from 40% to 60%. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the underworld of the Anbei 4 towns. And Ma Sanyang of Lichuan courtyard undoubtedly incurred public wrath. Her actions not only implicated the entire underworld of the Anbei 4 towns but also caused their reputation to plummet. This affected their standing in the eyes of the Turkic people, which was undoubtedly the most fatal blow to the entire Anbei 4 towns underworld. Because this meant that perhaps they needed to be reshuffled. And Ma Sanyang, the culprit behind all of this, would naturally not be tolerated by the Anbei Four Towns underworld.
Dang's residence.
This was an ancient courtyard, paved only with bluestone. There were no trees, no pavilions or waterside structures, and no cover whatsoever. It was like a giant beast crouching on the mountainside, giving off an eerie feeling. Some said the true underworld boss of the Anbei Four Towns was Jiao Wan of the Eastern Market, while others said it was Wan Rui of Willow Market, Zhang Jin of Western Market, Zhao Jun of Wine Market, Jia Guang. But those who truly knew understood that the person who established the current underworld structure of the Anbei Four Towns and negotiated with the Turkic people lived in this inconspicuous residence. Deng Bo sat under the eaves, playing with a pair of snuff bottles. At 90 years old, for an ordinary person, he was considered a long-lived elder. Dressed in a yellow shirt, he seemed like just an ordinary old man from the market. Inside and outside the residence, open umbrellas seemed to block out everything from the world, leaving only the darkness beneath the sunlight. The underworld of the Anbei Four Towns gathered, surrounding the entire residence so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. After a long while, Deng Bo slowly spoke. I remember when you first came, you were still very young, and you said you wanted to make a name for yourself. There had never been a woman in the Jianghu of the Anbei Four Towns, you were the first. Deng Bo raised his head, a pair of ancient eyes shooting out a sharp gleam, looking directly at Ma Sanyang in the center of the courtyard. Ma Sanyang wore a white water skirt, draped with a goose-yellow shawl, with a few strands of lace trim hooked on the front of her bodice. Although she knew she couldn't escape unscathed today, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. At that time, your eyes were exactly the same as they are now.
Deng Bo sighed softly.
Everyone who works here has to submit a name card to me, making them half my disciple. You are different from them, you are my most favored disciple.
I'm old and want to find someone to take over. After looking around, only you are the most suitable.
So I don't mind making some small moves in the dark, or even helping those so-called
innocent people leave here. Or recruiting a few strange subordinates. I can turn a blind eye to these things.
Perhaps I indulged you too much, and now you have done such a thing.
For the sake of so-called national sentiment? Sacrificing your life, is it worth it?
Ma Sanyang smiled. Deng Bo, you've misunderstood. From the moment the government abandoned us, from the moment my mother was killed by the Turkic people, I stopped caring about what a country or home is. I'm just repaying a favor.
Is it worth repaying with your life?
Yes.
Ma Sanyang answered without hesitation.
After a moment of silence, Deng Bo said indifferently.
This is the name card you sent to my residence that day. From now on, you and I have no further connection. With that, he lit it. He got up and, with the help of a servant, returned to the house.
The two doors slowly closed, although only a few steps away, they represented the boundary between life and death. The name card turning to ashes in the fire symbolized having no further connection with Deng Bo. The surrounding gazes were like cold swords.
Sanyang, please go outside, lest you disturb old Deng Bo's rest.
It was Jiao Wan of the Eastern Market who spoke.
Yes, lest you dirty Deng Bo's courtyard.
Over the years, Ma Sanyang of Lichuan Courtyard had long been hated to the bone by them. In this world where everyone was corrupt, Lichuan Courtyard stubbornly adhered to its meaningless principles. The assassins of Lichuan Courtyard avenged the women trampled to death by street nobles, broke into others' territories to rescue kidnapped children. In the past, everyone feared the assassins of Lichuan Courtyard. At the same time, because of Deng Bo, they dared not lay a hand on Ma Sanyang.
But now, Ma Sanyang had incurred public wrath.
She had provoked people they dared not provoke, and many of Lichuan Courtyard's assassins had also been dismissed by her.
They had nothing left to fear. Report back later.
Ma Sanyang raised her head, feeling the rain slide down her cheeks. She closed her eyes, as if reminiscing. Everything from the past seemed vivid, yet also blurry. Opening her eyes, she faced the entire Jianghu of Anbei Four Towns. Ma Sanyang was tied to a pillar, her gaze cold as she looked at the group of Hanzi. Each of them held a blade as thin as a finger, following Jianghu rules. Each of these Hanzi would stab Ma San Yang's body once, until her death.
The blades were very thin, ensuring she wouldn't die too quickly.
After years of development, the Bearfire gang had gradually formed a significant aura. This was why Lu Er could see through the crowd, not having his view blocked by the sea of Hanzi in front. He looked at Ma San Yang, at this woman who seemed so frail. A wave of sympathy rose in his heart. He knew that Ma San Yang of Lichuan Courtyard was a good person, having heard many rumors about her. Once upon a time, he had also fantasized about becoming someone like Ma San Yang. But in such a world, he had long lost that courage. He thought of himself holding a wooden stick, in his fantasies punishing evil and promoting good. As he grew up, he realized that was a youthful, cherished memory that could never be relived.
Sympathy was one thing, but what could he do?
Some matters often offered no choice, one could only move forward step by step.
Wan of the Eastern Market walked over first, grinning ferociously. In the 12th year of the old calendar, you killed 12 of my disciples, robbed my wealth, abducted my beloved concubine. I've kept a record of all these grudges. Ma San Yang sneered. 12 disciples stayed overnight in Huangjia village, attending a wedding feast, but they robbed the bride and then murdered the entire family to silence them. In the 10th year of the old calendar, was that wealth you transported from Nanyang?
Those were clearly a group of women you had plundered. Oh, and your beloved concubine, you had her abducted and locked in your family's water dungeon to be tortured just because she was prettier than her. Truly, like master, like disciple, a nest of beasts. Wan's eyes grew colder. Do you think you are the Bodhisattva Guanyin who saves from suffering? This world is hell to begin with.
Put. A knife plunged into Ma San Yang's lower abdomen.
What a pity, I can see your end, but you can't see mine. The second to step forward was Zhao Jun from the wine market. Such a beauty, what a pity. If you had followed me back then, you wouldn't be in this situation today. Zhao Jun had a fair and clean appearance, a strong scent of perfume on him, and a hint of discomforting light occasionally flickered in his narrow eyes. Don't talk to me, just looking at you disgusts me.
Ma San Yang made no effort to hide her disdain. Which Jianghu big shot didn't have some strange quirks?
Especially in Anbei Four Towns, Zhao Jun particularly indulged in lust. He played with meat platters, meat screens, gentle chairs, and fragrant spittoons with great delight. It truly matched the saying, rather be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. Zhao Jun smiled and shook his head, inserting the shiyu, fine rain, knife in his hand into Ma San Yang's left breastbone, slowly pushing it down. It seemed as if he deliberately wanted her to feel the pain. Zhao Jun's hand moved very slowly, very slowly.
Finally, he deliberately made 2 tsk sounds.
Ma San Yang never frowned from beginning to end, only staring fixedly at him. Since childhood, having personally witnessed her mother being dragged to death by a Turkic general's horse, she no longer knew what pain was. In the time it took for half a cup of tea, the rain had stained the ground beneath her feet a vibrant red. Ma San Yang's body now had over a dozen thin knives, each as thick as a finger. A smile still hung on her lips, her eyes filled with undisguised mockery. The leaders, led by Wan, had lost their initial smiles, their expressions had dimmed somewhat. In their hearts, they even felt a hint of respect for this madwoman. For some reason, Wan did not want this woman to live another second in this world. The woman's gaze made him restless, as if it were a sword hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. Tap, tap, tap. A Hanzi holding an umbrella slowly walked over, dressed in green, wearing a bamboo hat. The sound of his footsteps on the bluestone slabs was clearly audible. As soon as the Hanzi appeared, the sound of weapons being drawn echoed one after another. No less than several hundred Hanzi, some holding knives, some holding sticks, stared intently at the newcomer. Although the Hanzi had no weapons on him, his aura was not weak in the slightest. Facing hundreds of Hanzi in a dark mass, he walked unhurriedly.
The masked man? That mysterious Hanzi from Autumn Phoenix Pavilion. The crowd recognized the monkey-faced mask.
Li Pingyan slowly approached Ma Sanyang, pointed a few fingers, and stopped her bleeding. Then he untied the ropes.
Why did you come back? Ma Sanyang whispered.
I suddenly realized something halfway through the journey. You sent us away, presumably to face death alone, Li Pingyan said calmly.
If you knew I came to die, why did you come to save me?
I just suddenly remembered you still owe me a month's wages. I can't let anyone else benefit, especially not a stingy person like you.
Ma Sanyang smiled. Li Pingyan held the umbrella over Ma Sanyang's head, shielding her from the pouring rain. He looked up, facing the various gang leaders of Anbei 4 towns.
Gentlemen, the wind and rain are strong, and my shopkeeper is delicate, so I won't disturb you further. With that, he lifted his foot and walked towards the crowd.
Clearly, the crowd had no intention of making way. Xuanhuan spoke in a sinister tone, want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy.
Li Pingyan smiled faintly, this road is too narrow, but I'm not worried. I think this road will widen very soon.
Hum.
A white light pierced through the rain, visible to everyone.
Immediately after, the clear sound of a sword's hum echoed all around. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously.
A cultivator. Although the Shiyu sword could not harm anyone at the moment, it was perfectly fine for putting on a show and displaying an aura.
Li Pingyan displayed a profound and inscrutable demeanor.
He was already an extremely powerful master, and the chi on his body inadvertently revealed itself, making people dare not underestimate him in the
slightest.
With a slight lift of his hand, although it was a very ordinary movement, it gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. A killing aura permeated the air, and a 3-inch short sword flew above the crowd. A chill rose in everyone's hearts.
After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jun sneered. So what if he's a cultivator? Is he invincible? Could it be that the Jianghu of Anbei 4 towns will fear you?
Leave this place wisely, it's none of your business. What you said makes sense, Li Pingyan nodded in agreement. However, with all my cultivation, I can still kill about 80% of you.
How about it, who wants to go first?
These words were spoken lightly, but they were extremely harsh to the ears of these Hanzi. They were not soldiers who feared no death on the battlefield, nor were they sworn Hanzi who would not rest until their goal was achieved. They were merely Jianghu Hanzi trying to make a living. Li Pingyan, however, did not intend to give them more time to hesitate. He took another step and continued walking forward. Soon, everyone made their choice and parted to form a path. After walking a certain distance, Li Pingyan suddenly stopped. For today's matter, I haven't thanked all the leaders yet. Lichuan Courtyard will repay you in the future.
This simple sentence immediately made the expressions of everyone present extremely ugly.
A match made in heaven.
Confirming no one was following, Li Pingyan brought Ma Sanyang back home.
Her injuries weren't severe, she had just lost too much blood.
What do you want to do next? After this incident, Ma Sanyang definitely couldn't stay in this area. She gazed at the ceiling. I haven't decided yet.
I'll travel around, and if I find a suitable place, maybe I'll settle down. After a moment of silence, Li Pingyan asked, You've given away all the treasures from Lichuan Courtyard and don't want the money anymore.
Do you regret it? Ma Sanyang smiled. Things you can't bring with you in life or death, what's there to regret?
Hearing that from your mouth, it truly makes me feel that the sun rising in the west isn't a rare occurrence anymore.
Li Pingyan stood up. You rest here.
I'll go cook. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Ma Sanyang's voice came from inside the room, thank you.
You're welcome. Half a month later, Ma Sanyang left the Anbei 4 towns alone.
There was no farewell, nor a letter left behind.
She simply left one morning. Just as she had arrived here alone. That night, 2 major events occurred in the Jianghu of Anbei 4 towns.
First, the famous Lichuan Courtyard was demolished, and then several Jianghu bosses died tragically in their homes one after another. Zhao Wan of the Eastern Market, Zhang Jin of the Western Market, Zhao Jun and Zhao Guang of the Wine Market. The entire underworld of Anbei 4 towns underwent earth-shattering changes, ushering in a new reshuffle. It was as if someone was using the lives of these people to commemorate the deceased Lichuan courtyard. The common people who had been oppressed by these individuals applauded in delight, completely admiring the mysterious assassin. The mountains that had weighed upon them were finally removed, and their future days would be much easier. However, not long after, new people replaced the deceased Jianghu bigwigs. And their actions, compared to their predecessors, were even worse. This is how the world is: a group of people leaves, another group arrives, and the cycle repeats. The old cage was indeed broken, but the era remained the same. Li Pingyan killed those people, but he couldn't defeat them. Society remains this society, and the era remains this era. Bloody and cruel, if one doesn't possess the ability to benefit all under heaven, at least one should strive to uphold one's own integrity. The mountains are as tranquil as ancient times, and the days are as long as a small year. Li Pingyan sat in the courtyard, his 3-inch flying sword, fine rain flying up and down in the date palm tree, rustling. After half a year of cultivating, Li Pingyan can now control the Shiyu sword to harm people. It's not quite like moving an arm, but he's quite skilled. With a thought, the sword tip flashed with a cold light. This sword was like a shooting star, piercing directly towards Li Pingyan's brow. But it suddenly stopped half an inch away. With another swift turn, it quieted down and landed in Li Pingyan's palm. The old ox mooed, reminding Li Pingyan that it was time to eat. Li Pingyan walked to the stove and cooked 2 bowls of plain noodles, served with salted radish strips. Moo! The old ox complained about the unpalatable food. With the disappearance of Lichuan courtyard, Li Pingyan also lost his most important source of income. So, life wasn't easy. Li Pingyan patted the old ox's body. Old ox, how about you contribute a piece of meat, and we'll eat a bowl of beef noodles? The old ox rolled its eyes, picked up its bowl of noodles, and squatted in the corner, keeping its distance from him. Li Pingyan sighed. Life truly couldn't go on like this. Old ox, don't pour out the bathwater tonight. We'll boil it tomorrow to cook noodles, at least it'll have a hint of beef flavor. One morning, the northwest wind blew strongly. If he went out for a drink, he'd probably save money on food today. Li Pingyan took the old ox and walked out of the house, buying 2 flatbreads while strolling through the street. The freshly baked flatbreads were crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and perfectly soft and chewy. The more you ate, the more fragrant they became. Suddenly, he smelled flowers, and only then did he notice that he had wandered into a garden. Li Pingyan chose a spot to sit down, having nothing else to do. A gust of wind blew, carrying cotton-like fallen leaves. Li Pingyan felt inspired and took out the arrow from his back. He began to play a leisurely tune. The wind carried its unique scent, blowing past his ears. Above the pavilion, a small gray-white dog leisurely walked back and forth. Zhong Dejia sat on a zetan chair, leisurely watching the flowers bloom and wither in the courtyard. Smelling the flowers, listening to the birdsong. No noise, no worries. The world between heaven and earth became suddenly clear. Just then, a white figure landed in the pavilion. The newcomer unceremoniously sat down nearby and began to eat pastries heartily. Zhong Dejia sighed helplessly. Where have you been playing again? I tried the local delicacies here, but they weren't very good. Jingyu said, glancing at the guqin behind Zhong Dejia. Teacher, is this your new guqin? Yes, I bought it yesterday. It's in good condition. Jingyu walked over and examined it. This is good? It's far worse than yours. Saying that, he reached out a finger and plucked it. The lingering sound was surprisingly good. A guqin has 4 beauties: first, good quality wood; second, skillful craftsmanship; third, masterful fingerwork; fourth, a righteous heart. If all 4 beauties are present, it is a truly excellent guqin. Although this guqin couldn't be called peerless grade, it was a rare high grade. Teacher, you truly have good taste. Jingyu placed his hands on the strings, gently stroking them, and a soft melody began to play. His fingers were beautiful, like a woman's hands. His fingers moved with the guqin, sometimes slowly, sometimes flowing like a gentle stream. With a soft rhythm, he entered a state of enchantment. In Great Sway, there was once someone who entered the Tao through the guqin, delving into the Tao of music, and when they played, the sound was exquisite. It was the guqin of a saint. The sounds of all things in heaven and earth were contained within it. Although Yingyue couldn't reach that extremely high realm, he was still remarkable. The guqin music was ethereal and unrestrained, sometimes like a wisp of clear breeze, sometimes like a freely drifting cloud. Just then, a discordant sound arose. The melody was mournful and lonely, the concept sparse. It was completely different from Jingyue's guqin music. There was a sense of fire and water. Yingyue frowned, but his hand movements were not affected. A guqin player must be single-minded. If his state of mind were affected by the other party, wouldn't that prove his skill was lacking? So, on such a beautiful day, a guqin and an arrow, each playing its own tune, each blowing its own horn. Like two armies clashing, fighting intensely. Zhong Dejia, who was originally uninterested, now became intrigued. The other party's melody was like rain hitting withered lotus leaves, fragmented and scattered. Yet, he was involuntarily drawn into it, as if facing a cold moon and lonely lamp, reminiscing about the past, filled with mixed emotions. The battle came quickly and left just as quickly. Jingyue's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, feeling as if the opponent's army had surrounded him. The more he hurried, the more flustered he became, until he heard a harsh sound, and a guqin string suddenly snapped. Buzz! Jingyue's face flushed, and he gasped for air. Only 2 chapters today, please don't be offended. Single-minded. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. 2 springs reflecting the moon LV3, 1000/10,000. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Azure Fate rank, single-mindedness. Effect, greatly increases focus when cultivating, reading, or studying, granting a boost to willpower. The system's voice rang out. Li Pingyan was slightly stunned. The last time he acquired the White Fate rank, diligence can make up for clumsiness. This time, it was single-mindedness. Fate ranks are divided into white, azure, yellow, red, blue, purple, and gold. Both times, he had received auxiliary effects beneficial to cultivation. Not bad, not bad. Li Pingyan nodded with satisfaction, put away his arrow, and went home. He prepared to test out his newly acquired fate rank. Upon trying it, he indeed found it excellent. Normally, it would take him over 20 breaths to enter the visualization state. Now, it only took 5 or 6 breaths, and his cultivation became even more unobstructed. Li Pingyan unconsciously immersed himself in it, staying awake all night. The next day, early morning, Li Pingyan rubbed his forehead. This one night of cultivation was much more effective than the previous 4 nights combined. He wiped his face with a wet towel, then changed into a fresh set of clothes, packed his things, and headed out. Leading his old ox, he arrived at the street. A beggar, who had been leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, resting, opened his eyes when he heard the sound. Li Pingyan then tossed him a piece of crispy candy given by a child. The beggar and Li Pingyan had a good understanding. When Li Pingyan had money, he would occasionally give him some small treats. When he stopped giving, it meant Li Pingyan had no money. Usually, it was only for a short period, but now it had been a long time since he had seen the other party being generous. Li Pingyan set down his stool, and the old ox raised its head. A sign hung around its neck, a family letter, 18 coins, couplets and elegiac couplets, 5 coins. Li Pingyan broke a small piece of crispy candy in half, giving the other half to the old ox. Li Pingyan had been doing this business for almost half a month now. Initially, no one believed a blind man could write, and he didn't get a single customer all day. Now, he had a few repeat customers, and he could write about 2 family letters a day, occasionally even an elegiac couplet or something similar. The street was as hot as a furnace, with heat waves rising, making it suffocating. Aliyah and Zhao Linger, carrying small baskets, ran happily down the street. "Slow down," Zhao Linger said. Turning a corner into an alley, they bumped into someone head-on. The little girl plopped onto the ground, and the stack of straw paper in her small basket scattered everywhere. Zhao Linger steadied her breath and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." Zhong Dejia smiled faintly, gently waving his hand. The straw paper, which had been scattered by the wind, was pushed into Zhong Dejia's hand by a gentle force. The continuous rain conceals spring's departure, only when it clears does summer's depth become apparent. It was catchy, but somewhat abrupt, seemingly only half a poem. A flute, a sword, a life's ambition, bearing a wild reputation for 15 years. With a laugh, I step out, and 1,000 miles of fallen blossoms drift in the wind. Zhong Dejia flipped through, finding it more and more interesting the more he read. He was unconsciously drawn in. When he came back to his senses, he realized he had been a bit presumptuous. He returned the papers with both hands. "I was presumptuous." Zhao Linger nodded slightly, returning the courtesy. "May I ask who penned these poems and lyrics? This old man has never heard them before. And what are you two young ladies doing with this straw paper?" For some reason, in front of this old man, Aliyah and Zhao Linger felt a comfortable sensation, like a spring breeze. "These were all written by our teacher, and we're taking them to sell. 5 coins a sheet, do you want to buy some?" Aliyah asked. Zhong Dejia found it amusing and couldn't help but smile. "All right, but you'll have to take me to meet your teacher." When Zhong Dejia followed the 2 young girls to Li Ping'an's stall, he spotted a familiar figure. "Teacher, why are you here too?" Yingyue whispered. "And why are you here?" "I found the person who disturbed my aura yesterday." Yingyue pointed to Li Ping'an, who was setting up his stall. "Hey! Old man, are you still buying?" Aliyah called out to Zhong Dejia from the stall, not wanting to give up on this business. Zhong Dejia stepped forward and looked at the sign hanging on the old ox's neck. His gaze then shifted to Li Ping'an. "Old man, which one do you want?" Aliyah asked. Zhong Dejia took it and examined it carefully for a while. The calligraphy was exquisite, flowing like clouds and water, bold and unrestrained. Where the brush tip was hidden, a subtle sharpness was revealed. Where it was exposed, it still showed restraint, and at the end of a stroke, where the dewdrop fell, it stopped abruptly, like a sharp knife cutting. "Excellent, excellent!" Zhong Dejia praised from the bottom of his heart. It was only a pity that they were in this remote borderland, where culture was not well understood, and there were very few people who could appreciate it. Looking at the poems, he felt they were even more wonderful. Some were written with a magnificent aura, others with a charming elegance. Without exception, he had never heard them before, yet they were all extremely good verses. "Were these poems written by your teacher?" Li Ping'an said, "Articles are inherently formed by nature, and a skilled hand occasionally obtains them." There was silence for half a cup of tea. Only then did Zhong Dejia speak. "My surname is Zhong, and I haven't asked for your esteemed name yet, teacher." Li Ping'an. "Li Ping'an, would you be willing to enter my academy?" Zhong Dejia's face was full of appreciation for talent, with a smile on his lips. The word academy spoken from his mouth seemed to carry a sense of honor. Yun Mei, standing nearby, turned to look at Zhong Dejia in surprise. "No." A clean and straightforward answer. "Then do you know who I am?" "I don't know," Li Ping'an said. Scholars across the land give Zhong a bit of face, respectfully calling him Zhong Dejia. "Oh. I've heard your great name for a long time." It was not surprising that he would say this. Zhong Dejia nodded slowly. However, Li Ping'an's reaction was somewhat surprising, not as excited as other scholars. So Zhong Dejia asked suspiciously, "You've heard of me?" Li Ping'an hesitated for a moment. "Your Excellency, are you still buying calligraphy?" "Yes, but you must tell me the truth." Only then did Li Ping'an say, "I am ill-informed and have not had the honor of knowing your esteemed name, teacher." Zhong Dejia and Yingyue both fell silent. Yingyue stifled his laughter, trying hard not to burst out. "Are you buying or not?" Aliyah grumbled softly, dissatisfied. Zhong Dejia smiled faintly.
looking at Li Pingyan with interest. If I tell you that the academy is a magical place, would you be willing to go? Thank you for your kindness, teacher. I have drifted for over 20 years. I'm long unaccustomed to restraint and have grown used to life in the Jianghu, so I am unwilling to leave. Zhong Deijia's expression did not change at all, instead, he nodded. His gaze turned to Aaliyah and Zhao Linger beside him. And also to Wang Yi and Pang Jun, who were helping Li Pingyan. They are indeed good prospects, and it happens to be the time when the academy is opening its doors to new students. I wonder if Your Excellency would be willing to send your students to the academy? Li Pingyan said, that would be up to their parents. I merely teach them to play a few tunes and write some characters. I cannot make that decision. Zhong Deijia smiled and nodded, then asked Li Pingyan to write a few more pieces of calligraphy for him, accompanied by poems. After paying, he left contentedly. Liquidation. Sir, who is he? After Zhong Deijia left, Aaliyah asked. Li Pingyan said, Zhong Deijia, one of the 4 Confucians of the academy, is a world-renowned great Confucian scholar with vast knowledge, especially in poetry and lyrics. Zhao Linger asked, puzzled, Sir, you know him, so why did you pretend not to recognize him just now? Although Li Pingyan was blind, he wasn't completely oblivious to the outside world. Paper wasn't expensive in this era. There were over 20 monthly reports issued by the government and private sectors in the Anbei 4 towns alone. They mostly contained phrases like national peace and prosperity and favorable weather, but also many stories of unofficial rumors. So, it wasn't strange for Li Pingyan to know about the famous academy and Zhong Deijia. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. It would be troublesome to admit I know him. I'm not suited for that place. However, you two should go back and talk to your parents. This is a good opportunity. Teacher, weren't we only supposed to take those 2 little girls this time? Why do you want those 2 boys as well? Jingyue asked, puzzled. Zhong Deijia said, perhaps it will be very interesting. What about that Li Pingyan? It's quite a coincidence that both of these little girls became his disciples. Zhong Deijia smiled faintly and said nothing. Zhao residence. The academy. Zhao Kai, Zhao Linger's father, sat in the hall, listening to his daughter recount the events. He spat out a mouthful of tea. Zhao Kai was a highly renowned scholar, extremely mindful of his demeanor in words and actions. Zhao Linger had never seen her father like this. However, this was understandable. The academy was the dream destination for scholars across the world. Zhao Kai had pursued it his entire life but never achieved it. It was truly Linger's good fortune to unexpectedly receive an opportunity to enter the academy. Zhao Kai paced back and forth in the hall. The academy. The academy. Suddenly, he abruptly looked up. Where is Zhong Deijia? He left, Linger said. Could it be a trickster? Zhao Kai snapped out of his excitement. Logically, the probability of such a heaven-sent good fortune was simply too small. Zhao Linger recalled her initial impression of Zhong Deijia and shook her head. Daughter doesn't think it seems fake. Master, master. A servant walked in. Master, someone is looking for you outside? Who? He sent you a visiting card. Zhao Kai took and opened it, finding a few lines of small, vigorous script inside. It felt very familiar until he saw the signature, Zhong Deijia. Only then did he suddenly realize it was Zhong Deijia's handwriting. Who among the scholars of great sway didn't know Zhong Deijia's calligraphy? Many people specialized in studying this style of writing, which led to the formation of the current Zhong-style script. Dad? Zhao Kai suddenly snapped back to reality. Quick! Please invite him in. Aren't the Great Sway armies never deployed to the Anbei 4 towns? What's happening now? Yeah, I feel like something's not right. It's better to stay indoors these days. Overnight, the Anbei 4 towns changed dramatically. 200,000 Great Sway Iron Cavalry were stationed in the Anbei 4 towns, a scale of power unprecedented. This was immediately followed by large-scale political upheaval. A large number of officials from the capital launched wave after wave of purges against the officials in the Anbei 4 towns, some entire government. Offices were even sealed off.
To the common people, it was an overnight change. But those in power all knew that the princess was paving the way for her ascension to the throne.
Years of planning, coupled with an external war.
The Great Sui finally regained its confidence and began to legitimately govern the Anbei 4 towns. And those officials, cronies, and merchants who had previously submitted to the Turkic rule were all singled out as examples. Some were beaten, some were killed, everyone was plunged into anxiety, fearing they would be next.
Wang residence. Wang Shan paced back and forth nervously.
With each step, his mood grew heavier. Every piece of news he had heard these past few days was enough to scare him to death. All of those behind him were implicated without exception. And those merchants who were more resourceful and influential than him also couldn't escape, they were killed on the spot.
Next. Would it be his turn?
The more he thought about it, the more his heart pounded and the more uneasy he became. These past few years, he had indeed been working for the Turkic people.
But all of this was unavoidable. The Great Sui's control over the Anbei 4 towns was weak.
To survive, he could only rely on the Turkic people. However, those people wouldn't consider this reason enough to spare his life.
Thump, 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 thump.
Heavy footsteps echoed in the darkness, piercing the silent night.
Louder and closer.
Wang Shan slumped directly to the ground.
It's over, it's over.
A group of armored soldiers walked in, and the leading official swept his gaze around.
Which one is Wang Shan?
Wang Shan closed his eyes in despair and stood up with the help of a servant.
I am. Master Wang, I am from the Public Security Management Department.
I heard that your son is about to go to the academy, so I've come to offer my congratulations. Wang Shan was stunned. Khan.
Congratulations?
Yes, it said that Zhong Dejia personally selected him. This is the first time the academy has recruited students in the Anbei 4 towns, so I specially came to represent the public security officer and
congratulate you.
I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Please sit, please sit. Wang Shan felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, as if he had been brought back from the dead in an instant. Don't arrest me, I have nothing to do with the Turkic people.
Nothing.
On the street, several people crying out for injustice were dragged away by guards in black official uniforms. The wanted posters on the street suddenly increased several-fold. People were panicking, and even vegetable prices rose accordingly. Several former colleagues from Lichuan Courtyard were also successively imprisoned. Li Pingyan walked through the streets, wondering if he should go somewhere to avoid the storm. He had just returned home not long ago.
Uncle, uncle.
A knock sounded at the door.
Aliyah always entered not through the door, but by climbing over the wall. It was the same when she was little, and it was still the same now. The knock could only mean there was someone else outside the door. Old Nyo opened the door for them.
Standing outside the door were Wang Shan, Zhao Kai, and Pang Jun's father, Pan Yong.
Old Nyo, where's uncle? Old Nyo tilted his head towards the main house, then returned to sunbathe under the date palm tree.
Zhao Kai and Pang Yong had originally bought a pile of gifts, but Wang Shan knew Li Pingyan's character too well. So he had them each bring a jar of wine to express their gratitude to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan was practicing calligraphy, and seeing that they had arrived around noon, he prepared a few small dishes at home. Li Pingyan said, "Don't mind it, these are all vegetables grown in our own yard." After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes, Wang Shan said, "This visit, besides thanking you, sir, for your teaching kindness to these 4 children, there is one more thing I would like to ask for your help with."
Just say it, no harm.
To go to the academy, one must travel 2,000 li, and the academy does not allow uninitiated students to bring servants or attendants, nor does it allow students to ride horses, so I would like to ask for your help going south.
Li Pingyan did not give Wang Shan and the others a definite answer.
A few days passed, but the storm still hadn't subsided.
Instead, it showed signs of escalating. Only then did Li Pingyan decide to temporarily leave Anbei 4 towns to avoid the limelight.
So he agreed to Wang Shan's request. The day before his departure, he coincidentally learned that Lu'er had also been thrown into prison. Speaking of which, Lu'er was also a friend of his. Li Pingyan bought a few small dishes, carried a jar of wine, and went to the jail to visit Lu'er. Lu'er, however, was very open-minded and did not become dejected because he was imprisoned. The higher-ups said that someone like me will probably be locked up for 5 or 6 years, Lu'er said vaguely, biting on a chicken leg.
It's good to be in jail. Many people I know have been summarily executed, so I'm lucky.
Li Pingyan poured him another cup of wine. Drink more, you might have fewer chances to drink in the future. Lu'er said heartily, blind man, I really didn't misjudge you.
You're a true friend.
Li Pingyan smiled and said nothing. Lu'er then said, don't look at young master me now that I'm down and out, but ups and downs in life are common. Who knows, maybe one day I'll be glorious again. Seeing Lu'er's confidence in his future, Li Pingyan no longer worried about his state. He also asked Wang Shan to bring some food and drink to his former colleagues at Lichuan courtyard. Since he couldn't show his face, he could only trouble Wang Shan. He thought everything was arranged properly. On the eve of his departure, Li Pingyan did not sleep. He sat under the date palm tree. His thoughts surged, thinking of every person he had met. He thought of every event, thinking of the past, thinking of the future. Then he felt that he seemed a bit too sentimental. It wasn't as if he wasn't coming back. So he circulated his qi and entered a state of contemplation.
The next day, early morning.
The red sun, like a furnace of boiling steel, burst forth, its golden light dazzling. Li Pingyan led the old ox at the entrance of the town, holding a walking stick and carrying an erhu. A wine gourd, no bigger than a palm, hung from his waist. Just by its wear and tear, one could tell it had been used for a long time. It was no different from the year he came to Anbei 4 towns. After a while, the 4 children came running in a hurry. They all carried luggage, and their faces showed different expressions. Aliyah seemed to have cried, her eyes red, having just said goodbye to her sister.
Wang Yi was full of excitement, longing for the outside world. Pang Jun was gnawing on a fruit, walking leisurely, not caring whether he could enter any academy.
Zhao Linger seemed to try hard to appear calm, but the unease in her eyes still betrayed her. Besides the 4 children, there were also 2 guards sent by Wang Shan. Chui Chang and Chui Kai. The 2 brothers had been retainers in the prince's mansion for a long time and were deeply trusted by Wang Shan. Look back, it's uncertain when you'll return, Li Pingyan said to the children. I, Wang Yi, will definitely make a name for myself.
Wang Yi shouted.
Aliyah also shouted, Aliyah will definitely not bring shame to father, sister, and uncle. Wang Yi nudged Pang Jun, who then came back to his senses.
I, Pang Jun.
Oh. Just returned safely. As soon as the words left his mouth, they made Wang Yi laugh heartily. Zhao Linger whispered something, but the others didn't hear it. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, suddenly remembering a saying. Youths are youths, they are not displeased by the spring breeze, nor bothered by the summer cicadas. Presumably, this journey south would not be too lonely. As soon as they left Anbei 4 towns, they met a young master riding a white horse.
Jingyu took off his hat, Li Pingyan?
My name is Jingyu, a disciple of the academy, specifically here to pick you up.
Allowed by the academy?
Sort of. Actually, I'll only escort you to Human Pass, and check if you violated any rules along the way. What Jingyu said was naturally false. His main purpose for coming was to eagerly meet the person who could disturb his state of mind with an erhu.
Then let's go.
Jingyu was a chatterbox, everyone realized this on the 2nd day. Originally, everyone was quite curious about his identity as an academy disciple and treated him with respect. But within a few days, he became a nuisance. If anyone said even one sentence to him, he could launch into a long discourse.
He wouldn't stop until he had annoyed you. Pang Jun casually asked, what good food does the academy have?
Jingyu boasted, single-cage golden milk pastries, manta-style, giant victory slaves, imperial concubine red, light high noodles, 24 chi.
Wontons.
And so on. I love 24 chi wontons the most, that taste. The giant victory slaves are also delicious, honey and mutton fat are mixed into the dough, special seasonings are added, and then they're deep fried. Actually, in this weather, we should eat some roasted meat. I know a roasted meat place in the academy that's very good, but the price is a bit expensive. Speaking of money, I have to mention that the prices of goods in the capital have been rising daily these years. Firewood, rice, oil, and salt are all expensive. But I don't have to worry too much. Speaking of which, I haven't bought new clothes this year. After being out for a few months, I don't know what styles are popular in the capital anymore. You really don't know how fashion changes day by day. The few of them silently said nothing, speeding up their pace and leaving Yingyue behind. Hey, wait for me. Sometimes one couldn't help but suspect that his mouth was rented. It had to be returned when due. Caught in a snowstorm, the few heading south took shelter under a tea stall. Drinking tea and enjoying the snow, truly wonderful, Yingyue said. Li Pingyan whispered, this snow came strangely. Logically, it was only May, and there shouldn't be any snow at all. Yingyue laughed heartily, you have too little experience. A flash of sword light, brilliance illuminating the land of Kyushu, cutting through the first snow of the human world. Perhaps it's some swordsman dancing with his sword. Li Pingyan listened silently, letting out an almost inaudible sigh. Snow at this time of year, I wonder how many young crops and how much grain will be ruined. The latter sentence implied how many people would suffer for no reason. Li Pingyan thought of the grain planted in his own courtyard and felt empathy. Yingyue seemed to have never considered this point. Hearing Li Pingyan say this, he suddenly froze. He turned to look at Li Pingyan, wanting to say something. Li Pingyan broke off a piece of dry food, turned his back to him, and fed the old ox. Yingyue's delicate brows furrowed as he gazed at the snow, lost in thought. The weather suddenly turned cold. Aliyah and the others hadn't prepared thick clothes, they didn't have much luggage they could carry themselves. There was no place to wear thick clothes in this season, but they never expected such a sudden change halfway through their journey. It was truly hard on the four children. Li Pingyan was naturally not afraid of the cold. As an academy disciple, Yingyue surely had some abilities. Chui Cheng and Chui Kai were also martial artists, with abundant qi and blood. They could withstand this temperature. At night, Li Pingyan tried to make the fire burn brighter. The four little ones huddled around the bonfire, shivering. Weird village. Li Pingyan filled their water nan with hot water. Then he walked into the tent and placed the warm water nan on their little feet. He added more firewood to the bonfire, took a sip of wine to warm himself up. Then he prepared to enter contemplation. Yingyue leaned over and said, Brotherly, West Wind, Fierce Horse, good wine, why don't we compose a poem? I'll give the first line, and you give the second. Snow dyes the thousand mountain Tao, a fierce horse and west wind reveal a mighty eagle. Seeing Li Pingyan remain silent for a long time, Yingyue said again, Brotherly, it's your turn. I can't write poetry, Li Pingyan said. Don't joke, Brotherly. I really can't, those poems have nothing to do with me. Yingyue. Then how about we compete in swordplay? I can't beat you. Li Pingyan said it very easily. Yingyue was a bit anxious, how do you know if you don't compete? I'm easy to beat. Still won't fight. Yingyue gritted his teeth, then let's compete with the zither. I can't play the zither. You play the Erhu, I'll play the zither. Oh. Then shall we start the competition? Yingyue brightened. No competition. Yingyue was about to go crazy with anger. What will it take for you to compete with me? Li Pingyan said helplessly, how about this, you go wait for me in that forest ahead, don't disturb the children's sleep. Good, no problem. Yingyue was delighted, taking giant strides and darting into the forest. After he left, Li Pingyan recomposed himself. He entered a state of contemplation. Destiny, diligence can make up for clumsiness, single-mindedness, activated. Two thoughts flashed through his mind. The next morning.
The southward bound team set off again.
Li Pingyan ignored the resentful gaze behind him.
Do you know what's most abundant in the desert beyond the pass? Yingyue shouted. No one answered, and Yingyue didn't feel awkward.
He answered his own question. The most abundant thing in this desert is the corpse ghost army.
It's troublesome to encounter them.
A bright moon was shrouded by dark clouds, and the vast desert sea was plunged into a pitch-black night. No one spoke, no sound. Only occasional flocks of geese sweeping across the sky. Li Pingyan listened to the wind in his ears and suddenly caught the sound of footsteps. It was a Hanzi wearing straw sandals, his hat pulled down, his expression unclear. He had a knife wrapped in sheepskin, tucked under his armpit.
Can I borrow a fire?
Li Pingyan made a gesture of invitation.
The Hanzi sat down and took out a bulging object from his embrace. It was a dead eagle.
Cui Kai glanced at the Hanzi, vigilantly tightening his grip on the weapon at his waist. The Hanzi quickly gutted the eagle, draining its blood.
Then he began to roast it over the fire. Soon, he began to eat it as if no one else was around.
Li Pingyan pursed his lips and handed over his wine gourd.
Have some wine.
The Hanzi took the wine, tore the eagle in his hand in half, and handed one half to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan accepted the eagle, completing the transaction.
To be honest, he had never eaten such a thing before.
He tasted it today and felt that the taste was strange. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it wasn't particularly bad either.
Brother, you're no ordinary person. Since you're a scholar, why don't you have any scholarly demeanor?
Yingyue leaned on a tree branch, a weed in his mouth, and asked leisurely. The Hanzi was silent for a moment. I stopped studying a long time ago.
What did you do after you stopped studying? Changed professions?
Yingyue was as talkative as ever.
Li Pingyan just ate the eagle meat and didn't say much. Looking for someone. Who?
My woman, her surname is Yen, and like me, she's also a scholar. She disappeared 10 years ago.
After finishing the eagle meat, the Hanzi thanked him and left.
Yingyue shook his head to himself, from scholar to tyrant, with a surge of in his heart. It's truly a pity for such a person.
The next day, the southward bound team continued their journey. In the evening, they arrived at a village.
The village was small, somewhat dilapidated, with mud walls and thatched roofs, short and dirty. At the village entrance, a hunched old man squatted, holding a pipe in his hand, his head tucked in.
Seeing people approach, he stood up. Cui Kai shouted, "Old man, we are travelers. It's getting dark, can we stay in the village for a night? We'll pay."
The old man sized up the group, seeing that they had 4 children. His guard was not as strong then. All right, then follow me. The village was so quiet that there wasn't even the sound of a dog barking. At this time, everyone in the village must have gone to rest. The old man held an oil lamp, walking at the very front. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard. The old man opened the door. Everyone in the village is asleep.
My room is too small, so you can make do here for the night. Cui Chung thanked him, and the old man left them an oil lamp before departing.
I feel like this village is a bit strange, Cui Kai frowned.
Elder brother Cui Chang asked, tell me specifically.
Cui Kai pursed his lips, I can't say exactly, but I always feel a creepy sensation as soon as I enter the village.
Suddenly, a cry of alarm. Yingyue, what's wrong with you?
Jingyu's eyes closed, as if he had suddenly lost consciousness, and he fell to the ground with a thud. This startled Pang Jun, who was already a bit timid, greatly.
Li Pingyan squatted down and inspected him.
His breathing and pulse were both steady. It was just like he had fainted. No harm, help him into the inner room to rest. Cui Chang and Cui Kai helped the unconscious Yingyue into the room.
Cui Kai said, why is this kid so heavy?
Cui Kai was a Qian blood martial artist, carrying 180 caddies of heavy things. Moving as fast as flying was no problem at all.
But carrying Yingyue, it really took a lot of his strength. It looks like we can only stay here tonight, Cui Chang said.
I hope we're just overthinking things, Cui Kai said. They certainly didn't dare to eat the food in the house, so they could only gnaw on the dry rations they carried. This Yingyue usually talks a big game, but at the critical moment, he's the first to give up, Wang Yi pouted. Cui Kai smiled, indicating his agreement with his young master's words. He thought that this academy was nothing special, since even someone like Yingyue could get in. The few of them gathered in the inner room. Cui Chang and Cui Kai definitely wouldn't sleep tonight, even though Li Pingyan told them to rest assured. But the two of them were still uneasy. When it was time to sleep, Wang Yi picked up a large stone and placed it by his hand, saying that if someone attacked in the middle of the night, he could react immediately. However, in the middle of the night, Wang Yi's snores were thunderous. Aliyah was so annoyed that she kicked him several times with her foot, but he didn't show any sign of waking up. A very faint sound came from the wind. Cui Kai and Cui Chang didn't catch it, but it didn't escape Li Pingyan's ears. There's movement, I'll go check. Li Pingyan stood up. Mr. Li, I'll go with you. Cui Chang drew the short knife from his waist. The two of them walked out of the inner room and opened the door. The night was very deep, like the sound of the wind, and also like someone crying. The movement came from the room on the west side. The door was locked, but it was an old, broken lock. Cui Chang opened it in a few quick movements. Creak! A very harsh sound rang out. Li Pingyan walked in. With the help of a lock, Li Pingyan knew there was no one inside. The room was very dark, Li Pingyan couldn't see anything at all. However, Cui Chang, who was beside him, was startled. Mr. Li, this is a morning hall. Oh? Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Spirit tablets, incense altar, candles, and on both sides, fresh flowers and flower baskets, it was quite complete. He didn't see a coffin. He didn't know if the coffin had already been buried and the mourning hall hadn't been dismantled yet. Or for some other reason. Cui Chang circled around, then his gaze fixed on the exquisite small statues placed on the incense altar. The small statues were cut from hard paper, a common folk custom. One would draw a small image on paper and then carefully cut it out with a xiao dao. However, it was usually a small image of the deceased that was cut. But why were there 7 of them cut this time? Li Pingyan's finger traced the incense altar, and he rubbed his fingertips together. No dust, and the candles were newly placed. Excuse me. Li Pingyan slightly lifted the spirit tablet, and when he touched it with his hand, a lot of dust had accumulated beneath the tablet. This indicated that this mourning hall had been set up for a long time, and someone merely came to clean it regularly. And the people who cleaned it generally wouldn't touch the spirit tablets. This was why there was no dust on the incense altar, but there was dust under the spirit tablet stand. Sir! Sir! On the other side, Cui Chang's trembling voice sounded. Li Pingyan said in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Cui Chang held the paper-cut small statues in his hand. "Sir, these small statues. Why do they look so much like us? Trapped. Sir, why do these portraits look so much like us?" Cui Chang said, trembling. Even with his great courage, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine at this moment. If it was just one person, it would be fine, but there were 7 of them. A coincidence? Li Pingyan asked. Cui Chang shook his head. "These 7 people all match us, except yours is missing, sir." Including Yingyue, there were 8 people in their group. But now there were only 7 portraits, and Li Pingyan's was not among them. Li Pingyan had Cui Chang put the items back in their original place, and the two of them exited. This village is indeed strange. Cui Chang was truly frightened by those portraits. Li Pingyan said, "Let's talk about it after tonight." The night passed without incident. The next day, Yingyue was still in a coma. Cui Chang had to carry him, and the group, without time to greet the old man, prepared to leave. The villagers had woken up early. Today seemed to be some kind of festival. Firecrackers began to pop and crackle early in the morning, making the entire small mountain village lively all at once. There were more people in the village than Li Pingyan and his companions had imagined. Judging by their clothes, many were not from this village. They should be passing merchants or people who had come from other places. The group declined the villagers' invitations and had just exited the village entrance.
Oh, my feet are so sore.
Yes, finally a village where we can rest. The few walked and talked, and soon re-entered the small mountain village. Li Pingyan, leading the old ox, stood rooted to the spot, his expression somewhat startled. Chui Chang, Chui Kai, and others seemed to have lost their memories, slowing their steps as they walked on the dirt road. Then they arrived again at the room the old man had arranged for them. Li Pingyan silently followed them, discovering that these few people were repeating their actions and behaviors from yesterday. And they seemed unable to see him. No one responded when he spoke. Li Pingyan walked around the village, finding nothing unusual. Only he and the old ox were unaffected in the entire village. Li Pingyan calmly thought for a moment, then stood up and walked back.
Aliyah was holding hot water and gnawing on a flatbread.
Without a word, Li Pingyan picked her up and, with a few quick strides, darted out of the house, heading straight for the outside of the small
mountain village. Since they couldn't leave, he would take them out.
Taking a step out of the village, Li Pingyan felt as if he had encountered powerful resistance, as if his entire body was struggling in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. He could barely take a single step. Finally, he reluctantly had to give up on this idea. Another day passed. The village continued to repeat the scene from yesterday. Li Pingyan thought for a moment and decided he should still start with Yingyue. Because, besides himself and the old ox, only Yingyue had directly fallen unconscious, and had not been controlled like these people.
My apologies.
Li Pingyan silently muttered, then reached out and gave Yingyue several hard slaps. Slap. 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 The force steadily increased, turning that fair, small face red. Yet, there was no sign of the other party waking up.
It failed again.
Li Pingyan had no choice but to put Yingyue down and then reduce his swelling.
Only then did he walk out.
Suddenly, a bird's cry came from outside the window, landing by the well in the courtyard. Li Pingyan walked over. He threw a pebble, and it fell into the well. No sound was heard.
The well was pitch black inside. Even with sunlight, it couldn't penetrate.
That darkness was a pure black that Li Pingyan could perceive, as if it were a monster from the abyss. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then leaped into the well.
A faint warmth floated all around him.
Using a pebble to test the way, the well was very spacious. In the center of the well was a tree, its trunk straight. It was tall and slender, like a long spear stuck in the ground.
A figure silently landed in front of Li Pingyan.
Li Pingyan suddenly spoke, "My apologies for the intrusion, it was truly a last resort, I hope for your understanding."
What a strange person, even the junior brother of the academy fell victim, yet you are unharmed.
The other party spoke softly, it was a woman's voice.
Your Excellency is also from the academy?
I used to be. Li Pingyan's tone was calm, I am escorting 4 students to the academy. I don't know where I might have offended your Excellency. I hope your Excellency can grant us a convenience. The woman said, you haven't offended me, and trapping you here was not my intention. I can no longer control this formation, and I cannot release your friends. Unless I dismantle the formation, but once this formation is undone, I will dissipate from the world. Pausing, the woman continued, just blame their bad luck, I certainly don't want to die.
As for you, you'd better leave quickly.
After she finished speaking, Li Pingyan felt a blur. He had actually left the well and returned to the courtyard. After standing in the courtyard for a moment, Li Pingyan went back to the house to sleep.
The sun rose as usual.
Li Pingyan ate, cultivated, and then wandered around the village. He was as leisurely as if he had always lived in the village. A bowl of dough drops, and 2 crispy cakes.
Coming right up.
Li Pingyan was gnawing on a crispy cake when a voice suddenly came from across from him.
Why aren't you leaving yet?
The woman's white dress fluttered in the wind, its hem rising and falling. Her slightly upturned face was exquisitely translucent, her ink-black hair cascaded like flowing clouds, scattering to her waist. Li Pingyan took a sip of soup and replied, I promised their parents I would safely deliver them to the academy.
I keep my word. Then do you have a solution? The woman asked. No, so I'm thinking about it now. Don't waste your effort.
Although I don't know why you are unaffected by the formation, saving those people is harder than ascending to heaven.
Li Pingyan didn't answer, continuing to eat his food.
After finishing, he wiped his mouth, then continued to speak.
I haven't asked for your name, young lady. Yan Sun.
Li Pingyan thought for a moment. I met a scholar before. He said he was looking for a woman also named Yen, who disappeared 10 years ago.
The woman paused slightly, silent for a moment. What did that scholar look like? I can't see him, Li Pingyan said. Is the person he's looking for you? 10 years?
Has it really been 10 years? The woman murmured to herself.
How about I help you find him, and you release my friends? The woman smiled. I don't want him to see me like this. The woman was a chatterbox, just like Yingyue.
The only difference might be that Yingyue was a natural chatterbox, while the woman was stifled from having no one to talk to for too long. Her story was simple, not complicated, nor melodramatic.
They met through a spring breeze, reconciled through a misunderstanding, and entered the academy because of a promise.
They roamed the vast Jianghu, settling grievances and injustices, riding fast horses to the ends of the world together. It should have become a beautiful tale, but reality brought everything to an abrupt halt. The past cannot be changed, but the future can be pursued. During a journey, Yan Sun was unexpectedly attacked. Including her, the entire village of over 200 people perished here. On the verge of death, Yan Sun activated this formation, allowing herself to live on this land for 10 years. Earlier, she could still control the formation, and people did pass by, but they all left the village unharmed. It was only in the last year that Yan Sun's control over the formation grew weaker and weaker. She could no longer control the entry and exit of others. The story is finished. It's not long, nor does it have any thrilling twists. There are no elements of love triangles, betrayal, crimes of passion, or intricate plots. If such a plot were made into a TV series, the ratings would surely be very low. But reality is just like this. No one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Life is impermanent, and fate is as thin as paper.
Li Pingyan said, Do you have a way to revive? Of course not. How can the dead be revived? Then why stay here? I don't want to die. Yan Sun smiled. Do you think I'm selfish, not wanting to die myself, but dragging a group of people to suffer with me? Li Pingyan said nothing.
Yan Sun's fingers moved slightly. Actually, I'm just unwilling to die like this. Yan Sun found Li Pingyan to be a strange person, meaning a very strange person. Perhaps she had really been cooped up for too long, with no one to talk to. Yan Sun wanted to chat more with this only person who could talk to her.
But Li Pingyan was a quiet person. Hey, where's the ox next to you? It left. It left?
Then he stopped talking, contemplating, cultivating, playing the Erhu, eating, and sleeping. For several days in a row, his life was very regular. When she asked him what he was doing, he said he was looking for a way to save people. Yan Sun told him not to waste his energy and to chat with her. She said, perhaps if I'm happy, I won't want to live anymore.
Li Pingyan asked, what shall we talk about?
Yan Sun said, tell me your story. Li Pingyan paused for a moment, then slowly began to recall his experiences after transmigration. The sun set, and a cup of tea was drunk until it was colorless and tasteless.
That's it. Li Pingyan said, yes, and then I arrived here. If I can't leave, it's not a story but an accident.
Your story is really exciting, with princesses and assassins.
You didn't make it up, did you? Yan Sun said suspiciously. Li Pingyan did not refute. Then do you have a girl you like?
Yan Sun laughed, or just take the princess and live a life of comfort. Li Pingyan knew she was teasing him, so he lowered his head and said nothing. Yen Sun then said, "That young man named Chen Chusheng is a pity." Li Pingyan said, "Lightning strikes true filial sons, wealth comes to ruthless people.
Swallows do not enter poor homes, house cats do not enter the white tiger hall.
Night grass does not fatten sick, overworked horses, ill-gotten gains do not enrich the poor. Hemp ropes break at their thinnest point, bad luck seeks out the unfortunate." Yen Sun was stunned, her gaze fixed on the distance, lost in thought. Half a month passed, and Li Pingyan still hadn't given up. One day, Yen Sun said with a hint of wistfulness, "The outside world is so beautiful, it's a pity I'll never see it again." Li Pingyan softly said, "What's past is done, but what's to come can still be pursued." Yen Sun was startled, muttering to herself. "What's past is done, but what's to come can still be pursued." That's well said, but how many people in this world can truly understand it? After a moment of silence, she suddenly stood up.
"That's right, don't mention the past anymore. Everything must start anew. A new world must have a new life. How about a deal?
You play with me for 10 days, and after 10 days, I'll undo the formation."
Li Pingyan nodded.
She thought it would be some kind of game, but the only things this girl could think of were chess and pitchpot, which were incredibly boring. By the third day, Yen Sun felt she had played enough. So Li Pingyan taught her a new way to play. Yen Sun could do as she pleased within this formation, according to Li Pingyan's requests. She conjured a round, bouncy object and 2 tall poles.
Yen Sun asked Li Pingyan what this was with a puzzled look.
Li Pingyan told her it was called basketball. It took a full half-day of teaching for the girl to finally grasp the rules. She played with great enjoyment.
"What kind of game is this? How come I've never heard of it before?"
"This is a game from another world," Li Pingyan said.
"After people die, do they go to another world?"
Li Pingyan hesitated, "Perhaps."
10 days passed in a flash.
Everything became the past, everything turned into smoke.
What if I suddenly regret it?
Yen Sun gazed at the setting sun, a soft sigh falling from her heart, a faint trace of sorrow in her eyes.
Seeing Li Pingyan's lack of reaction, Yen Sun smiled, "I'm just teasing you."
This girl keeps her word. She stood up, her back to Li Pingyan.
"I've had enough fun in the human world. I'm leaving."
"Have a good journey," Li Pingyan said. "Oh, by the way, you're a swordsman, but you still don't have a sword.
How about I give you a gift?"
She flipped her hand, and the well in the courtyard pulsed. Immediately, a ray of light shot up into the sky, ascending to a great height within half a breath. Like a silver streak of light, it became clearer the farther it went, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Then it landed in front of Yen Sun. It was the tree from the well, with several thick branches growing from its roots, yet they did not spread out. It seemed to contain some mysterious power.
"This tree is called Fusong. I give it to you. Go and forge a blade from it."
"Oh, and it's not a free gift. Once Fusong breaks a branch, it will turn back into a seed. You must return the seed to Southern Duke Manor for me." Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, "Okay. You're a trustworthy young man, so I'm not afraid you'll go back on your word."
Yen Sun stretched, saying with a carefree air, "I'm leaving. I'm not playing anymore. Moo." At that moment, an ox's bellow came from afar. It was very loud.
Li Pingyan smiled, it finally came.
He looked up at Yen Sun and said, "You gave me a gift. How about I return one to you?" Yen Sun raised her beautiful eyebrows, "What gift?" "Go to the village entrance and you'll know."
Yen Sun and Li Pingyan arrived at the village entrance, her eyes flashing. 10 years unseen, much hardship had been added. Wildflowers swayed in the wind, as if pouring out their hearts. Green grass trembled closely, like endless lingering affection. The Hanzi wearing a bamboo hat smiled into the wind, "I finally found you." Yen Sun's smile was mixed with tears, and she suddenly ran wildly. This girl, who had been confined for 10 years, rushed out of the enclosure. The formation dissolved, accompanied by specks of fireflies. A glow lit up on the girl's body, beginning to dissipate with the wind.
This girl is leaving, never to return. Fool, don't wait for me.